Hello everyone, like, subscribe fanfiction audiobook channel and share for next parts, and please join YouTube membership. Chapter 1. The Blind Swordsman of Uchiha. Itachi, did you know? The only thing that can burn leaves is fire. Uchiha Itachi, who was only 5 years old, did not fully understand the meaning of this sentence. He just looked at his best friend, Uchiha Chiba, who is also a Uchiha clan, with some doubts. However, from the words leaves and fire, Itachi probably guessed what Uchiha Chiba wanted to express. Chiba-san, you mean to say where the leaves fly, the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. This sentence is Konoha's classic inheritance discourse. From first Hokage, it has been passed down to third Hokage. The starting point of this sentence is good, but time will eventually change its flavor. No, it shouldn't be time, but desire, greed, and even more, the human heart. Hearing these words at the moment, Uchiha Chiba smiled. Itachi, do you really think that the fire will illuminate the village? No. The fire will only become more and more prosperous, and the village will be burned away. Uchiha Itachi had a black question mark on his face. Can this sentence be interpreted like this? Itachi didn't understand Chiba's meaning, he just stared blankly at this close friend who was the same age as him. He was holding a cane in both hands, and his black hair was hanging down slightly. However, between the hair, the representative eye belonging to Uchiha was robbed of its brilliance by a piece of black cloth. His name is Uchiha Chiba, but he is blind. It's just that Chiba stands in front of Uchiha Itachi, and that kind of oppression is not something a blind person should have. That kind of oppression has been accumulated over the years. It has been almost a year since the two had met each other to become close friends. During this period, the two learned from each other, learning and progressing together, but even if they were to learn from each other, Uchiha Itachi had never beaten the blind Chiba, not even once. Don't be fooled by Chiba's identity as a blind man. The crutch in his hand is not just for exploring the way. The sword hidden in the crutch, every sword, is terribly heavy. Although I am blind, I am a swordsman. This is a saying that Chiba often talks about. One person, one sword, is enough to travel all over the world. How chic this is. This is why the precocious Uchiha Itachi regards Chiba as a close friend. Some strange words will always come out of his mouth, but they are thought-provoking. He likes to communicate with Chiba. Just like today, like this time. I don't quite understand what Chiba-san means. Itachi tilted his head, a little puzzled. If you don't understand, it's right, but I hope you can remember this sentence. Maybe it's going to be enrolled tomorrow. I'm a bit too talkative, you will know it naturally when the time is up. It's not that I don't know, but the time has not come. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Enrollment means that you are about to receive Konoha's education. Uchiha Itachi's worldview is about to receive a new baptism from Konoha. As a family of Uchiha, Chiba is also a close friend of Itachi. Naturally, he doesn't want to watch Itachi follow the old path of the original. That is a road of no return to destroy a clan for a village. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi thoughtfully. Leaves, fire, Konoha, Uchiha. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi seemed to catch something and looked up at Chiba. Chiba-san, are you suggesting something? The village, and Uchiha? Uchiha Itachi was surprised, but not surprised. Because he knows Chiba. Although his eyes cannot see, he can see many things more clearly than anyone. Just when Uchiha Itachi thought about it. With a snap. Itachi's forehead was bounced. That came from Chiba's right hand. Don't think about it, Itachi, sometimes you just think too much. Now, there is no need for this. Now. Uchiha Itachi touched his forehead. He is very good at grasping the key. Now, there is no need for this. What about in the future? In this age of war, the only thing you can think about is how to survive, and to recognize where the real enemy is. And, are you really going to enroll in early? Some time ago, your father should have shown you the battlefield, right? Enrolling early means that you may go to the battlefield early. In the original book, Itachi should have enrolled at the age of 6. By the time he graduated, the 3 wars had almost ended. Now, it seems that it was because of his own sake that Itachi made the decision to enroll in advance. Now, it is during the Third Ninja War. The country of fire, the country of thunder, the country of the earth, and the country of water are inextricably fought. You can think so. All outside the village are enemies. However, the word real by Chiba is very intriguing. Itachi looked at Chiba thoughtfully. Chiba-san, seems to want to tell me something? Chiba really wants to tell Itachi something. No, it should be Chiba wants to influence the young Uchiha Itachi through himself. In the original work, Itachi chose Konoha between Konoha and Uchiha, which is definitely not an easy choice. Chiba can imagine how painful it was when Uchiha, known as the Love Clan, swung a butcher knife to his own people. Therefore, the more important a decision is, the more determined it is once a choice is made. That can't be reversed by relying on the so-called language. When Chiba came to the Uchiha clan as a traverser, his fate is destined to be linked to Uchiha, which is an absolutely unchangeable fact. The Konoha high-rise is incompatible with Uchiha. It may not be that step now, but that moment will come sooner or later. If you are a fan of the original anime, Chiba might sympathize with Itachi's experience. But if you are a member of the Uchiha clan, to Chiba, Uchiha Itachi is like a demon. Preventing this from happening is the top priority. To prevent the Uchiha Itachi genocide in the original book, you must start from the root cause. Uchiha's enemy has never been an exterminating Itachi. It's the corrupt Konoha high level. It's too early, Itachi. That's all for today's discussion. See you at the entrance ceremony tomorrow. And also, I don't know if it was intentional. Chiba paused. Looking forward to Chiba's next words, the young man with the law pattern quietly looked at his only best friend. If you have anything, you can tell me. As a friend, at least, I will listen carefully. After speaking, Chiba walked away with a cane while exploring the way. Uchiha Itachi looked at Chiba's back blankly, thoughtfully. As a friend. Chapter 2. The name Uchiha Chiba has been given the meaning of thousands of flying leaves. Chiba's parents hope that Chiba can become Konoha's flying leaves, grow with the village, and become part of the village. As a family of love, Uchiha expects peace and prosperity in the village more than anyone else. The reality is that when the child named Chiba was born, Uchiha was blind. Sharingan is the pride and glory of Uchiha. Therefore, when Chiba was born, the Uchiha clan became the laughingstock of Konoha and the object of discussion after Konoha's meal. The Uchiha clan actually gave birth to a blind man. You say it's ridiculous. The pride and glory of the Uchiha clan were degraded to nothing because of a blind boy. Maybe it's because of jealousy, or Uchiha, who is a guard, has offended too many people. The existence of Chiba is just the fuse of the outbreak. And Uchiha Chiba is growing up in this environment. As a Uchiha clan, without Sharingan, it is destined to be sad. But Chiba, while being a Uchiha clan, is also a traverser with a system. Leaning on crutches, exploring the way, came to the door. Chiba didn't knock on the door, he knew that she was coming. With a click, the door opened, and a beautiful figure appeared in front of the door. Uchiha Spring, Uchiha girl who is the same age as Chiba. Even if she is only 5 years old, her exquisite cheeks indicate that this girl will inevitably be a disaster for the country and the people when she grows up. The girl put her hands on her hips, grumbled her small face, and looked at Chiba, who was covered in sweat, very indignant. Brother Chiba, tomorrow is our entrance ceremony. We have already agreed to celebrate this evening. Why are we still so dirty before we come back? Although the girl called Brother Chiba, the two are actually not related by blood. It's just that the girl's father and Chiba's father are friends of the year-end, and 3 years ago, Chiba's parents passed away because of their duties. From that time on, Chiba has been boarding at the girl's home. Have you discussed with the little genius of the patriarch's house again? Chiba also scratched his head in embarrassment. It was precisely because the ninja school started tomorrow, so he said a few more words with Itachi, but came back late. I thought Koizumi was angry about this. Unfortunately, he was wrong. So, who won in the end? Naturally it's me. Hearing that, all the dissatisfaction disappeared. A smile suddenly appeared on Koizumi's face, those beautiful eyes, the smile turned into crescents, they were very beautiful. I knew it. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Brother Chiba is the best. I often hear people in the clan claim that the patriarch's son is very powerful, and he is a super genius. It seems that it is nothing more than that now. My Chiba brother is better. Brother Chiba, you are too low-key, otherwise your reputation would have spread. Upon hearing this, Chiba sighed slightly. Thinking of you, Chiba's reputation has spread. Uchiha's blind man, who doesn't know Konoha. Even if you haven't seen it before, there is always someone who knows such a person. Although his reputation is not very good, he is a celebrity for the time being. An. Koizumi, you really underestimated Uchiha Itachi. Because of the system, I can stabilize Uchiha Itachi. Itachi is enough heaven-defying in the original book, and now because of his appearance, Uchiha Itachi's growth is even more crazy than in the original book. He is only 5 years old and has not yet enrolled in school. In Chiba's view, the current Uchiha Itachi is even stronger than some Chunin. Alright, brother Chiba, come in and have a rest. Chiba nodded, peeked into the house, and walked directly to the bathroom door. After taking off his clothes, he lay directly in the bathtub. As soon as Chiba went in with his front foot, Koizumi on his back foot took off and jumped into the bathtub. With a slap, water splashed all over the bathroom. Chiba looked helpless. Koizumi, don't you think you should avoid it? What's the taboo? Brother Chiba, you can't see it. Koizumi blinked his big watery eyes without hiding them. He was naked, very cute. Besides, I'm not shy, why are you so embarrassed? Haven't you been here these years? Brother Chiba, you can't see with your eyes, I naturally want to take care of you. Although Koizumi didn't know why Chiba couldn't see the battle so hard. However, usually Chiba explores the road with a cane, and Koizumi knows that Chiba still needs her in life. With that, Koizumi stretched out his hand to Chiba, trying to help him take a bath. Chiba looked at the bare Koizumi and sighed up to the sky, a little melancholy. If the things you can see are exposed, will Koizumi be beaten to death? At this moment, a transparent template appeared in front of Chiba. God-level template system. Host, Uchiha Chiba. The first template, Fujitora Smiles. Completion, 5.3%. Each time you increase the completion degree by 5%, you will get a template ability. When the completion degree reaches 10%, the next template can be unlocked. The first template ability, 1 Observation Haki Perfect Level. Daily Mission, 1000 slashes, reward % completion completed. Chiba's eyes are indeed blind. However, his observation haki reached the perfect level. What is the concept of perfection? The lower level is the entry level, the intermediate level is the extension of the scope, and the higher level, you can know good and evil, and foresee the future for a short time. Perfection has surpassed the scope of predicting the future. It can replace the eyes and look directly at everything. As long as Chiba makes full use of the perfect observation haki. Then what is shown in front of him is all the details in the visible range. Even more perverted than Byakugan, and can even accurately find out the weaknesses and defects to deal with. Because of his age, Chiba at this moment uses the perfect level of sight and hearing with all his strength, which consumes a lot of money. Therefore, usually, only a vague outline can be perceived, as if Fujitora smiled at him, but still can't see it. Chiba's observation haki can reach the perfect level, or it is because of the big gift package presented by the system that can improve the ability of a template to the top. And this time, Chiba silently opened the perfect observation haki. Looking at the bare Koizumi, Chiba feels that his life is complete. Chapter 3. The scattered sakura flowers add a harsh color to the Uchiha clan. Early in the morning, Uchiha Itachi had already woke up. Today is the first day of school. As the captain of the Konoha guards, he is also the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Fugaku, the father of Uchiha Itachi, stayed at home for the first time. He put down everything in his hands and looked at his son quietly. Sit down, Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku knelt on the ground and pointed to the futon in front of him. Nothing has changed from the majesty of being the captain of the guard and the patriarch. Even though Fugaku's face is still unsmiling at this moment, it is a little bit more loving. After all, today is his son's first step in the path of Jonin. Father. Itachi also knelt down on the futon and looked at his father quietly. Itachi, today is the first day of the ninja school, and also the first day you left the Uchiha clan. Remember, on the outside, you represent the Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan. There was no expression on Itachi's face. But recalling what Chiba said to him yesterday, the confusion in his eyes flashed past. Father. Well, let's talk. Can it only be fire that burns leaves? For an instant, a touch of horror appeared on Fugaku's face. Although it was only a moment, he was surprised that Itachi would ask such a question. He put away his surprise, but showed a smile, and touched Itachi's head. Yes, the burning light will illuminate Konoha. The fire is dazzling, longing, and jealous at the same time. In the future, you will meet all kinds of people. You just need to remember that you belong to Uchiha, only Uchiha. Itachi nodded thoughtfully. I see, father. It's just Uchiha. I understand. Do I really understand? What Chiba and his father wanted to express seemed to be the same. But Uchiha, isn't Konoha's Uchiha? Why is it impossible to broaden the so-called vision? After I took you through the battlefield, you made the decision to enroll in advance. The war, I don't know how long it will last. Once you graduate, it means you may go to the battlefield. Can you tell me the reason? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Itachi calmly. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Hearing this, Itachi fell into silence. I don't know if it's seeing through Itachi's careful thoughts. Fugaku continued to speak. How about your friend? Itachi looked up and looked at his father. You mean Chiba-kun? Fugaku nodded. He is still like that. No matter how hard I try, I can never catch up with him. Fugaku seemed to know the reason. Really? Then he may be your friend and opponent for life. If you have time, you can invite him to be a guest at home. I know my father. Uchiha Chiba, Fugaku is very impressed with him. A blind man came out of the Uchiha clan, and the impact on Uchiha was greater than imagined. Konoha was created with the Senju clan, no one can hide the dazzling Uchiha clan. But too dazzling, after all, it is sharp. In a high position, no one wants someone or a family to be able to overpower the master. The last dazzling Senju is gone. Will it be Uchiha next? Fugaku didn't know, and he didn't know. However, the mere birth of a blind person involved the fishing boat that harmed the pride and glory of the Uchiha clan. It was undoubtedly a wake-up call for the Uchiha clan. This is a signal, a beating, and an invisible contest. Before dawn, Chiba woke up from his sleep. What you can see before your eyes is a vague outline. He knew that the little girl Koizumi sneaked into his bed last night. As long as her parents are out on missions, she always gets into Chiba's bed out of fear. He is used to it. Touching Koizumi's cheek lightly, Chiba smiled. This kind of life may also be good. But I don't know how long it can last. He tidied up a bit and went out on crutches. Daily quest, 1000 swings, reward percent template. Although it is only percent, it is the peak combat power of One Piece world, Marine Admiral Fujitora, who smiles percent, which can be obtained with only 1000 swings of the knife. It's not too easy. God knows, will the daily tasks change in the future? Chiba will naturally not give up any opportunity to become stronger. Because Konoha's darkness is unimaginable for ordinary people. Chiba knew how many geniuses had been swallowed by Konoha's darkness. Senju and Uchiha, Heitake Toshige, Konoha Sunin, Namikaze Minato. This darkness caused Konoha to fall down from the strongest among the 5 great nations. I have to say that Konoha's F4-day group is, to some extent, an individual talent. Pulling out his crutch and sword, Chiba slashed it in the void. Every time, I tried my best, and was pulled out of the air in the air. This cane sword was made by Chiba with the money left by his father and subsidized by the Uchiha clan. It is the best sword in the whole village. It can absorb the changes in the nature of chakra and slash out different slashes. However, the current Chiba is not used yet. Accompanied by the sway of sweat. When Chiba completed his daily tasks and washed up, Koizumi woke up sleepily. Seeing Chiba leaning on a cane and the smoke in the bathroom, she yawned. Brother Chiba, you sneaked up to train again. Didn't you say that there will be an entrance ceremony today to let you rest for a day? Koizumi's anger, in Chiba's eyes, is a little cute. He smiled and touched Koizumi's head. In this case. As compensation, this morning, I asked you to eat meatballs. Sweets have always been the favorite of little girls. In my spare time, eat 2 skewers of Konoha village meatballs. It is the happiest thing about Koizumi. Well, brother Chiba, this is what you said? Chiba smiled and nodded. Yes, balls, full. Chapter 4. Konoha's meatball shop is not as well known as Idrik ramen. However, for those who like to eat sweets, it is definitely an irresistible temptation. Because it came early, it didn't seem crowded. Chiba and Koizumi found a quiet place and sat down quietly. There are all kinds of people in the store. There are ninjas who are returning from a trip, and there are ninja students who are about to go to school. However, their attention will be more or less focused on Chiba. The emblem of the Uchiha clan, the iconic black cloth strip for the blind, and the walking stick. Everyone recognized Chiba at first sight. He is the blind man of the Uchiha clan. The instigator who spread the pride and glory of the Uchiha clan as a fishing vessel. Chiba's complexion was calm when he felt the gaze around him. It's just that Koizumi is a little unhappy, frowning. Brother Chiba, I think we will buy the meatballs and eat them next time. She couldn't bear that look. Chiba rarely walks out of the Uchiha clan. Even so, he got used to the look in his eyes. It's okay, Koizumi, don't you think it's a pity to be affected by this kind of vision? They don't deserve it. Yes, they are not worthy. Koizumi grinned, looked at the balls that came up, and swallowed. Sweets can always attract little girls. Beside, there is another beautiful figure attracted by sweets. Of course, there are always one or two suitors around beautiful girls. Not to mention the beautiful sunset red since childhood. In the pursuit, Sarutobi Asuma beat all his opponents. This is not because of how good he is, but because everyone knows it. His father is third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The son of Naruto is both dazzling and sad. The dazzling thing is that he is the son of the strongest in history Hokage. This kind of second generation born with a golden key is always enviable. Sadly, Asuma has been wasted all his life. When he was young, he was rebellious and even clashed with Sarutobi Hiruzen and once left Konoha Shinobi village to wander around. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. After the waves were enough, he seemed to understand the so-called jade, and didn't know how he chased this beautiful woman, so he hurriedly found Shirahong and gave birth to a child. In the end, the child was not born yet, and died in the battle with Akatsuki. The way to die is not tragic, but it is rendered very touching by the original. It's a pity that at that moment, everyone wanted to see Naruto Xiao Xiao, and Asuma's death seemed a little trivial. Everyone is yelling, Niji, that you have died miserably, but no one thinks of Asuma. What's even more funny is that the kid was jokingly called Uchiha Miku, and someone who didn't know thought that Asuma was given green by Shisui. Seeing Asuma at this moment licking around beside Yurihong like a dog, Chiba knew it. Sarutobi Asuma is still an unruly second-generation official. Read, I passed the Chunin exam and I am already a Chunin. Showing one's strength in front of a woman is a way to attract each other. However, girls have always matured earlier than boys. At this moment, Asuma's behavior seemed naive and funny in Yurihong's eyes. She just spoke with a formula smile. Really, congratulations, Asuma. Then to celebrate that I became Chunin, today's balls are my treat, read. Asuma familiarly sat next to Yurihong and continued to speak. This Chunin exam feels easier than I thought. I will definitely become the fastest ninja to become Jonin this time. Really, I heard that Kakashi is already qualified to be promoted to Jonin, are you sure you can surpass him? The plain tone made Asuma speechless. Take Kakashi is an absolute genius in his class. He has become a Chunin at the age of 6, and has long been able to become a Jonin. It is only because of his age and lack of experience that he has not yet become a Jonin. With his training in the 3 wars, it was only a matter of time before he became Jonin. Anyway, I am already Chunin. Asuma looked a little irritable. Seeing Chiba at the table next to him, he seemed to have found an excuse to ease his embarrassment. Read, do you know the blind people of the Uchiha clan? I haven't seen it, but I have heard of it. He is right next to us, Read, you said he is obviously a Uchiha who plays with eyes, but he is born blind, and the Uchiha clan is really ridiculous. Asuma's voice is not too loud. However, Chiba and Koizumi are sitting at the table beside them, and they can naturally be heard. This is really Uchiha's sorrow. Koizumi suddenly felt annoyed, and just about to have an attack, Chiba directly stuffed the balls into her mouth. Don't be distracted, eat meatballs. Asuma was still taunting, not even noticing that Yurihong's brows were also frowning. This is why she doesn't want to talk to Asuma now. Maybe it's because of being the son of Hokage. Asuma has always done its own way and never considers the feelings of others. Although she rarely comes into contact with the Uchiha clan. However, in any case, the person concerned was nearby, but he ridiculed him without a word. It's a bit of a drop in price. Chiba did not respond, and Hong did not respond to him. Seeing this, Asuma breathed a sigh of relief, seeming to think that he had avoided the embarrassment just now. Subconsciously took out a cigarette, and after lighting it, he took a sharp sip and started to vomit. He was thinking about the next method he would use to pursue Shirahong. I didn't take into account the no smoking sign in the store at all. Second-hand smoke was in the air, and Asuma didn't notice that Uchiha coughed quietly. Koizumi ate the balls happily, and was choked by the sudden second-hand smoke, looking very uncomfortable. Seeing this, Chiba handed her a tissue. Koizumi hurriedly covered his mouth and coughed quietly. "Thank you, Chiba brother." The voice did not fall. Koizumi has already seen Chiba get up and come next to Asuma. "What? You blind Uchiha." Asuma looked at Chiba contemptuously, not paying attention to it at all. Chapter 5. "What? You blind Uchiha." Asuma looked at Chiba contemptuously, not paying attention to it at all. His first reaction was that the other party was angry because of his ridicule. But what then? I just said a few words and didn't violate any laws. Moreover, as the son of Hokage, he has always been defiant. Not to mention that the other party is the blind Uchiha who he doesn't care about at all. After the decline of the Senju clan, Uchiha is undoubtedly the #1 clan of Konoha. Most may be afraid of Uchiha, but that definitely does not include Sarutobi Asuma. The son of Naruto is the qualification he doesn't care about. In terms of the background, he is hard enough, and in terms of strength, the opponent is just a 5 or 6-year-old Uchiha kid who can't even see the eyes. Even if he mocked himself first, he didn't think he was wrong. However, he was wrong. Chiba just stood calmly in front of Asuma. Perhaps I overestimated Hokage's tutor. I didn't expect that as Hokage's son, I was illiterate. Also, your mouth is very smelly, and the second-hand smoke that you vomit is even more smelly, and it chokes her. Naturally, she refers to Koizumi. Taunting, it doesn't matter, Chiba is not boring to the point of arguing with the Joker. With this time, it is better to do more daily tasks, becoming stronger is the first task. However, since coming to this world, Koizumi is his closest person, who gave him home and warmth. Let her be wronged, it won't work. What are you talking about? You blind man. Asuma was extremely angry. Right now, the blind Uchiha, whom he hadn't seen at all, actually abused him face to face. It even touched on the issue of Hokage's tutoring. No matter who is right or wrong in this matter. From now on, Lao Zi is right. This is not only a matter of preserving face in front of a woman you like, but also a matter of Hokage's face. Who doesn't know that smoking is forbidden here? However, only Chiba stood up and said the problem. No one raised it, then there is no problem. But someone said that if it can't be solved, it is trouble. Although Asuma and the old man in the family can't meet each other, it is impossible to be abused by an outsider. However, it did not wait for Asuma to act. He just saw the cold light flashing in front of him. He seemed to see Chiba's hand, but it didn't seem to be. Then, the cigarette on his mouth, starting from the cigarette holder, was directly divided into two. The incision is extremely smooth, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Obviously, this was done by a sharp weapon. Asuma was extremely horrified, he couldn't be sure, but he knew that Chiba must have done it, and he could only do it. Between horror, he was still a little scared. Although Asuma didn't know how Chiba did it. However, whenever Chiba cuts more than 1 centimeter, his lips and nose will be cut away. You damn blind Uchiha, dare you to do it? A kid actually came to provoke the ninja, are you tired of living? Being dominated by anger, coupled with the desire to save his face in front of Uruhong, caused him to not notice the cleverness of Chiba's technique at all. He chose the most embarrassing way, and Chiba was tough. However, it is ridiculous that Chunin, who is not even a combat force unit, wants to compete with Fujitora's smiling percent panel. Asuma has not touched the kunao in the ninja bag yet. The knife and Chiba's crutch has been cut off. Puff. Kyowa was directly picked up, and Sarutobi Asuma was knocked into the air by the light of the sword appearing in the void. After smashing 2 tables completely, Asuma fell to the ground. All this sudden moment attracted the eyes of everyone around him. In the eyes of the crowd, Asuma endured the pain in his chest and tried to stand up. However, the tip of Chiba's knife was already on his throat. I advise you not to stand up casually. This time, I used the back of a knife. It doesn't matter which side I use to cut you next time. Asuma was extremely angry. He wanted to stand up, even if the knife was on his neck, he didn't think Chiba had the guts to cut it down. He is the son of Hokage, even if he doesn't have this identity. As Uchiha, killing another person is also a felony. He didn't dare. I was negligent just now, as long as I get up, I can be as Chunin. This thought stopped abruptly when Asuma looked up at Chiba. He saw Chiba's face. That face was terribly calm. Although Chiba's eyes were covered by black cloth. However, at this moment, Asuma felt a sense of being watched. That kind of creepy momentum uprooted Asuma's courage in an instant. If you really stand up, the other party will really cut it off. That kind of momentum made Asuma no doubt. He gritted his teeth. He looked at the side with a horrified look at all this Shirahong, and then looked at Chiba. After struggling for a while, finally compromised. You wait for me? Asuma wanted to leave. Chiba put the tip of the knife against his neck again. A trace of blood ran down the skin. This made Asuma, who was only 12 years old, even more frightened. What else do you want to do? These losses must be counted on you. Asuma was about to explode. As the son of Hokage, he had never been so angry. Under the anger that his teeth were about to be bitten, Asuma left a purse and left in resentment. The people around were dumbfounded. That is the son of Hokage. Was actually beaten? And the blind man from the Uchiha clan. Is Asuma too bad or Uchiha too strong? There were people whispering around, but after all, no one stood up and said anything. Even the owner of the meatball shop was a little silent, and some didn't even want to pick up the money bags left by Asuma. Yes, that is the son of Hokage. However, he was beaten by Uchiha in his shop. No one wants to be involved in this kind of thing. Chiba retracted the knife, leaned on a cane, explored the way, and returned to his seat. The people around were a little shocked watching Chiba cautiously looking for directions. Is this kid really someone who just cut down an Asuma cigarette with precision, put the tip of the knife against his neck, only cut the skin, but didn't hurt the muscles? Is he really invisible? P.S. 5 changes on the first day, continue to update crazy tomorrow. I like Fujitora's smile very much, this charming old man is so handsome, that's why I have this book. If you like it, please support and vote for flowers. Also, collect. The better the number, the faster the update. Chapter 6. Everything happened too fast and too suddenly. When Chiba returned to his seat, Koizumi was still stunned while eating the balls. With a snap. When the balls fell on the table, Koizumi recovered from the shock. A look of excitement. Brother Chiba, just now, you are so handsome. Yes, it is really handsome. This is not the beauty in the eyes of the lover. Not to mention Koizumi, in the eyes of the people around him, as well as in the eyes of Shirahong next to him, he feels very handsome. Throw out the knife, slash and close the knife, all the movements are done in one go. Although most of the people present could not fully see Chiba's knife swing. However, this does not prevent them from appreciating the beauty of this kind of swordsmanship. The grace of beheading and the aura of calmness are enough to hit the soul directly. No matter how handsome you are, you can't eat it as a meal. Hurry up and eat meatballs. Hearing that, Koizumi feels happy. Putting the balls in his hands into his mouth one after another, his big eyes smiled like crescent moons. Brother Chiba, you can eat too. Having said that, Koizumi took the balls to Chiba's mouth. Very warm and ambiguous scene. However, the face of Shirahong next to him was not very pretty. She suddenly walked to Chiba's side. What? Is something wrong? Chiba didn't look back, but he knew that Yurihong was beside him. I don't mean anything else, but, do you know what the identity of the man just now is? What status? Koizumi's mouth was full of balls, and he blinked and looked at Yurihong. Shirahong took a deep breath. Sure enough, these two little guys didn't know. Although you may not realize it, maybe, you got into trouble. As Chunin, the son of Hokage was beaten by Uchiha's blind man. Was it the failure of Hokage's education or his son was too wasteful? What do you think of news like this? Chiba spoke calmly. Wait, that person just now, is the son of Naruto. Next to him, Koizumi froze for a moment, obviously a little surprised. However, it is not waiting for Koizumi to continue speaking. Chiba put a ball directly into her mouth. Hey, you can eat meatballs at ease. For Chiba's words, Yurihong was taken aback. She heard Chiba's implication. It means that Hokage will turn a blind eye to this matter for the sake of face. But, is this really the case? After all, it was the son of Hokage. I think you may not know Asuma well. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. No, I think you may not know third Hokage. Chiba continued to speak calmly. Have you been to a ninja school? Okay. Yurihong nodded. How is third Hokage described in the textbook? He is the strongest Naruto in history. He started Konoha's heyday. He can freely use 7 chakra attributes, is proficient in all Konoha ninjutsu, and enjoys the title of ninjutsu professor. Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is really thick. The strongest in history. The second generation smiles but does not speak. Konoha's heyday? When the twin gods of Konoha were in power, they couldn't even fight a war. Proficient in all ninjutsu? I won't mention other forbidden techniques. What about Flying Thunder God? It's a perfect introduction. Yurihong didn't understand the meaning of Chiba's words. The more perfect, the more he can't tolerate the stain, even if the stain is small. I think you might have a misunderstanding about Naruto-sama. Yurihong smiled inexplicably. She heard the meaning of Chiba's words. Is the image of third Hokage described in the textbook fake? How can it be? Yurihong did not intend to believe it. And for this kind of remarks that almost vilified third Hokage, she didn't think she had heard it. Misunderstanding. Chiba smiled. Maybe. It's also a blessing to not look at things. There are too many dirty and nasty people in this world. What did you say? Say this once. Yurihong was stunned on the spot. Without waiting for her to recover, Chiba has left with Koizumi. Seeing Chiba Tanlu's back, Yurihong's heart throbbed. What's the matter with this sense of maturity that is completely incompatible with his appearance and age? Obviously, she is only half of her age, but Yurihong feels inexplicably handsome. What's the matter with Uchiha? Are Uchiha's children so mature? In contrast, Asuma is too naive. If Asuma has half the maturity of Chiba, maybe Yurihong would have been caught early. On the way, Koizumi was a little worried. Brother Chiba, since you know that guy is the son of Naruto, you shouldn't do it, it must be troublesome now. I just hope he won't go home to file a complaint. Hearing that, Chiba felt a little funny. Koizumi thought it was a child fighting to tell the parents. But that's right, now Koizumi is just a 6-year-old girl who doesn't move anything. Whether he tells it or not, Hokage will know. Yes, he will always know. Konoha, how could there be no eyeliner? Not to mention during the war. Umbu will patrol at any time, looking for spies from other villages in the village. Furthermore, Uchiha is also the subject of Umbu surveillance. The moment Chiba approached Asuma, his observation haki captured the presence of other breaths. There are at least 3, it must be Umbu. Not to mention this side. In the Hokage building, in the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, third Hokage, is sorting out the war documents. On the battlefield, he has to pay attention to trends at all times, and at the same time, the stability of the village also needs him to command. The new batch of students is about to enroll, and he has to mark a few key objects of attention. At this moment, the first file placed on the table is named Uchiha Itachi. The son of the Uchiha patriarch, has a strong talent. Uchiha has always been the object of his final attention, especially Uchiha's genius. Before these geniuses grow up, it is what Hokage should do to incorporate them into their own use. Uchiha Shisui is a good example. And the next one might be Uchiha Itachi. Entrance speech, you need to prepare. The inheritance of the will of fire is indispensable. And at this moment, a ninja wearing an Umbu costume and a cat face mask suddenly appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and knelt on one knee. Master Naruto. Say. It's about the Uchiha clan. Chapter 7. The words of Umbu Ninja made Sarutobi Hiruzen frown gradually. Asuma was defeated by the blind Uchiha. Moreover, it seems easy, Asuma has no room to fight back. Although Asuma is rebellious. But, no matter what, it was Chunin who passed his certification. In terms of strength, Asuma has reached the minimum standard to become Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not open the back door for Asuma on this. The sooner you become Chunin, the sooner you face the battlefield. This is not a good thing for Asuma. Because, as Genin, even if he is on the battlefield, he is just a mess. However, it was such Asuma, who was defeated by Chiba as soon as he met him. This can only explain one point. The opponent's strength is far above Asuma. I see, you can withdraw. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. The Umbu ninja disappeared suddenly. For Uchiha Chiba, the blind man of Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen never cared. Because there is no Uchiha of Sharingan, there is nothing to be afraid of. Furthermore, the birth of Chiba was only a tool used by Sarutobi Hiruzen to warn the Uchiha clan. The Senju clan has fallen. Uchiha is the largest family of Konoha. It's right to give beatings and warnings when necessary. It just happened to meet Chiba's birth. Using the blind Uchiha to make a fuss, for Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was just a smooth one. But now it seems. This blind man of the Uchiha clan does not seem simple. Thinking about this, Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe and took a hard sip. After hesitating for a while, he pulled out a piece of paper from the table. Wrote the name of Uchiha Chiba, and Sharingan next to it, and put a question mark on it. What do you think about this? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke suddenly, seeming to be talking to himself. However, his words were answered. Sharingan is everything about Uchiha. With the opening of Sharingan, the strength of the Uchiha clan will be greatly improved. This is inevitable. Coming from the door is a man with a bandage around his right eye. One of Konoha's upper floors, and at the same time Konoha's darkness, Shimura Danzo. Umbu got the news, and his roots will not fail to get the news. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Compared with Umbu, Root has more surveillance on Uchiha. Danzo came to the side of Sarutobi Hiruzen and spoke calmly. This person named Uchiha Chiba has grown up too abnormally. Although before that, there was a precedent for Chunin like Kakashi when he was 6 years old. However, Kakashi was trained in a ninja school after all. The more important reason is that Uchiha Chiba is blind. With this alone, it is impossible to do all of this without having more than 10 times the talent of Kakashi. This abnormal growth rate is already worth noting. Especially the Uchiha clan. After listening to Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath of the pipe and slowly spit it out. Or is it because of Sharingan? Danzo nodded. Inevitable. He was a blind man from birth. There are 2 possibilities. First, it is a natural defect, a physical defect, but now it seems that such a possibility is very small. The second possibility is that Sharingan was turned on when he was still in his mother's stomach, but at that time his young body couldn't bear the strong pupil power, which led to blindness. It is unknown whether this blindness is permanent or temporary. After all, Sharingan still has many unsolved mysteries. If so, his unusual growth rate can be explained. That's right, it's because of Sharingan. Once Sharingan is turned on, what the Uchiha clan gets is more than just powerful dynamic vision. Its speed power chakra, everything will be improved. That is what all ninjas dream of. I can start to study it. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. He is still just a child, an immature child. Even as the Uchiha clan, it can be shaped. He needs the right guidance. Hearing this, Danzo did not speak either. Compared to Chiba, he prefers Uchiha Itachi. Chiba does show extraordinary talent, but the flaws are also fatal. Invisible to the eyes, no matter how talented he is, Danzo's interest has been reduced by more than half. Uchiha Itachi's talent and Sharingan are both visible and tangible. More importantly, he is also the son of the Uchiha patriarch. Holding Uchiha Itachi, it is very possible to hold the future Uchiha clan. For Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen has his own considerations. Although the two are both senior Konoha, they cannot be of one mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen will use Danzo, but also beware of Danzo. This is politics. There are no eternal friends and no eternal enemies. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen called in Umbu. Master Naruto, what's your order? Go and tell Asuma not to go to trouble with Uchiha Chiba. He was actually lost to a child who has not yet enrolled in school. It's shameful. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the Umbu quickly disappeared from the field of vision. Danzo also left quietly. Sarutobi Hiruzen sorted the papers on the desk, took a deep breath, and slowly stood up. He put away his pipe and tidied up his appearance. When he opened the door and walked out of the Hokage office, the seriousness on his face suddenly disappeared, and then he replaced it with a kind expression. It's a far cry from being in the office before. Because what he has to face next is a group of children who don't understand anything and are as pure as paper. Entrance ceremony. Every year, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is Naruto, will inevitably participate. That is the necessary process to teach the will of fire. In order to prevent Konoha's traitors from appearing, this is a necessary brainwashing process. Genius, that must be Konoha's genius. Without exception. Chapter 8. Today's ninja school is destined to be lively. Since second Hokage started to set up a ninja school, and achieved great results. The number of children enrolled every year is constantly increasing. This situation will continue to be maintained. War is a catalyst to promote the development of ninjas, and peacetime is a good time to accumulate the number of ninjas. Only after passing the certification of the ninja school, will they be registered as a ninja of Konoha's record. Because of this, no matter how good you are, if you want to become a ninja, you must go to the ninja school. However, because it is a time of war, therefore, the period of students staying at school will be greatly shortened compared to the peaceful period. For example, when Naruto Sasuke entered school at the age of 6 and graduated at the age of 12, it is impossible in this era. The cycle is too long. The supply of the number of ninjas simply cannot keep up with the consumption of war. In such an era, it is already a long time to stay in school for 3 years. Students of all ethnic groups gathered in the school playground. Many parents are admonishing their children. And there are many children who come alone. Those who came alone, either their parents were fighting on the front line, or they were already killed on the battlefield. War is cruel. You can see from the eyes alone which children's homes have suffered the scourge of war. After the war and pain in the eyes, the innocence that children should have has long since faded. The look in his eyes was either full of ambition or monstrous hatred. Fortunately, none of the Chiba trio is. Koizumi was innocent and innocent. Perhaps he didn't even think of war, but after seeing the war, Itachi took a mouthful of the meaning of life all day long, with a trace of deepness and melancholy. As for Chiba, no one could see his eyes. Chiba took Koizumi and met Itachi here. The gathering of the two attracted the attention of many people around. One is under the deep decree pattern, with an indescribable mature little boy. The other is a blind man with crutches in both hands, just standing there, releasing a kind of murderous air from all over his body. Uchiha's genius and Uchiha's blind. These are two Uchiha celebrities. The former has always been the child of someone else's family. The latter is what everyone talks about after dinner. This is like two people in the sky and the underground, but they have been combined together. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. It is really intriguing. This is the meatball for you. As soon as they met, Chiba handed Itachi a package. After opening, there are 5 bunches of balls lying quietly inside. Mariko is not only a favorite of little girls, Itachi also has a soft spot for it. Seeing this scene, Koizumi blinked curiously. It turns out that the geniuses of the patriarch's family also like to eat this kind of sweets. This is the first time someone said that. Itachi seemed embarrassed and lowered his head. However, his hand honestly took out a bunch of balls and put it in his mouth. No need to answer Itachi. Seeing Itachi's speed with one bite of balls, Koizumi knew that he was also a sweets lover. When Itachi wiped out all the balls, the scene suddenly fell silent. Look in the direction where it calmed down first. A figure slowly walked onto the high platform. Naruto, coming. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen is half like the neighbor's grandfather, showing a kind smile. As if to increase his kindness, he had a pipe dangling from the corner of his mouth, but because the scene was full of children who had not yet enrolled in school, he did not set it alight. If facial expressions can paralyze people's judgment, then Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile will be his best disguise. It seems that he saw the Hokage he had longed for a long time. The child below looked a little excited. The longing in his eyes cannot be hidden. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around and smiled kindly. You are our Konoha's future. Today, once again ushered in the annual entrance ceremony. Before the formal start of the class, I will give you the first class. The name is called the Will of Fire. Where the leaves fly, the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves germinate. Young people are the hope of the future. People of the older generation must trust and guard them. The sacrifice of the older generation is not meaningless, but it will inspire young people to become the pillars of the future. This is the Will of Fire as I understand it. Now, you are still young shoots and need the protection of our older generation. However, you will grow in the future. In the future, you need to create and protect. The annual brainwashing is absolutely indispensable. You may not be good, you may be born dull, but you must be loyal and obedient. No politician in a high position likes to betray. Chiba understands Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior. From the same perspective, Chiba should do the same thing. No one knows what kind of darkness and hideousness lies beneath Sarutobi Hiruzen's hypocritical and kind face. But, who cares? The children below listened with gusto. The longing for Naruto emanating from his eyes became even stronger. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's seemingly erratic eyes fell on Chiba and Itachi, intentionally or unintentionally. Is this the kid back then? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and waved at both of them. It's Uchiha's child, come here. All eyes immediately froze on the two of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and touched their heads, very kind. Everyone should know more or less 5 years ago, he is the child of Uchiha who is invisible. At this moment, Itachi suddenly looked up and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him, thoughtfully. Naruto, what is this? I know there are bad remarks about him in the village, but in my opinion, whether it is Uchiha's children or children of other ethnic groups, they are Konoha's children, and we are all a family. Uchiha, it has never been special. This kid is also a victim. I hope everyone treats him equally. Not only intentionally or unintentionally. While saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Itachi. Naruto is so fraternity. Chapter 9. This sentence seems to be said to Itachi. Yeah, Uchiha has never been special. Uchiha, Konoha is Uchiha, should be a group with each other. While Itachi was stunned, Chiba suddenly raised his head and flicked Itachi's forehead in full view. Itachi, what are you thinking about? It seemed to be aware of Itachi's eyes. A smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Nice look. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to see a familiar figure from Itachi. Those two are not limited to the Uchiha clan, but look at the existence of Konoha. Uchiha Kagami and his descendants, Uchiha Shisui. This is a good start. Perceiving the change in Itachi, Chiba sighed. Can this all be biased? Master Naruto, may ask a question? Chiba stepped out and came to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He leaned on crutches in both hands, just standing quietly, one big and one small, one tall and one short, forming a sharp contrast between each other. Uchiha child, what do you want to say? Sarutobi Hiruzen still has a smile on his face. 5 years ago, when the Uchiha clan took over the fishing boat because of me, why didn't you stand up and say Uchiha was never special? Do you feel wronged? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Although the talent is very good, but it is always a little childish. Ordinary talk after dinner, I think. This is not a fishing boat, since we Konoha are a big family, between each other, this kind of thing, in any clan, you can laugh it off. As for why I want to make a special mention now, it is because you are the center of the discussion. Other adults know the size, but the children in the school don't understand it. This is all for your good. This is all for your good. Chiba is curious about how thick Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is to say this. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen overestimated his personality charm. Also underestimated Chiba's perception of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech is finally over. It's different from Koizumi, who feels a little excited because of Hokage's special attention. Itachi just looked at Chiba blankly. He knows his best friend. He is usually silent. It is impossible for him to ask questions just because of Hokage's 1 or 2 sentences. Moreover, for the so-called fishing boats in the village, Itachi also knows that Chiba has never paid attention to it. And then he was suddenly bounced on his forehead just now. Chiba-san, did you just want to tell me something? Look around. Chiba walked on the path. Itachi immediately circled around. The strange gaze has not diminished because of Hokage's words, but has increased. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Why can a blind Uchiha get the attention of Hokage-sama? Among the crowd, Itachi seemed to hear such a sentence faintly. Itachi, do you know? When a person is wary of or hates something, his words and deeds cannot be hidden. Uchiha, it's never special, this is just farting. Because of Sharingan's existence, Uchiha's particularity cannot be avoided at all. He wants to deny that Uchiha is special, but he tacitly agrees with the so-called different treatment. In the end, it will only make the gap bigger and bigger. It's very dirty and very mean. Tenten advocates freedom and equality in the United States, but racial discrimination has never been reduced. Couchai, it can't solve any problems. What's more, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not intend to solve the problem at all. All he thought about was to hold his position, nothing more. Not to mention this side. Rude. Faced with 2 special Uchihas, Danzo, after all, he couldn't be free. Uchiha Shisui, who he liked last time, was still in Umbu after all, so this time, Danzo wants to get one at least anyway. His roots need a pair of Sharingan. Whether it is to him or to the person in front of him. Aren't you interested in Sharingan? I have a piece of information here. In the cold eyes, there was a look of expectation because of this sentence. Orochimaru walked out of the darkness. Master Danzo, you still have an obsession with Sharingan. No one would reject that kind of power, would they? That's right. No one will refuse, and no one will not yearn for it. Both of them are people who covet Uchiha's power. That's right, but the only thing that can be noticed this time is Uchiha Itachi. That's the child of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. I don't think you can attack him casually. And even if it is a normal solicitation, he will either join the Konoha guard, or he will only enter Umbu. The implication is that your root part is nothing. Danzo just smiled. I'm not talking about Uchiha Itachi. But another Uchiha, his name is Chiba. Orochimaru paused, a little surprised. That kid, isn't he invisible? Because I can't see it, it's worth studying. Uchiha Chiba completely became a celebrity in the ninja school. The invisible Uchiha is already famous enough. And the kindness from Hokage pushed him to the cusp of the storm. Itachi stared at the surrounding eyes silently. Sure enough, as Chiba said. Can Konoha and Uchiha become one? Konoha is Konoha, can Uchiha only be Uchiha? Itachi did not understand. Hokage's behavior seemed to be good, but the result was worse. Open the textbook distributed by the ninja school. Itachi suddenly remembered that Chiba couldn't see it, and he went next to Chiba and said, Chiba-san, let me read it for you. No need. I know what's written on it. The first class. It's called Konoha History. And the first book is called Chronicles of Konoha. Opening Chapter 1. Konoha is the strongest Hokage, third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this chapter, all the great achievements of Sarutobi Hiruzen are recorded. It's exactly the same as Shirahong. And the second chapter is called Konoha's Establishment. Everything about Uchiha was taken in one stroke. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is a politician. From history, erase Uchiha. Chapter 10. Yurihong was puzzled. One day passed, and there was still no news about the assault of the son of Naruto. That's the son of Hokage. He was put a knife against his neck, and even cut his skin, leaving blood. However, there is no subsequent text and wind. Even the person involved, Sarutobi Asuma, did not take any action. It's incredible. Shirahong knows herself well as a contemporaneous suitor. Do your own way, unruly. Uchiha Chiba made him lose face, it is impossible for him to swallow this breath. Revenge on the same day is the most normal development in Shirahong's view. However, it was too quiet. Girls tend to mature earlier than boys. She recalled what Chiba had said to her. The more perfect, the more he can't tolerate the stain, even if the stain is small. Is it really so? After thinking about it, Shirahong saw the suitor dangling beside her again. Sarutobi Asuma. Red, do you still want to eat meatballs today? I have a treat. Hong didn't answer, just looking at Asuma very confused. What happened yesterday seems to have never happened. Or is he already looking for Uchiha Chiba in private? Did you do anything to that invisible Uchiha kid? Hearing that, Asuma's complexion froze. That expression is more uncomfortable than eating shit. Why? Why? Why did Hong especially advance that damn Uchiha blind man? Sure enough, it was because I was too embarrassed. Obviously, I let go of the cruel words you wait for me, but in the end I didn't do anything. Will this be hated by the red? The dim old man is just a blind Uchiha, why don't you trouble him yourself? I don't know how to use any tricks. The last time I was at the meatball shop was just my carelessness. As long as you get serious, how could that kind of blind Uchiha be your opponent? It's very angry. The more I think about it, the more angry. Now that Hong especially mentioned it in front of her, she became even more angry. At this moment, Hong was very puzzled. She looked at Asuma with constipation and was stunned. I just asked casually, you just need to answer yes or no, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Why do you show such a constipation expression? Did you do it or not? Hong hurriedly asked, wanting to know the exact answer. And this question? It was like a knife stuck in Asuma's heart. No, this place must be found back. The old man's advice? FK. I just want to teach that Uchiha kid. Swallowing sound has never been my style. You wait for me, Red. I'll be back soon. Asuma spoke to Red very formally, with a look of excitement on his face. His black face was flushed by him, just as if he was beaten with blood. Without waiting for Xiahong to post, Asuma ran away, leaving Xiahong messy in the wind. So, did Asuma retaliate? I just want to know the answer. Why is it so difficult? Not to mention this side. Inside the training ground of Konoha Oyama, Chiba and Itachi looked at each other. They are far beyond the strength of their peers and they don't think there is anything to learn in a ninja school. At this time, Shadow Clone became their best disguise. For Itachi and Chiba, the Jonin school is just part of the establishment of Konoha Shinobi. Itachi wants to catch up with Chiba. At the same time, he also wants to go to the battlefield, knowing what a ninja is and what is the meaning of life. Stop class on the first day of school. It's not like your style, Itachi. With Shadow Clone, it won't be discovered. And I don't think what the school teaches can be compared to our training. With that said, Itachi took out a handful of kunao from the ninja bag and looked at Chiba with a very serious attitude. And Chiba just stood there quietly. He was leaning on crutches in both hands, and his eyes were covered with black cloth strips. Just standing there, it releases Ruiao's murderous air. In this case, let's start. Then. Chiba-san, you have to be careful. The moment it was finished, Itachi moved. At this moment, Itachi exploded with a terrifying speed, and the instantaneous explosion was far from being able to make a 5-year-old child. As expected of Uchiha Fugaku's son. He has a strong fighting talent. In the grass next to it, a small white snake stuck his tongue out and watched all this silently. Rumor has it that Fugaku was taken to the battlefield by Fugaku when he was 4 years old. And when a rock shinobi ninja suddenly attacked at close range, Itachi directly cut the opponent's throat. That is the instinct of fighting, the talent of horror. Now it seems that it is not a rumor. Itachi's talent was even more terrifying than Orochimaru had imagined. Following the change of his right hand, Itachi threw 3 shurikens in an instant, but the direction was not pointing towards Chiba. It seemed that Itachi had missed the shot. However, shortly afterwards, Itachi fired 3 shurikens again. This time kunao was faster than before. The shurikens behind caught up with the front, and there was a metal collision between each other. The little white snake was startled. The impact of the shuriken changed the trajectory. The 6 shurikens that had deviated from their trajectory actually fired at Chiba from 6 different directions. What a clever shuriken technique! Can you achieve this level without opening Sharingan? The terrible Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi's talent is probably still higher than Uchiha Shisui. However, this time Orochimaru's observation object is not Uchiha Itachi, but his opponent at the moment, Uchiha Chiba. So, how will Uchiha Chiba, who can't see anything as his opponent and his own object of observation, deal with it? Chiba still leaned on crutches in both hands, standing quietly in place. It seems to be waiting for the arrival of the sword in his hand. The 6 shurikens flew almost at the same time. 360 degrees have no dead ends. If you don't avoid it, there will be no chance. Chiba still didn't move. Is it overreacting? Still have absolute confidence in yourself? Soon, the white snake saw the answer. The instant the cane sword was unsheathed, 6 knives were cut out. Terrible swordsmanship. Chapter 11. That is the swordsmanship that even Orochimaru, who is one of the Konoha Sunin, would be surprised. He slashed 6 knives in an instant, and the whole process was smooth and flowing, without the slightest sluggishness. Too fluent. It's almost impossible from a 5-year-old child's hands. The last time I saw this technology was during the Second Ninja World War. Heitake Shumao used the Heitake swordsmanship to dominate the world of ninja, so many people were frightened by the news. Is it possible that this Uchiha Chiba has the height of Heitake's swordsmanship? This moment, Orochimaru somewhat understood Danzo's reason for letting him observe Chiba. Being able to have such swordsmanship is already amazing enough. More importantly, Chiba was a blind man. It is unimaginable difficulty to reach such a height as a blind person. However, it appeared in Chiba's body. This growth rate is too abnormal. At this speed, Heitake Kakashi, who is known as the ultimate genius, seems a bit mediocre. The reason lies in his eyes. The increase that Sharingan brings to the Uchiha clan is terrifying. Uchiha Shisui is a good example. After getting Sharingan, his strength has increased almost exponentially, and he also has the name of Shimmering Shisui Megatron. That is to say, maybe his Sharingan is not a congenital defect, but the burden of blindness after opening his eyes. In this way, as his body grows, there may be hope of regaining light. Sharingan, what an interesting thing. Chiba-san, there is another reason to observe you. The battle between the two continues. It can be seen that Uchiha Itachi wants to keep a distance from Chiba. After seeing Chiba's swordsmanship just now, the White Snake affirmed Itachi's judgment. With that kind of swordsmanship, fighting with Chiba is bound to be extremely dangerous. The only way to deal with Chiba is to use mid to long range shuriken or ninjutsu. This can not only seal the opponent's best swordsmanship. Moreover, it can also disrupt Chiba's judgment of attack on Itachi. That's right, the White Snake naturally thinks that Chiba judges Itachi's attack based on his voice and chakra. For the ninja, there are only these two ways to lose the light. In the eyes of Little White Snake, Chiba must be an extremely good perception ninja. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Chiba's observation haki has already seen everything through. Even the little snake hidden in the grass has long been noticed. The dense clusters of shurikens flew towards Chiba, very fast and at very tricky angles. However, all the shurikens were shot down by Chiba. When Itachi releases the shuriken faster and faster, and more, in the end only dense trajectories can be seen in the air. The little white snake was completely messed up. Read more at hotemtelnovel.xyz. After all, he underestimated the two Uchiha children. This is, how do you fat for? What happened to the abnormal number of shuriken throws? Even though Uchiha Itachi, the shuriken comparable to the seal scroll is exaggerated, but it is still within the scope of understanding. But, what the hell is Uchiha Chiba? The densely packed shurikens were shot down by Chiba with great precision. You are blind. You can't see it. Shuriken technique is not like a ninjutsu attack, it cannot be perceived by chakra. In other words, Chiba can only judge by sound. With such a density of shuriken attacks, how good is his hearing to do this? Too frightening. Good guy. Danzo, I didn't expect you to send me a monster. A veritable monster. The knife in Chiba's hand is getting faster and faster. When the last knife was swung down, a blade of light was clearly drawn out of the air. Before the sword was lighted, all the shurikens were bounced off. That is sword pressure. The little white snake is messy. Chiba's swordsmanship has reached a terrifying point. The speed and strength are lacking because of the limitation of his physical ability. However, in terms of technology, if there is no research for several years, I am afraid that it will not reach such a level. As expected to be Chiba-san, still an impeccable defense. Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly. The moment Chiba pulled out the knife light, seized the neutral moment at this moment. He made the seal with both hands extremely fast, took a deep breath, and exhaled suddenly. Fire-style great fireball technique. In an instant, a huge ball of fire flew towards Chiba. Seeing this, the white little snake in the grass dodges quickly, fearing that it will be affected. He wants to see the end of this competition. At the same time, I also look forward to what Chiba will use to crack ninjutsu. However, at this time, Chiba just slowly put away his crutch knife. Do you want to avoid it? The white snake was puzzled. And the next moment, Chiba's movements changed. He lowered his body slightly, placed the crutch sword on his waist, and stroked the hilt with his right hand. Itachi, you have to be careful with this trick. Come on, Chiba-san. The final battle is on the verge of breaking out. The moment the great fireball descended, the little white snake saw Chiba disappear instantly. With the whistling of a sword, Chiba's figure reappeared. However, at this moment, he has reached the other side of the great fireball, still keeping his hand stroking the knife. However, the great fireball behind him was directly divided into two. That's Juhazan. The white little snake is already paralyzed. Aizen, that is an advanced skill in swordsmanship. Gives the opponent a slashing effect with a high speed of drawing a sword. Draw the sword, slash, and close the sword, everything is in a blink of an eye. The white little snake spit out his tongue slightly, and the horror in his heart could not be smoothed out. Chiba-san, you are such a treasure. There is a big secret hidden in his eyes, it must be Uchiha's big secret. He must know. While thinking about it, Uchiha Itachi suddenly fell from the sky, holding Kunao in his hand, and slashed towards Chiba. The little white snake was taken aback. Is Itachi's attack not over yet? However, the outcome has been determined. In close combat, Itachi can't be Chiba's opponent with this kind of swordsmanship. And at this moment, an angry voice suddenly cut through the sky. Uchiha Chiba, I have been looking for you for a long time. The discussion between the two was interrupted. The little white snake also looked in the direction of the sound. That is, teacher's child. Sarutobi Asuma. Chapter 12. Sarutobi Asuma is the son of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was the child born when 3rd Hokage was at the strongest position in Konoha. From the perspective of others, it is the official 2nd generation who was born with a golden key. Orochimaru's impression of him is nothing more than that. The mediocre appearance, mediocre physique, and mediocre talent. Such a person, among the general population, Orochimaru may not take a second look. It is a pity that he has a father who is not mediocre. Perhaps it is the overloving of his youngest son, Sarutobi Asuma's own way, even Orochimaru has heard of it. Fighting against the father who gave everything to yourself seems to be a common problem in the 2nd generation of officials. In the rebellious period, Asuma was very dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's discipline. For example, now, Sarutobi Asuma has come to trouble Uchiha Chiba. Orochimaru didn't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen had for the 2 Uchiha children. However, according to his understanding of his teacher, it is Sarutobi Hiruzen's style to instill the so-called will of fire into them and make them a genius belonging to Konoha. Therefore, getting these 2 Uchiha children to feel good about themselves is the most common method used by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Obviously, at this moment, Sarutobi Asuma is running counter to his father. Teacher. It looks like Asuma is a major failure in your life. There have been many failures in Sarutobi Hiruzen's life. The butcher knife swung against the Senju clan finally caused Tsunade to leave. And that hypocritical style eventually made Jiraiya discouraged. Konoha Sunin was the only one left behind. As for the reason why I still stay in this village, maybe I can still explore the so-called meaning of life here. Sunin's departure and Konoha's decline, in Orochimaru's view, are not Sarutobi Hiruzen's failures in the true sense. Because, from his perspective, Konoha's strength has indeed declined, but his position of Hokage has become stronger. The power of those in power is more concentrated. Isn't this a success? Forget it. Is this a failure? Let's count it for the time being. However, the existence of Sarutobi Asuma made Orochimaru watch Sarutobi Hiruzen's jokes at this moment. Teacher, in your shrewd life, you did not expect to make mistakes in your children. It's ridiculous, but also very sad. For Sarutobi Asuma's provocation, the ending is doomed. This kind of mediocre ninja is not even a stepping stone in front of these 2 Uchiha children. This is after Naruto. However, Orochimaru is happy to watch his teacher's joke. He also wanted to see the end of this farce. Now, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Accompanied by Asuma's yelling, he thought he was very handsome. The battle between Chiba and Itachi came to an end because of the appearance of Asuma. Looking back at the incredible Sarutobi Asuma, Itachi glanced at Chiba. Chiba-kun, this is brushing sound. Chiba put away the cane sword, and said calmly. It's okay, it's the beam you formed before. Itachi, you should go back first. I'll take care of things here a little bit. Itachi looked at Chiba and then at Sarutobi Asuma. Can't help but worry a little. He knows each other. That is the son of Naruto. Chiba-kun has a conflict with the son of Naruto? Why is it the son of Naruto? Konoha and Uchiha are not at the same level. Chiba-san, do you need it? As for Itachi, Chiba waved his hand before speaking. It's okay, if you can't see the form, don't get involved. Can't see clearly? Can't see what? Is Konoha and Uchiha related? Uchiha Itachi thoughtfully. He really wants to help Chiba. This is not an aid in strength. Strength, he recognizes Chiba, what strength Asuma, he does not know, but Chiba is unlikely to lose, he has such confidence. Itachi can't imagine Chiba losing. It's just that due to the identity of the other party, if he is the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Chiba may not suffer. Itachi, he was wrong after all. Chiba never considered the identity of the other side's son of Naruto. After hesitating for a moment, Itachi could only nod his head. Really, I get it. Chiba-san. Before leaving, Itachi spoke subconsciously. What's happening? Start lightly. I have a sense of measure and will not die. The calm conversation angered Sarutobi Asuma who had heard all this. What does it mean to start lightly? I'm Konoha's Chunin. It was Chunin who was approved by Naruto. You are just students at the ninja school, do you think you are going to eat me? Sarutobi Asuma, who has been completely dominated by anger, did not analyze the reason why Chiba was instantly suppressed at the Mariko shop last time. In his opinion, it was just his carelessness, the other party's sneak attack, and the presence of Uruhong. He couldn't stretch his hands and feet. The wise man looks for his own reason, while the fool blames it on the outside world. Sarutobi Asuma, extremely ignorant. Uchiha Chiba, you don't have to worry about my identity. Asuma looked at Chiba angrily. The anger in his chest couldn't be released, and he couldn't calm down at all. This is a bad habit that he has been spoiled all year round. Because of the existence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he always thinks that the center of the world is himself. He never knows what is forbearance and tolerance. I will not use the identity of an old man to suppress you, and this battle, regardless of the outcome, he cannot know. You can do it, I want you to know that I am better than you. Chiba stood on the spot quietly, leaning on crutches in both hands. He faced Sarutobi Asuma calmly. You are wrong, Sarutobi Asuma, no matter what the outcome is, your old man will know. Also, your old man should have told you, so you don't want to trouble me. But you still show up, why? Because of face? Or is it because of a woman? In an instant, Sarutobi Asuma's inner weakness was poked by Chiba. The ignited anger cannot be easily extinguished at all. Because I am better than you. Chapter 13. Because I am better than you. This sentence made the white little snake watching next to him amused. Although Asuma's strength is not weak, it is definitely not the top in the same class. Not to mention, even the top genius of his class, Hatake Kakashi, is unlikely to be Chiba's opponent at the same age. No, needless to say Chiba, even Itachi Kakashi should not be able to beat. This is the truth. Such a pity. Sarutobi Asuma, even his father Sarutobi Hiruzen's only advantage forbearance has not been able to learn. The cheating mouth high was quite deceptive to oneself. It's another farce. The little white snake stuck out his tongue, lacking in interest. But Asuma, judging from her expression, she became more and more excited. He took out a handful of kunao from his ninja bag and made a fighting pose. Uchiha Chiba, draw your sword. This time, I will let you see my true strength. However, Chiba did not move. It seems that there is no plan to draw the sword. He just stood there quietly with a cane in both hands. Ah, you seem to have misunderstood. Chiba spoke. The reason why you drew your knife last time was because your second-hand smoke smelled bad. But, that doesn't mean that you are qualified to let me draw the sword. This sentence is not very harmful, but it is extremely insulting. The other party didn't seem to pay attention to himself at all. What do you mean by this? Do you want me to be so blunt? Meaning, you are too bad, I can easily defeat you without drawing a knife, even if I am a blind man. Really, in that case, don't blame me for bullying you, the blind man. The moment after saying this sentence, Asuma directly threw the kunao in his hand. The speed of the galloping is almost close to Chiba's forehead. Asuma knows naturally. It's a mere misfortune, of course it can't be Chiba. Although the other party is a blind man, the explosive power shown in the Mariko shop yesterday also let Asuma know that Chiba is not an ordinary blind man. Therefore, almost the moment he threw kunao, his hands began to seal. He wants to end the battle with ninjutsu as soon as possible, so as to wash away the humiliation he received yesterday. Although using ninjutsu to deal with Chiba, the blind man, Asuma felt it was too much. However, as long as victory is on the line, where does the meanness come from? This is his usual style. However, he incorrectly estimated Chiba's strength. As soon as he finished one seal, he was interrupted by a crutch before the second seal was formed. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. With a snap. It was a blow that Asuma couldn't recognize. The tingling from his right wrist instantly awakened him from his fantasy. When he came back to his senses, Chiba had come to him like a ghost. What? Chiba leaned on a cane, and just a blink of an eye reduced the distance to the shortest. There was no time for Asuma to react at all. Just now, did you want Jian? Looking at the first seal, it seems to be fire style. Is it your Sarutobi clan's most adept Hoenn technique? Unfortunately, Jian's speed is too slow. It's not even 1/5 the speed of Itachi. This is also Chunin. Chiba ridiculed, leaving no face to Asuma at all. Then, the raised crutches hit Asuma's face directly, knocking it into the air. While being knocked into the air, Asuma was messed up. Just now, his Juin was interrupted? How did he come to me in a sealed time? Is this guy really blind? At this moment, countless horrified thoughts popped up in Asuma's mind. And this kind of thought, at the moment of landing, was defeated in smoke because of the severe pain. He wanted to stand up in the first place. However, Chiba's crutches had reached his throat. The strong sense of suffocation directly stopped him from standing up, and he could only sleep on the ground, looking straight at Chiba's body standing in front of him. At this moment, in front of Asuma, Chiba is like an insurmountable gap. What happened in the Mariko shop yesterday has been reproduced today. The difference is that Chiba still used the knife at himself yesterday. Today, it is directly replaced with a cane. This will eventually become his terrible nightmare. Chiba calls it psychological shadows. Do you want to continue? Chiba spoke calmly. There is no woman you like present today, no matter how embarrassed it is, it doesn't matter. I can't see it anyway. What did you say? Asuma was stunned. This sentence hit the soul directly and touched his last psychological defense. To put it nicely is called self-esteem, and to put it awkwardly, it is called vanity. Nothing, forget about it. Next moment. Chiba's indifferent attitude completely defeated Asuma's psychological defense. Asuma stood up from the ground silently, and escaped as quickly as possible without even looking at Chiba. Chiba was still holding a cane in his hand, and when he noticed Asuma's departure, he shook his head. Is it broken? After all, the psychological quality is too bad. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been so well protected by Sarutobi Hiruzen for more than 10 years. Pampered and rebellious. This is all used to it. Both are the sons of Naruto. Naruto and Asuma are totally two treatments. This is how Sarutobi Hiruzen acts. Asuma really broke down. At that moment, he only felt that his brain was blank, and when he waited to recover, he had fled the scene long ago. At this moment, he felt that his spirit was defeated. No woman you like is present today, no matter how embarrassed it is, it doesn't matter. Chiba's words still echoed in his ears. Then. Asuma, what did you rush to do just now? That is the red voice. Yurihong was worried, so she followed. However, he was not worried about Asuma, but worried that Asuma would really retaliate. However, when Yurihong saw the embarrassed Asuma and the wound on his face, she knows. Asuma went anyway. Moreover, it seems to have been defeated again. Simultaneously, the boy named Sarutobi Asuma, his heart collapsed completely. To kill, but also to punish the heart. Chapter 14. How did Asuma escape from Yurihong? He didn't want to recall it so far. At this moment, only Chiba's understatement still echoed in his ears. No woman you like is present today, no matter how embarrassed it is, it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, Shirihong still knows. What a shame. Asuma has never been as embarrassed as he is today, that kind of self-confidence, he even wished he could find a crack in the ground immediately and get in. The double blow from Chiba and Yurihong completely broke Asuma. And it really gave Asuma the last blow. Is his father? What suddenly appeared in front of Asuma was an Umbu ninja. The cat face mask is the best proof. Asuma, Master Naruto invites you to meet him at the Hokage building. At this moment, Asuma is still in the psychological shadow of Chiba, ready to deal with it twice. I know, I'll go again later. However, the Umbu ninja stopped him. Asuma was very upset inside. I've said it, I'll go again later. Sorry, the order I got is that Master Naruto asks you to go right now, please don't embarrass me. Huh, that damn old man, he has too much control. The Umbu ninja is not interested in hearing Asuma complain. He shot instantly, bound Asuma's hands and feet at an extremely fast speed, and then held it against his shoulders. What are you going to do? Quickly let me down. Sorry, offended. After finishing talking, the Umbu carried Asuma with one hand and made a seal with one hand, and immediately disappeared in the same place. When he reappeared, Umbu carrying Asuma had already arrived at the Hokage building. After passing through the secret door, Umbu ninja loosened Asuma and pushed him directly into the Naruto office. Asuma was furious. You wait for me? It's still the cruel words. However, at this time, it came out from Asuma's mouth, but it was a bit less sharp. Asuma cursed, and when he looked up, he saw third Hokage standing by the window and looking into the distance. He was also his own father, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Asuma and his father were a little bit off. However, when he really faced his father, Asuma was still a little confused. Because, before that, Sarutobi Hiruzen told him not to trouble Chiba. At the same time, he also knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was the most angry when he was silent. The silence at this moment, like death, made Asuma feel more tormented. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Sarutobi Hiruzen still stood quietly by the window, not knowing where he was looking. With a pipe in his mouth, he kept smoking, and the office was filled with smoke. The length of silence seems to represent the degree of anger of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Asuma knew that this time, his old man was really angry. Asuma. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice broke the silence. He turned his head and took the pipe from his mouth. The cigarette was burnt out. He knocked on the ashtray and then sat on his seat. What did I say to you before? Do you remember? Remember? What is it? Don't trouble Uchiha Chiba. Hearing that, Sarutobi Hiruzen tactically leaned back and smiled coldly. That's it, do you remember? So, how did you do it? I went anyway. The reason? I can listen to you explain. I can't swallow this breath. So, have you swallowed it now? Asuma was silent. How could it be swallowed? Instead of swallowing this breath, Asuma's heart has a psychological shadow. Now that he thought of Chiba, he felt an inexplicable fear. That is unavoidable shudder. I've told you before. If you want to do big things, you have to be calm, and you have to be dazzled because of a woman. You really didn't realize the difference in strength between you and Uchiha Chiba. Didn't I find it? Asuma asked himself. Maybe not, maybe I found out, but I can't admit it. You did 3 things wrong this time. First, I want to show myself in front of the woman I like. That's right, but it's too much. Second, you miscalculated the strength gap between yourself and Chiba. You should have discovered it the first time you were in the Mariko shop. Third, after I remind you, you still go to him for trouble. This is fatal. This is embarrassing yourself, and it's also making me trouble. This is very unfavorable for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who wants to pull Chiba into his own power. However, through this incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen at least knows how powerful Chiba really is. This makes Sarutobi Hiruzen want him even more. Even without Sharingan, Chiba is the only genius among Uchiha. If you are a genius, you cannot stay in Uchiha. This is almost common sense for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Perhaps I have been too kind to you over the years, too lax. The moment Asuma heard this, Asuma's pupils shrank and his eyes widened. After this incident, you just... Before Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, Asuma exploded. What do you know? What does it mean to be too good to me? When did you control me? In your world, it's always a village, always discussing Uchiha. Is Uchiha so special? You don't know anything at all. Do you think it's good for me to find the best ninjutsu teacher for me? Go to him, oh shit. I'm fed up with you, old man. Asuma's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen frown. Asuma, you better not annoy me. I am Hokage, I manage the entire village, the entire Konoha. Really? Then you can manage your village properly, I will handle my affairs myself. After speaking, Asuma snatched the door angrily. Originally, Yurihong and Chiba's blow to Asuma was enough. And his father Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him the final blow. This is called crush the last straw of the camel. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed as he looked at Asuma, who robbed the door. That was his own son after all, and said to Umbu, who was hiding in the dark. Go and watch him, don't let him happen. More importantly, don't let him intensify the conflict with Uchiha Chiba. Asuma, in the future, you will understand me. Chapter 15. The farce is over after all. For the final result, the White Snake was not surprised. Sarutobi Asuma, from beginning to end, is just taking his own humiliation. Those who don't understand the situation will always end up like this. The White Snake and the Little Snake are still observing Chiba. At this moment, he noticed something was wrong. As Orochimaru, who came over from the war, the feeling of being stared at, he will never perceive wrong. When the Little White Snake reacted, the head of the snake had already been chopped off. Although Orochimaru has always been confident in his ability to sneak. However, now he also has to admit a fact. He seems to have been exposed. The little white snake that was beheaded did not fall down. Instead, from the place where the head was beheaded, a number of huge snake heads emerged. It's not a snake anymore, it's a python. The head of the attached python turned into an arm at some point. The snake's head was lightning fast, and it struck Chiba in an instant. Shulking Snake Hand. However, these pythons had already been dismantled before they got close to Chiba. Since you have just seen me in Itachi, you should understand that this kind of thing is beyond my sword. Orochimaru. Not only was he discovered, he was also identified. Obviously he is the observer, but at this moment, his identity seems to be reversed. However, Orochimaru was not irritated, but licked his lips instead. His pale face revealed an inexplicable excitement. So, Chiba-san, have you spotted me long ago? That's right, you can't see it, but you can suppress that genius Uchiha Itachi in battle. If you don't have this level of perception, you would be too sorry for your talent. Orochimaru recovered the decapitated python and walked to Chiba with ease. This is the first time that Orochimaru has observed Chiba so closely. And this time, he also confirmed. Chiba is really invisible. Therefore, he became more and more convinced that Chiba's secret should be hidden in his pair of invisible Sharingan. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Also, you just opened Itachi. It seems that it was not because of Asuma. That time. Orochimaru also felt strange. Chiba hit Asuma, just 1 or 2 moves, and it is true. Asuma didn't even last a round. So, does Itachi's departure or not, does it matter? Don't say anything. Asuma is the son of Naruto. Itachi may represent Uchiha, but the second generation of waste officials like Asuma cannot represent Sarutobi Hiruzen. Under such circumstances, Chiba let Itachi leave, and there will be only one explanation. Chiba, he didn't want to let himself be in contact with Itachi. Even if he faced it alone, Orochimaru could only think of one reason for wanting to spread Itachi. Itachi has something that Chiba doesn't. Sharingan. Thinking of this, Orochimaru smiled. Chiba-san, you seem to know me very well. I will pay special attention to the existence of potential enemies that may become enemies. Hearing this, Orochimaru put away his hostility instead. At this moment, facing Chiba, he is more of appreciation. Although he regards Chiba as a research object, this does not deny the charm of Chiba's personality at the moment. Really, but... In fact, I am not your enemy. Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled. It's true, but I can't call the person who monitors me secretly as a friend. You should take advantage of the black and high winds and take advantage of a few playful children in a place invisible to third Hokage as experimental subjects. Instead of wasting time on me, a blind man. Oh, by the way, it should be Danzo who asked you to monitor me. After all, without Sharingan, I shouldn't have attracted your attention at first. As Chiba said, it was Orochimaru's weakness. This series of secrets that can never be disclosed can be regarded as Orochimaru's handle. This is the reason why Chiba directly exposed Orochimaru as soon as he came up. Being targeted by Orochimaru, regardless of the original reason. After all, it is impossible to get rid of it. Instead of passively accepting Orochimaru's observations, it is better to directly play the cards in your hand. You see, I hold your handle in my hand. If you want to move me, just wait to blow up. Orochimaru's words with such a threatening tone might not take it to heart. But his research on his immortality was not completed after all. He also needs to stay in Konoha to continue his experiments. Chiba-san, you are so cruel. Is it cruel? I don't think so. The trouble has come to the door. There is no reason to hide the cards. Like Asuma, he hits the door. Do you think I have the possibility of being merciful? Chiba spread his hands. Everything seemed natural. Really? But, you finally let go of Asuma. It's not as if there is no mercy. Mr. Orochimaru, do you know? Killing can be divided into 2 types. One is to end his life, and the other is called Zuexien. Break him down mentally, make him look at himself in a daze, and detour when he sees himself. This doesn't make his subordinates show mercy. Sarutobi Asuma, after all, is the son of Naruto. Chiba couldn't really kill him. Moreover, such a small friction is completely inadequate to kill people. Although Asuma was angry, Chiba's observation haki still failed to capture a clear killing intent. It's just a 12-year-old kid who is jealous in front of a woman he likes. How can there be so many fights? Speaking of killing intent. What was revealed from Orochimaru at that moment was real. However, Orochimaru could not start. Chiba, after all, is the target Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to win, and Orochimaru also yearns for Chiba's secret. It looks like your preparation is very adequate. Then, I have a proposal. Chapter 16. When Chiba perceives Orochimaru by his side, he knew that this hideous snake couldn't get rid of easily. That was Orochimaru, the #1 research madman in the Naruto world. Sharingan's fiery molecule. Sharingan is blind, full of talent. How could he give up easily? At this moment, Orochimaru made his proposal. Then, I have a proposal. Become my research material, I will help you restore the light. After contacting Chiba, Orochimaru was almost certain that the cause of Chiba's blindness was due to the body's inability to withstand Sharingan's pupil power. Only in this way can Chiba's heaven-defying talent be explained. This is very worthy of research and will help to dig deeper in Sharingan's secrets. Unfortunately, everyone was wrong. Chiba's talent has never come from his Sharingan. It's his system. Not to mention that the secrets in one's body cannot be disclosed. Even if Orochimaru could really regain the light, Chiba couldn't agree to him. Mr. Orochimaru, I think you seem to be wrong. I don't yearn for the light. It's also a blessing to not look at things. After all, there are too many dirty and nasty people in the world. I can't deny this. Orochimaru spread his hands. But, often dirty and nasty people can go to the end. Even if you don't agree, I will follow you. Uchiha Chiba, me, but Orochimaru. In the eyes of Orochimaru of this era, there is only scientific research. He wants immortality, he wants Sharingan. This almost became his obsession. Eternal life, he barely completed it by means of immortal rebirth. However, Sharingan is Orochimaru's eternal regret. In the original book, he failed to get Itachi and Sasuke. The deviation of the world line caused Orochimaru to point the finger at Chiba again. Really? In that case, Mr. Orochimaru, I welcome anytime. Chiba, never afraid of Orochimaru. His perfect level of observation haki can even predict the future. No matter what method Orochimaru uses to approach Chiba, he will always know one step in advance. This is where Chiba's confidence lies. Chiba, as a traverser, never takes a slant sword. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Never take a risk. Things are not out of control. And his blind status and young age are the best disguise. Who knows that a blind man can predict the future? Also, you have to be careful, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru kindly reminded. Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled. He is your teacher. Teacher? That's the ridiculous teacher. Orochimaru thought it was funny. In the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, there are only useful and useless, and controllable and uncontrollable. Prior to this, Orochimaru had always been the strongest candidate for 4th Hokage. However, when Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Orochimaru was a little out of his control, Orochimaru knew that he and 4th Hokage had no chance. Even now, he still has a voice in the village. But Orochimaru knew that it wouldn't be him anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen never wanted to choose 4th Hokage, but just a puppet. He doesn't need to break away from Konoha-sunin, all he needs is an obedient dog. But wasn't it Sarutobi Hiruzen who set himself out of control? His suspicion, his design, his conspiracy. The departure of Tsunade and Jiraiya has proved a lot. In the end, the remaining self was just a chance. You are Uchiha after all. I don't want you to be ruined in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. Instead of doing this, it's better to become my research material. At this moment, Orochimaru seemed to think of something in general, and said blankly. Chiba-kun, are you interested in being a betrayal? For this problem, Chiba is not surprised, but the timing is not right. Too early. Or Orochimaru is too impatient. Mr. Orochimaru, is this your escape route for yourself? Retreat? Maybe for this village, I don't know how far you see it, but I am blinded, because the darkness has been shrouding it all the time. Upon hearing this, Chiba laughed. So, you are too persuaded. Orochimaru looked at Chiba in surprise. Me? Too embarrassed. He has survived World War II and also participated in 3 wars, and the number of times he wandered on the edge of life and death can't be counted. However, the critics I got from Chiba are actually too embarrassing. Isn't it? Since you are blinded by the darkness, then, dispel the darkness and become a betrayal? Who is betrayed? Konoha or Naruto? These two things. You, Orochimaru, have you ever trusted? Have you trusted it? Maybe, but how long has it been since then? Orochimaru didn't remember it long ago. However, when such a sharp question came out of a 5-year-old child, Orochimaru could only hate his own narrowness and lament Chiba's vision. Obviously the eyes cannot see, but he seems to see the farthest. How can such a thing be said from the mouth of a 5-year-old child? You are really special. This is Orochimaru's evaluation of Chiba. It's like seeing my favorite treasure. Orochimaru just wanted to take care of it carefully, for fear of being crushed. Although Chiba is stronger than he thought, he is only 5 years old after all. Being in the Uchiha clan, he couldn't face the torrent of Konoha. The darkness will swallow him sooner or later. At that time, it was the time when his Orochimaru got Chiba. Chiba-san, you, sooner or later will come to me. It's not that I want you. It's Konoha, I must not tolerate you. Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot tolerate the existence of Uchiha with this kind of thinking. However, at this time, a figure appeared in an untimely place. Uchiha Chiba, and Orochimaru-sama. Yurihong looked at the two strangely. I don't understand why these two people can walk together. It's just that she didn't notice it at all. Orochimaru's gaze towards her was so terrible and full of murderous intent. Chapter 17. Here, there is a lost little sheep. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, showing a cruel smile. He never concealed his desires. Killing intent, will not lie. And Orochimaru, there is no hiding. However, Shirahong did not perceive the danger at all. Whether or not she heard the conversation between Chiba and Orochimaru, Orochimaru could not tolerate her. Because, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't trust him anymore. And Chiba, is the genius Sarutobi Hiruzen wants. Orochimaru didn't want the news of his contact with Chiba to reach Sarutobi Hiruzen. It just so happens that today's experimental body has not yet arrived, and now, there is it. The instant shot did not give Shirahong a chance to react. Yurihong, who is good at illusion, has a weakness in physique. Faced with Orochimaru's killing intent and surprise attack, how could she have reacted? When she reacted, a white python had strangled her neck. The obvious killing intent was only felt when Shirahong was close at hand. Too frightening. This is the smell of death. Yurihong didn't know the reason why he was attacked by Orochimaru. The opponent is the famous Konoha Sunin, Konoha's pride. Why would he suddenly attack him? Just saw Asuma leave with injuries, she just wanted to come over and see what happened. She wanted to know if Asuma went to Chiba. And what Chiba said at the meatball shop before is true. This is just driven by curiosity. And curiosity can kill a cat. The strong sense of suffocation gradually deprived Shirahong of consciousness. Just when it was about to be lost, a flash of swordlight pulled Shirahong back from the threat of death. Chiba held a cane sword in front of Yurihong and cut off Orochimaru's attack. The disappearing and empty sense of suffocation made Yurihong instantly irrigated by air. She breathed the air greedily, and for the first time in her life, the air was so sweet. Looking at Chiba in front of him, Orochimaru smiled. Chiba-san, are you the kind of nosy person? Not really, just had a face-to-face with her. In other words, do you want to protect her? Orochimaru spoke casually, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. I admire you, but it doesn't mean I will let her go. What happens after that, I don't care, but, now I keep her. Chiba leaned on crutches in both hands, and spoke calmly. Orochimaru looked at Chiba, then at Chiba, and finally spread his hands with a smile. Really, since that's the case, let you be self-willed once who will let you be the gem I want. After speaking, Orochimaru left. Chiba knew that Orochimaru was called by Danzo. However, at this moment, it was not Danzo who really focused on himself, but Orochimaru. For Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, what they really want is Itachi. After all, the identity of the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan lies here. Chiba is only being observed as a powerful combat force, not a political need. For politicians, Chiba is optional. However, Orochimaru is different. Chiba knows whether or not he has such a strong conversation with him today. Orochimaru will look at himself. Scientists' curiosity cannot be satisfied so easily. Therefore, rather than beware of Orochimaru in the dark, it is better to pull Orochimaru directly onto the bright surface. In a short time, Orochimaru will not be a threat. and wait until Orochimaru is threatened. Because of the system, Chiba has become strong enough. Then, the threat will naturally disappear. Being strong is the fundamental. You shouldn't be here. Chiba sighed as he looked at the pale face of Yuri Red. It is okay to appear, but the timing is not right. Shirahong clutched her neck, and after she was relieved, she was still a little scared. Oh, Orochimaru-sama. Why did you suddenly attack me? Because you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Shirahong did not hear anything. Chiba's observation haki will not deceive him. It's just that Orochimaru doesn't think so. As if she was frightened, Shirahong also forgot the reason why she came here. At this moment, she just wants to get home quickly. However, Chiba stopped her. Today, you still don't want to go back. Why? Because, if you go back right now, you will be in the wilderness the next day. When Yurihong heard it, she was shocked. Chiba's tone didn't mean joking at all. Moreover, the attack from Orochimaru just now made her realize that she seemed to be involved in some terrible incident. Why? The more you know, the closer you are to death. Under such circumstances, do you still want to know? Chiba spoke quietly. If you want to hear, I can say, of course, you can also just turn around and leave without believing me. I won't stop you. The rescue of Shirahong was only out of good intentions. If the other party doesn't believe in himself, then Chiba won't have a hot face and a cold butt. After all, when I was at the Mariko shop, I hit Asuma myself, and Yurihong kindly reminded him that it was a good destiny. After Orochimaru's attack just now, where does Yurihong dare not believe it? The chick nodded quickly as if pecking at rice. I believe it. And, don't tell me. She doesn't want to die yet. She is only 12 years old, and she has great youth. Who is Orochimaru? The famous Konoha Sunin. If the other party really wants to kill himself, then he is really dead. Now, I believe Chiba is the only way out for Shirahong. Moreover, only blindly. But, I won't go home, my family. No matter what method you use, just find any reason. Shirahong nodded in horror, and could only Jian, separated a shadow clone, and went home to pass the news that she could not go home tonight. Chapter 18. Chiba understands Orochimaru's character. Be careful, be cautious. He was not sure if Yurihong heard the conversation between himself and Chiba. However, just showing up at the scene was enough for him to make a murderous decision. However, among them, after all, there is one more Chiba. Orochimaru wants to get Chiba, precisely because he wants to study the secret of Chiba, the secret from the invisible Sharingan that needs to be exchanged. Therefore, he had to compromise with Chiba on the face and gave up the idea of killing Shirahong. However, Chiba cannot be a lifelong talisman for Yurihong. He can only show Orochimaru the determination to protect Yurihong, and it is possible to dispel Orochimaru's plan to kill. Orochimaru knew that Chiba was a person who valued his companions. Otherwise, at the very beginning, Chiba would not let Itachi go. So, let Orochimaru think that Yurihong is Chiba's companion, maybe she can get through this difficult time. At the same time, if Orochimaru gives up the idea of killing Yurihong, it means that he believes that today's matter will not be leaked out. Because, Chiba has no less secrets than Orochimaru. When Sarutobi Hiruzen knows Chiba's thoughts, then Sarutobi Hiruzen's methods will not be so gentle. Well, my shadow clone has sent the news, and my father and I said I took a mission. Yurihong stayed beside Chiba, without the calmness he had before. She looked terrified, for fear that she would die unexpectedly in the next second. Chiba is not worried. If there is a threat, his observation haki will predict it in advance, so there is no need to worry about a sudden attack. After putting the cane sword away, Chiba also sealed his hands and separated a shadow clone. He also needs to go home and tell Koizumi that he will not go home today. It is impossible for Chiba to bring Yurihong home. Chiba will never do anything that involves Koizumi in a dangerous situation. Let's go. Where to go? Find a place and stay for one night. Seeing Chiba walking towards a sparsely populated place, Yurihong was a little worried. At this time, wouldn't it be better to find a place to live in a crowded place in the village? So, do you think there are many people around Orochimaru who won't start? That's Konoha Sunin, he wants to kill you, even in the crowd, it only takes a moment. Moreover, entering the village will only attract attention. Do you want to be noticed? Uchiha's blind man. But walking in the village always makes people look back, Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. And if the blind man is still carrying a female companion, then the scandal is guaranteed to spread throughout Konoha village the next day. Then forget it. I'll listen to you. Yurihong does not want to be noticeable. She just wanted to pass this incident safely in a low-key manner. She prayed in her heart that as long as she did not die, this would be her eternal secret. Orochimaru, it's terrible. She really doesn't want to die. If that's the case, then follow me. Chiba, leaning on a cane, walked towards the Uchiha clan. Along the way, Yurihong has been closely following Chiba, looking a little frightened. At the same time, looking at Chiba's pathfinder, Yurihong also wondered. Is he really invisible? Since you can't see it, why are you so brave in battle? Can't figure it out. Chiba deliberately bypassed the crowded areas of the Uchiha clan, and arrived at a small building dozens of minutes later. The small building looks neat and tidy, and the floor is spotless after opening the door. However, Yurihong did not see any traces of life. Chiba, this is. Before my parents died, I lived here. Ah, sorry. Upon hearing that Chiba's parents had passed away, Yurihong felt that she was talking too much and apologized. It's nothing. Although no one has lived here for a long time, Koizumi and I will also come to clean every few days. Water and electricity are also available. If we stay overnight, there is no problem. After a short rest, Chiba stood up again. Let's go, Yurihong. Where to go? There is no food here, but next to it is the forest of the Uchiha clan. You can go hunting. Come with me. Oh, good. The sky gradually dimmed. Before the sun completely set, Chiba dragged a wild boar back to the small building. Yurihong still followed behind him. The expression was somewhat horrified. She was shocked by Chiba's swordsmanship again. She wanted to let herself play a role and take the lead in hitting her prey. However, she didn't even see the wild boar, and Chiba had solved it. It was too fast and too unexpected. At the same time, the moment when the sword was drawn, there was an indescribable elegance and indifference. How could this kind of maturity, stability, and strength appear in a 5-year-old child? After a while, in front of the small building, a bonfire rose slowly. After the wild boar was slightly processed, Chiba set it up on the campfire and grilled it. Although there are not many seasonings, the roasted game is the purest game with an indescribable aroma. Yurihong was sitting beside the bonfire. At this moment, her heart had calmed down a bit, and she was no longer flustered. Looking at the game on the campfire, Yurihong didn't know what expression to show for a while. Lonely men and widows, alone in a room, for precocious girls, it is indeed easy to think randomly. Asuma had invited her to eat alone countless times, but she never agreed. Last time at the Mariko shop, Asuma licked her face to catch up, and it was not an invitation. Unexpectedly, the first time I was invited to dinner by a boy, I was forced into such helpless way. This relaxed atmosphere, coupled with what happened during the day. The nerve that made Yurihong tense was finally broken. She was just a 12-year-old girl, but she was stared at by Konoha-sunin, and she might be killed at any time. Why? I would encounter such a thing. Yurihong curled up together. Feeling the warmth of the campfire, the corners of her eyes gradually became a little wet. At this time, Chiba handed her a piece of meat, a piece of fragrant meat. Chapter 19. The meat is very fragrant, even beyond the rotisserie. After all, this is pure game. Even though the taste is almost the same, there is absolutely nothing to say about the taste. This is delicious, but Yurihong has no mood. When you are full, you have the strength to cry. Facing the sudden words, Yurihong looked at Chiba blindly. Along the way, Chiba is taciturn, and Yurihong believes that Chiba is such a bad-spoken person. But, what do you mean by such a sudden sentence? Is it possible that his heart is actually very dark? Yurihong wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, very angry, very angry. At this time, don't you think you should comfort me? Even if you don't comfort, you shouldn't say such ridicule, right? Disasters always follow. This is the common sense in the world. As a ninja, you should have been awakened long ago. But, I am a girl. Yurihong feels wronged, but Chiba disagrees. Is there a difference? Whether it's a man or a woman, when it's dead, it's just a corpse. Orochimaru might be peeping at this moment, full of food, and facing an attack. Maybe he still has the power to fight. Even if he died, he had resisted, didn't he? Although Chiba makes a lot of sense. However, Shirahong felt wronged. Why? Yurihong was puzzled. Perhaps, since I was young, I have always been the one who was taken care of and felt. However, Chiba doesn't care about her feelings. This should be the reason. Thinking of this, Shirahong took a deep breath. Then he took the barbecue that Chiba handed over, and ate it with big mouthfuls. Seeing this, Chiba smiled. This is so good. Hearing this, Shirahong was shocked again, looking at Chiba with horror on his face. In my heart, an idea inevitably popped up. Is it possible that Uchiha Chiba is actually a very controlling person? It's delicious to the mouth, you can't stop eating it. Maybe it's just because I'm more scared, Shirahong is really hungry, or the game on the barbecue is too delicious. Shirahong didn't care what she was eating, and gobbled it up. Anyway, no matter how ugly it is, the other party can't see it. After a while of operation, Shirahong was finally full, sitting by the bonfire, quietly listening to the burning of dry wood. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. In retrospect, it was the first time I had been with a boy for so long and so close. Even this boy is only half her age. However, it is absolutely impossible for Yurihong to treat Chiba as a kid. She knew that Chiba had a maturity comparable to that of an adult. That's also the reason why the Ziri Red Society is sitting here. After all, if Asuma said that he would be chased by Orochimaru when he left, Yurihong would probably not be convinced. The first impression is really deep-rooted. Chiba, can I ask you a question? Can. How do you make it so strong? Chiba tilted his head. It seems that you are a ninja, right? I'm not a fool like Asuma. You seem to have reached a certain height in swordsmanship. I want to know how you did it, or how did you train it? In physical surgery, Shirahong's weakness has always been. In her opinion, perhaps some information or inspiration can be obtained from Chiba. Unfortunately, she made a mistake. It's right to ask humbly, but you can't learn my method, and no one can imitate it. Just forget it if you don't want to say. Using this answer to perfuse, Yurihong thinks this is stingy. Therefore, the stingy label was also affixed to Chiba's body. But, would Chiba care? Do you think that you can reach such a level by swinging your sword every day, and Shirahong will believe it? After all, the existence of the system is unclear. Can the bathroom still be used? Of course, but I don't recommend you to do this. Even if I die, I will die deliciously. The smell of grilling all over, Shirahong can't tolerate it. And more, I am afraid there are some small emotions. Chiba looked a little speechless at Shirahong, who was walking towards the small building. Women are trouble. After arriving in the bathroom, Yurihong went in, but did not close the door. She looked around and said, "Why don't you come in? You take a shower, I think it is necessary to avoid it, and if there is a threat, even if it is outside the door, I can know." Shirahong had some doubts. She raised her hand and dangled it twice in front of Chiba. Chiba did not respond. "You can't see it anyway, what does it matter?" Shirahong smiled. Perhaps it was in revenge against Chiba's sting just now, and she was a little bit happy in her heart. A big beauty in a bath, can't you see that it's uncomfortable? Unfortunately, this wave, Chiba is in the atmosphere. After taking off the clothes, Yuri was lying in the bathtub slippery. Obviously the water temperature is very suitable, but Shirahong has an indescribable icy feeling. It was as if someone was watching, making her very uncomfortable. She looked up at Chiba and found him leaning against the wall, his face facing her, motionless. She quickly raised her hand and dangled it twice in front of Chiba. Chiba still didn't respond, and was a little relieved. "You really can't see it. What do you think?" Chiba did not answer directly. He is enjoying the beauty at the moment. The 12-year-old body is indeed very artistic, especially Shirahong is really beautiful. Just when Chiba was feasting his eyes. What his observation Haki captured. But he knew that it was not Orochimaru. Came to his small building. It is his best friend, Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 20. Uchiha Itachi has not yet entered the small building. Chiba opened the door. That is not his body, but shadow clone. "Chiba-kun, are you okay?" He was a little worried about the battle between Chiba and Asuma. Itachi doesn't think Chiba will lose to Asuma. However, the opponent is the son of Hokage after all. Therefore, as the night approached, Itachi went to Koizumi's house to find Chiba. However, the answer is that Chiba today will not go home. Itachi, who was slightly worried, finally found this place. Seeing that his friend was safe, Itachi finally felt relieved. I'm fine, Asuma's opponents are not enough to pose a threat to me. Then why don't you go home, and... Itachi poked his head out and looked in the direction of the bathroom. There is the sound of taking a bath. Bathroom, is there anyone else? Chiba nodded. Well, I don't know if you know, Shirahong. Hearing this, Itachi tilted his head. He blinked, very shocked. Shirahong, he has never seen it, but he also knows it. That is Asuma's pursuit. Therefore, Itachi was blinded. And was completely stunned. Chiba-kun, you not only defeated Asuma. Did you even ask someone else to pursue him and take him to the bathroom of your own home to take a bath? After a long time, Itachi sighed and looked at Chiba earnestly. Chiba-san, there is one sentence I don't know when to say it inappropriately. If you have anything, you can just say it directly. My father often talks to me about ninjas. There are 3 prohibitions. Pornography, gambling, and drugs are the 3 prohibitions of ninjas. Although there is no explicit stipulation, in Konoha, it seems that this is the default. Because this seems to correspond to Konoha's Sunin. Tsunade and Jiraiya were brought to Itachi by Uchiha Fugaku as a case. Powerful ninjas like Tsunade and Jiraiya will also degenerate because of gambling and pornography. That should be the perfect person. But it was dragged down by the 3 bans. This is not right. Although we haven't become ninjas yet, Chiba-kun, sometimes, we need to be restrained. Take control. It's hard to imagine that, in this case, it would be said from the mouth of Uchiha Itachi. In Chiba's view, Itachi's head has always been filled with thoughts of worrying about the country and the people. Unexpectedly, he also has a considerable amount of knowledge in this area. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Moreover, he also tried to bring his best friends back from the edge of 3 forbiddens. Chiba really didn't know what expression to respond to Itachi. Itachi, don't you think too much? Chiba is only 5 years old now. No matter how premature the people of Naruto world develop, it is impossible. Appreciating the so-called beauty is the only extraordinary thing Chiba can make. As for other things, the current Chiba cannot reach that level for the time being. It's not that he doesn't want to do it, but the conditions do not allow it. This time, things are a bit complicated. Shirahong's appearance here is just an accident. As for her reason for using the bathroom, I am afraid it is a natural trouble for being a woman. Also, only this time. Only this time. Itachi looked at Chiba, still shocked by this answer. Chiba seems to explain a lot. However, from those words, Itachi could not get any information. This is no different from no explanation. However, Itachi still has unconditional trust for his best friends. Well, Chiba-san, if there is anything, you can always find me. Itachi will not refuse the help of a close friend. After speaking, he turned and left. After receiving the news that Chiba was safe, he felt relieved. However, when he left, he was stopped by Chiba. Itachi, don't tell Koizumi about this. Hearing this, Itachi was stunned for a moment. You deserve it. Chiba didn't explain too much. Some things, the more explained, the more unexplainable. Wait until Itachi has completely left. Yurihong came out of the bathroom. After drying her hair, she looked at Chiba. Tonight, what should I do? You can go to bed. It's just one night, and it will pass quickly. That means he wants to watch the night. Looking at the Uchiha boy who was only his own at this age, and not knowing what kind of heart he was in, Yurihong spoke. At night, you watch the middle of the night, I watch the middle of the night. She didn't want to be protected by Chiba alone. Because of this, such a funny scene will appear. Hearing this, Chiba looked up. He didn't want to admire the beautiful face of Yurihong who just came out of the bathroom, but simply wanted to know where she came from to speak such words with confidence. Sorry, I don't worry about giving my back to you. Maybe you don't know when you were killed, and you want to watch the night. Upon hearing this, Yurihong stared at Chiba with wide eyes, and took a deep breath. She was almost peed off by Chiba. However, I thought that I was protected by Chiba. She held back her inner resentment, gritted her teeth and said. Really, in that case. Chiba, please. So much the better. Chiba spoke blankly. Shirahong fell directly on the bed, covering herself tightly with the quilt. I don't know how long it took. Darkness came gradually, and only the quiet cry of crickets could be heard all around. Chiba, didn't you fall asleep? What's happening? This time thank you. Chiba did not answer. He just leaned against the corner, quietly waiting for the refresh of his system's daily tasks. Soon after, Chiba was stunned when there was a grunt from the bed. Shirahong, the little girl, is actually snoring? At this moment, Chiba was taken aback. Haki, who was seeing and hearing the color, caught the squirming in the dark. After Chiba opened the door and went out, a large white snake surrounded the wooden pillars of the small building. The big snake stuck out his tongue and uttered human words. Chiba-san, I didn't expect that people like you would also be interested in women. Orochimaru, really came. Chapter 21. Chiba's guess is correct. Just a word, it is impossible for Orochimaru to stop here. It is Orochimaru's style to cut weeds and roots. If tonight, Chiba let Yurihong go home normally, then, she will be one of the many missing children in Konoha Shinobi village during this time. Fortunately, Chiba spoke to the girl. And the girl also chose to believe in Chiba. It sounds absurd, the famous Orochimaru will hunt down a 12-year-old ninja? However, reality is often such a coincidence. The opposite S**x attracts each other, so the basic physiology of human beings, Mr. Orochimaru doesn't know it, right? I know it naturally. The big white snake stuck out his tongue. However, that is relative to ordinary people. And you are not an ordinary person. When a person has a more lofty ideal or goal, the so-called basic physiology will only become an obstacle. So, in order to eliminate this obstacle, in the future of the original, you will become anti-snake. Is this the reason? Chiba thought it was funny, but he could only hold it in his heart. So, do you understand now? The so-called meaning of life. Upon hearing this, the white snake smiled. He smiled happily. That smile seems to be a feeling of finding a confidant. For his own ideals, Chiba will actually be asked. This actually makes Orochimaru feel that there are less than 1,000 cups of wine in every confidant. Ah, I found it. The so-called life is meaningless. If there is also a time when life is eternal. Chiba, you seem to be very interested in my research. Chiba smiled. Not interested, but sympathetic to you. Sympathy. Ah, yes, the research with eternity as the theme, but only me as a listener, don't you feel pitiful? So, are you willing to be my witness of eternal life? The big white snake showed a dangerous smile. If I say yes, would you dare to take me away now? This time, the white snake was shocked. While horrified and Chiba said such desperate remarks, Orochimaru was also thinking about how a 5-year-old child could pin him and Sarutobi Hiruzen so accurately. The white snake began to wriggle and shed its skin, and out of the shed skin was the pale-faced Konoha son-in-law Orochimaru. Disgusting way to play, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. At this moment, he is carrying a sack on his shoulder. Among the sacks, there is a humanoid object. It was the hapless lost sheep he had taken from the village. Chiba didn't know who it was and didn't need to know. Chiba-san, the more you behave so wisely, the more I want you to be. So, at this time, the less you can do it, only those who can endure loneliness can truly succeed. Orochimaru leaped out of his heart and suppressed the idea of taking Chiba away. Yes, as Chiba said, only those who can endure loneliness can achieve success. Now, no matter how much Orochimaru wants to study Chiba, he can't even make a move. Sharinon, although it is Orochimaru's obsession, but eternal life is the core of his research. Obviously, immortal reincarnation is not yet complete. You must not be exposed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's sight at this time. Wait, you need to wait. Chiba-san, you really are a person who thinks about your companions. Keeping that little sheep by your side is to tell me that this is what your companion meant. And your wise performance is to continuously increase my desire to get you. At this time, the more I want to get you, the less I can move you, and the people around you. This is Yangmu. It is also the only way to keep the evening red. Chiba can't be by Shirahong's side all the time. And Shirahong absolutely cannot ask other people for help. Once said, Shirahong will die, and no one can save it. So, Mr. Orochimaru, your answer is? Of course, save the most delicious things for the last. Chiba-san, I can satisfy your willfulness to the utmost extent. By then, I hope you will be prepared. After speaking, After suppressing his inner curiosity, Orochimaru hurried away with the little sheep he did not know where he had taken away. Night, special darkness, moon, special circle. Please close your eyes at dark and be careful of Orochimaru. For the time being, is it safe? Whether it's yourself or Shirahong. This is not gambling. It's just that Chiba made reasonable use of the contradiction between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru doesn't want to appear, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will not miss Chiba, the Uchiha genius. Only time is the solution to the contradiction between the two. Time can make Chiba stronger. Orochimaru defected, it should be after the end of the 3 world wars and Namikaze Minato sealed 9 tails. At first glance, there is at least 2 years. 2 years may not mean anything to others. However, for Chiba, it represents strength. Looking up at the moonlight tonight, an inexplicable smile appeared on Chiba's face. This world is really exciting. Tonight, I can get a good night's sleep. The next day, early morning. Chiba got up early in the morning. Getting up early is a good habit that Chiba developed after coming to this world. Sword swinging is a daily compulsory course for Chiba. At first, it was because of daily tasks, but now, it seems to have become a habit. Accompanied by sweat, 1,000 swings of the knife are over. The full swing of the knife gave Chiba an unprecedented sense of comfort. After completing the daily tasks, the progress that came from Fujitora's smile made Chiba really feel the feeling of becoming stronger. Chiba is obsessed with this feeling. Upstairs, Yurihong, who just got up, looked at Chiba, who was swinging the knife with all his strength, with a different feeling. She slept badly last night. The several awakenings were due to Orochimaru's attack on him in the nightmare. When he woke up, he found that Chiba slept more soundly than himself, and suddenly stopped getting angry. However, after all, it was a peaceful night. She is very grateful to Chiba. At the same time, watching his back swinging a knife. For the first time, Shirahong felt that her heart was surging. Chapter 22. After completing the daily tasks, Chiba felt an indescribable sense of comfort. After closing the knife, Chiba Tanla returned to the small building. After seeing Yurihong at the door, Chiba spoke. Morning, did you sleep well last night? The corners of Shirahong's mouth twitched suddenly. She couldn't imagine what purpose Chiba asked such a thing. Shirahong woke up countless times, panicked and frightened. However, every time I wake up, I can always see Chiba sleeping very hard. Didn't you say you want to watch the night? Didn't you say you don't worry about giving your back to me? As if to conceal her embarrassment, Shirahong had to smile wryly. Also, okay, I slept till dawn. Really? That's good. Chiba nodded. Last night, Orochimaru came. For some reasons, whether it's you or me, it's temporarily safe. Today, you can go back. Turn left after going out, walk out of the forest, and you can leave our Uchiha clan. After speaking, Chiba was not paying attention to Yurihong, but walked into the bathroom with a cane. After a while, accompanied by the sound of water, the demon mist lingered in the bathroom. And Shirahong was stunned on the spot. Last night, Orochimaru came. When? At this moment, Shirahong felt that she had been deceived. She woke up countless times, and all she saw was Chiba in her dreamland. Where did Orochimaru come from? Chiba is lying? But why should you lie to me? Want me to owe favor? Can't understand. She cannot simply deny Chiba. Because, yesterday, he did indeed save himself from Orochimaru's hands, and the killing intent that Orochimaru revealed was absolutely true. With doubts and incomprehension, Shirahong walked out of the small building. When she saw the things on the wooden pillars of the small building, the doubt in her heart about Chiba disappeared completely at this moment. That is a piece of leather. A white snake skin. Shirahong recognized this thing. It was exactly the same as the snake that Orochimaru used to strangle his neck yesterday. And, as an excellent phantom ninja, Yurihong will not forget this kind of chakra. That was the one who awakened her countless times from nightmares. Read more at hotentleNovel.xyz. Orochimaru. Last night. Orochimaru really came. Chiba did not lie. Orochimaru came here, and its purpose is self-evident. That was from the assassination of Konoha Sunin. However, nothing happened in the end. Everything originated from the teenager who could only see the sleeping teenager no matter how many times she woke up last night. However, how come? What did Chiba do to make Orochimaru give up the assassination? That was Orochimaru, Konoha Sunin, the legendary ninja. Shirahong can't imagine. What is magical about that mature but a little irritating Uchiha boy? Yurihong did not leave without saying goodbye after all. That is her savior. Maybe Chiba doesn't care about it, but as the rescued party, Yurihong must set a good example. Otherwise, she will not be able to pass the level called conscience. When Chiba came out of the bathroom and walked out of the small building on crutches, found that Shirahong was standing quietly at the door. Chiba didn't look up. Didn't you say it? It's safe, you can leave, too. You saved my life, at least, let me thank you. Is it necessary? Chiba raised his head, facing Shirahong, and said, Don't keep in touch with me, it's no good, you are lucky today, Orochimaru gave up the idea of killing you, but, next time, it won't necessarily be the case. In the midst of the torrent of Uchiha and Konoha, Chiba couldn't help himself. Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo. There is too much involvement. This time it is Orochimaru, then next time, maybe it will be Danzo. Danzo is not so easy to talk. It was Konoha darkness crueler than Orochimaru. But, my conscience is overwhelmed. Is conscience important or life important? Shirahong was silent. Obviously she is the older one, but the actual role seems to have changed. Seeing that Shirahong seemed aggrieved, Chiba sighed helplessly. Why did I seem to bully her? Since you want to thank me, please ask me to eat meatballs. Is that the meatball shop that day? Chiba nodded. Well, that's right, I still have to bring some for Koizumi. She didn't go home last night and she was determined to have a temper with me. That's okay. Yurihong nodded. Perhaps, she was really ashamed of the doubt about Chiba just now. And this trivial gratitude is the best consolation for her. By the way, was Koizumi the little girl who ate balls with you at the meatball shop that day? Well, it's my childhood sweetheart. Chiba probed the road and walked along the Uchiha forest. Moya walked out of the forest within a few minutes. The front is the inner part of the village, the most prosperous area in Konoha. Yurihong took Chiba and wanted to move forward, but Chiba didn't move. What's happening? Nothing, let's go. It's still the meatball shop and the owner. Whether it is Chiba or Yurihong, he has a deep impression. One is the female companion who pursues the son of Naruto, and the other is the blind Uchiha who beats the son of Naruto on the spot in front of the female companion. Therefore, when the two showed up at the meatball shop, the boss mistakenly thought he was wrong. Boss, what's the matter? Seeing the boss in a daze, Shirahong was a little confused. The boss reacted when he was stopped by Yurihong. Oh, no, nothing. After Yurihong and Chiba walked away with the balls, the boss sighed. The world is getting worse, and the world is getting worse. The woman of Naruto's son was robbed by Uchiha. Chapter 23. It's a bit uncomfortable. The first day of this book is actually not bad. As a result, after the first day, he was completely helpless. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. There was still some data a few days ago. Yesterday, the monthly flower evaluation ticket was basically unchanged. Collection is getting slower and slower. The little author is a little flustered. Did I not write it yet? If so, the system can be brought forward. I don't know how many people are reading this book now. If you have a brother, can you talk in the comment area? It makes me feel a little bit deep. In addition, I sincerely ask for a monthly ticket for the evaluation of flowers. It is not extravagant to ask for a reward, but you can vote for free things with your fingers. Feng Qing is here to thank you all big brothers. Chapter 24. Yurihong was separated from Chiba after all. The balls in the arms, there is still warmth. Going to the ninja school now, Koizumi can still be late for the hot balls. That little girl will definitely be very happy. However, on the way to the ninja school, Chiba stopped again. After pondering for a moment, he continued to move forward on crutches. It's just that he didn't go to the ninja school. Instead, I found a sparsely populated open space. Chiba placed the balls carefully aside, leaning on crutches in both hands, and spoke calmly. Come out, I am a person who has no habit of being followed. The moment after saying this sentence, behind Chiba, I don't know when, a beautiful figure appeared. Her long purple hair is very recognizable, and the tattoo on her waist indicates that she is also a swordsman. The anger between her eyebrows also highlights the unkindness of her visitor at the moment. Even the ninja dog next to him was grinning. This girl, Chiba knows. However, it is only limited to when I have watched anime. At least, after Chiba came to this world, the two of them met for the first time. In between, there should be no intersection. Looking at your dress, you should be the blind man from Uchiha's family? Yesterday, where did you bring Red? You'd better explain it clearly. I am a member of the same team of Red. Yesterday she used Shadow Clone to deliver the news of the mission. But in fact, we have no mission at all. This is the reason she came here. Uzuki Urian is a ninja in the same class as Yurihong. In Chiba's memory, the two of them should not be in the same class. However, in this era of war, it is not uncommon for ninjas from different ranks to team up. Some graduated early, while others delayed graduation. Excellent ninjas who graduate early may team up with the previous class. Mao Yuzian's face was vigilant and hostile, and all this pointed to the blind young man on crutches. The shinobu next to the girl also grinned at Chiba, as if they would attack at any time. As a companion, Yuzian found her for one night after knowing that Yurihong had disappeared last night. She even borrowed a ninja dog from Inyazuka to find it. It wasn't until early morning that Uzuki Urian found Yurihong in the Uchiha forest. However, at that time, Yurihong and Uchiha Chiba were walking together. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. This is abnormal. Yurihong, how could there be an intersection with the Uchiha clan, let alone the Uchiha blind in the rumor? At the same time, she also knew that Konoha was not safe recently. During this time, there were more and more missing children in the village. There must be something surging in the dark. She was afraid that Ziriong would become one of them. Really? I think it's better for you to ask her face to face. She has gone back now too, hasn't she? Moreover, I'm just a student of ninja school. She is Genin who has already graduated. I shouldn't pose a threat to her. You won't, but, Red, she is from the Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Chiba's eyes narrowed slightly. This sentence can't be regarded as unheard. Recently, many children in the village have disappeared. Do you have any contact with them? Put away your boring sense of justice. Chiba leaned on a cane and spoke quietly. If you really want to squander your nowhere to release energy, it's better to find a man instead of guessing here. The moment I heard this sentence, Uzuzian thought she had heard it wrong. Why don't you find a man? What a vulgar language this is. Uchiha kid, you better not make me angry. I just want to know the truth about Hong's failure to return last night. If you do a personal attack, it's a different matter. So, this is why you say hi to the Uchiha clan. Even now Hokage dare not say such a thing without evidence. Where does your courage come from? Do you know what is the crime of slandering the Uchiha clan? I advise you to think clearly before speaking. This is not appalling. Regardless of the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha. On the bright side, Uchiha is now Konoha's #1 family. And it was also the backbone of the Third Ninja War confrontation. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen dare not mess around at this time. In the original book, Uchiha who wants to move is also in peacetime. As a result, Uzuki Yugan raised the matter to the Uchiha clan as soon as he came up. Chiba didn't know whether to call her smart or stupid. I heard before that, Uchiha has its own glory and pride, and it seems to be true now. It is indeed my fault for wanton speculation, and I am willing to apologize. However, the red matter, and your personal attack on me just now, I can't assume that I didn't hear it. With that, she set her eyes on Chiba's crutches. She knew that it was a sword. The conflict between Chiba and Asuma, Uzuki Urian heard of Yurihong. The sword hidden in your crutch, isn't it a display? I advise you not to do this. Chiba spoke calmly. As he said, he turned his head and paid attention to the place where the balls were placed. The balls have not yet been completely cold, and there is still time. If it is an ordinary ninja, at most you will be ashamed of defeat. However, if you are both swordsmen, then that is not necessarily the case. Maybe you will lose the ability to hold the sword because of this. Although your behavior is stupid, it would be too cruel if it left a psychological shadow. Unfortunately, Uzuki Urian didn't seem to take Chiba's words into his eyes. It's right to think about it, before I saw it with my own eyes. Who would think of a blind man? Draw your sword, I won, you tell me what happened. You won, I'll get out. Hearing that, Chiba didn't smile. Really, then you'd better pray that your mental quality is high enough. More importantly, now, I'm in a hurry. So, I don't know how to liangzi you. Chapter 25. The breeze passed by. The air was filled with the fragrance of the morning dew. The purple-haired girl drove away the ninja dog by her side before drawing the sword. It was the shinobu she borrowed from the Inyazuka clan. Now that the instigator has been found, Mao Yuzian naturally let it return. The next thing she has to do is to defeat the Uchiha boy in front of her. Uzian didn't know exactly what kind of mentality he drew against a 5-year-old blind boy. Perhaps it was because I wanted to find out the truth about the disappearance of Shiruhong yesterday, and I wanted to protect my companion and prevent her from being harmed. Or when I heard that Chiba easily defeated Asuma at the Mariko shop with his superb swordsmanship at Yuhihong, the idea of wanting to fight Chiba emerged in Uzuki's heart. What is the reason? Uzuki-zian can't tell, she herself is a very complicated person. However, she knew that next she had to deal with the person in front of her with all her strength. Not only for the evening red, but also for myself. Because she herself is also a swordsman. Having inherited Konoha Ryu's swordsmanship, she trains hard every day, and it is her primary goal to further her swordsmanship. Challenge the limit is the best way to break through the bottleneck. She never considered herself a genius, she was just the hardest one. When she was still at the ninja school, she knew someone who could be regarded as an opponent. A swordsman named Moonlight Hayate. Like himself, he is also the successor of Konoha Ryu's swordsmanship. Uzuzian also recognized the opponent's strength. The countless encounters between the two have allowed their swordsmanship to continue to improve. However, when Moonlight Hayate revealed a feeling of Ruauru to Uzuzian, Uzuzian stopped looking for Moonlight Zian to practice his sword. She doesn't hate each other, but, at least at this stage, constantly breaking through and surpassing herself is Uzuzian's primary goal. And this time the opponent is Uchiha Chiba. A man who inherited Marine Admiral Fujitora's swordsmanship. The fighting spirit revealed from Uzuki-Yuyan's body made Chiba realize the deepest ambition in the opponent's heart. Only a swordsman can understand a swordsman. That's it, are you someone with such ambitions? Chiba spoke calmly. He stood in front of Mao Yuzian with a cane in both hands. Not moving like a mountain. I don't simply think that asking about the truth about Shiruhong is an excuse. It's just that your ambition will not deceive people. The moment she heard these words, Mao Yuzian's pupils suddenly shrank. Is it an excuse to ask the truth about Shiruhong? Uzuzian couldn't admit it. However, as Chiba said, she has an almost crazy desire to fight against her opponent who is also a swordsman. In this age of war, who is not crazy? As long as you can become stronger, what about crazy? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Thinking of this, Mao Yuzian smiled. Sure enough, the swordsman and the swordsman can understand each other. You are wrong. Chiba calmly corrected. Swordsman and swordsman can indeed understand each other, but that is based on mutual equality. You are simply seen through by me. As he said, Chiba slowly drew out his crutch and sword. It was an unpretentious gesture of drawing a sword. Shake it lightly. In the air, cold light flashed by. Hidden in this knife, can you really see through the ambition? And the weight contained in this knife, can you really bear it? At this moment, Chiba looked up. Faced the purple-haired girl in front of her. And at this moment of raising the head, what bloomed out was a devil-like fragrance. Uzuzian had never felt this way before. The person in front of her was obviously a teenager 5 years younger than herself, and she couldn't even see the other person's eyes. But the feeling of being stared at made her all the hairs stand upside down. That kind of keenness like a deer to a lion made her shudder in just a moment. A flash of cold light suddenly made Uzuzian's pupils shrink. That moment, she seemed to see countless slashes flying towards her. In the next second, she was cut into pieces by this invincible slash and fell into a pool of blood. Is this illusion? No, this is an illusion. Uzuzian's right hand has been placed on the hilt of the sword around her waist. She wanted to pull the knife out. But the knife at this time seemed to be frozen in the scabbard. The knife on his waist was terribly heavy. Is she unable to pull it out? No, she didn't dare to pull it out. She didn't have the courage to face the young man with a knife in front of her. Obviously Chiba is standing in front of him. He did nothing. Just standing there quietly holding a cane sword. However, she just can't move. Can't understand. Why? This. Is it the opponent I just provoke? Who is he? Who is he? Where is the gap between me and him? At this moment, she didn't even have the courage to raise her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Such a gap is called a level. After all, Chiba took the knife back. After speaking, he turned around and picked up the dropped ball. Chiba touched it, and found that there was still residual temperature. Then he smiled. Well, it shouldn't affect the taste. With a cane, Chiba's figure drifted away. Wait until Chiba is far away. The trembling on Mao Yuzian's body barely stopped. Such a gap is called a level. Chiba's words seemed to still be echoing in his ears. Who is he? Just a 5-year-old boy. Why can you release such a momentum? That kind of momentum seems to have gone through thousands of tempers. The current Uzuzian couldn't understand it. The coercion that came from Fujitora's smile, in the time of One Piece, there is such a collective name. Great Swordsman. Chapter 26. Fujitora smiled, undoubtedly a great swordsman. Maybe it can't reach the gold content of Eagle Eye's #1 swordsman in the world. However, in terms of realm and swordsmanship, it is true. Obviously he is a civil master, but he was promoted to Marine Admiral by the world government by exception. This is all justified. Is it because Marine does not have a backup master? The strength of Admiral's alternate is not bad. There is only one reason why Fujitora smiles and ignores his identity and background, and ignores his military merits and promotion to Admiral. That is his monster-like strength. That is enough strength for Admiral's alternate candidates to shut up. And what Uzuki felt at that moment was that Fujitora smiled at the aura of the great swordsman who has gone through thousands of tempers. First-class swordsmen will be shocked. Not to mention that in this world of Naruto where swordsmanship is not well developed. For Uzuki who specializes in Konoha Ryu swordsmanship, it is like a dimensionality reduction blow. Chiba has just played the word that the soldiers are not bloody swords incisively and vividly. Just as Chiba said at the beginning. He doesn't know how to pity and cherish Jade. There is no need. The other party provokes him with malicious intent, so Chiba has no need to be merciful. This is cruel to Uzuki. However, it is also an opportunity. Chiba could see the ambition in Uzuki Yuga's sword. This kind of momentum is also an exercise in the heart. When she crosses this level, she will go to the next level. Cannot be crossed, it is an eternal psychological shadow. Leaping over will allow her to break through the bottleneck. This is different from Sarutobi Asuma's humiliating attack. Not to mention this side. Naruto building, inside the office. Anumbu was kneeling on one knee in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, reporting information. However, it was not a frontline war. It came from his son, Sarutobi Asuma. Report Hokage-sama. After Asuma left Konoha, he rushed to the daimyo palace in the Country of Fire overnight. And applied to serve as the escort of the name of the Country of Fire. This umbu was arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen to protect him by Asuma. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows his son. Unruly and rebellious, go its own way. This is what he has been spoiled for over the years. Asuma is his youngest son after all. And having suffered such a big loss in Chiba's hands, God knows what he will do. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he heard his subordinates say that Asuma had gone to the Daming mansion in the Land of Fire. Fair enough. To say the least. On the side of the Daming Palace, there is no danger, leaving Yurihong and Chiba. Presumably Asuma will not do anything stupid. More importantly, Asuma, as his own son of Naruto, serves as the guard of the Country of Fire. In any case, it is conducive to the consolidation of Hokage's position. The development of ninja village is inseparable from the financial support of the daimyo. In the choice of film, the daimyo also occupies an important decision-making power. For the fourth Hokage election, Sarutobi Hiruzen is even more confident. He is getting old after all. It is impossible to occupy Hokage's position all the time. This is to give the new generation an opportunity, and it also makes the daimyo pay more attention to Konoha. With better Naruto, the big names will see the value of ninja more. Then, the more economy is provided. However, for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he does not want to give up the position of Hokage. He enjoys the feeling of being in power. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not like a ninja, but more like a politician. In his view, the so-called war is a game between politics. Therefore, he had a solution. Fourth Hokage is a must. At the same time, it must be controlled by itself. It is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to let the existence out of control take over. The former Heitake Shumao is a good example. After World War II, Heitake Shumao became famous. The whole Konoha is shouting, the next position of Hokage must be him. On the bright side, Sarutobi Hiruzen is motionless, but his heart has already rejected it. Because Heitake is uncontrollable for Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, in the village, the candidate for 4th Hokage has 3 voices. Chief Uchiha Fugaku, Konoha Sunin Orochimaru, and civilian genius Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Fugaku is not in Sarutobi Hiruzen's consideration at all. It is impossible for him to get the Uchiha clan to the top. The blind man Uchiha Chiba used to make a fuss was Sarutobi Hiruzen's beating and warning of the Uchiha clan. Originally, for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the best choice was Orochimaru. Orochimaru has strength, merit, and reputation. More importantly, he is his own disciple. However, since Tsunade and Jiraiya left one after another, Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered that Orochimaru had also become uncontrollable. He is always doing some inexplicable research, and Danzo are very close. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very cautious. Whenever there is a certain amount of suspicion, he will veto it. Orochimaru, after all, missed 4th Hokage. And the last choice, there is only one. That civilian genius, Namikaze Minato. As a civilian, Namikaze Minato is controllable. At the same time, as Jiraiya's apprentice, he has learned even Flying Thunder God, so his strength is natural. The only thing missing is prestige. And now, it is the 3rd Ninja World War. This is the best time to increase your prestige. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. He looked at the military map on the table. Now, the fiercest jump in the battlefield is Rock Shinobi. There is a full-scale invasion posture. This is a crucial battle. What is the most important thing about a full-scale invasion? It is a supply. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen hasn't been on the battlefield for a long time, he knows this kind of thing. On the map, there is only one place that can supply Rock Shinobi. Shenwuzi Bridge. This is the key to the battle with Rock Shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Onoki could not have known it. Therefore, there must be a heavy hand, and ambush. Mindful of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen beckoned. Come on, help me get Namikaze Minato. Chapter 27. Namikaze Minato, the absolute genius among civilians. Super combat awareness, super reaction power, super analysis ability, and super talent. Flying Thunder God technique is one of the forbidden techniques buried in Konoha. However, since being created by 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, only Namikaze Minato has learned this magical skill alone. More importantly, Flying Thunder God was advanced in the hands of Namikaze Minato, allowing him to surpass 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama's speed. In the end, Namikaze Minato was crowned the fastest ninja in the ninja world. It is famous all over the world for golden glitter. Moreover, the Raiznan he created is the basis of the future protagonist Uzumaki Naruto's moves. Such a genius, if he does not die, will surely be a celebrity in history. Unfortunately, he eventually lost to the tradition of Hokage. Master Kill. At the same time, he obviously saved the entire village as a hero of Konoha. However, the son he left behind was feared by the entire village as a nine-tails demon fox. Naruto's childhood was destined to be tragic. If he is not the protagonist, I am afraid that it is not only Uchiha Obito who is shouting to destroy the world, but also Uzumaki Naruto who should be blackened most. When Namikaze Minato was dying, he entrusted his son to Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked him to take good care of him. But Sarutobi Hiruzen did not do it after all. After being the same as Naruto, Konohamaru and Uzumaki Naruto had completely different childhoods. One is the eldest master, and the other is the demon fox spurned by others. What Sarutobi Hiruzen cares about is only the position of Hokage. Although he finally fulfilled Hokage's responsibility, he glorious died in the process of protecting Konoha. However, this does not become a reason for his whitewashing. The destruction of Orochimaru's village is nothing more than Sarutobi Hiruzen's own work. Yellow hair is his sign. Even the prestige has not reached its peak. However, he has been feared by other villages as Golden Flash. If you encounter Konoha's Golden Glitter, you can give up the mission unconditionally. This is the best recognition of Namikaze Minato's strength. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's only comfort in this era when Sunin has left the village one after another, Orochimaru is unreliable, and Konoha's combat power is unprecedentedly empty. Chiba could not imagine that if Namikaze Minato had not been born in this period. Would Konoha take the head to fight Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi who can manipulate the tail beast? Will Sarutobi Hiruzen personally lead by example like Oniki, or will he compromise? Chiba prefers the second. It is Sarutobi Hiruzen's label that he only makes promises outside and strikes hard inside. Master Naruto? Are you looking for me? Namikaze Minato, who was kneeling on the ground, made a smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. This is Konoha's hero. At the same time, it was his puppet that Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to hold Konoha. He is very optimistic about Namikaze Minato. Therefore, the most important decisive battle with Rock Shinobi was handed over to him. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Blow up the Shinobi Bridge and cut off Rock Shinobi's supplies. Seeing this task, Namikaze Minato was silent. He could see that the godless bridge is the key. Therefore, Rock Shinobi is bound to have a heavy hand. But what about the front line? Onoki may attack at any time. And Namikaze Minato is the only person on the front line who can fight against Onokikin. Once the front line collapses, even if supplies are cut off, it is too late. After all, after the front line, it's Konoha. It's the village. When the front line collapses, Rock Shinobi can attack Konoha in one go. That's why I will give you this kind of task. Your Flying Thunder God technique can switch between the front and the rear in an instant. Is the best person to carry out a sneak attack. But, more importantly, Konoha's combat power is now unprecedentedly lacking. If Orochimaru is dispatched, it can naturally withstand the pressure on the front line, then Namikaze Minato should be able to complete the task perfectly. And Uchiha Obito shouldn't end up like that. But Sarutobi Hiruzen can't believe in Orochimaru anymore. For the pawns that have been discarded from the 4th Hokage alternate, he can't let Orochimaru gain more prestige. At least, not in this battle. Orochimaru can go to Cloud Shinobi or Mist Shinobi, but can't go to the Rock Shinobi front. Only when the enemy is strongest, can Namikaze Minato get unprecedented support by reversing the crisis on his own. This is not only war, but also important politics. The politics of power. Minato, you are the person I trust the most, this task must be done by you, and only by you. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke very solemnly. Namikaze Minato, who doesn't know the true purpose of Sarutobi Hiruzen, is still very moved. After all, being able to get the trust of Hokage is a kind of glory for him who has received the baptism of the will of fire since he was a child. But the pressure is really great. Namikaze Minato gave a wry smile. Can only bite the bullet and take over the task. After Minato left, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily. There are fewer and fewer people available in the village. The training of the new generation must be accelerated. In this session, there are 2 people who can be cultivated as key points. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Chiba. The other party is Uchiha after all. Must be treated with care and caution. Leave Uchiha Itachi aside for the time being. Uchiha Fugaku was an important force in the 3 wars. It is not good to attack his son at this time. Then, the only choice is one. That invisible Uchiha. Come out. Along with Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice, a dark shadow appeared in front of him. He knelt on one knee, and the moment he raised his head, under the cat's face mask, blood-red eyes were reflected. Sharinan, 3 Gyu. Uchiha Shisui. Your Uchiha clan has produced a very good genius. I have the idea of cultivating him. If you have a chance, you can help me test his strength. His true strength. Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha genius who was drawn to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Who are you talking about? Uchiha Chiba. Shisui was taken aback, a little surprised. Is that the invisible tribe? Chapter 28. The night is very quiet. Uyuzian, a very ordinary girl. She was not born to a nobleman like Hyaga Uchiha. It does not have its own unique secret skills like the Nara or Akamika clan. She is an ordinary family of common people. He is the most ordinary member of the thousands of ninjas living in Konoha Shinobi village. Although born ordinary, she has extraordinary ambitions. Konoha Ryu swordsmanship, I don't know who created it in the first place. Uchiha only knows that Konoha's swordsmanship has been passed down from generation to generation following her family. This is not a secret technique, but because of this, their family has also become Konoha's backbone. Whether it is World War II or World War II, it played an important role. In her generation, their family seems to have a tendency to withdraw from the historical stage. The reason is simple: Uchiha is a girl. Regardless of whether it is admitted or not, most women are weaker than men in physical skills and swordsmanship. Existences like Tsunade are in the minority after all. However, Uchiha's ambition does not stop there. What about women? In her opinion, even as a woman, she can make Konoha Ryu's swordsmanship shine again. This is also the reason why she wants to constantly challenge and surpass. To some extent, she is lucky. This kind of strong personality makes her hardly psychological shadows caused by blows. She has been standing here for a day. Chiba's impact on her during the day was too great. As Chiba said at the beginning, she might lose the ability to hold a sword. Even Chiba has been away for a long time. Her trembling hands could not pull the sword out. Is it because of fear? No, that is excitement. That was her excitement when she saw her future swordsmanship direction. Uchiha Chiba's sword skills will be her constant pursuit. Then, after restraining the trembling right hand, Uchiha slowly pulled out the knife. Although the tremor still exists. However, she held the knife. After surmounting the inner obstacles, it will be a new baptism to greet Uchiha. I got it to the next level. Uchiha Chiba, next time, I will never be able to pull out the knife in front of you. I will surpass you. What Chiba didn't know was that the purple-haired girl had already regarded him as an inevitable target. With the advent of night, Mao Yuzian took the knife and went home. Konoha's night was not as peaceful as imagined. Recently, the number of missing persons has increased again. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Shirahong is not one of them, which makes her very happy. Turning to the next intersection, it is the home of the purple-haired girl. She has to develop a new training plan for herself, and then, once again challenge the goal. And in front of the girl's door, an untimely figure appeared. The pale face and thin body indicate that his body is not very good. He seems to have been sick since childhood. Moonlight Hayate, a sword ninja with her class. Before that, he practiced swords with Yuzian. However, when Mao Yuzian noticed that the other party had some other ideas, she stopped looking for him to practice swords. Because, in the eyes of the girl now, only getting stronger, only transcending. Maybe I will consider it after becoming stronger, but it is definitely not now. This is the lover of the original book. Although it ends in tragedy in the end, the two of them will eventually come together. But, because of this butterfly of Chiba, all eyes of Uchiha were attracted. Moonlight and gust of wind, you still don't come to me in the future. For a girl, it's absolute. There seems to be no room for rebuttal. This is cruel to the moonlight wind that has been waiting for her for a long time. Why? Obviously there are 1,000 words in his stomach, but only these helpless words are spoken. First, I will not put my mind on this kind of thing now, I will continue to grow stronger. Second, I am not interested in you. Everyone has their own goals and must keep moving forward. When the girl left without turning her head, Moonlight Hayate knew that he might be out of play. Why? He asked again. She obviously hadn't been so cold before. Why is it so decisive tonight? He can't figure it out, nor can he understand it. The short-term peace that has always been maintained is cheap. Because no one will cherish its preciousness. With the passage of time, the Uchiha clan held an annual clan ceremony. On that day when the sakura flower blooms most beautifully, we cherish the memory of the loved ones who have passed away, and at the same time give high hopes to the children who were born. Haze, perhaps because of the distance, the front line is far less tense than Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi. The task of fighting the Fog Shadow front line naturally fell on the head of the Uchiha clan. This is not Sarutobi Hiruzen's compassionate hand over the most relaxed front line to Uchiha. It's just that I don't want the Uchiha clan to get too much credit. Because, Chiba knows. The election of 4th Hokage is about to begin. In this era when the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha is not so bad, there are still voices in the village for Uchiha Fugaku to become the 4th Hokage. On this basis, Sarutobi Hiruzen is even more unlikely to give important tasks to the Uchiha clan. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen is still alive, 4th Hokage will certainly not fall on Uchiha. In the cemetery of the Uchiha clan, Chiba took Koizumi to offer incense to his parents, remembering the past. It seems to remember the scene where Chiba's father held her when she was a child. She also sobbed quietly. Wiping tears from the corner of his eyes, Chiba tried to comfort the girl. How long can this peaceful day last? At least, before Nine Tails strikes the village, you can enjoy a brief calm. Then, Uchiha Itachi found himself. Mr. Chiba. Okay. My father said that if there is a chance, I hope you can come to my house as a guest. The sakura flower is already blooming. Are you willing to come to enjoy the flowers? Chiba hasn't answered yet. Koizumi next to him jumped with excitement. Sakura flower? Great. Who in the Uchiha clan does not know that the sakura flower of the patriarch's house is the most beautiful? Looking at the happy Koizumi, Chiba smiled. It is good. Chapter 29. After Senju fell. Uchiha is Konoha's largest family, and even a prominent family like Hyuga can't match the size of Uchiha. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, his family is worthy of the size of the largest clan. The full bloom of sakura flowers in the garden makes people feel refreshed even from a distance. The neighbors around want to enjoy the flowers. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku will not act too harshly. In the eyes of the Uchiha people, Fugaku is kind as the patriarch. Accepting the invitation of Itachi, Chiba, and Koizumi came to the garden of sakura flowers. Koizumi trot and bathed in sakura flowers, very happy. The patriarch, what can I do? Itachi has always been bad words. Actually use the so-called flower viewing for such a bad reason. Knowing that you can't see it, how can you enjoy the flowers? Perhaps it was because his father wanted to see his friends and was a little nervous. After all, Uchiha Fugaku, as the father of Itachi, is also the head of the Uchiha clan. Itachi shook his head, saying that he didn't know. When Itachi took Chiba and opened the door to the conference hall. In the most central place, a man sat peacefully. She closed her eyes tightly, as if she was closing her eyes to rest, and in front of her, there was a low table. Chiba knows that this person is the father of Itachi, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku didn't open his eyes, he seemed to be aware of Chiba's arrival, he just spoke softly. Sit down. Before the low tabletop, a futon was already prepared. Chiba put the crutches aside and sat cross-legged. The door opened, and a gentle and virtuous woman walked in with 2 cups of steaming tea. Knowing that Chiba couldn't see it, but still smiled at Chiba. Chiba knows that this is Uchiha Itachi's mother, Uchiha Mikoto. Subconsciously, Chiba nodded at her in return. Seeing this, Mikoto froze for a moment, seeming a little surprised. After all, smiling does not make a sound. However, Chiba seems to know. The magical child. No wonder you can be friends with Itachi. Master Patriarch, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Chiba broke the silence first. At this time, Fugaku opened his eyes. Don't be so formal, just treat this as your own home. I don't know why the patriarch asked me to come. Hearing that, Fugaku, who had been stern, suddenly smiled. Nothing special, it's just that Itachi keeps saying that he has a very good friend, and I naturally want to meet him. To be honest, Fugaku actually feels guilty towards Chiba. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he has the responsibility and obligation to protect every member of the clan. However, when a fishing boat was imposed on a newly born child in the village, and the child had this birth defect, it was not the Uchiha clan that suffered the most, but Chiba. It seems to be aware of the emotion in Fugaku's tone. Chiba smiled. My patriarch, I don't actually care about the so-called fishing boat. I am so grateful for everything that the clan gave me to be able to get to this point. The death of Chiba's parents, the large amount of pensions issued, and the settlement of Chiba. In addition to dealing with the fishing boats issued by the high-level Konoha, Fugaku is very careful to guard his own people. He is a qualified patriarch. Unfortunately, he failed to recognize the true face of Konoha's high-level leaders, and had always had a fluke with them. This has nothing to do with Fugaku's abilities, it's just that he doesn't have the courage to make a desperate move. That's right, standing behind him is the whole Uchiha after all. In Uchiha, in addition to excellent ninjas, there are also a large number of women, children, and children. Against Konoha, it was their Uchiha clan who suffered after all. Really, I'm really relieved that you can think so. Itachi is great to have friends like you. I once heard Itachi mention it about Uchiha and Konoha. Ah, yes, I said it to Itachi. Chiba spoke calmly. Fugaku was surprised, he said very implicitly, but all his elocutionary meaning seemed to be in Chiba's expectation. This invisible member of the Uchiha tribe, myself, possesses wisdom that he can't imagine. No wonder it can affect Itachi to this point. So, what's your opinion about the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha? This should not be a question that the head of a clan should ask a 5-year-old child. However, since this child has already had such an idea, as the patriarch, he has an obligation to understand and guide him. Master Patriarch, do you really want to hear it? Fugaku nodded. Chiba took a breath and let it out slowly, then spoke calmly. I think that between Uchiha and Konoha, no, it should be between Uchiha and Konoha's high level, is irreconcilable. Oh? Why do you say that? He wanted to know what a precocious 5-year-old child had about the village in Uchiha. So that, to his children, say some suggestive words. Before I say the reason, Patriarch, do you know Naruto and Sarutobi Hiruzen? Hearing that, Uchiha Fugaku touched it, and after thinking for a moment, he spoke. Naruto? What I have to say, I don't know too much. If I were to give a comment, Hokage is a very political person in my impression. Of course, we can just talk about this kind of thing in our own clan, just don't talk to the outside world. Although I don't know much about the original situation, it is said that after the death of the second Hokage, almost all the big clans opposed Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage. However, in such an environment, he still holds Hokage's position firmly, and he manages it only systematically. For this alone, he is already very good. This is a very pertinent answer. Chiba could not deny it. He can also imagine. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama passed away suddenly, and UN Sarutobi Hiruzen was appointed as Hokage. At the time, who would agree? Senju was upset, and none of the other races would take it. What is your Sarutobi family? How can you become Hokage? Chapter 30. What is your Sarutobi family? How can you become Hokage? Rough words are not rough. At that time, when Senju Tobirama was Hokage, he really meant to bring the Senju clan closer to the common people in order to be close to the people. However, as a big family, all have his arrogance. This is true even for Senju. If Senju Tobirama abdicates normally, and Sarutobi Hiruzen becomes Hokage, there should be nothing to say. However, at that time, Senju Tobirama was already dead. Therefore, compared with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the process of consolidating his own power is extremely difficult, and it must be extremely bloody. My patriarch, then do you know when the conflict between Konoha and Uchiha started? Of course. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. It should be the era of second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama has always been wary of Uchiha. In his view, Uchiha is a dangerous element that may break out at any time. Of course, although he is not simply hostile to Uchiha, after all, he still appreciates people like Uchiha Kagami. Regardless of whether you admit it or not. The conflict between Uchiha and Konoha originated from Senju Tobirama. And Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen, perfectly inherited Senju Tobirama's will. Even more, he was distorted. Hearing this, Fugaku frowned. Chiba, do you have any basis for saying this? Chiba shook his head. He really has no basis. This is nothing but a conclusion he reached as a traverser. It is precisely because he is familiar with the plot that he can truly know Sarutobi Hiruzen and his contradictory life. High-level Konoha, and Uchiha, there can only be one of the two. It is hard to imagine that this sentence would come from a 5-year-old child. Fugaku doesn't know what it took Chiba to come to such a conclusion. Just. Your idea, through the hands of Uchiha Madara, has been proven wrong. In the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara lost to Senju Hashirama. Do not. Chiba shook his head. He just lost the battle. If Madara had won, maybe it would be another scene. So, the final decision is still above power. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows this well. Therefore, he constantly wins over geniuses, especially Uchiha's geniuses. Fugaku, after all, thought too good. Of course, Chiba is not qualified to say Fugaku, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. After all, he came to the conclusion when he knew that Uchiha would be annihilated in the future. So, are you going to restrict my contact with Itachi? Chiba looked up and faced the patriarch of Uchiha. Hearing that, Fugaku just smiled. Why? You, after all, are the future of the Uchiha clan. I am not qualified to be bound. I believe in my children, in Itachi, and in you as a member of the Uchiha clan. In the future, no matter what decision Itachi makes, I think I will gladly accept it. That's right. You did it. Chiba knows that Uchiha Fugaku's words are definitely not a joke. On the night of genocide, he accepted Itachi's choice without even resisting. For the village, for the family, Itachi will have its own consideration. Whether it is you or anyone else, it's just a part of Itachi's life. Uchiha Chiba, I remember you. You are excellent. Itachi has friends like you, very good. Excuse me, Lord Patriarch. Chiba got up, leaned on crutches, and left silently. Inside the courtyard, along with the sakura flowers that quietly fell, Koizumi and his female companions of the same race spread carpets on the grass, eating lunch and admiring the flowers. Chiba-san, father, did you tell me something? Itachi came to Chiba's narration. He was apologetic. After all, in retrospect, his reason for letting Chiba come from home was so sloppy. Flower viewing? This might touch Chiba's pain. However, Chiba would not care after all. He said, "It is an honor for you to be my friend." Puff. Itachi couldn't help but laughed. Chiba's words are always unexpected. With a cane, Chiba walked under the sakura flower tree, lying next to Koizumi, eating Koizumi, and handing him a bento, very pleasant. Sakura flowers from this period are beautiful. Itachi deliberately lowered his voice to prevent Chiba from hearing it. It was already stupid to call Chiba for the reason of flower viewing. Naturally, he would not shout such a testimony. Just keep the joy of viewing flowers in your heart. Yeah, it's really beautiful. What suddenly came to my ear was another untimely voice. It does not belong to Itachi, nor does it belong to Koizumi. It belonged to someone Chiba knew but had never met. He has a very rare Danzo nose from the Uchiha clan. He wears a dark high-necked short-sleeved shirt and triangular protective gear on the top, pants of the same color and leggings on the bottom. There is the Uchiha clan emblem on the back of the dress, and he is carrying a small sword. That is the man who is green in the legend, Sarutobi Asuma. Uchiha Shisui. Originally possessing the strongest illusion technique distinguished heavenly gods, he has the ability to change the fate of the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, he is the same as Uchiha Fugaku now. Have illusions about Konoha's senior management. In the end, his distinguished heavenly gods was snatched by Danzo. A wolf with fangs is very deterrent. However, if the fangs are removed, there is no difference between a wolf and a dog. Neither Fugaku nor Shisui could understand the true meaning of government from the barrel of a gun. The barrel of a gun is used to fight. 3 pairs of manjikyo, there are so many things you can do. Seeing Shisui, Itachi was surprised. Brother Shisui, are you returning from the battlefield? Well, just arrived in the village. Uchiha Shisui is not only a celebrity of the Uchiha clan, but also remembered by the whole village. After all, it is glorious to get the title of Shimmering Shisui in Hei's village. Coming back this time, Shisui's purpose is simple. Chiba's observation haki had already captured him. And Shisui, he didn't make any twists and turns. He walked up to Chiba with a hearty smile. Uchiha Chiba. I heard Itachi talk about you a long time ago. Are you interested in discussing it? Chapter 31. Are you interested in discussing it? This is from the invitation to get Shimmering Shisui. Before Chiba could respond, Koizumi next to him muttered. Although she didn't speak directly, but she also saw her displeasure. Is this bullying? After all, this is the famous Shimmering Shisui, enough to kill a prestigious monster in Hei's village. Seeing Koizumi's displeasure, Shisui showed a sorry expression. It's okay, lend me your little boyfriend for a while. What little boyfriend? Koizumi stretched his tongue toward Shisui, his face flushed. That grimace seemed to try to hide his shyness. Not continuing to complain seems to have acquiesced Shisui's name, and it seems to be good. After passing Koizumi's level, Shisui looked at Chiba again. How is it? Well, I don't care anymore. It just so happens that Chiba also wants to test how far he can fight against a real master. After all, Chiba's previous rivalry was Uchiha Itachi. And Itachi's growth rate cannot fully keep up with his system progress. As for Asuma and Uzuki Yuyan, not to mention. In that case, go to the training ground of our Uchiha clan. Shisui cast a look at Chiba. Chiba then got up on crutches. Nearby, Itachi also followed, and whispered in Chiba's ear. Chiba-san, be careful, Shisui brother, very strong. Itachi's exaggerated shuriken technique was taught by Uchiha Shisui. Without Asuma's harassment, Yuri Hong has been taking a lot of free time recently. In peacetime when there was no mission, I wanted to enjoy the bustling streets. However, she was forcibly pulled by her companion. Uzuki Irian, the girl who challenged and defeated Chiba last time. Xian. I don't think we should go, right? It's not good for the two of us to sneak into the Uchiha clan casually. Although the Uchiha clan does not mean that. However, there is more or less awe of the Uchiha clan in the village. No, it must be today. In recent training, I have a new sense of swordsmanship. This time, I must challenge Chiba again. Today is the clan of the Uchiha clan, and people from other races are also participating, no problem. The girl knew, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. The ninja schools is Chiba's shadow clone. And if you want to find Chiba, you can only find it in the Uchiha clan. Regarding what happened that night, Yuri Hong did not talk to Uzuki Irian. However, Xian, who was completely defeated by Chiba, cried bitterly in her arms the next day. She is very guilty. He thinks that Uzuki Irian was defeated by provoking Chiba because of him. Therefore, she really couldn't find a reason to reject Uzuki Xian at this moment. Well, that's okay. Shira Hong sighed. The two headed towards the clan land of the Uchiha clan. Because of the clan, the Uchiha clan will also invite friends from all races to come. In order to avoid people's eyes and ears, the two specially chose to enter from the direction of the training ground. Because, on this day, there should be no Uchiha people to train. Seeing the blooming sakura flowers from time to time made the eyes of both girls straighten. Like sweets, flowers are also very attractive to girls. Not to mention the sakura flowers that bloom once a year. The Uchiha clan, really beautiful. And Uzuki Yuga had no time to appreciate sakura flowers, so she wanted to find Chiba early and challenge again. This time, she would not be so embarrassed with that day. For sure. However, when they approached the training ground, they hadn't entered yet, and they saw human figures flickering. Shira Hong hurriedly threw Mao Yuzi into the ground, for fear of being discovered. How can it be? On this day of the Uchiha clan scripture, is there actually someone coming to train? Pulling aside the grass, the two saw the backs that once left a deep impression on their hearts. Is that Uchiha Chiba? Unexpectedly, he will come to train on this day in the clan. Wait, who is the person across from her? Then, is that Shunshen Shisui? They were taken aback. Hastily buried his head in the grass, lest he be discovered. Shira Hong tightly covered Mao Yuzian's mouth, for fear of her messing around. After all, this is a girl with only swordsmanship in her head. God knows what she will do. Chiba and Shisui, what are they going to do? Yuzian couldn't help but took a look. The sword that was pulled out, and the overwhelming fighting spirit that was released. A word appeared in Uzuki Irian's mind in an instant. Discuss. But Shira Hong saw the other side, the girl standing outside the training ground looking at Chiba. That is the Uchiha spring that Chiba said. Chiba and Shisui stood at each other. All their attention at the moment is between each other. However, Chiba's observation haki captured the bystanders who did not belong here. These two guys, why did they get here? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi also watched the competition quietly. Although this kind of exchange is commonplace for him and Chiba. But Itachi knew that Chiba had never had that real strength. He doesn't know where Chiba's ceiling is. No matter how much he improves, Chiba can always be slightly better. This seems to be that the opponent's progress is faster than his own. However, Itachi knew that it was just that Chiba went farther. As for how far it is, he has no such concept. Today, I must have an answer soon. When Chiba pulled out the cane sword. Even the Uchiha genius who made the name, Shattering Shisui, in the Three Wars was taken aback. That kind of creepy feeling reminded him of the excitement of his first time on the battlefield. It's worthy of being a person valued by Naruto-sama. Come on, Chiba. Chapter 32. Isn't he bullying people? Shira Hong whispered. The opponent is the famous Jonin, a powerful subordinate of Hokage. A genius who is well known in the world of Shinobi with Shattering Shisui. Such an existence actually fought with Chiba face to face. This is not what bullying is. Not to mention that Chiba's eyes are still invisible. Red, it's not sure what the result will be. Uchiha, who stared at the training ground, intently murmured. If it's just a pure sword test, I don't think Chiba will lose to Shisui. Hearing this, Shirai blushed dumbfounded. Are you brainwashed? The opponent is the shimmering Shisui, how could it be possible to win? Even pure swordsmanship is choking. After all, Uchiha Shisui is also very good at swordsmanship. The sword on his back is not a display. But it seemed that she had sensed Yurihong's surprise, and Uzu cast a glance at her. What? What's so surprising? Xian, the last time you were defeated by Chiba, haven't you been able to hold the sword for a long time? You actually helped him speak. Yurihong was surprised. I'm just telling the truth. Also, I am very grateful for the blow that Chiba gave me that day. Because that battle is not a battle, he made me go one step further. And because of this, I think he won't lose in swordsmanship. You wouldn't understand if you didn't face him as a swordsman. That kind of aura at the apex of the world of King's Landing sword will not lie. Hearing this, Shirihong was even more shocked. Isn't Uzu a habit of shaking SM? After being abused, he became so devoted and became his loyal fan? Are you stunned by him? Didn't you tell Moonlight Hayate that you don't have such an idea? They are only 5 years old. 5 years old. Facing Yurihong's question, Uzuki was speechless. Red, what are you talking about? No, nothing. Let's watch it. At this moment, Chiba's observation haki said that he had captured Yurihong and Uzuki, but he had no time to take care of them. Now, he just wants to deal with the opponent in front of him with all his heart. No doubt. Uchiha Shisui will be the first strong enemy Chiba will face in this world. Before that, Chiba had played against each other, which can basically be called the same era, read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. However, Uchiha Shisui is out of the scope of this era. After all, being able to get the recognition of the entire ninja world and the title of Shimmering Shisui can already explain some problems. He wants to know how far he can fight against a powerful enemy like Uchiha Shisui. Shisui in this period did not know whether Mangekyo was turned on. There is no high probability. Otherwise. With Shisui's loyalty to Konoha, Mangekyo's abilities have long been told to Konoha's senior management. And Konoha High Level, naturally, will not let this magical skill of distinguished heavenly gods stay here in Shisui for so long. Bring it on. The Battle of Chiba is surging. He moved the moment the knife was released. This is the first time Chiba has made an initiative to face his opponent. Because, in the past, Chiba knew that the opponent was not his opponent. No matter what moves you face against each other, you can face it calmly. However, Uchiha Shisui is different. It's an eternal truth. Only by playing first can you gain the initiative in the next battle. Especially when there is a gap in strength between the two sides. There is no heartbreaking cry. Only the fighting spirit poured into the cane sword. Then, Chiba cut his first cut towards Uchiha Shisui. Facing Chiba's onslaught, Uchiha Shisui was also shocked. The fighting intent released at that moment was more ferocious than any enemy he had fought in the Nation of Fog. The speed is not fast, and the strength should not be too great. This is Shisui's rough estimate of Chiba's first blow. But he was wrong after all. The moment Shisui caught Chiba's knife, the pressure transmitted through the blade to the palm of the hand is surprisingly heavy. The pinnacle of swordsmanship. In an instant, Shisui made a judgment. This is from his combat experience and super analytical ability. No matter how out of convention Chiba is, his 5-year-old body ultimately limited his strength. Speed and strength will be Chiba's biggest weakness. This is absolutely unavoidable. And the weight of this knife cannot be cut out by a 5-year-old child. The only thing that can make up for this is swordsmanship. Aspire to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Without wasting any action, focusing on one point of slash will maximize the power. Is this Uchiha Chiba, a genius recognized by Hokage? The moment Uchiha Shisui looked up, his eyes turned to blood red. Sharinan, 3 Gyu. He wants to see Chiba's slashing trajectory clearly, he wants to see this pinnacle of sword skills clearly, he wants to know the strength of Uchiha Chiba, the true strength. Itachi also watched this scene in horror. Whether it's Chiba's first strike, or this culmination cut. It was the first time I met Itachi. In just this moment, he knew the gap between himself and Chiba. Regardless of the speed and power chakra, The gap in swordsmanship alone is like a ditch. But just watching the battle made Itachi's hands shudder. Not fear, but excitement. Am I actually looking forward to Chiba-kun's true strength so much? Shisui and Itachi are far more excited about Chiba's swordsmanship. The same is true for the girl who is full of swords who is observing all this secretly. When all the moves are learned, the improvement in swordsmanship will be extremely slow. This is true of any swordsman. Because you can only make progress after you integrate your moves and add your own understanding and extension. This is called the realm and the bottleneck. Uchiha was shocked to break through the bottleneck just by relying on her aura. But when Chiba started to swing the sword, she seemed to have a new understanding. This is just a simple discussion. However, but she was fascinated by it. Chapter 33. Sakura Under the Flower. Two beautiful figures stroll in the sea of flowers. The slowly falling sakura flower is the most beautiful moment of the year for the Uchiha clan. On this day, anyone in the village will envy the sakura flower tree of the Uchiha clan. You Uchiha clan are still so beautiful. The raised haurist gently caught a piece of sakura flower. A red sakura flower has the same color as her hair. Maybe it's because of my own hair color. Uzumaki Kushina is very fond of sakura flowers. Although I was a little unhappy that my husband could not accompany me to enjoy the flowers on this most beautiful day. However, considering the current situation on the front line is not optimistic. Even she, who is known as Blood Red Pepper, can only understand Namikaze Minato. There is no man. The best companion becomes the best companion. Uchiha Mikoto even left her husband in the cold, and took time to stay with her in Sakura's most beautiful day. When you come, you are a guest, let alone your best friend. You can come here anytime if you like. Mikoto smiled, very gentle. I also thought, because of my identity, I was restricted from going out, and I couldn't even go to the battlefield. Obviously, if I was sent to the front line, either Rock Shinobi or Cloud Shinobi would be able to repel it. Uzumaki Kushina, after all, is special. Tailed beasts, in this ninja world, are equivalent to nuclear weapons. Its existence value is never the time to use it. Deterrence is the way to display the true value of the tail beast. It is precisely because of the existence of Uzumaki Kushina. Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi will not drop tail beasts on the frontal battlefield and attack them violently. Even if the 8 Tails Jinshuriki Killer Bee of Cloud Shinobi Village is the leader in the entire ninja world in terms of manipulating tail beasts, it can be completely tailed and perform indiscriminate strikes. Cloud Shinobi still can't do it. And the reason? It is because of 9 Tails, because of the existence of Uzumaki Kushina. The power of 9 Tails has been confirmed in the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Although 9 Tails was manipulated by Uchiha Madara to forcibly fight Senju Hashirama. However, being able to be valued by the strongest Uchiha and fighting against the god of the ninja world already shows the status of 9 Tails among the tail beasts. That was recognized by the strongest in the ninja world. Even Uzumaki Kushina cannot fully manipulate 9 Tails. However, other ninja villages still fear Konoha's 9 Tails. This is also the reason why Konoha's top management stepped Uzumaki Kushina on the battlefield. Once 9 Tails comes on stage, the third ninja war will evolve into a nuclear explosion battle between the tail beasts. I think this is actually the village protecting you, Kushina. Now there are too many people in other villages looking at you. Mikoto said with a smile. The two of them walked through the sakura trees while talking and laughing, and came to the training ground unknowingly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The sound of the collision of the sword and the sword could not help but draw the eyes of the two of them. And this moment, Uchiha Mikoto's eyes instantly turned blood red. It was Sharinan. Uzumaki Kushina next to him also narrowed his eyes slightly, showing a horrified expression. Accompanied by the fall of the sakura flower, the two figures in the training ground seemed to be dancing. However, the ghostly movements and complicated swordsmanship made Mikoto not even able to see if he didn't use Sharinan. That's Uchiha Shisui, the genius who became famous in the shadow of haze and achieved the title of Shimmering Shisui. But, who is the other person? While Kushina was puzzled, she didn't realize how horrified Mikoto looked like a ghost next to her. Uchiha Chiba? Is it him? How can it be? The kind of movements and swordsmanship that she can only use Sharinan to see clearly came from Chiba? Dozens of minutes ago, Mikoto also saw Chiba having a long conversation with her husband. And now, he is actually fighting Shisui, and he is still fighting back and forth. That's Shisui. Shun Shisui. Regarding Chiba, Mikato's knowledge is limited to Itachi, and he still stays at the point where the two are only better than his own son. But this is too ridiculous, right? Shocked, surprised. It took dozens of seconds for Mikato to recover from the shock, and Sharingan's eyes slowly faded. And this moment, Chiba's observation haki swept past. Uzumaki Kushina seemed to have suffered some kind of shock, and his pupils suddenly shrank. She quickly touched her abdomen. There, sealed the most ferocious tail beast Nine Tails. Even though the Uzumaki clan has a natural suppression of tail beasts, Uzumaki Kushina still has a lot of pressure on Nine Tails. However, at that moment, that inexplicable aura suddenly disturbed Nine Tails. Kushina, the one just now, what is it? Even Nine Tails, who usually stayed taciturn inside the seal, was awakened and questioned Kushina. Next moment, Nine Tails' chakra spread out, and through Kushina's sight, it directly locked Chiba, who was still fighting in the distance. That kid. Nine Tails, are you a little overwhelmed? Kushina snorted. In an instant, a shocking yellow chakra erupted within the seal. The amount is as large as a tail beast. And those chakras instantly turned into dense golden chains, directly binding Nine Tails. That is Kushina's chakra. Chakra is naturally suppressed against tail beasts. Coupled with the unique King Kong blockade of the Uzumaki clan, even the most ferocious tail beasts can only be suppressed. Kushina, don't be too happy, one day sooner or later. Before Nine Tails' words of cruelty were finished, his consciousness was engulfed in Kushina's seal. When consciousness returns, Kushina set his eyes on Chiba again and asked subconsciously. Mikato, who is the kid who fought Shisui? Chiba, Uchiha Chiba. Facing the familiar name, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly realized. It's the blind man of Uchiha. Okay. And many more? For a moment, Kushina seemed to think she had heard it wrong. Chiba? The blind man? Have played back and forth with Uchiha Shisui. What an international joke is this? What kind of freak is this? Hear the words. Mikato also gave a wry smile. What kind of freak is this? I really don't know. Chapter 34. The sakura flower slowly falling down seems to be drawing a terminator for the battle. It is different from Chiba and Shisui, who are immersed in battle. The people who watched the battle, whether in the light or in the dark, are all silly. How could this be the fight of a 5-year-old blind man? It's outrageous. Shisui took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. At the same time, the scarlet eyes turned to pitch black at this moment. Sharingan, Shisui didn't intend to use it originally. However, during the battle, he found that he couldn't keep up with Chiba's complicated swordsmanship without Sharingan. He was horrified. Chiba's sword swing is definitely not too fast. After all, the 5-year-old's physical ability lies there. No matter how exaggerated Chiba is, he can't break through his physical limits. What made Shisui decide to use Sharingan was Chiba's ultimate swordsmanship. There is not a single repetitive move, but every cut goes smoothly, and is approaching the limit. While not wasting physical strength, it can be aesthetically pleasing. It is terrible. Uchiha Shisui closed the knife, looked at Chiba, and silently made a mark of reconciliation. This is the most fun and hearty battle since Chiba came to this world. However, there is no such thing as a winner in this battle. Because neither side did their best. Uchiha Shisui is a ninja, not a mere swordsman. Fighting Chiba with swordsmanship is to keep his hands. And Chiba did not use his exaggerated observation haki in a real sense. Shisui's physical abilities are far superior to Chiba, and Chiba's swordsmanship is far superior to Shisui. Between each other, tend to balance. Speed and strength are the most important foundation apart from moves. All moves that are not based on speed and power are bragging. Chiba's 5-year-old body can't fully display the panel ability of Fujitora's smile. Is age my limit? Chiba shook his head. This is not for him to decide. His physical ability will increase year by year with the growth of time. It really surprised me. I didn't expect that among the people of my age, there would be people who are stronger than Itachi. Shisui made no secret of his horror. He heard Itachi mention that he has a friend who is better than himself. Shisui didn't care much at the time. After all, Itachi has shown a talent for heaven-defying since he was a child. Now it seems that he himself is short-sighted. More importantly, Chiba, who is stronger than Itachi, is still invisible. It is terrible. Thank you Shisui for your advice. So, do you understand now? My real strength. This sentence seems to be a bit of an implication. Shisui understood it almost instantaneously, and touched his head with embarrassment. Did you know? Read more at hotentleNovel.xyz. Well, you know when you use Sharingan. Although Chiba is confident in his swordsmanship. However, Shisui couldn't cope with the situation where the basic abilities were completely suppressed. Opening Sharingan, there is always a feeling of making a fuss. Combine Shisui to find himself as soon as he comes up, and its purpose is self-evident. After all, even Danzo sent Orochimaru to observe himself. It is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen not to act. With powerful swordsmanship and this kind of analysis ability, Master Naruto did not misunderstand the person. Chiba, are you interested in joining Umbu in the future? Umbu has talents like you, we Konoha can become stronger. In this way, Konoha can be better protected. Guarding Konoha? Is it guarding Konoha? Or Konoha who guards Sarutobi Hiruzen? It seems that Shisui trusts Sarutobi Hiruzen very much. Is this the successor of the Will of Fire? This is how you can tell Uchiha Shisui of Konoha's high-level staff with your gun in the future? Somewhat blindly. Umbu. Who knows? What will happen in the future, who can say for sure? Chiba smiled. Did not give a clear answer. Shisui knew it and went back soon. He is going to Sarutobi Hiruzen to return to life. Accompanied by the end of the discussion. Both the secret girl and the surprised girlfriend are gone. Uzuki Irian did not jump out to challenge Chiba after all. Xian, you are right, Chiba he did not lose. Too frightening. Today's battle has refreshed Shirohong's knowledge of Chiba. Strange cognition of Hokage. Easily defeat Sarutobi Asuma. Even Orochimaru of Konoha Sunin had an undisclosed relationship. This Uchiha boy who is only 5 years old. What kind of secrets are there? At this moment, Yurihong wanted to know Chiba very much. Understand what kind of treasure there is in this invisible boy Uchiha. Red, let's go. Mao Yuzian was very unwilling. Aren't you going to challenge? She shook her head. No need. I already have the answer. At this time, Koizumi ran over and touched Chiba. Brother Chiba, are you not hurt? No, you think too much. Call. That's good. Koizumi breathed a sigh of relief, then was excited. Brother Chiba, you can actually fight that shimmering Shisui hey. So amazing. Upon hearing this, Chiba rubbed her head. What? I thought you should have more confidence in me. Of course I have confidence in Chiba brother, but, it was just a surprise. As expected of my Chiba brother. At this moment, Itachi looked at Chiba silently. His friends showed strength beyond his imagination. He is very happy and very excited. Chiba-san. You are stronger than I thought. It's really not easy to surpass you. And also got the approval of Hokage. Shisui's first exploration is Hokage's best recognition. This surprised Chiba a bit. You knew already. Brother Shisui told me from the beginning. He said, because you are my friend. Chiba quietly looked at Itachi who was happy for him. Although he didn't want to pour cold water at this time. However, he still has to say. Chiba quietly approached Itachi and gently put his right hand on Itachi's shoulder. Immediately, a whisper came in the ear. Itachi. Recognition of a waist. Really important. Chapter 35. No one understands swordsmanship better than him. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the report handed by Uchiha Shisui and almost thought he had read it wrong. He knew that Chiba was a swordsman and was good at swordsmanship. However, is this evaluation too much? Or is it that Shisui has partiality towards the people of the same Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Uchiha Shisui would not do such boring things. Because of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed horrified by such an evaluation. At this stage, the top of Konoha swordsmanship is the man who shocked the Second Ninja War. Heitake Shu Mao. With a single hand, his Heitake swordsmanship surpassed the entire ninja world. In the Second Ninja World War, no one ignored the wind in fear. And if that's the case, it's definitely nothing to describe Heitake Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because it is a vertex, there are no exceptions. Shisui gave Chiba this kind of evaluation. Interesting. It seems to have seen Sarutobi Hiruzen's doubts. Uchiha Shisui, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately explained. Master Naruto. I know you may not believe it. However, my report did not contain a single word of favoritism. If anyone can have a chance to reach the top with swordsmanship in the future, then this person must be Uchiha Chiba. This is almost the highest honor for a swordsman. Aspire to the pinnacle with swordsmanship. Is that right? I see, go down. Sarutobi Hiruzen beckoned, and Shisui disappeared. For Shisui's evaluation, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He came to the window, lit his pipe, took a deep breath, and then slowly spit it out. I think Uchiha Shisui has something to say, I can't believe it all. At this time, Danzo didn't know when he appeared in the office. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, looking a little unhappy. Danzo, he seems to want to intervene in everything. Shisui is my subordinate, why can't I believe it all? But he belongs to the Uchiha clan after all. Danzo spoke coldly. Aspiring to the pinnacle with swordsmanship? Heitake Shumao didn't dare to make such rhetoric. He actually used this kind of evaluation on a 5-year-old blind man. What is this nonsense? For Uchiha Chiba, it remains to be seen. The more important thing now is Uchiha Itachi. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. Not now. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Now Konoha has no time to take care of the haze. The Uchiha clan can stop the haze is the best. It's no good to provoke Uchiha Fugaku at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave an explanation. But Danzo seemed a bit radical. Uchiha Fugaku doesn't have the guts. Moreover, he trusts you very much. He always naively thought that Uchiha could have a place in Konoha. For such radicalism, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very strange. Under normal circumstances, Danzo should be more cautious. However, thinking of Danzo's attitude towards the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think much. But, not only intentionally or unintentionally. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and said calmly. Danzo, recently. Is your route very short of people? Danzo was very angry. Last time, he should have sent Orochimaru to observe Chiba. However, the reports he gave were all trivial things, completely different from the reports given by Uchiha Shisui. For Orochimaru and Shisui's reports, Danzo would rather believe in Uchiha Shisui. Even Shisui is a subordinate of Sarutobi Hiruzen, even Shisui belongs to the Uchiha clan. Because Danzo still doesn't trust Orochimaru. If Danzo had known that Chiba was so heaven-defying and powerful, he has already pulled Chiba into his route. The reason why he acted so aggressively just now was to make Sarutobi Hiruzen turn his attention away from Chiba to Uchiha Itachi. After all, for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Itachi is far more important than Chiba. However, in the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen's unintentional sentence "Do you have a lack of people for your routes?" made Danzo very bottomless. Did the old guy see through his mind? Danzo is not sure. However, he knew that he couldn't just wait and die. Now that Chiba has shown great strength, then he has the need to pull it into route. For Uchiha Itachi, Danzo had no hope. It is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to let go, and the existence of Chiba is Danzo's best choice. No one dislikes too many capable people under their own hands. With a trace of anger, Danzo came to Orochimaru's laboratory. A laboratory that must not be made public. And Danzo hadn't even entered it, and the screams coming from inside were enough to make the scalp numb. Danzo frowned slightly. Orochimaru, it has become more and more rampant recently. When he came into the laboratory and looked at the corpse lying on the test bench, even Danzo felt a little nauseous. Orochimaru, what are you going to do? Don't you think you are too arrogant lately? The missing persons in the village are getting more frequent. I should have told you to let you converge, right? However, Orochimaru didn't lift his head, just spoke calmly. You provide me with material channels, and I will study Hashirama cells for you. Is this a good idea from the beginning? All the missing persons are based on your list. This person can be counted as the head of the war, isn't it? Danzo frowned more tightly. He said this before. The occasional disappearance can indeed be counted as the head of the war. However, Orochimaru needs too much. Anyway, you have been a little low-key lately. There have been rumors in the village, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has also begun to pay attention. Soon, Umbu will start investigating. Hearing that, Orochimaru finally let go of the things in his hands. His research is in a critical period. Now, it is not the time to be discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, his research at the moment is not the same as Danzo's expectations. Danzo just wants to get the power of Hashirama cells. And Orochimaru. Longing for immortality. Chapter 36. What Danzo yearns for is simple and pure. Strength and power. But it seems that God is not beautiful, whether it is power or power. He has none. In terms of strength, the Shikin clan has no special place, and he does not have the talent to stand out from the crowd. He can go to where he is today and become a high-level Konoha purely because Senju Tobirama accepted him as an apprentice. That's it. In terms of power, Sarutobi Hiruzen is always one level above him, while in Konoha, one level of officials can crush people to death. He will always be under Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo is not satisfied with the status quo. In his view, the only thing that can change the status quo is power. When he was young, he barely reached the shadow level, and now as he grows older, his strength has already declined. No matter how he struggles or trains, strength, after all, is his biggest limitation. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen faces the same situation as him. However, he has already reached the top of power. And so, he set his sights on first Hokage, the man who calmed the chaos and suppressed the ninja realm Senju Hashirama. The Senju family has overwhelming physical abilities and a huge chakra. Physical ability and chakra are the foundation of all ninjutsu. And all of this converges to one point. The cells left behind by Senju Hashirama. This is where he hopes to become stronger. For this, he can do nothing. And Orochimaru became his biggest support. However, even so, Orochimaru's behavior this time still made him dissatisfied. Orochimaru, are you hiding something about Uchiha Chiba's observations? Orochimaru paused, then stretched out his tongue and licked his lips. As for Chiba-kun's report, I should have written it all in the report. There is no research value, is this your answer? Danzo resisted his anger and looked at Orochimaru. Your report and the information obtained by Sarutobi Hiruzen are completely two concepts. Oh? Really? In my opinion, the Uchiha clan has lost Sharingan, it just has no research value. Even if he has some knowledge in swordsmanship, he still can't change the fact that he doesn't have Sharingan. Hearing this, Danzo frowned. That's not what Orochimaru said before. However, Danzo has become accustomed to Orochimaru's situation where the foreword does not follow. This guy, maybe his brain was broken by research. Is it? In this case, you don't have to worry about Uchiha Chiba. Although you think he is worthless. However, his value is recognized by me. You can do the research on Hashirama cells with peace of mind. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Tell me if you need a subject. Recently, stop arresting people in the village, even if they are on the list, it won't work. After leaving the words, Danzo walked away. When Danzo left completely, Orochimaru showed a smile on his face. Sure enough, outstanding people will be noticeable wherever they go. Chiba-san, you have to deal with Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen before accepting my embrace. Although Orochimaru has long known that there will be such a day. Perhaps there is a glimmer of expectation in my heart. That's why he wrote the nonsense that Chiba has no research value in the report. However, Chiba is too dazzling after all. I hope you don't lose yourself in the darkness. Otherwise, I would only think that what you told me before was nothing but big talk. Facing the darkness of Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chiba-kun, will you be like me? Do you choose the so-called counseling or dispel the darkness? Orochimaru is looking forward to it. Then, continue to devote yourself to your own research. Chiba certainly yearned. However, immortality is his dream. Undead rebirth, it takes time. The clan of the Uchiha clan ends in the hustle and bustle. The passing of Sakura Flower seems to represent the loss of years. People from all races who came to participate in the clan code have all returned. The sky gradually dimmed. Koizumi helped Chiba show the way and led Chiba towards home. However, before halfway through, it stopped. Koizumi, you go back first. Huh? What's wrong, Chiba brother? I have something to deal with and I will be back soon. Upon hearing this, Koizumi glanced suspiciously at Chiba. Then nodded. She is not worried about Chiba. After seeing how Chiba and Shisui played back and forth today, she only knew how strong she was as a childhood sweetheart. Then I will wait for you at home, Chiba brother. Hearing this, Chiba smiled and touched Koizumi's head. Go back quickly. Koizumi hopped away. When Koizumi completely disappeared from the horizon, Chiba stood on the spot with a cane in both hands, with an indescribable aura. Follow me all the way, how about showing up directly? The voice just fell. Behind Chiba, a figure appeared. She came quietly, looking at Chiba with admiration and surprise. The blood-red hair is redder and more gorgeous than the sakura flower. As a Uzumaki clan, she has a unique ability to perceive. Little guy, you seem to be different from the other Uchiha clan. It's naturally different if you don't look at things below. Uzumaki Kushina walked slowly to Chiba's face and smiled. You really don't look at things, but do you see what's in my body? She pointed to her abdomen. There, what is being sealed is the most ferocious tail beast 9 tails. Chiba was silent. Was it discovered? His observation haki is an unconscious expansion. When fighting Shisui before, his sights captured Uzumaki Kushina and the 9 tails in her. However, what I did not expect is that Uzumaki Kushina will be found directly. You don't need to deny it. Did you know? As the Uzumaki clan, while chakra and vitality are strong, there is another thing that ranks at the top of the ninja world. Chakra, who suppressed the tail beast. Upon hearing this, Kushina was stunned for a moment. Well, this is one of them, but I'm talking about another thing. Perception. Chiba let out a breath slowly. How could he not know? That should be the strongest perception ability in the entire Naruto world outside of Sage Mode. Kagura's Eyes. Chapter 37. No matter what you want to do with me, I think you and I better not get too close. Facing Uzumaki Kushina's questioning, Chiba spoke calmly. Today, it was indeed an accident. Who would have thought that his observation haki would have swept Kushina's body? Moreover, it just so happened that Kagura's heart actually perceives the existence of seeing, hearing, and S**x. Oh why? I am Uchiha, and you, are Jinshuriki, is this reason enough? Upon hearing this, Kushina was silent for a moment. She looked at Uchiha Chiba in front of her. She was a little surprised. A 5-year-old child knows the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha? Uchiha and Jinshuriki. If such a sensitive topic is a marginalized group, even Jonin might not know it. However, Chiba knew. Thinking of this, Kushina smiled. This is not a reason. After all, I'm still best friends with the wife of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Because she is the wife of the patriarch, so, you will be best friends. Chiba looked up, faced Kushina, and spoke calmly. Do you know the reason? Wish to listen? Because Hokage knows that our patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku, he loves his wife very much. If something happens to Jinchuriki because of the Uchiha clan, then, the first person to be suspected is your girlfriend. And your best friend is the wife of the patriarch, and even Uchiha Fugaku will be implicated. So, even for myself and his wife, Fugaku, as the patriarch, cannot cause an accident to Jinchuriki. At least, it cannot happen because of the Uchiha clan. This is even equivalent to allowing Uchiha to protect Jinchuriki in disguise, and at the same time to contain Uchiha. I don't know if you have heard that the Uchiha clan used to be the love clan. And this love is often a weakness. If there is a weakness, it is easy to be exploited. When the voice fell, Uzumaki Kushina was silent for a moment. It seems to alleviate the heavy atmosphere. She rubbed Chiba's head familiarly. You little guy, do you think too much? At your age, shouldn't you think about how to become stronger or how to chase beautiful girls? And the next moment, Kushina's voice changed, and her tone changed sharply. Did your patriarch tell you this? Do you think that if you can be the leader of a clan, he won't understand that there are some things that can't be said nonsense? Some secrets can only be rotten in my heart after all. At this moment, Kushina looked at Chiba calmly, her face was even more shocked. Then how do you know this? History, you can't lie. And human nature has an eternal dark side. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. The relationship between Uchiha and Konoha has not been established since the day Konoha was established. I think these are not secrets. It's really not a secret. How can it be said that the record is secret? The relationship between Uchiha and Konoha, even if it is very cryptic, is actually known to all major families. I just didn't expect that this kind of words would come out of a 5-year-old child. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Chiba in horror. In other words, these are all you analyzed. This is not analysis. I'm just telling history. So, what are you looking for me for? No, I don't think that is important anymore. Kushina looked at Chiba with a bloody face. If I hadn't known about your birth 5 years ago, I would have thought you were an old monster. Don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to say this from your mouth? What's wrong? Who stipulated that 5-year-olds must be innocent? Tong Yan. Must he be unscrupulous? I don't think so. I have always been like this. That's right. Chiba has always been like this. Regardless of whether it is strength or its own attitude. He will not hide it. Forget it. Kushina waved her hand, then spoke. This does not affect the reason why I approached you this time. With that, she handed out a scroll. On the scroll is engraved with the word seal. How about becoming my apprentice after graduation? Chiba looked up with a puzzled look on his face. This brain circuit is a little jumpy. So you will show such a shocked expression. Very well, it looks like you are not an old monster. Just because I saw 9 tails in you. Kushina shook her head. No, you suppressed him. Chiba looked dumbfounded. Are you sure that 9 tails was suppressed and not shocked by this unfamiliar power system? Regardless of the situation, Kushina's attention will be paid to the changes in 9 tails in his body. Suppression is a bit exaggerated, but whether it is suppression or not, you let 9 tails notice you, so. I think you might have such potential. What potential? Check and balance the potential of the tail beast. Chiba froze for a moment, then shook the scroll in his hand. So, this scroll is. It's a seal technique. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Chiba thinks this reason is too far-fetched. However, he had to accept Uzumaki Kushina who appeared in front of him. So, do you want me to work for Konoha and Sarutobi Hiruzen? No, it's for the village, but also for the Uchiha clan. Did you know? The 4th Hokage election is about to begin. And that person will definitely be my man. That man, named Namikaze Minato. Speaking of her man, Uzumaki Kushina is very proud. Chiba will not deny this. 4th Hokage must be Namikaze Minato. That was also the only consolation for Konoha who was weak at this moment. As for him, he has always wanted to solve the problems of the Uchiha clan. Do you know? He accepted an apprentice from the Uchiha clan. And me, I choose to support him. So, do you also choose a Uchiha to be your apprentice? Chiba felt a little absurd. However, it is justified. Chapter 38. The Uchiha apprentice of Namikaze Minato is named Uchiha Obito. In this world of Naruto, one can definitely be called a big boss. Before Uchiha Madara's training, Uchiha Obito was just an optimistic teenager who often helped her grandma to cross the road. Even as the tail of a crane, he is like other Konoha shinobi, working towards its apex. Unfortunately, what he doesn't know is that his dream is just a dream, and it will always be a dream. It is almost impossible for the Uchiha clan to become Hokage. Reality is not allowed. In a way, Obito and Naruto are similar. When they were young, they had similar personalities, similar optimism, and similar goals. If Naruto is the protagonist of the bright side, Obito must be the protagonist of the dark side. His whole life has been sad. Uzumaki Kushina said that Namikaze Minato's move to accept the Uchiha clan as apprentice is meant to change the Uchiha clan, and Chiba believed it. However, it is one thing to have this idea, and whether it is possible or impossible to achieve it is another matter. Chiba doesn't know much about Namikaze Minato. The reason is simple. His time in politics is too short. At the end of World War III, it became 4th Hokage, and died the following year after sealing Hokage. For a year, he didn't even understand the position of Hokage. More importantly, during 4th generation's reign, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not step down as 3rd Hokage. Under the banner of assisting 4th Hokage, people with a discerning eye know what it means. If you want to understand a shadow, you must first understand what he has done during his reign. Through those things he has done, you can get to know each other in depth. Heitake Sumo committed suicide, Sunin ran away, Senju and Uchiha perished one after another, 4th generation died young. Regardless of whether it is admitted or not, these things all happened during the 3rd generation administration. And 4th generation, there is no such case that can be analyzed. Your thoughts are good, but, have you ever thought, why do you think that your man can change the status quo of Uchiha? Hearing that, Uzumaki Kushina gave Chiba a weird look. Didn't I say it? He will become 4th Hokage. Or, do you think 4th Hokage is someone else? No, 4th Hokage must be him. Chiba nodded in affirmation. After all, Jinshuriki has become his wife. There is no more favorable evidence than this. But, can you change when you become Hokage? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Of course. Uzumaki Kushina took it for granted. Chiba shook his head silently. You don't seem to fully understand what I mean. In other words, why should Uchiha's status quo change? Did Uchiha do something wrong? Okay. Uzumaki Kushina paused, was silent for a long time, and came out without thinking of a reason. That's right. Uchiha is fine now. As the Konoha guards, he manages the village's public order in an orderly manner. Moreover, the Uchiha clan at the moment is still the main force against the fog. So, why change? So, you didn't understand the real contradiction between Uchiha and Konoha at all. Uchiha, it's never the one to pick things up. We just want to live in peace and stability. And the center of contradiction lies in Konoha's high level. If you want to resolve this contradiction, you have to slay a butcher knife on the senior Konoha. Can you do it? In an instant, Uzumaki Kushina's complexion became fierce. She looked at Chiba coldly, and said coldly, "Do you know what you just said? The remarks just now are enough to make you bear the charge of betrayal, and in the end, the Uchiha clan is involved. Where did you get the courage to say this to Konoha's Jinshuriki? I'm just telling the truth." Chiba spoke calmly. "Let me say it, who said that childish speech must be unscrupulous? Besides, you should be very clear about the urinary S** of the Konoha high level, right? The extinction of the Uzumaki country of the Uzumaki clan, don't you think it's strange?" Hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina's eyes narrowed slightly. "It looks like you can't treat you like an ordinary child. Can you analyze this kind of thing? Listen to your tone, that is to say, my guess is correct." Uzumaki Kushina shook his head. "Who knows, I'm just guessing. After all, things have passed so long. Historically, the Uzumaki kingdom was extinct because of the fear of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. Here comes the problem. When the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, where was Konoha? You know, the distance between the country of fire and the country of vortex is just across the sea. More importantly, the Uzumaki clan possesses the ability to suppress the tail beasts. They are completely natural Jinshuriki. All ninja world knows about this. In Chiba's view, countries covet the ability of the Uzumaki clan Jinshuriki is more convincing than the reason for fear of sealing. The strange thing is that the Uzumaki clan was destroyed by various countries. As a result, apart from Konoha, no Jinshuriki belonged to the Uzumaki clan. Are all those big countries fools? Uchiha, it is no longer the Uchiha of the Sengoku period, but Konoha is still Konoha who looked at Uchiha with colored glasses at the beginning of the establishment. So, if you just say beautiful things, just take back your scroll, thank you for your kindness." After speaking, Chiba directly threw back the scroll that Kushina had handed him before. After Kushina took it, she threw it back. "No, this is for you as a meeting gift. It's not a precious thing. Even if this can't change anything. But you still have great potential. I'm not a senior Konoha, and I don't know how to wear colored glasses for Uchiha." Chapter 39. Uzumaki Kushina's heart is good. It can be seen that she really wants to make Konoha better. Unfortunately, she used her strength in the wrong place. As Konoha Jinshuriki, she has adapted to Konoha. Shocking countries with 9 tails Jinshuriki, she has made a lot of contributions to Konoha and is a veritable hero. Unfortunately, her children did not get the childhood they deserve. If she knew the childhood life of her future child, did she choose to understand or choose to slay a butcher knife on Konoha? Chiba opened the scroll Kushina gave him. Sealing techniques exist in all countries. However, the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is exceptionally powerful, and it is very suitable for sealing tail beasts. The Jinshuriki of 9 tails used the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan to seal 9 tails. The strength of its seal can be seen as a Madara. Although Chiba's focus is mainly on swordsmanship, Fujitora's smiling template is his biggest support at the moment. However, he will still learn the necessary ninjutsu. At this moment, the sealing technique was in front of him, and Chiba had no reason to let it go. As the saying goes, there are too many skills and no pressure. What is recorded in this scroll is not a specific ninjutsu, but some basic content explanations about the Seal Warlock. This is the learning basis passed down from generation to generation by the Uzumaki family, although Kushina said it is not a precious thing. However, in Chiba's view, the more basic things are, the more valuable they are. Furthermore, the heaven-defying seal technique was also developed from the foundation. As long as you are proficient in the basics and add your own understanding on this basis, you may be able to create a brand new seal technique. Of course, this is also based on your talent. Whether it is the basic knowledge passed down from generation to generation or the powerful sealing technique as an extension of it, it is a gem of the Uzumaki clan. More importantly, in this scroll, a lot of Uzumaki Kushina's own understanding of this knowledge is also marked next to it. Unexpectedly, Kushina would give me this kind of thing. As can be seen, she did have the idea of accepting Chiba as an apprentice. Moreover, I am afraid that it is from the heart to help Namikaze Minato solve the problem of the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Unfortunately, she found the wrong target. Under the blessing of perfect observation Haki replaced Chiba's eyes and read the content on the scroll carefully. After reading it all, Chiba let out a sigh of relief slowly. Unconsciously, on his forehead, big beads of sweat have appeared. Perfect observation Haki, the consumption is too great. Just reading a scroll almost exhausted all his stamina. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Although this observation Haki is extremely powerful, it is definitely not something that can be used casually in actual combat. At least, it's not the current Chiba that can be used casually. Chiba will only use it when facing a real strong enemy and need to find its weakness. Or, when Chiba grows up, when will the physical strength be able to keep up with the consumption of this experience, and when can he use it at will? And when Chiba read all the basic content in the scroll, on the last page of it, there is a huge word Fu. This is the sorcerer of the seal. This is. Chiba made a seal with both hands, and directly unlocked the seal in the scroll. Peng's cry. Along with a white mist, a new scroll appeared in front of Chiba. Chiba untied the rope tied to the reel, and the moment he opened it, he felt that it belonged to the name of a seal technique. The 5 Elements, Seal. The 5 Elements seal is a warlock who gathers 5 chakras of different attributes on the 5 fingers to seal. The chakra of the banned person will be disturbed or even completely closed. Even if it is placed in the seal technique, it can be regarded as a high-level forbidden technique. In the original work, in order to seal the 9 tails chakra flowing out of Naruto's body, Orochimaru used the 5 element seal. It turned out that this sealing technique was also passed down from the Uzumaki clan. Chiba remembers that the seal of the 5 elements should be part of the A-level forbidden technique. As a result, Kushina took it out casually, and said that it was not something precious. Thinking of this, Chiba's mouth twitched suddenly. Isn't this something precious? Or is it that the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is too strong, and the 5-element seal is the weakest one? Chiba thought for a while, as if it was really the case. Seal of the 4 elephants, 8-sign seal, seal of contract, seal of ghoul. These well-known sealing techniques are probably the real top sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The seal of the 5 elements is placed in it. It seems a little inconspicuous. Chiba took a deep breath, exhaled it slowly, and closed the scroll. The seal of the 5 elements is obviously not something he can learn now. Let's start by studying the basic content of sealing technique solidly. And tonight, there is one more important thing. The template progress of his Fujitora smile has reached 9.9%. Not surprisingly, after 12 o'clock tonight, after refreshing the daily tasks, he can upgrade the template progress of Fujitora smile to 10%. At that time, you can get another template ability that Fujitora smiles, and you can open the next unknown template. What I have in my heart is a sense of anticipation that I haven't experienced for a long time. Chiba likes the sense of strength that is visible to the naked eye. And this time the template progress of the daily task %. The sense of becoming stronger will be unprecedentedly great. Time passed by. When the system sent the daily task refresh, Chiba drew his sword, and then, swiped it out. The daily task, swinging the sword 1000 times, began. Accompanied by a hearty swing of the sword. With every hit, Chiba exhausted all his strength. When swinging the sword for 1000 times, the system does not specify whether to use the full force. Even if it does, Chiba can still get that % of progress. However, swinging the sword with all his strength is a test of his physical ability. At this moment, Chiba lacks physical ability. His nearly 6-year-old body can't perform 10% of Fujitori's panel ability. The moment when the last blow was swiped. Daily missions are achieved. Congratulations to host, the Fujitora Smile template has completed the second 5% progress, and the host will get the Fujitora Smile 1 panel ability. Host gets Fujitora's Smile panel ability, Gravity Fruit. Congratulations to host, Fujitora's Smile template progress reached 10%, host will open the next character template. Host gets the second character template, Aizen Sosuke. Daily missions will be reset due to the opening of the second character template on host. Because host opens the second character template, the system will open special tasks. Chapter 40. God Level Template System. Host, Uchiha Chiba. The first template, Fujitora Smiles. Completion, 10%. Each time you increase the completion degree by 5%, you will get a template ability. The first template ability, 1 Observation Haki Perfect Level 2. Gravity Fruit No Weakness version. Second template, Aizen Sosuke. Degree of completion, %. The second template ability, No. Each time you increase the completion degree by 5%, you will get a template ability. When the progress of the second template reaches 10%, the third template can be unlocked. Daily mission, 1000 slashes, reward % completion completed. Reset, 10,000 slashes, rewards 0.02% progress in the first template, 0.01% progress in the second template. Start next day. Special task, trigger randomly. This is a brand new system template. In addition to Fujitora's Smile, Chiba officially opened the second template at this moment. He never dreamed that the second template would actually be this kind of heaven-defying character. Aizen Sosuke, a big boss who beats everyone like his own son. Undoubtedly one of the ceilings of the Shinigami world's combat power. Zankenkaizu and Ryotsu both reached the limits of Shinigami's world. When they found that as Shinigami, they couldn't go further, they broke the boundary between Shinigami and the virtual in pursuit of the sublimation of the dimension. In the end, it merged with Hogyaku and became an immortal existence. The moment when the second template character completely descended on Chiba. What he accepts is from Shinigami, the inheritance of an extreme Shinigami. Jean Quan ghost walked, and in an instant, he understood in his heart. More importantly, his soul has been sublimated. In the soul, the original power of the carrier Shinigami. This power is equivalent to the chakra of the ninja. Its name is Ryotsu. At the same time, a sword appeared on Chiba's waist. Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. That is a knife that can kill the soul. Zanpakuto. And this knife appeared with Aizen's template, so this knife must be Kyoka Suijutsu. Zanpakuto. By calling its name, you can get the power that resides in the sword. However, the sword was clearly on him, but Chiba couldn't perceive it through Ryotsu. The knife is indeed Zanpakuto. However, it is not Kyoka Suijutsu yet. This kind of Zanpakuto, which has not been empowered, is called sealed state. That is to say, does Kyoka Suijutsu belong to Aizen's template ability? Or do I need to communicate with Zanpakuto day after day to activate it? Chiba prefers the first one. When Aizen's progress reaches 5%, Kyoka Suijutsu may be unlocked. Of course, there may also be other abilities of Aizen. When Chiba completely accepted Aizen's template, he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The excitement in the heart seems to have been uncontrollable. It's not that Chiba is not calm, but Aizen is indeed heaven-defying. After all, Aizen's strength is still above Fujitora's Smile. However, at this stage Aizen has only a % progress, and the income of daily tasks has become lower. For this result, Chiba was not surprised, he was already mentally prepared. And that special mission, I'm afraid it was prepared to make up for the loss of the daily mission. However, even so, Fujitora can still make a steady income of 0.02% every day with a smile, and Aizen has a 0.01% income. After 1 year, regardless of the special mission bonus, the strength growth is still very impressive. Chiba calmed down after suppressing his excitement. Although he got a heaven-defying Aizen template. However, at this moment, there is only a % progress, which is basically no increase in his strength. Moreover, due to the weakened daily tasks, I am afraid that Aizen's growth will be slow for a long time. Compared to the Aizen template itself. The gravity fruit and Zanpakuto he got really made his strength advanced. In the next period of time, Fujitora's smiling template will still be Chiba's backing. Chiba stroked Zanpakuto on his waist, feeling the details in Zanpakuto. The next moment, he released his Ryutsu and injected it into Zanpakuto. The result is that nothing is perceived. Sure enough, you can't even communicate. Kyoka Suijutsu, you need to turn on the template ability to get it. However, in the process of infusing his own Ryutsu, he discovered that through his own Ryutsu, he could actually change the appearance of Zanpakuto. After all, Zanpakuto was created by Shinigami. The source of Shinigami's power is Ryutsu. So, there is nothing incomprehensible about using Ryutsu to change the appearance of Zanpakuto. In the Shinigami world, Urahara Kisuke transformed his Zanpakuto into a crutch. Presumably, it is to use your own Ryutsu. Just right. Chiba released his looming Ryutsu at the moment and injected it into Zanpakuto. At the next moment, Zanpakuto in the form of sealed state changed. The blade became a crutch, and the hilt became a cane handle, but Chiba's original crutch sword was almost exactly the same. Chiba is leaning on a cane that Zanpakuto has turned into, almost the same as before. Zanpakuto's problem is solved. So, the next thing to study is naturally two things that are absolutely linked to one's own strength: Gravity Fruit and Special Missions. Chapter 41. Gravity Fruit is Fujitora's Devil Fruit ability. As the name suggests, its ability is to manipulate gravity. It can generate gravity waves, and can manipulate the strength and direction of gravity at will, including gravity, lateral gravity, no gravity, anti-gravity, pressure, tension, repulsion, gravity, etc. The ability is similar to Golden Lion's Lion Fruit. However, in fact, Gravity Fruit and Lion Fruit are naturally restrained. One is to manipulate gravity, and the other is to eliminate gravity. And to say which of these two fruits is stronger. In Chiba's cognition, Devil Fruit is definitely not the strongest person, but the person who uses Devil Fruit. Whitebeard will never become the strongest man in the pirate world because of Shock Fruit. But he himself is the strongest, so he has achieved the reputation of the strongest Paramecia Devil Fruit. The same is true. Is the fruit of gravity strong? The answer is yes, because its user is Marine Admiral Fujitora with a smile. Chiba has acquired the template ability, but it requires your own practice and development to use it proficiently. The observation haki that Chiba originally got Fujitora's smile can be upgraded to the perfect level because of the gift package presented by the system. The Gravity Fruit is the second template ability that Chiba has obtained. He just holds the Gravitational Fruit ability, not skillful use. Chiba took a deep breath, unable to contain the excitement in his heart. Before confirming that Koizumi was asleep, Chiba slipped out quietly. He wanted to confirm the Gravitational Fruit ability he had obtained at the first time. After arriving in a clearing, Chiba gradually suppressed his inner excitement and calmed himself down. Then he adjusted his breathing and felt it with his heart. After a while, a strange force rose in his body. This power does not belong to the Naruto world, and is fundamentally different from chakra. Obviously unable to understand this power. Obviously this kind of power is very strange. However, the method of its use is generally engraved in one's own soul. Chiba knows that this kind of power is called gravity. The next moment, Chiba released this power from his body, and began to extend. The extension of power is very slow. In Chiba's view, there is a feeling of crossing the river by touching the rocks. At first, the force extended very quickly. However, as the extension distance increased, the speed began to slow down. Just extending 1 meter out is abruptly stopped. This 1 meter radius is the limit of Chiba's controllable gravity at this moment. Then, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Clang. He knocked the ground with his Zanpakuto, which had become a crutch. This is not a necessary action to trigger the ability. However, this subconscious action seemed to be imprinted in Chiba's soul. He knew that this action belonged to Fujitora's smile template. Because Chiba inherited Fujitora's smile, the habit of mobilizing abilities seems to have also been passed down. In an instant, the ground within a meter of radius shuddered. As if being pulled by some force, it was severely suppressed. Feeling the change in power, Chiba muttered, "Is this gravity?" Next moment, Chiba increased his strength, and the ground within 1 meter's radius shuddered more violently. as if under great pressure. The earth collapsed in an instant for a full centimeter. This is gravity from atmospheric pressure. Gravity suppression is one of Fujitori's usual smiles. Suppress all enemies within the range with extremely strong atmospheric pressure. Its gravity is strong enough to suppress the earth into a hole. Obviously, Chiba at this moment can't do that. Chiba withdrew his ability. A simple test, Chiba has understood the power of gravity. By attaching gravity to one's own swordsmanship, Chiba's biggest weakness can be overcome at this stage. Lack of strength. The power here simply refers to strength. After all, there is a physical gap in the 5-year-old body. With a smile of 10% of the template, Fujitora can theoretically kill Jonin with swordsmanship. However, Chiba still couldn't do it. His speed and strength are much worse than Jonin. However, the emergence of gravity fruits allowed Chiba to overcome the shortcomings at this stage. After adapting to gravity, my strength will be able to get a leap forward improvement. This is definitely not a joke. Chiba raised his backhand. The crutch in his hand turned into a big sword attached to his waist. The next moment, Chiba slowly pulled it out. The blade of the sword reflected a shuddering cold light under the moonlight. He raised Zanpakuto high above his head and aimed it at a huge rock in front of him. Infuse gravity into your Zanpakuto. Then, cut it down with one knife. In an instant, accompanied by Zanpakuto's grandiose, he descended. An invisible slash flew out of Chiba's knife in an instant. That is the sword pressure, an unprecedentedly powerful sword pressure, carrying the sword pressure of gravity. Before that, Chiba had just pulled out the knife. Chiba is in the realm of swordsmanship, but because of the lack of necessary strength, it is almost impossible to cut this kind of sword pressure. However, with the fruit of gravity, Chiba did it. The sword pressure of gravity soared into the sky, directly cutting away the huge rock in front of him. What the blasted rock reveals is the unparalleled power of gravity. Even if it consumes a lot of physical energy. However, looking at the huge rock that was violently cut open in front of him, Chiba knows. I became stronger again. He likes this feeling very much. No, the movement is too loud, the guards on patrol will probably find out. Before being noticeable, Chiba left in a hurry. In the Uchiha clan, there is no need to worry about umbu or root eyeliner. Facing the Uchiha guards, they have not been arrogant to this level. Chapter 42. Tonight, Chiba slept deeply. Obviously there is a habit of getting up early, but today Chiba got up later than Koizumi. After waking up, Chiba looked at Koizumi, who was sitting on his bedside wearing cute pajamas, and really experienced the feeling of being awakened by a cute girl. Although Chiba has no hobbies in this area. But the feeling of being healed both physically and mentally made him feel that his current life is worth protecting. The physical exertion of the gravity fruit really made Chiba exhausted. I woke up naturally when I fell asleep. It's so cool. And Chiba almost awakened from starvation. Really? Brother Chiba, even if you sleep late, why is your stomach still gurgling? Yesterday, I obviously ate so much. Chiba smiled and touched Koizumi's head. That's because even if I fall asleep, I smell the breakfast you prepared for me. If this is the case, why don't you hurry up and eat breakfast? Koizumi shook her small fist, very happy. Coming to the dinner table, Chiba gobbled up as soon as he came up, and Koizumi who was next to him was stunned for a while. Brother Chiba, when did your appetite become so big? Maybe it's because of the tired training recently. No matter how you train, your appetite growth is too exaggerated, right? It's almost doubled. Prior to this, Chiba's appetite was already very large. After all, unlike other 5-year-olds, he has training every day. My appetite will be very big this time. After all, the daily task has changed from 1,000 swings to 10,000 swings. This 10 times the amount will consume Chiba's physical strength. And Chiba also needs to be proficient in his own gravity fruit ability every day, and the physical energy consumed is absolutely different from the past. Brother Chiba, if you continue to eat like this, our family doesn't have enough food. Maybe before the father and mother come back, we will have to go to the neighbor's house to have a meal. Don't be so pitiful. The forest of our Uchiha clan is a natural hunting ground. It's easy to shoot two prey casually. At that time, the prey will come back. Maybe it will be better than now. You don't want to be a pig. Hearing this, Koizumi gave Chiba a white look and said in anger. Brother Chiba, you are a pig. While eating, Chiba planned his own training plan. I couldn't beat the discussion with Itachi every day, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. The daily tasks must be completed in the first time, and gravity fruit training and development must also be put on the agenda. More importantly, Chiba looked at his system panel. That special task triggered randomly. This is a feature that Chiba cares about. So far, the system has not distributed so-called special tasks to Chiba. The random trigger may be related to the various situations that Chiba faces. At this time when the daily task reward is weakened by the reply, the emergence of special tasks is probably to make up for the reduced daily task reward. Analysis can only be performed once the special task is triggered. Chiba is not in a hurry. After eating breakfast, Chiba left. His appetite has indeed grown, and it is ridiculously big. If this continues, the food at home is really not enough for him. Go hunting today to solve the food problem, let's talk about it. Both Koizumi's parents are still on the front line of haze. Chiba, who has not yet become a ninja, cannot accept the task and make money. I didn't expect to come to Naruto world, I still have to worry about money. Chiba sighed and walked towards the forest of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is very large, and after adding this vast forest, it is even bigger. It can be said that leaving aside the former Senju clan, the Uchiha clan should have the largest place in Konoha. There is not only fertile land, but also natural hunting grounds. Observation haki spreads past, and all the prey around are in Chiba's perception. This power, compared to the ninja's perception ability, I don't know how strong it is. Okay, the hunt, let's start. Deer and pigs are Chiba's first choice. Because they are bigger and have more meat. A deer and a wild boar are enough for Chiba and Koizumi to eat for many days. For the time being, there should be no need to worry about eating. But when Chiba dragged his prey back, he stopped. His observation haki has swept other existences. With hostility, it will not be a beast, but a ninja. And here is the clan land of the Uchiha clan. How could the guard look at Chiba, who is a Uchiha clan, showing hostility? Is it Umbu or the root? High probability will be the root. Umbu will not be radical enough to run to the clan of the Uchiha clan. Chiba put down the prey, leaning on crutches in both hands, as if waiting for the other party's arrival. Immediately afterwards, 3 dark shadows flashed past. On the big tree in front of Chiba, I don't know what it is, there are 3 more ninjas. They wear strange masks, squatting, or standing, just looking at Chiba peacefully. Uchiha Chiba. The other party spoke. Master Danzo values your swordsmanship, and I hope you can join Root. Join Root to serve Konoha. It's your pleasure. As long as you join Root, Lord Danzo will do your best to train you. For Konoha, for the will of fire. Hope, don't refuse. That kind of high-pitched tone doesn't sound like a request. The last sentence was changed to I hope you don't know how to praise, which may be more in line with their style. Chiba let out a breath slowly. After all, it is here. As the Uchiha clan, as long as you are a genius, you will encounter this situation. As the son of the patriarch, Itachi might not be so blatant. However, Chiba is just an ordinary Uchiha. The other party will naturally not take care of it. And at this moment, ding! Randomly trigger special missions. Zanpakuto is a knife that slays souls. Only by bathing in blood and soul can its sword have a close connection with the host. Special task, cut the grass and roots, kill the filthy soul in front of you, without leaving alive. Reward, contact with Zanpakuto, no one can use it except host. The progress of the first template is 0.5%, and the progress of the second template is 0.2%. Chapter 43. This is a special task triggered randomly. Feeling the prompt of the system, Chiba was in a daze. The rewards are not too generous, but much better than daily tasks. At the same time, Chiba knows that the rewards for special missions may increase with the difficulty of the content of the missions. Sure enough, fighting is the main theme of this world. Chiba's heart gradually became crazy. The observation haki that swept past instantly locked the 3 root ninjas in front of him. That is hostility. Overwhelming hostility. The 3 roots were stunned. Hidden in secret to perform bloody tasks is the root's job. They are extremely sensitive to hostility. It was almost the moment Chiba looked up to face them. The hostility surged. Obviously Chiba's eyes are covered by black cloth. However, At this moment, their son-in felt like they were being stared at by something. This is a fierce beast. This Uchiha blind man, is it possible that he wants to fight with me? Ridiculous. Can't hide the sneer. This is not arrogance, but the necessary arrogance of the root ninja. All the ninjas at the root stand out in bloody trials. Can be valued by Danzo, and survive to the end, undoubtedly the best among them. And the other party is just a Uchiha who can't see it. Uchiha without Sharingan is like a beast without fangs. Not to be afraid. The other party is showing hostility. Mission change. Use force to subdue the opponent and bring him to Master Danzo. Remember, stay alive. Keep alive. The three root ninjas made their judgments instantly, and instantly pulled out the ninjas behind them. From Chiba showing hostility to being a good combat brigadier general. It was just a moment. Decisiveness is the biggest feature of the roots. Because, for them, hesitation is equivalent to death. For Chiba's intelligence, they have already done an analysis. Possesses extremely high swordsmanship, and even got praise from shimmering Shisui. However, his 5-year-old body limited his swordsmanship. The lack of strength is Chiba's biggest shortcoming. Don't fight swordsmanship with the opponent, use brute force to suppress. Making noise, disturbing his perception. Target weaknesses, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Suppress with maximum efficiency. Everything is under the control of the root ninja. However, Chiba laughed. Keep alive? I'm sorry, you guys, there shouldn't be such a leisure time. For an instant, Chiba showed unprecedented fangs. The inner madness seemed to erupt at this moment. It turns out that my heart is like a beast. The moment the cane knife was unsheathed, the three rooted ninjas felt that their souls were shocked. It was an unspeakable shock. Then, Chiba is here. This should be Chiba's first actual combat, and it was also the first time he swung his knife with the intention of killing the opponent. Obviously no. Your own Zanpakuto can kill the soul. Those who were beheaded by Zanpakuto could not even save impure world reincarnation, maybe even the pure land of bliss. However, Chiba did not hesitate. Cutting the grass requires eradicating the roots, which will inevitably be a bloody feast. As a ninja, you must be ready to be beheaded at any time. This is called enlightenment. And this kind of awareness, Chiba had from the beginning. The world is cruel. If you want not to be killed, you can only kill the enemy. The three root ninjas separated instantly. The biggest ninja attacked Chiba, obviously a power ninja. Suppress with strength and attack its weakness. This is the correct approach. Unfortunately, such weakness only existed before yesterday. The lack of strength has been overcome by Chiba with the fruit of gravity. The sight of Haki swept across in an instant. Chiba predicted the opponent's movements clearly. Then, cut it down with one knife. Jian was interrupted, and when he was shocked, he instantly drew out Shinobi and slashed towards Chiba. Sorry, you shouldn't be able to cut this one. Chiba's knife has been cut down. The opponent's actions were predicted clearly. Wah! The root ninja was shocked. He was interrupted in both shots, and he didn't even have a chance to make a move. Is it possible that your own attack has been seen through by the other party? How can it be? You guy, isn't it invisible? Invincible in the eyes, naturally invincible. The reason why I don't look at things is because you are not in my eyes at all. Gravity poured onto my Zanpakuto for an instant, and then cut it down directly. Gravity knife. The opponent's pupils shrank suddenly, and the Shinto sword was raised reflexively, trying to block the blow. This is gravity, can you stop it? The voice fell. Carrying gravity, the sword flew out of Chiba's Zanpakuto instantly. Its powerful force directly knocked him head-on, and the shinobi was also bounced away. Even the mask was shattered. Breaking the defense head-on, this requires overwhelming power to do it. What? How does your guy's power compare to intelligence? The other party's words are not finished yet. Accompanied by a cold light in front of me. Chiba didn't know when he appeared behind him. Zanpakuto in his hand shook lightly. A cruel blood flower appeared on the ground. Until this time, a large amount of blood gushed out of his neck. The face of the ninja twisted for an instant, and he was clutching his neck in great pain. However, this pain did not come from his cut throat. It comes from his soul. At this moment, he felt his soul was torn in half. That kind of soul pain is even more piercing. Only for a moment. The rooted ninja was clutching his neck and fell heavily to the ground. Your blood, it doesn't taste good. But, it likes to kill a filthy soul like you most. Listen, it is whispering. Chapter 44. Listen, it is whispering. This sentence was not meant for the fallen ninja. And it was his other two ninjas who really felt the fear. At this moment, they seemed to have heard a low groan. The whisper from the knife. The whisper was shaking their souls. There is a problem with that knife. The two remaining root ninjas were shocked. They didn't care about the death of their companions. It's just that Chiba is completely different from what was described in the newspaper. This is what surprised them. Companion, there is no such thing at the root. The last second was a companion, and maybe the next second was going to kill the opponent. The biggest characteristic of the roots is to obliterate feelings. The roots buried in the ground don't need that kind of extra emotion. Cold execution of tasks is the main theme of the roots. They were not sympathetic to the death of their companions. Blame him for bad luck. They should be concerned about using the death of their companions to obtain information and then complete the task. Obviously, the knife attracted their attention. Strength is not Chiba's weakness. At the same time, Chiba's swordsmanship is so good, and there is an extra weird sword. There was insufficient intelligence, and an anti-kill was made. Mission change. Don't keep your hands, beat him half to death, and then send him to Lord Danzo. Tasks must be performed. Even Chiba is beyond the scope of intelligence. However, there is only one way for the root ninja. Hear the exchange between the two. Chiba held Zanpakuto and smiled. Do you know? Its whispering is a warning to you. You missed the only chance to escape. Such a soul. It more eager. The knife is indeed weird. Make their souls tremble. But the task is the most important. The two remaining root ninjas exchanged their eyes and acted directly. Do it. In response, Chiba smiled and waved Zanpakuto in his hands. Come on, kill it. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Knife and human accomplish each other. In the world of One Piece, famous swords with strong players can exert incredible power. The slashes slashed by the Hokage with a small knife and the slashes slashed with the supreme sharp knife are absolutely different. Fujitora's swordsmanship with a smile and Zanpakuto who beheaded the soul will not disappoint after all. Then, the two root ninjas on the opposite side moved. They jumped up, and they opened a distance between each other, one at the front and the other at the back. The tacit understanding of being a team member made Chiba realize what combination of ninjutsu the opponent seemed to use. Immediately afterwards, the two began to seal the seal separately. The long distance made Chiba unable to interrupt the opponent's knot. But even so, the moment the opponent started his hand, his observation haki already knew the ninjutsu used by the opponent. So that's it. The one in front is from the Nara clan. And the latter one belongs to the Kato clan. These are two families that carry secret arts. The shadow imitation technique of the Nara clan and the spiritualization technique of the Kato clan. This is not a powerful ninjutsu, but as a support, it is top-notch. Such a combination reminds Chiba of the pig, deer, and butterfly combination. Is it a combination of pig, deer, and butterfly? In this way, the ninja who was killed in the first place should be a power-type ninja used to replace the Akamika clan. The next moment, the other two began to seal. It's just that all the opponent's actions are in Chiba's foresight. As a control ninja, physique is your biggest weakness. It's much easier to deal with you two than the one just now. You are already surrounded by me. The moment he finished speaking, Chiba took the knife and stepped out. At this time, the person in front of him completed the seal, and at the same time, the shadow under his feet began to squirm, moving towards Chiba as if there was life. Shadow imitation. It's useless. Chiba carried the knife and walked slowly. At the moment when the shadow of the opponent approaches, Chiba seems to have foreseen it, staggering ahead of time. The other party continues to manipulate the shadow, trying to catch Chiba. But Chiba's speed is obviously unsatisfactory, and even seems to be walking. Shadow restraint is unable to catch Chiba's shadow. In a panic, the opponent scattered his shadow, trying to catch Chiba with the maximum range. However, Chiba still dances in the shadows. No matter how the other party spreads the shadow's capture range, it is always a little too close. See this scene. Even the rooted ninja shuddered. What a terrible perception. Clearly invisible to the eyes, but perfectly avoided all my attacks. Sorry. This is different from what you understand. I'm not just seeing your future. You, the future of death. Chiba shrank, avoiding all shadows and approaching in an instant. And at the moment of being close to each other. It's his death date. The opponent's physical skills, in Chiba's view, were simply unsightly. And at the moment. As a companion, the ninja of the Kato clan in the back just stared at all this indifferently. He knew that his companion would be killed. Chiba's swordsmanship is top-notch, and the ninjas of the Nara clan may not even have the power to fight back when they are close. However, he had no plans to save his companion. The task is everything. If at the moment when his companion dies, he can use the spiritualization technique to occupy Chiba's body. The task is complete. For this reason, sacrificing one or two companions is nothing at all. He concentrated all his attention, only to find the moment when Chiba beheaded his companion. Then, he saw it. The moment Chiba slashed his companion's throat with a knife. Accompanied by the surge of blood, he shot instantly. It's now, Linghua technique. Chapter 45. Spiritualization technique is the secret technique of the Kato clan. At this time, a kind of ninjutsu that turns one's own spirit into a living soul, ignoring the distance and killing the enemy, can even control the opponent's body and enter the spiritual world of others. Moreover, this is one of the few soul moves in Naruto world. It is because it is an ethereal soul. Therefore, in the face of this trick, one can only avoid it. Resistance by any physical means is a dead end. At the moment when his companion was beheaded by Chiba, the ninja of the Kato clan determined that Chiba could not avoid it. He knew the moment his soul flew towards Chiba. I succeeded. Mission completed. However, just when his soul was about to enter Chiba's body, he only saw Chiba turning around in an instant, carrying a knife and slashing towards him. It's useless. I am the soul at this moment. Physical means cannot cause harm to me. Sorry, what I cut, is your soul? Puffed out. The soul of the Kato clan was cut off directly under Chiba's Zanpakuto. The pain from tearing the soul directly caused the root ninja of the Kato clan to spasm physically. Chiba held Zanpakuto and shook it lightly. Put the knife in the scabbard. Immediately afterwards, he walked slowly to the side of the ninja of the Kato clan, raised his crutches, and lightly poked the twisted body. Suddenly collapsed. The soul has been beheaded, and his body has died. Chiba kicked his mask away. What I saw was an extremely distorted face. He looks plain and unremarkable. However, the tearing of the soul caused the muscles on his face to cramp. The ninja at the root is indeed cruel and difficult. Although the two of them are not very strong, the combined secret technique is enough to make Jonin have a headache. I have to say that Danzo will indeed win over Konoha's talents. And know how to use it, and achieve the effect of 1 + 1 and 2. It's a pity that his sword kills the soul. Ding, congratulations to host, complete the special task. Reward the connection between Zanpakuto, the first template progress %, the second template progress 0.2%. Bathed in the baptism of the system. Chiba can clearly feel that he has become stronger again. And this strong, almost all comes from Fujitora's smile template. Although Aizen's templates have also increased, they are too small compared to Fujitora's smile. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. I'm afraid it will be the case before Aizen template reaches 5% of template ability. And at this moment, bang bang bang. Beside, there was a clap of hands suddenly sounded. I don't know when, behind Chiba, a figure appeared. With a bandage on his right eye, he looked at Chiba, his eyes full of appreciation. At the same time, he glanced at Chiba's knife subconsciously. Is it the problem with the knife, or the person? Just now his subordinates used the spiritualization technique, but they were resolved by Chiba. Even Danzo couldn't understand how Chiba did it. However, if you get Chiba, the knife is naturally his. The important thing is people, not knives. Awesome, indeed amazing. I'm just a student of the ninja school, but at the age of 5, I can obliterate an elite team at my roots. Although this elite team is composed of Chunin. However, the Chunin at the root is completely different from ordinary Chunin. When they combine with each other, I am afraid that Jonin will not be an opponent. Sure enough, as Shisui said, your swordsmanship will definitely be the best in the ninja world. Chiba knows. That is Shimura Danzo, the leader of the roots, the dark source of Konoha. And Danzo's seemingly undoubted compliment is actually out of mind. Sure enough, as Shisui said, if Chiba was not a traverser, he would definitely think that Shisui had leaked his information to Danzo. This will inevitably create a gap between Shisui and himself. And Shisui belongs to Umbu. Only Danzo knows what thoughts are hidden in this. Unfortunately, Chiba is a traverser, this kind of trick is impossible to shake him. Danzo stepped out and came to Chiba's face, straight to the point. Uchiha Chiba. I won't talk nonsense. I want you to join my route. With your current strength, there is nothing you can learn in the ninja school. Only my route can make you sublimate. My organization still lacks a genius like you, a real genius. Danzo's roots are like Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu, absorbing talents from all races. For the genius on the bright side, Root's competitiveness is far inferior to that of Umbu. Therefore, before Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered it, it was Danzo's usual tactic to bring the genius he valued to himself. For example, the Abarame clan, Yamanaka clan, Nara clan, and other clans possessing secret arts, they all have the root organization, and even the genius of Hyuga clan, Danzo has secretly obtained them. And now, Danzo reached out to the Uchiha clan. Sorry, I'm not interested. Chiba didn't even have to think about it, and simply refused. He knew exactly where the roots were. Danzo was not surprised at this answer, but smiled. Don't rush to refuse. As the Uchiha clan, you can't see it. It's painful, right? What do you want to say? I have a way to restore light to your eyes. Danzo is confident. In his opinion, this is a temptation that Chiba absolutely cannot refuse. Will a blind man let go of the way to regain the light? Also, not through the low-level method of transplanting other people's eyes. What I can recover is your own eyes. If you are interested, come to Root to find me, I welcome you to join at any time. After saying this, Danzo thought he was very chic and left. Although he said so, Danzo thought that Chiba would beg to join Root. When he left, he also took away the 3 Root ninjas killed by Chiba. He didn't intend to use strong tactics against Chiba. Konoha's Hokage, after all, is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, Danzo has confidence in himself. He was sure that Chiba would come to him. Which blind man does not long for light? Unfortunately, Chiba, not longing for it. Chapter 46. Danzo has always been very cautious. The scenes of Chiba fighting with his 3 subordinates are vividly vivid today. The power displayed by Chiba is not the same as what Uchiha Shisui reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Danzo does not think Uchiha Shisui is lying. This only shows that Shisui did not test out Chiba's true strength. After all, learning and actual combat are not the same. Fighting with the purpose of killing and dealing with can better see his strength. Danzo was shocked by the strength that Chiba showed. Uchiha Shisui's evaluation of Chiba is high enough. However, when he saw Chiba's battle, Danzo even felt that he completely underestimated Chiba's capabilities. The team he dispatched this time was a combination of pig, deer, and butterfly. This combination is witnessed by history. Played a pivotal role in the Ninja World War. Faced with such a combination, I am afraid that a Jonin cannot guarantee that he can retreat all over his body. However, as an invisible blind man, Chiba defeats them one by one. As a butterfly power ninja was actually defeated by Chiba head-on. Uchiha Shisui said that the strength aspect as Chiba's weakness is simply ridiculous. Obviously, Chiba has some moves that Shisui doesn't know, which can make up for the lack of strength brought by his 5-year-old body. The perfect escape from shadow imitation is the representative of Chiba's strong perception. Danzo can understand this. After all, eyes are invisible, and perception is equivalent to Chiba's eyes. The only thing Danzo can't understand is, how did his ninja from the Kato clan die? That is the secret technique of the Kato clan, the spiritualization technique. Revitalize and release one's own soul to attack. This is similar to the physical and mental transformation technique of the Yamanaka clan, but it is more offensive. If the Kato clan is a big clan, in Danzo's view, the Kato clan is more suitable for that pig. That is a soul attack. Ordinary physical means cannot be prevented. In Danzo's view, Chiba can only avoid it. And his subordinates used the death of the Nara clan to attack, and undoubtedly chose a neutral position that Chiba could not avoid. At that moment, Danzo thought Chiba would be hit. No, it will definitely be found in that situation. But the fact is, All his subordinates died. Just as Danzo was thinking about it, a root ninja suddenly came to Danzo. He knelt on one knee and spoke calmly. Master Danzo, the results of the analysis of the corpse have come out. How? That corpse is a bit weird. Say. This Kato group of ninjas almost spasm in their muscles. It shows that he experienced incredible pain before his death. However, there are no wounds on his whole body. See this result, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The excellent medical ninjas in the roots are all dumbfounded. Never seen such a weird corpse. They don't even know how this ninja of the Kato clan died. After hearing the report, Danzo's brows tightened. There is no wound, but the person is dead. He uses the spiritualization technique. In other words, it was not his body that was killed, but the soul. The soul has always been a very illusory thing. Even the Kato clan of Konoha has a special secret technique. However, even so, no one can study a reason. Because of the weirdness, it is almost impossible to target. However, Chiba killed the soul of the Kato clan. Is it the problem with the knife? Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a fierce light. A knife that can kill the soul. Interesting. He wanted that knife very much. However, Danzo did not panic. Get Chiba, get a knife. He knows the priorities. As long as Chiba joins Root, all his secrets will be revealed in front of him. I look forward to your joining, Uchiha Chiba. Danzo is confident about the addition of Chiba. However, his wish will fail in the end. While waiting, a month's time passed quietly. Danzo was almost full of cobwebs when he waited. As a result, there was no movement on Chiba's side. Today, Uchiha Chiba still didn't come. He asked his subordinates. Danzo gradually lost his patience. Why do things that are obvious and stable? The more there is nothing, the more eager it is. It may even do this without compromise. Not to mention, that is bright. The light Chiba has never seen before. Which blind person does not long for light? But why doesn't it work for Chiba? Master Danzo, do you need me to explore the Uchiha clan? Danzo waved his hand. No. Recently, Sarutobi Hiruzen has taken actions against the Uchiha clan, so please stay away from the Uchiha clan for now. After speaking, Danzo exhaled heavily, a little confused. Chiba, you guy, what are you still hesitating? Not to mention this side. Danzo has been waiting. However, since the last contact with Danzo, Chiba has never thought about these things. In this peaceful time, he devoted all his time to training. Daily missions, the development of gravity fruit, Chiba never stops for a moment. Almost every day will be completely exhausted. The effect is also significant. Whether it is Chiba or Itachi, the strength of the two has been rapidly improved. Today, as always, Chiba waited for Itachi to arrive at the former training ground. Itachi is indeed here. However, it seems that there is no plan to learn from each other. What's happening? Itachi looked up at Chiba, his face full of thoughts. The battle between us and Rock Shinobi is over. Rock Shinobi's rear supplies were cut off and eventually retreated. Konoha won a big victory. Upon hearing this, Chiba slowly spit out a beg. Is the battle of the Shinobi Bridge over? Everyone in Konoha was immersed in a brief victory. However, only Chiba knows. The beginning of the war has only spread from now on. Chapter 47. Now that we Konoha has won. Why are you so unhappy? For those who don't know the truth, this is exciting news. However, from the words of Itachi, there was no joy at all. No, Chiba-san, I am not unhappy. Although we did win, but this kind of loss is too heavy. For Itachi, who has been on the battlefield, he knew what it meant after the war. Means to count casualties. The joy of victory is temporary. However, those lost lives are bloody. Master Naruto notified the whole village. Although we Konoha won the battle with Rock Shinobi. But, this is all piled up with life. In this decisive battle with Rock Shinobi, we sacrificed a member of our Uchiha clan. His death made Konoha's victory. So, in honor of this Uchiha hero, Master Naruto summoned ninjas of all races to the cemetery to pay homage. And the dead member of the Uchiha clan should be Uchiha Obito. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he said to pay homage to the heroes of the Uchiha clan. Chiba couldn't even think about it with his A. How can Sarutobi Hiruzen when the Uchiha clan is a superior? Even if Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi jumped so fiercely, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not send the Uchiha clan to the front line, but went to fight against the lowest key fog. It is to cut off the possibility of the Uchiha clan making meritorious service on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has experienced World War II, knows what prestige the victory of the war will bring to the family. The original Heitake Shimo is the best example. With one's own power, he overwhelmed this Hokage. In the end, it is the master of merit. Such a Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could it be possible to summon Konoha to pay homage to the dead Uchiha clan? I'm afraid his drunkard's intention is not to drink. The dead Uchiha Obito is just an excuse for Sarutobi Hiruzen. What he really wants to embody is definitely not the Uchiha clan. It should be Namikaze Minato. Reversing the battle between Konoha and Rock Shinobi with his own power, and winning the victory, let Rock Shinobi retreat. This kind of combat feat is terrible. It's even more exaggerated than Heitake Shimo in World War II, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Therefore, it is impossible to imagine what kind of support Namikaze Minato will receive in Konoha. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen really paved the way for Namikaze Minato. A path to become 4th Hokage. Since it is a tribute to the heroes of our Uchiha clan. Then, let's go. After speaking, Chiba walked towards the cemetery with a cane. Seeing this, Itachi followed immediately. Chiba-san, what do you think the war is for? The reason for the war? I'm afraid it is still because of interests. However, no matter how much benefit will be brought about by winning the war, what is lost is life after all. Is the meaning of life still inferior to those benefits? Hearing this, Chiba breathed out slowly and spoke calmly. Itachi, you have to remember. Benefits are just the surface of the war. Like this kind of war between countries. It's not just war, but politics behind the war. Hearing this, Itachi thoughtfully. Thinking from the standpoint of life is the strength of Itachi as well as his weakness. Moreover, you have to watch this memorial ceremony. Look good? Itachi was puzzled. Chiba-san seems to have something to say. When Chiba and Itachi came to the cemetery, it was already overcrowded. Almost all ninjas of all races gathered here. The Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Abarame clan, the Shimura clan, the Sarutobi clan, and even the Hyuga clan who are still fighting Cloud Shinobi have many ninjas participating. In Konoha village, almost all the families that can be named are now gathered here. Ordinary ninjas might really naively think that this is a hero who pays tribute to the dead Uchiha clan. But of course those who are old and refined in all races know. The purpose of Naruto this time is definitely not the Uchiha clan. It was Namikaze Minato. Paying homage to the heroes of the Uchiha clan is just an excuse. This not only creates a good image of Hokage that values the heroes and loves the people, but also makes the voices in the village that originally supported 4th Hokage of the Uchiha clan disappear. This is 3 birds with 1 stone. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not interested in alcohol. In the Uchiha clan, the one-headed is no one else, but Uchiha Fugaku. The Hei's frontline is not as tense as Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi. Therefore, there are special things he can easily rush back. It's just that he is obviously a hero who pays homage to the Uchiha clan, but his face is not very pretty. Why is this? Master Naruto, I have no idea about the location of 4th Hokage. Why use my Uchiha clan as an excuse? Uchiha Fugaku let out a breath slowly. His heart is very uncomfortable. He knew the situation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, so he had no idea about 4th Hokage from the beginning. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't think so. He only knew that in the village, there were voices supporting the high-ranking Hokage of the Uchiha clan. And such a sound, he didn't like it. At this moment, seeing the arrival of Chiba and Itachi, Fugaku's face suddenly showed a smile. Itachi, Chiba, you are here, come here. The two came to Fugaku. As the patriarch and the father of Itachi, he touched Chiba and Itachi's heads with a loving smile. Anyway, Uchiha Obito, he is Konoha's hero, our Uchiha hero. As he said, he suddenly leaned down, leaned close to Itachi's ear, and spoke softly. Itachi, you have to watch this memorial ceremony. Itachi was shocked inwardly. Is it good looking again? My father and Chiba seem to have the same idea. What are they going to see for themselves? Uchiha, and Konoha? Chapter 48. Although above the mausoleum, Uchiha Obito is buried in the whole Konoha scenery. However, his corpse was not among them. The memorial flowers and the black and white photos with smiles always attached to the tombstone seemed a bit out of tune with the surroundings. Who cares? The children who were full of enthusiasm and wanted to fight and kill the enemy cried loudly. It seems to be crying for the dedicated hero named Konoha. However, the ninjas of various races standing at the forefront were wearing cold hypocritical masks. Maybe it's all down to it. How can there be undead in war? Perhaps I know that this is just a show, a deliberate show. But, who cares? Perhaps, the only people who are crying so far are members of the Uchiha clan. And, take Kakashi and Harinolin who knelt down in front of Obito's grave. Sharinon, who could not be closed, was a gift from Obito to Kakashi's promotion to Jonin. It is the first, the last, and the only gift. The chakra, which was consumed anytime, anywhere, seemed to sting Kakashi's soul. Although in the world of ninjas, those who violate the rules will be called trash, but those who don't value their companions are not as good as trash. Obito's words seemed to echo in his ears. Kakashi at this moment is the real understanding, the real reason why his father gave up the task because of his companions. The appearance of Kakashi caused a Uchiha ninja next to Fugaku to speak quietly. Patriarch, what about Sharinon from the Heitake clan? Blood inheritance boundaries such as Sharinon and Byakugan need to be recovered. Generally, people who are not of their own race will be called back. At this moment, Fugaku just watched all this quietly and spoke calmly. So be it. That was a gift from Obito to him. We respect his last wish. And Fugaku's words did not go on. But Chiba knew what he was going to say. Kakashi, also Konoha's hero, participated in the mission of supplying rock shinobi after the break, and he was also dead for a lifetime. And in such a situation, your Uchiha clan actually wants to gouge his eyes. What is this? As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku is not as stupid as that. What's more, he didn't plan to bring Sharinon back at all. After all, Kakashi is also Konoha's. And in this so-called set atmosphere, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked slowly onto the platform of the mausoleum. At this moment, he was not holding his usual pipe in his mouth. In such a situation, it is not appropriate after all. It was different from the kind smile that I showed at the ninja school last time. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is full of solemnity and grief. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. He has a lot of hypocritical masks. Talking to people and talking nonsense to people, this is what Sarutobi Hiruzen is best at on the political battlefield. Where the leaves fly, the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves germinate. There is no doubt that Obito is the successor of the Will of Fire. He burned himself and illuminated the village. It is precisely because of his heroic performance on the battlefield that Konoha's final victory can be exchanged. He is a hero, Konoha's hero. We should always remember his heroic deeds. I hope everyone can remember this young man who has inherited the Will of Fire. This will to fire will eventually make the whole village prosper. Sarutobi Hiruzen talked about styles, full of affection. 2 sentences must be accompanied by Konoha heroes, and 3 sentences are inseparable from the Will of Fire. The Konoha boy who was deeply brainwashed was full of blood, as if he could throw blood for Konoha at any time. Sadly. So far, Chiba has not uttered the 3 words Uchiha from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Obito is Uchiha. You are there, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku's face is not pretty, but he can't do anything. He knows what Sarutobi Hiruzen really means. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He suddenly raised his hand and touched the heads of Itachi and Chiba. Itachi looked at his father strangely. What's the matter? Father. Itachi, Chiba. I hope you can remember today, remember everything that happened today. This is not humiliation, but glory. This is the glory that our Uchiha clan blooms for peace. This is very inexplicable, at least, the young Itachi can't fully understand it. He just knows that his father speaks very well, and he is very remembered. Chiba understands Fugaku as the patriarch. He trusts Hokage as Sarutobi Hiruzen. At least, he knows how to give in for the peace and prosperity of the village. What really made Fugaku give up was probably Konoha's complete targeting of Uchiha after the Nine Tails incident. Master Patriarch. At this moment, Chiba spoke suddenly. What's wrong? Chiba. Konoha never had the last name Sarutobi. At the beginning of Konoha's establishment, as the founding family, In order to establish mutual friendship and trust, Uchiha named the village Konoha, and Senju named Konoha's supreme commander Hokage. Wood represents Senju, while fire represents Uchiha. At that time, the Sarutobi clan didn't know where it was. I think too much concession will only fuel the others' arrogance. Have I discussed with you before? Some contradictions are irreconcilable. Sometimes, there are things that must be contested. Even if there is no substantial benefit to us, but at least we have to show an attitude, right? Patriarch, are you willing to support me? Hearing this, Fugaku was stunned. He looked at Chiba and was very pleased that his family could have children like Chiba. Uchiha's future belongs to Chiba and Itachi after all. Sometimes, it is indeed necessary to set an example. If you want to say anything, let's say it. We, Uchiha, are not afraid of trouble. Fugaku smiled, looked at Chiba kindly, and touched Itachi's head at the same time. Itachi, he is worthy of your study. At this time, Chiba stepped out suddenly on crutches. Now, Naruto-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was preaching the will of fire, suddenly froze. Seeing that the sound came from the Uchiha clan, it was a little surprised. And when I saw it was Chiba. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a kind smile. Yes, that is the Uchiha kid he valued. The so-called don't hit the smiley people by reaching out. Uchiha kid, what's the matter? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly saw Uchiha Fugaku smiling and looking at him, suddenly had a bad feeling. Now, Naruto-sama, Konoha's hero, don't you deserve to have a surname? For an instant, the scene fell silent. All attention falls on Chiba. Those who knew it well looked at Chiba in horror. Who said? Tong Yan must be unscrupulous? Chapter 49. Since Chiba bears the name of the Uchiha clan and was raised by the Uchiha clan, he naturally does not want to cause trouble to his clan. Because of this, he would go to seek the opinions of the patriarch. He will come forward only after getting Fugaku's support. Talk about things that are ignored in the village. He didn't want the Uchiha clan to be like the current Senju clan, but eventually appeared in the textbooks of the Konoha Shinobi school. That is definitely not glory, but humiliation. Stand up now and show your attitude is better than anything else. And so, don't Konoha's hero deserve a surname? The sharpness of this question is no different than hitting Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face in public. However, Chiba still said it. Everyone was shocked, because this was almost against Konoha's Hokage. However, does Chiba care? At this time, why bother to take care of the other's face? Sarutobi Hiruzen, almost riding on Uchiha's head and shit, is it possible to send him paper? At this time, Chiba would only hit him 1,000 years of death. The kind of Kyowa belt detonating talisman. Sovereignty is never obtained by patience. This is what Chiba learned from history before crossing. Reality may blind your eyes and make you unable to see the future. However, history does not lie. Power always comes from the barrel of a gun. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped his affectionate speech. There was still a smile on his face, but there was no smile anymore. At this juncture, say something like this. Is it intentional or unintentional? Sarutobi Hiruzen is not an idiot, he can easily make a judgment. Is this what you gave me? Uchiha Fugaku. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze skipped Chiba, and finally fell on Fugaku. The words, although they were spoken from Chiba's mouth. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't think that a 5-year-old child will have this mindset. In the end, the head of the Uchiha clan was pointed at. Face Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. This time, Uchiha Fugaku did not shy away after all. He couldn't completely agree with Chiba's words. However, there are some things that he thinks Chiba has said a lot. Sometimes, there are some things that must be contested. Even if there is no substantial benefit to us, at least we have to show an attitude, right? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Yes, represented by Chiba, Uchiha is expressing an attitude. An attitude of dissatisfaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is what the patriarch of the Uchiha clan should give to the future of the Uchiha clan, and the children of the Uchiha clan should set an example. At this moment, people of all races are now commenting on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku. They know. This is a game between Hokage and Uchiha. In the end, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who turned his eyes away. All ethnic groups were shocked by Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior. Because, in the eyes of all races, Sarutobi Hiruzen always has thunder means for introversion. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to forcefully sit on 3rd Hokage's position under the pressure of all races. The war finally made Sarutobi Hiruzen compromise. The adult world is full of checks and balances. Uchiha chose to avoid Hokage because of peace. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to avoid Uchiha because of the war. It is really because Konoha in this period is too short of people. Not enough to allow Namikaze Minato to perform desperate missions, not enough to allow the Hyuga clan to withstand the pressure of Cloud Shinobi forcibly. The reason why Haze is so low-key is definitely not their intention. None of the 5 major countries is a fuel-efficient lamp. It is precisely because the Uchiha clan is on the front line of the Fog Shadow that the Fog Shadow can be so low-key. Even if it is not the Sengoku period anymore. However, the names of Senju and Uchiha are still very loud. No one really wants to have a fatal head-on conflict with Uchiha. And the Uchiha clan is positive, it's not called Yang, it's called Head Iron. The power of Sharingan is no longer necessary to prove it. A smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. A kind smile. He looked at Chiba and spoke. The hero of Konoha, of course, has a surname. It's just that no matter what kind of ninja it is Konoha's ninja after all, who inherit the will of fire. In my opinion, it is not good to give such details on such occasions. Quite an explanation. However, this is not enough to satisfy the Uchiha family. This is just a cover-up of Sarutobi Hiruzen's failure. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows. Now that someone in Uchiha has spoken. He must say Obito's surname and give this memorial meaning as it should have been. Otherwise, I am afraid that it will not end smoothly. Therefore, regardless of whether he says his surname or not, Uchiha Obito will always be our Konoha hero. Sarutobi Hiruzen, after all, admitted. As if to change the subject, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. The dead heroes are worthy of our memory. And the living heroes are more worthy of our singing. What is Sarutobi Hiruzen talking about? Not many people from all ethnic groups have listened to it anymore. Because they know that they are all compliments to the future prospective 4th Hokage. And that is the favorite of those young people who can shed blood just because of their passion. The ninja of the future needs a faith goal after all. Finally, the name of Namikaze Minato was chanted by the whole village. Its prestige even surpassed Heitake Shumao during World War II. At the same time, everyone knows. In the future, there will be no peace between Hokage and Uchiha. Danzo watched all this quietly and let out a sigh of relief slowly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, after all, it was a joke that made people see you. Uchiha Chiba, he has some courage. However, I am a little blind, Fugaku does what he says. Unfortunately, it was poisoned by Uchiha after all. In any case, some ideological education is needed. 5 years old, it can be saved. After speaking, Danzo smiled and turned and left. The embarrassing Sarutobi Hiruzen makes Danzo inexplicably happy. Chapter 50. Obviously it was a memorial held in the name of paying homage to the heroes of the Uchiha clan, but in the end, it was unhappy. Itachi couldn't understand. Since he is the hero of Konoha, why is Hokage unwilling to recognize his Uchiha surname in front of all races? Similarly, Itachi could not understand. My father and Chiba, why bother with you Uchiha's surname in Konoha? Uchiha, isn't Konoha's Uchiha? What happened between Konoha and Uchiha? He originally thought. He is a member of the Uchiha clan, and even Konoha's ninja. However, just when Sarutobi Hiruzen evasively said Obito's surname. In Itachi's view, Konoha is Konoha, and Uchiha is just Uchiha. Obviously standing taller can see farther. However, it seems that everyone is unwilling to climb the handy peak. This is true whether it is Sarutobi Hiruzen or Uchiha Fugaku. What are you thinking about? Looking at the Itachi in a daze. Chiba raised his hand and nodded his forehead. After recovering, Itachi looked at Chiba blankly, and then spoke. Chiba-san, why should everyone stick to one clan? If you think clearly from the perspective of a village, there is no difference between Konoha and Uchiha. However, Master Naruto and Master Father seem to have reached a dead end. Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled. I said it before, your shortcoming is that you think too much. And now, one more item needs to be added. Thinking too well? Do you really think that everyone can think like you from the perspective of the village? I don't know other people, but as Hokage, I think it should be possible. Itachi nodded very surely. Hokage is the head of a village of Konoha. It is not the family that commands the command, but the existence of Konoha. Standing in the whole village and thinking about the problem, it made sense. So, as you will see, Sarutobi Hiruzen always uses the village as a reason. Itachi, remember what I told you before? What are you talking about? Behind the war between countries is politics. Behind politics is human nature. And in this world, the most untestable and at the same time the most unbelievable, is human nature. That's it. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Chiba-kun was saying something incomprehensible again. However, if you taste these words carefully, what can Itachi really get? With a snap, Itachi was interrupted before Chiba's words were carefully considered. Chiba nodded his forehead again. All said, let you not think too much. At our age, we should act with passion. Hot blood. Itachi tilted his head and looked at Chiba. That kind of thing, Chiba-san, do you have it? Of course, it's just that passion of blood will not act for the will of fire. Hearing this, Itachi smiled. Chiba-san is indeed the same Chiba-san. Itachi looked into the distance and didn't know where he was looking. Suddenly, Chiba felt that the corners of his clothes were moved. Do not know when. Itachi raised his right hand and carefully grabbed the corner of Chiba's clothes. Mr. Chiba. What's happening? I want to see the battlefield. That's not a good place, it will kill people. I know. But, I still want to meet, I want to really understand the war, the ninja, and the village. So, will you support me? Itachi pulled the corners of Chiba's clothes tighter. Chiba tilted his head suspiciously. So why are you so nervous? Soon, Chiba reacted. Yes, Itachi is only 5 years old after all. Even if he was waiting for a while, he was only 6 years old. He is just a child. It's just a child who thinks too much. Itachi is not like Chiba, who travels through and possesses the soul of 2 lives. Make the decision to go to the battlefield, especially for Itachi, who has seen the cruelty of a war. It takes courage after all. Because this time is different from the last time Uchiha Fugaku was taken to the battlefield. To set foot on the battlefield as a ninja, it is necessary to kill the enemy. At the same time, they will be killed. Ding. Randomly trigger special missions. As a ninja, you should be bathed in blood, and as the inheritor of Fujitora Smile, you should make his swordsmanship famous in the ninja world. Special mission, first appearance of fame, kill 300 enemies with the battlefield, reward, twice chakra, Fujitora Smile template progress, 2%, Aizen Sosuke template progress, 0.5%, limited time for 3 months. Is it a new special mission again? Unexpectedly, but reasonable. The special mission appeared twice. Both times, it was when Chiba faced a choice. In other words, will special tasks be triggered only when faced with major events or choices? Of course, this may not be a necessary condition. But, to say the least, the odds are much greater. After all, during the 1-month daily training, special tasks never appeared. More importantly, this time the reward. The reward for a special task is more than he swipes a knife for a month when he does a daily task. In addition to the template progress, this time, the system also gave chakra a double reward. In Naruto world, what is chakra? Chakra is a kind of energy produced by the perfect fusion of the energy controlled by the human body, and this energy has 2 sources. One is the energy of the body that is taken in from the trillion cells of the human body one by one. The second is the spiritual energy that has been exercised through many practices and accumulated experience. At some point, chakra can be equated with physical strength. Now, what Chiba lacks most is the physical strength to use the fruit's ability. Of course. The battlefield. I have been yearning for a long time. Chiba answered in the affirmative. Chapter 51. Chakra is a combination of physical energy and spiritual energy. Of course, in the world of Naruto, there is a third kind of external natural energy. It's just that it's a must for Sage Mode, and Chiba hasn't touched those things yet. The spiritual energy is actually linked to the soul. Therefore, Chiba's soul travels through, plus the original Uchiha Chiba has a natural advantage in spiritual energy. Coupled with the inheritance of Shinigami Aizen, the power of Ryutsu is gained. Chiba's mental energy is ridiculously high. And what really limits Chiba happens to be the body energy. The Uchiha clan is different from the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan in that they do not have the heaven-defying physique. Of course, compared to other races, the Uchiha clan still has a good physical fitness. After all, it is the descendant of the Six Paths. At this time, the system directly gives chakra a double reward. The limitation of Chiba chakra is the body energy. Does this mean? Once Chiba completed the task, he received a double reward from chakra. Will his physical fitness increase exponentially? Such a reward. Chiba is looking forward to it. However, the Battle of Shinjubi Bridge has ended, which means that the three wars are coming to an end. Presumably, Rock Shinobi and Konoha will sign a truce agreement soon. And in the case of Rock Shinobi retreating, Hayes is even less likely to rush into the front line stationed by the Uchiha clan. The rest is to concentrate on dealing with the most offensive Cloud Shinobi. The three wars are about to end. To complete the task, Chiba must sit on the last train that is about to end the three wars. And, even so, it is not easy to kill 300 enemies. It's not because Chiba can't do it. But there is no condition to do it. He is only 6 years old. Even if you graduate and become a ninja, there is a high probability that you will not be sent to the frontal battlefield. Because the period when Konoha most needed combat power has passed. But, anyway, Chiba has a reason to go to the battlefield. If there is a chance, Chiba will not let it go. Regarding the ninja school, Chiba and Itachi didn't really care. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. With their current strength, the ninja school is just a way to become a ninja. In Konoha, it is necessary to be a ninja anyway if you want to be active on the battlefield. Otherwise, based on the degree of Sarutobi Hiruzen's control over Uchiha, you can be deducted countless crimes. And the reason you need to go through a ninja school anyway to become a ninja is to gather the geniuses of the whole village. Especially Uchiha's genius. Because of this, Konoha's senior management knows almost all the geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Once a genius emerges, the first thing Konoha executives did was to capture Uchiha's genius. Regardless of whether it is stored in Umbu or in the roots, in their opinion, it is much more reassuring than in Uchiha. So, Chiba knows. This time, I want to graduate from ninja school. I'm afraid it won't go so smoothly. However, for the mission, in order to become stronger, Chiba has to go anyway. Then, 2 early graduation applications from Chiba and Itachi were submitted to Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen browsed the content calmly. Is it Chiba and Itachi's, graduated early? Although there was friction between him and Uchiha a few days ago. However, this does not affect Sarutobi Hiruzen's desire to get the ideas of these two geniuses. Regardless of the degree of the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha, Itachi and Chiba are only 5 years old after all. A 5-year-old child has not yet fully established his outlook on life and the world. As long as they can be brought together, these geniuses will sooner or later be Sarutobi Hiruzen's subordinates. Itachi may be a bit difficult at this time, but for Chiba, Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to catch it. Come on. The voice fell. An Umbu ninja appeared, knelt down on one knee. Master Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed 2 graduation applications to this Umbu ninja. This is the graduation application of 2 Uchiha children. You should make a notice and hold a graduation ceremony one day later. Yes. Whether it is enrollment or graduation, Sarutobi Hiruzen attaches great importance to it. No matter how busy he is, he must be present on such occasions. After all, these are the fresh blood of Konoha's future. Umbu's summons were very quick. Chiba and Itachi got a reply quickly. So in the early morning of the next day, Chiba and Itachi both arrived in front of the Hokage office building. Itachi. If Hokage invites you to join his Umbu, how would you answer? Hearing this, Itachi tilted his head. Chiba-kun, do you want me to join? This is your life. I can't make a decision about this. Itachi thought for a while, hesitated for a moment, and still spoke. I really want to get to know Naruto, Umbu, it must be a good way, but I don't think I will agree to it. Why? That's because, Chiba-kun, I believe you. Chiba's warning, Itachi didn't understand it. He can think very well, and he can understand most of the implication. Therefore, he gradually realized that if he really joined Umbu, it is likely that the future will be very dark. The village is not as simple as he thought. Even if he really wants to understand Hokage and the whole village. Really, in that case, then, let's go meet them. Who? The Konoha Four Heavens mission is also the real contradiction between Konoha and Uchiha. After speaking, Chiba leaned on a cane and calmly pushed the door open. There is a long table in the empty room. In front of the long table, there were 4 figures sitting. They are Konoha's darkness, Uchiha's true enemies. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yudiden Koharu, Mito Kato Homura. Chapter 52. Konoha has always been a place of outstanding people. One side of water and soil nourishes the people of one side. And Konoha occupies what is arguably the most fertile soil in the whole world of ninja. On this land, a large number of outstanding ethnic groups have gathered. At the beginning of its establishment, the 2 gods Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were in their positions. At that time, it is no exaggeration to say that Konoha was invincible. As long as Senju Hashirama is a bit ambitious, he and Uchiha Madara will take a shot at random, fearing that they can push the entire ninja world horizontally, and there will be no such troubles behind. Unfortunately, the confrontation between Hashirama and Madara is inevitable after all. At the same time, only after the death of the 2 gods, the Ninja World War could break out. Moreover, even the Ninja World War broke out. Konoha's strongest position remains unshakable. Until the official appearance of Konoha Tiantuan. Sometimes, Chiba is thinking about it. Did Konoha Tiantuan send Konoha undercover from the other 4 villages? When Konoha has a genius, he will be killed. Suicide by suicide, running away, defecting by defecting. Until now, the only top combat power Konoha can use is Namikaze Minato. The once strongest ninja was also reduced to the countdown. Neither the Orochimaru nor the Uchiha clan can win the trust of the senior management. The weakness of a village is never without reason. Corruption at the top is the culprit. The appearance of Chiba and Itachi attracted the attention of 4 people in an instant. Are these 2 children the ultimate genius of this Uchiha? Uchiha Fugaku's son and the invisible Uchiha. Even education matters are not in the hands of Mito Kato Homura and Yudiden Koharu. However, they still knew everything about Chiba and Itachi. It was the result of discussions between the 4 of them that Chiba was invisible to make a fuss to beat the Uchiha clan. They knew the strengths of Chiba and Itachi. If you want to graduate from ninja school, that's absolutely fine. The problem is where they belong. Just talk about combat effectiveness. There is no doubt that Chiba is above Itachi. However, Itachi has one more identity than Chiba, and a pair of Sharingan. Turning on Sharingan and not turning on Sharingan are completely 2 concepts. Now Chiba is better than Itachi, but once Itachi turns on Sharingan, this situation may be reversed. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo calmly looked at Chiba and Itachi. The heat in the eyes cannot be hidden, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. And just when the 2 were about to speak. Slap all over. The door of the office was suddenly pushed open. An unexpected person appeared at the graduation ceremony. Father, father, father. Itachi looked at Uchiha Fugaku standing at the door in surprise. Seeing this, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo frowned at the same time. Fugaku, you should be on the front line of haze now, why are you here? Fugaku shrugged. The fog shadow front line is peaceful now. It was supposed to leave yesterday. However, I heard Itachi and Chiba wanted to apply for early graduation, so I wanted to come and have a look. Naruto-sama, Danzo, can you let me listen? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are dissatisfied. However, they have no reason to refuse. After all, Uchiha Fugaku is the head of the Uchiha clan and the father of Itachi. Come on, set up a listening position next to it. At this time, a Numbu ninja quickly appeared and set another position beside the long table. Fugaku didn't intend to come. However, the unpleasant thing happened in the memorial service after all. Fugaku acquiesced to Chiba's behavior, so he has the responsibility and obligation to see that Chiba can graduate smoothly according to his will. It has always been the responsibility of the patriarch to guard the tribe. After Fugaku sat down, Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew his expression, looked at Chiba and Itachi, and smiled kindly. Uchiha's 2 children. There is no doubt that you are all the future of Konoha, the inheritors of the will of fire. Graduating from the ninja school means becoming Konoha's ninja alone. In the face of missions or wars, there may be incredible dangers at any time. Even so, do you still have to choose to graduate? Since Fugaku is present, the necessary process is indispensable. Chiba and Itachi looked at each other and spoke calmly. Yes. We still choose to graduate. Hearing that, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, looked at Itachi, and said, Uchiha Itachi. Master Naruto. Your excellence is obvious to all. In my opinion, my Umbu needs talents like you. Now, as the third Hokage, I officially invite you. Do you want to join my Umbu? Umbu, a direct subordinate of Hokage, only obeyed Hokage's dispatch. This is an absolute honor for the students of the ninja school. That was an invitation from Hokage personally. That's their vision. If Itachi did not meet Chiba, he would definitely agree. Unfortunately, because of the butterfly Chiba, he has changed after all. Maybe you will be disappointed, Hokage-sama. I have no idea of joining Umbu yet. Itachi didn't say a reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not ask either. Because this is not necessary. Fugaku was there, so many words couldn't be said. Danzo kept silent even more. He knew that Itachi had no chance with him after all. Is it, my Umbu lacks you, it's a shame, it's a shame. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, did not say much after all, and turned his gaze to Chiba. Uchiha Chiba, my Umbu, I also need you, do you want to join my Umbu? The tone was obviously heavier than Itachi. At the same time, Danzo also spoke at this time. Uchiha Chiba, my roots, also need you. Hearing that, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and looked at Danzo a little displeased. Danzo, are you going too far? The root selection has always been after Umbu. When will the roots of Shameless Light can also break out of the ground? Chapter 53. Danzo clearly noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen's unpleasant gaze. However, this time, he did not flinch. Chiba, he wanted it very much. Whether it's the Sharingan he can't see or the knife that can kill the soul, it's all he desires. Intuition tells him that there are many secrets in Chiba. And such a secret, he didn't want to hand over to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Time has never smoothed Danzo's edges and corners, and his ambition has never stopped swelling for a moment. Danzo. Alongside, Yodaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura frowned. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak, but they could not remain silent. Although they are both senior Konoha. However, the Hokage on the bright side is Sarutobi Hiruzen. I didn't mean to compete with Umbu. It's just that I think Uchiha Chiba is indeed related to my roots. Since we are here now, how can we let the parties decide? Seeing Danzo's confidence, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the old thing was carrying him on his back again. He didn't even think about it. Danzo was afraid that he had contacted Chiba in private. In order for Chiba to join his roots, he was afraid that he had made some ulterior conditions. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been very unhappy about the Uchiha clan, and now there is another Danzo. The anger was gradually suppressed by him. But at this time, Uchiha Fugaku spoke up. Chiba, the choice you have to make is your own freedom. Just follow your own wishes. He also knew that Danzo might have looked for Chiba in private. Chiba bowed to Fugaku and smiled. Thank you, Patriarch. After speaking, he raised his head to face Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo and spoke calmly. Sorry, I may disappoint you. Neither Umbu nor Root, I have no plans to join. At this time, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were stunned. When Danzo started to know, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Chiba might join the Roots. He knew his old friend too well. However, I didn't expect Danzo to also overturned. Chiba, neither joined Umbu, nor Roots. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen's shock, Danzo is more angry. He is indeed a little angry. He personally approached Chiba and made the offer. Now, he has sent out invitations in front of everyone, and even competed with Sarutobi Hiruzen, which can be said to have given Chiba a lot of face and sincerity. However, Chiba didn't care at all. Chiba, are you really not thinking about it? No, thank you for your kindness. Subconsciously, all four of Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Fugaku. In their view, Chiba's refusal must be Fugaku's instigation. However, the allowed attack is Sarutobi Hiruzen's greatest forbearance. He couldn't make too many concessions to the Uchiha clan. This is a matter of face. The shame of the memorial, Sarutobi Hiruzen can bear it because Uchiha has withstood the front line of haze. However, he will not make a second concession. Really, in that case. Chiba, I may not be able to approve your graduation. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku frowned. Excuse me, the reason? Naruto-sama. Reason? Isn't he the biggest reason himself? As a ninja, but you can't see it, no one can give him the task of such a ninja. Joining Umbu is my guarantee to him. With my guarantee as Hokage, Konoha's ninja can safely hand over his back to him, so that he can truly trust him. At this time, Itachi was anxious and spoke up. Master Naruto, I can truly trust him. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Itachi and shook his head calmly. This is not your problem alone, do you know? Even if Uchiha Chiba was acquired by Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unhappy at best. Because such a genius has not been left in the Uchiha clan. Especially in the case of recent conflicts between Uchiha and him. In this case, as the Konoha guard, should I vouch for him? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head calmly. The Konoha people faced by the Konoha guard, do you think the people will trust a blind ninja? Uchiha Fugaku knows it himself. Not too possible. Especially because of rumors, Chiba's reputation in Konoha is not very good. After all, it has always been used as the object of after-dinner tea talks. Therefore, Chiba, either unable to graduate, or can only choose to join Umbu. This is from Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack on Uchiha. But, being a ninja, does Chiba really care? No, he doesn't care. It's just that you have the identity of a ninja to enter the battlefield to complete special tasks. So, I ask you again, Uchiha Chiba, do you want to join Umbu? Become Umbu and work hard to protect Konoha. You will always be the inheritor of the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen still has a smile on his face. Chiba, after all, is just Uchiha's child. He values Chiba very much. It is the Uchiha clan that he wants to strike, Uchiha Fugaku, not Chiba. Unfortunately, Chiba was never a child. And the will of fire has never wavered Chiba. Just when Chiba was about to refuse again. Outside the door, another voice sounded. Uchiha Chiba, I will guarantee you. Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled. It really came. When Chiba stepped into this Naruto building, his sights had already captured the opponent. For the sudden opposition, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others frowned. Undoubtedly, this is a distraction for the Uchiha clan. At this time, someone actually jumped out and sang the opposite. They want to know, who on earth is so bold? However, when they saw the long red hair floating at the door, they were all taken aback. That was someone who surprised them very much. Uzumaki Kushina. Chapter 54. The appearance of Uzumaki Kushina surprised everyone present. Even Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. He looked at the girlfriend of his wife who was standing at the door, and looked at Chiba with a look of bewilderment. Chiba, when did your kid get in touch with Kushina? Sarutobi Hiruzen can ignore the guarantee from the Uchiha family. However, Uzumaki Kushina is different. She is Konoha's Jinshuriki, whose status is equivalent to nuclear weapons. Kushina, what did you just say? Accidents happened again and again, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has lost patience. Acquiring Chiba, the Uchiha genius, can not only control the future power of the Uchiha clan, but also strike and warn the current arrogant Uchiha. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone, but Sarutobi Hiruzen plans to not let go no matter what Uchiha Fugaku says. However, there was an accident after all. I said, Uchiha Chiba, I will guarantee it. Like Master Danzo, I think Uchiha Chiba is destined to me. After he graduates, I want to accept him as my disciple. Danzo took a deep breath and looked at Kushina calmly. Kushina, do you know what you are doing? Of course, this is a decision I made. I think I should be able to guarantee Chiba. Uzumaki Kushina, of course, has such qualifications. She is Konoha's Nine Tails Jinshuriki. At the most critical moment of the war, no one wanted anything to happen to Jinshuriki in his village. Kushina, you should understand what you should do best now. Mito Kato Homura scolded coldly. Now is the end of the war. I don't think you have free time to collect disciples. You should always be best prepared to protect Konoha. Yuta and Koharu also spoke immediately. They can see the purpose of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha, after all, it needs to be suppressed. Although Kushina's identity is sensitive, it can be reversed as long as there are sufficient reasons. I am indeed preparing. However, this does not affect my teaching. After all, no matter what, during this period of time, I can't leave the village, right? Good reason. Mito Kato Homura and Yuta and Koharu have nothing to say. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly, speaking with a heartfelt voice. Kushina. I understand your mood. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Excellent seedlings will always be scrambled, but, what can you teach him? After all, what you are good at is completely different from what he is good at. Kushina is Jinshuriki, good at sealing, and Chiba is a swordsman, good at swordsmanship. These two things can't be beaten. So, I'm sorry, I can't agree. If Chiba wants to graduate and become a ninja, he still needs to pass Anbu. Upon hearing this, Kushina smiled. So, are you worried about this kind of thing? With that said, Kushina touched Chiba's head. Is there a problem? Chiba knew what Kushina meant, and then smiled and shook his head. No problem at all. In that case, let them take a look and don't disappoint my good intentions. After speaking, Chiba nodded. In the next moment, he stepped out one step at a time, and the momentum on his body suddenly changed. That kind of overwhelming aura, even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were shocked. How could the attitude of looking at the world and arrogantly appearing on Chiba's body? No wonder Uchiha Shisui said that Chiba has the ability to aspire to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. This is definitely not a joke. Only when a certain field has reached its peak can it have such a momentum. Obviously, Chiba is the king of the sword. At the moment when this aura was released, Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu suddenly narrowed their eyes and gave a cold snort. Bold. Where are you supposed to be here? Next moment, an Anbu's figure flashed past, and instantly shot, trying to subdue Chiba. Unfortunately, all of this is felt in Chiba's observation haki. He did not draw his sword. Instead, he directly picked up the crutches and hit this Anbu at an unbelievably tricky angle. In an instant, the Anbu was taken aback for a moment. His attack was interrupted and even lost his balance. This kid actually saw through his sneak attacks. In shock, I don't know when, Chiba has already come to him. Sorry. Accompanied by whispers. Chiba's hands are sealed, and chakra is surging in his body. The next moment, with the raised right hand, above the 5, a chakra flame appeared. The Anbu's pupils shrank suddenly. Then, Chiba hit him in the abdomen with a blow. The seal of the 5 elements. Boom. This Anbu was knocked into the air instantly. On its abdomen, 5 scorched marks appeared, and this mark formed a seal. This blow was not painful. However, at this moment, he felt that the flow of chakra all over his body was directly sealed. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were surprised. This is sealing technique. And it's the seal of the 5 elements passed down from the Uzumaki clan. Chiba waved his hand and the chakra flame disappeared between his fingers. Excuse me. The voice just fell. 3 tatos were placed on Chiba's neck in an instant, directly controlling Chiba. Okay. Don't be nervous. Don't hurt my lovely apprentice. He was just demonstrating the sealing technique I gave him. Kushina smiled. However, there was no slightest smile. Being stared at by Kushina, the 3 Anbus were a little confused. After all, this is Nine Tails Jinshuriki. Its strength is so powerful that it can suppress Nine Tails alone, and even forcibly extract and use part of Nine Tails chakra. Chapter 55. The scene was terribly quiet. Kushina smiled, and the 3 Anbus did not dare to act rashly. Chiba was just leaning on a cane calmly, his eyes covered with black cloth. No one knew what he was thinking right now. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were also silent. It seems to be because of shock, or thinking about countermeasures. And it was Uchiha Fugaku who broke the atmosphere of Gyouzuo. Master Naruto. A soft word pulled Sarutobi Hiruzen back from his daze. He waved his hand calmly. Don't be nervous, go down. Chiba, he is indeed demonstrating the sealing technique. Hearing that, the 3 Anbus took the knife and disappeared in the office. After Anbu disappeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed, and the kind smile appeared again. No one knows what he went through in his heart. However, I am afraid he has already figured out a countermeasure. It's really awesome. Chiba, I didn't expect you to be good at swordsmanship. Do you even dabble in seal art now? I really underestimated you. However, I hope that next time I will demonstrate ninjutsu, I have to explain in advance, and also, don't demonstrate in this kind of occasion, this kind of place. That it's dangerous. Sarutobi Hiruzen has always treated Chiba as a 6-year-old child. In his opinion, what scheming does a 6-year-old child have? However, he seemed to be wrong. The aura of the moment Chiba revealed just now is definitely not something a simple child can reveal. At the same time, the hostility is real. Did the words at the memorial ceremony that day come from Chiba's own will or Uchiha Fugaku's instruction? Sarutobi Hiruzen is not sure, just skeptical. However, all you need is doubt. Before that, he did have the idea of cultivating Chiba, and it was very strong. No one doesn't like genius. After all, it is easy to brainwash a 6-year-old child. However, just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave up this idea. What he needs is an obedient dog, rather than a maverick genius. At this time, Uzumaki Kushina walked to Chiba's side. Now, should I be able to prove it? Uzumaki Kushina is indeed teaching Chiba. The sealing technique used by Chiba is the best proof. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Indeed, a very good sealing technique. In that case, then, the graduation assessment for Uchiha Chiba will be 3 days later. Kushina froze for a moment. What assessment? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Kushina, is it possible that you forgot? If you want to graduate from the ninja school in advance, you need a ninja test. Does he still need to prove his strength as a ninja? Kushina frowned. Kushina, when is strength the only measure of a ninja? Ninjas need to perform tasks. Rescue missions, protection missions, escort missions, these require more than strength. His eyes are invisible. It is a restriction after all. Naturally it needs assessment. Today, that's it, let's go away. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Obviously, he didn't want to continue. He is very unhappy about Kushina's troubles today. However, after all, he could not punish Kushina. Who would dare to stimulate their own Jinshuriki during the war? For the first time, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit aggrieved by Naruto. When Chiba and others left, Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu looked cold. As Konoha's senior officials, they haven't been so angry for a long time. Does this Kushina take herself too seriously? Does she know this is interfering with Uchiha? How could she not know? Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. I'm afraid, it's because of Minato. Although Minato didn't say it directly, he has always wanted to solve the problems of the Uchiha clan. Kushina probably wanted to support Minato and imitated him by accepting a Uchiha apprentice. But, why is this Uchiha Chiba? Danzo failed to get Chiba and was very upset. Even Minato just received a crane-tail Uchiha. In short, Chiba will never graduate successfully. This is no longer a question of the ownership of the Uchiha genius, but a suppression of the Uchiha clan. Can't let the Uchiha clan get any further. Sarutobi Hiruzen already had a plan in his heart and spoke quietly. Yuditen Koharu seemed to think of something and asked. Hiruzen, who are you going to let Chiba test? A great candidate. When Chiba and others left the office building, Kushina yelled suddenly. It's so happy. I've seen them displeased a long time ago. These old guys kept me in Konoha for so long. Kushina did not hide her heart. Even if it's under the Hokage building. Is this the waywardness of Jinshuriki during the war? So, is this the real reason you came today? Chiba raised his head to face Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina's eyes twitched. Don't worry, there are no Umbu ninjas around. You don't have to say such cover UPS so loudly, no one overhears. You kid. With a snap, Kushina slapped Chiba directly on the back of the head and almost took Chiba away. That's not a disguise, I am really upset with them for a long time. Always cowering. Obviously, there is news of Jinshuriki activity on the front line of Cloud Shinobi, but they still kept me in Konoha conservatively. Because of this, the front line doesn't know how many people died. Also, didn't I say? I am very optimistic about you. I really want to solve the problems of Konoha and Uchiha. Chapter 56. Uzumaki Kushina, she is really not just talking. She is indeed following Minato, trying to solve the problems of the Uchiha clan in her own way. Although now in Chiba's view, the methods are a bit radical. But this is what she did. After all, the title of Blood Red Pepper is not for nothing. She wants to help her husband fulfill Hokage's duties in a true sense as a wife. She never doubted the candidate for 4th Hokage. As Nine-Tails Jinchuriki can marry Namikaze Minato is the best proof. She doesn't have to consider that her own actions will affect Namikaze Minato's upper rank 4th Hokage. In its current form, Unless Namikaze Minato is dead, 4th Hokage cannot be someone else. The Fugaku Patriarch. Anyway, the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha, I want him to be settled here in my husband's generation. Kushina doesn't shy away either. She often visits the Uchiha clan, and the one she visits most is naturally her best friend's house. Naturally, Kushina knows her best friend's husband very well. For the Uchiha clan, she naturally knows too. It is definitely not the impression given by the various ethnic groups in the village that strangers do not enter. Uchiha, more amiable relatives than expected. In fact, Kushina was not very clear about the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to support Minato's superiors but agreed to accept Uchiha as his apprentice. Kushina realized the conflict between Chiba and Sarutobi Hiruzen during the last meeting with Chiba and the memorial. The relationship between Konoha and Uchiha is not as simple as imagined. However, Fugaku just shook his head. I think it won't be that simple. I also think so. Chiba echoed. Kushina looked helpless. Do you have so little confidence in our Minato? It's not a question of confidence. Chiba didn't know how to speak. The problem between Konoha and Uchiha was left over from the beginning of the village. After 3rd Hokage, more than 40 years of history. Time is a terrible period. The high-level targeting of Uchiha has become accustomed to all ethnic groups. Even with the accumulation of time, all races have formed such an impression of Uchiha. And such an impression cannot be changed in a short time. More importantly, even if Namikaze Minato becomes Hokage, how much power can he have? At that time, even if he has the intention, he may be powerless. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The political battlefield is more cruel than the real battlefield. At this moment, Itachi, who was standing next to Fugaku, suddenly pulled the corner of his father's clothes. What's the matter? Itachi. Has the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha really reached that point? Hearing that, Fugaku smiled. Itachi, to say the least, it's not the worst. The current Uchiha is Konoha's Uchiha. Itachi, I want to ask you a question. At this time, Chiba thought for a while. As a friend, he still spoke. What's the problem? Chiba-san. One day, if one day Uchiha walked on the opposite side of the village, who would you swish the butcher knife in your hand? Hearing this, Itachi was stunned. Chiba suddenly offered him a choice. Choose the village or Uchiha. This is the choice that will be placed before him in the future in the original work, but it was mentioned by Chiba several years in advance. So, what choice will a young Itachi make? However, it didn't wait for Itachi to answer. With a slap, Kushina slapped Chiba on the back of the head. You kid, what do you do with this inexplicable question for my nephew? Kushina gave Chiba a white look. Chiba didn't answer, just spoke quietly. You don't understand, Kushina, if your friend is deep in the dark abyss, would you choose to give him a hand? Of course. So, your answer is? Chiba confronted Itachi. Seeing Chiba's serious face, Itachi was silent. Although Chiba always likes to pop some deep words in his mouth, so that he can think for a long time. However, it seems that this time is different. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Chiba-san, would you believe me? As a friend, no matter what, I will stand by your side. Heard this answer. Chiba froze for a moment. Is that right? I get it. So, and Kushina. Itachi looked at Uzumaki Kushina suddenly. Can I be your disciple? Oh? Do you want to learn seal art too? I want to go to the battlefield with Chiba-kun to see. Hearing that, Kushina glanced at Chiba weirdly, and then at Itachi. That look is very magical. You guys, something is wrong. However, if you want to come, I don't care. The village has always been very indulgent in my organization. If you two, I think you can form a good team. Itachi smiled and smiled happily. It's been a long time since I saw him smile like this. You can team up with Chiba-kun again. And at this moment, Chiba came quietly next to Itachi, and a whisper came from the corner of his mouth. Itachi, you know, what is the abyss I'm talking about? I said, your shortcoming is that you think too much. When you stare at the abyss is staring at you too. It's okay to see, but don't look too long. Another unclear sentence. But this time, Itachi seemed to understand. That was Chiba's reply to Itachi's crappy answer. Itachi, after all, did not choose between the village and Uchiha. In the end, the choice was handed over to Chiba. But Itachi laughed again. It does not matter. Because, at that time, Chiba-kun, you will give me a hand. The current Itachi is surprisingly pure. Chapter 57. Are you confident about the graduation assessment 3 days later? Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi left first. Obviously, it was Chiba who took the lead in Kushina's apprenticeship, but Itachi was one step ahead and became Kushina's apprentice. Sarutobi Hiruzen may use you to suppress the Uchiha clan. At that time, I am afraid that it will use any tricky means. If you lose, you won't be a ninja. Hearing this, Chiba froze for a moment, and suddenly raised his head to face Kushina. Obviously, I couldn't see the eyes, but Kushina read the meaning of sneer. Kushina was a little surprised by this expression. What's happening? Do you really think I care about the identity of Konoha Shinobi? Do you really think the ninja forehead protector given to me by Sarutobi Hiruzen, would I care? No, Chiba never cared. About the graduation assessment he proposed, I have a good idea. I can probably know who the opponent is. You know this as well? Kushina blinked, a little curious. I guess so. Do you know? Kushina. When you really understand the hand of an opponent, you can reverse the means according to the purpose. You mean, do you know Sarutobi Hiruzen well? Even so, it is not appropriate to discuss Konoha's Hokage in private. However, Kushina never cared about these. Although she has always regarded Konoha as her second home. However, as Jinshuriki, she knew what kind of existence she was in Konoha. The so-called will of fire has never had such a great restraint on her. The will she inherited has never been the will of fire, but came from the first generation of Nine Tails Jinshuriki Uzumaki Mito. I guess so. Chiba gave an inaccurate answer. Does he understand? Understand, after all, Chiba knew many things about Sarutobi Hiruzen and even witnessed his death. But, do you really understand? After all, from beginning to end, Chiba and Sarutobi Hiruzen really met, but 3 times in a row. The conversation is very few. Today, Chiba slipped out for training reasons. He found a good place to admire the moonlight, and then raised a bonfire, stringing the prey he had hit and baking on the bonfire. Not for a moment. The purely wild smell of meat filled the air. A plume of smoke from a bonfire in the middle of the night. It can be considered a special flavor. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Chiba is waiting for someone. Waiting for someone special. That person will be the subject of his assessment in 3 days. And that person, tonight, will inevitably come to him. If it doesn't come, it can only be said that Chiba is too disappointed with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then, a pale face suddenly appeared on Chiba's side, only a few centimeters away from Chiba. The slender tongue vomited like lion majesty. Chiba-kun, we meet again. Please close your eyes at dark and be careful, Orochimaru. He is here after all. Facing this person who is full of danger all the time, Chiba just raised his hand calmly. Sit down, Mr. Orochimaru. I don't know if you have finished eating. However, for supper tonight, I will treat you. Hearing this, Orochimaru smiled. It seems to be hiding his surprise. Then he thought about it. It seemed that his expression could not be seen by the other party. Simply sit down directly at the campfire in front of Chiba. Then, Chiba threw a gourd to Orochimaru. What is this? Wine. Make it yourself, it's a bit strong, please pay attention. Orochimaru looked at Chiba in surprise. The ghost took Chiba's wine gourd and took a sip. The frown means that his throat is uncomfortable. It was really strong. At that time, the aftertaste was more mellow. Chiba-kun, are you waiting for me? Of course. Do you know I will come tonight? Ah, I know. Chiba took a sip too, but only took a sip. This is his own wine. He knows how strong it is. Because I should be your only confidant, right? If you have something happy, of course I will come to share with confidant. Hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly and a strange smile appeared. Do you know what I am happy about? Of course. For a scientist, is there anything more happier than being able to observe and study his own experimental materials up close? Orochimaru stuck out his tongue, a little surprised. Sure enough, Chiba-san, you are special. I didn't expect you to know Mr. Sarutobi so much. So, do you want me to release water when I give you the graduation assessment? Release the water? No need. Chiba took a sip of the spirits openly, then grabbed the game skewers and ate it. If you fail to complete the task given by Sarutobi Hiruzen, you will disappoint him. He won't be happy if I am finished. Moreover, there will be no diminishing suspicion of me. Yup. For a suspicious person like Sarutobi Hiruzen, how can suspicion be easily reduced? Impossible. The opponent that Sarutobi Hiruzen found for Chiba was Orochimaru. This is not only an attempt to suppress the Uchiha clan, but also a test of Orochimaru. If Orochimaru successfully completes the task, it will not only give the Uchiha clan a predicament, but also send a warning signal to Orochimaru. Externally, it creates an illusion that Orochimaru is still his obedient apprentice, and internally, he is still wary of Orochimaru. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen let go of this opportunity to kill two birds with one stone? Although I don't know how to release water, I don't really listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I will test you by my standards. Oh? What standard? Of course it is the standard of the experimental body. Sharingan is Orochimaru's obsession, and what he longs for is immortality. Invisible Sharingan, and powerful physical talent. Chiba fully meets Orochimaru's requirements for both. He must prepare for his eternal life. Even the immortal reincarnation has not been completed in the true sense. Chapter 58. Orochimaru would never have thought that he would have a very happy conversation with a 6-year-old child. More importantly, the child is still the subject he ordered. Chiba seems to be his confidant. Ever since Orochimaru began to see the meaning of life and began to study immortality, no one can understand him. Whether it is Sarutobi Hiruzen as a teacher or Jiraiya Tsunade as a companion. It's also. And Orochimaru did not expect anyone to understand him. He knows that scientists are all alone. Genius and lunatic are just a matter of thought. In Orochimaru's view, eternal life is the final evolution of life. And in the evolution of life, how can there be no sacrifices? He treated these sacrifices rationally. However, others would not think so. And so, he will eventually become a lunatic. And Chiba understand this lunatic. He did not agree, but understood. He would not agree with Orochimaru's actions. However, the same will not judge from the so-called commanding heights. Chiba-san, I feel a little bit reluctant to treat you as an experimental subject. Orochimaru smiled and stuck out his tongue. But Chiba sighed. Why is this? Mr. Orochimaru. You and I are confidants, doesn't it seem hypocritical to say this? Will a serious person say what's in his heart? Yup. Orochimaru smiled. Can you speak your own heart? No, would you? Mr. Orochimaru. Who can put the words in your heart on your lips? What's on your lips is what you say to your heart. Hypocritical. Hypocritical. Serious people who write diaries? The two coincided with each other and took a sip of strong wine after clinking glasses with each other. Chiba is very similar to Orochimaru. They are all people in equilibrium with each other. Orochimaru is at the balance point between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Chiba, on the other hand, is at the balance point between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it is impossible to say that Danzo should be added to it. Obviously at the cusp of the storm, maybe the next wave can easily slap Chiba to death. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. However, between the waves and the waves, they have been offset. And obviously, Chiba is much smarter. Because, for Chiba, Orochimaru seems to want to break this balance. No, to be precise, it should be for his eternal life. Chiba-san, next, you have to be careful. As an experimental subject, I hope you don't let me down during the graduation assessment. Orochimaru left after all. He is dangerous, and likewise, he is pure. Crazy scientists, in a way, are pure. Unfortunately, it's just too disgusting. Why do you want to get out of the snake's mouth? Still slimy. Chiba-san, are you ready for the graduation assessment? Regarding whether Chiba can successfully graduate and become a ninja, Itachi was more anxious than Chiba. Although Itachi doesn't know the meaning of Chiba's sword swing, obviously actual combat can make progress faster. However, Chiba couldn't move his sword 10,000 times a day. Itachi, what the hell are you worried about? I have said it, I know it in my heart. We all agreed to go to the battlefield and have a look together, but you are stuck here. Can you not worry? Itachi knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Naruto, didn't seem to want to simply let Chiba pass. It's okay, Itachi. Anyway, let me finish swinging the sword first. Daily tasks are essential. When Chiba completes his daily tasks, it is already early morning. The two wanted to start a discussion on this. However, the sudden girl interrupted this thought. Chiba didn't look back, and said calmly, "Why? Don't you watch it secretly today?" The purple-haired girl, Mao Yuzian, gritted her teeth. Chiba's words made her blush with embarrassment. It turned out that he had been discovered long ago. Since you knew it, why didn't you say it? Although I don't approve of this kind of voyeurism, I don't dislike it if I look at it with a learning mentality. And, not only me, Itachi didn't say anything, did it? What? Uzuzian opened her mouth in horror. Did both of you always know? It turns out that the clown is myself. Her face turned red. So, what's the matter? Hearing this, Uzuzian took a deep breath, calmed down for a while, and then spoke. I heard that you submitted your graduation application. You should be a ninja now. I want to fight you as a ninja. Uchiha Chiba, my name is Uzuki Yuyan, please enlighten me. She plucked up the courage and challenged the shadow that once made her unable to pull out the knife. However, Itachi glanced at the girl strangely. Uzuzian felt very strange. Because the scene fell silent strangely. What's wrong? You seem to be mistaken, now I am not a ninja yet. Eh? How is it possible? Didn't you submit your graduation application? Ah, it was indeed submitted, but it didn't pass, and it needs to be assessed. Assessment? Mao Yuzian was stunned. Does Chiba still need to be assessed for its strength? However, don't be nervous, although I am not a ninja now, but, I also want to see, you peek at what we have learned from our discussions for so long. Chiba smiled, leaning on crutches, facing Chiba directly. Then, draw your sword. Now you, in front of me, at least have the courage to draw a knife, right? With a smile on Chiba's face, he looked very relaxed. However, what Uzuki Yuyan felt from Chiba was the opposite attitude. Chiba didn't do anything deliberately, nor did he release any aura. He just stood there. However, it put great pressure on Uzuzian. This called the psychological shadow. Then, she slowly drew out her own knife. The trembling of both hands was stopped. Uchiha Chiba, please enlighten me. Chapter 59. This is Uzuki Yuyan's second face-to-face challenge with Chiba. She still remembers that last time in front of Chiba, she couldn't even pull out her own knife. No doubt. She has grown. Moreover, in secretly watching Chiba learn swordsmanship, she gained a lot of experience. She felt that her Konoha swordsmanship had gained a new lease of life. However, it was obviously the breeze of early spring, but she felt a trace of coolness. What's the matter with Chiba's helpless expression? And why did Uchiha Itachi show a smile while watching a play next to him? That's, laugh at it, right? However, that smile did not seem so mean. So, what is he laughing at? Soon, she knew the answer. So, after watching for so long, have you learned this? Chiba put away his knife. He doesn't seem to be planning to shoot anymore. But Mao Yuzian was stunned. What do you mean by this? But at this time, Itachi next to him spoke up. I think if you want to imitate Chiba-kun's swordsmanship, you shouldn't just imitate the movements. You can't learn Chiba-san's movements. Uzuki Shiu looked at each other and looked at Chiba. Chiba shrugged, showing a helpless expression. You see. Even Itachi, who doesn't specialize in swordsmanship, can see the problem. Your swordsmanship has heavy imitation marks. It can be seen that you want to imitate my swordsmanship. Unfortunately, you only learned some external movements and combined with your understanding of Konoha Ryu's swordsmanship. As a result, something different appeared. Your Xingxing has improved a lot, but swordsmanship has gone wild. What? Mao Yuzian was stunned. She didn't expect that after studying and understanding swordsmanship for a long time, she would get such an evaluation from Chiba. She was very confident of her progress. Ding! A prompt came from the system suddenly. It was a sound triggered by a special task. Chiba froze for a moment. Can this also trigger a special mission? The special task is triggered immediately. Host, as the inheritor of the Kendo Master Fujitora's smile, has the obligation to solve the doubts of the new sword of the humbly learning sword. Special mission, Master of Sword. New answers to sword doubts, rewards, and ninjutsu for sword mo. Ninjutsu? Looking at the task reward, Chiba was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect such a thing to appear. Taijutsu and ninjutsu are not the same, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Ordinary physique is a battle that simply uses one's own physical fitness. However, ninjutsu is a battle that uses chakra to activate his body. No matter in terms of speed, strength, or battery life, ninjutsu is undoubtedly superior to ordinary physical skills. At this moment, Chiba suddenly had an idea. What if you use ninjutsu to swing your sword? This is called ninja sword? Chiba pulled back his thoughts, and once again focused on the purple-haired girl. You don't need to be so surprised. You are right to imitate my swordsmanship, but unfortunately, you didn't understand it. Do you know? My swordsmanship is actually not fixed. Mao Yuzian was stunned for a moment. But you often see me using those tricks, right? Zuzian nodded. That is a habit, not a swordsmanship. Perceiving the purple-haired girl in a daze, Chiba felt like she was speaking too vaguely. Continue to speak. Do you know? Every cut of mine is actually an ordinary slash. But you saw the sword move, do you know why this is? Why? At this moment, Zuzian felt as if she had opened a brand new door. That's because swordsmanship that sticks to form will eventually be eliminated. Only by pursuing the improvement of realm, can we get on the right track along the way of Kendo. When the state is reached, if there is no move, there is a move, there is a move, and it is no move. I told you before, the gap between you and me is called level. And this is the level. With that said, Chiba suddenly drew his sword at this moment. He seems to want to demonstrate in person. If you don't understand, just take a look. A true swordsman can cut off only things he wants to cut off. With that said, Chiba raised the knife in his hand high, aimed at the branch next to it, and swung it down. I thought that such branches would be cut directly by a sharp knife. However, Chiba's knife, like a blunt knife, directly bounced the branches away. When the knife bounced off the branch, it fell towards the ground. It stopped abruptly on a fist-sized stone on the ground. However, what shocked Zuzian? The fist-sized stone was directly divided into two, and the cut was extremely smooth. Mao Yuzian was stunned, really stunned. Is it really a knife that cuts at branches and stones? That's right, it's the knife in the hand. However, the stones are obviously much harder than the branches. The branch was bounced away, but the stone was cut open instantly. Don't even mention this kind of swordsmanship. She hadn't even heard of it before. At this moment, Chiba's words echoed in his ears. A true swordsman can cut off only things that he wants to cut off. This is called realm, and this is called level. The girl with purple hair thoughtfully. Ding. Congratulations to host, complete the special task. Reward ninjutsu. Bathed in the rewards of the system, Chiba thought. Fujitora's smile is certainly a powerful template. However, Chiba definitely does not want to be limited to Fujitora with a smile. The pirate world has the advantages of the pirate world, and the Naruto world has the advantages of the Naruto world. Only by combining powerful forces can we become stronger. Ninjutsu, but does it become ninjutsu? Under Fujitora's powerful sense of swordsmanship and experience with a smile, Chiba got a new idea. He opened a brand new door for the purple-haired girl at the same time. He is also moving towards a strange field. This moment, Itachi was stunned suddenly. Although Chiba didn't do anything, he just stood there. However, he just has a feeling. Mr. Chiba. It's stronger again. Chapter 60. After 15 days, the book was finally on the shelves in the bump. 15 days, not too fast, not too slow. Since the publication of the book, the results of this book have not been very satisfactory. After dragging it for so long, I actually wanted to collect more when it was put on the shelf. Philo's recommendation mechanism is calculated based on the number of subscriptions on the shelves. If you have fewer collections on the shelves, it means fewer first orders. If the subscription is less, the recommendation will be poor, and it will directly fall into a vicious circle. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. But anyway, this book has come to this point. Thank you brothers who accompanied this book. Listing means losing most of the readers. Those who can spend money to watch are true fans. If you have plenty of money, there are those who like this book. I hope everyone can give a first order. After it's on the shelves, the update of this book will inevitably speed up. Please rest assured. 10 more directly broke out on the shelves. Then 5 changes every day. The more you subscribe, the more updates, which will naturally increase. I hope everyone with money will hold a money market. A subscription is all love. If there is a reward, it is naturally better. Okay, let's not talk about it, the code word is saved. Please make sure to give my brother a first order. Feng Qing thanked everyone here. Chapter 61. 3 days passed in a flash. After all, it was the day of graduation assessment agreed with Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Chiba's about to participate in the graduation assessment personally arranged by Hokage was spread like wildfire. It was only 3 days before the whole street knew it. Graduation assessment is nothing new. However, if it was Uchiha Chiba, it would be different. Not everyone in the village has seen Chiba. However, I must have heard of it. The blind people of Uchiha's family, even if things have passed for 6 years, are still being mentioned from time to time. As a venue for assessment, at this moment, it has already been surrounded by crowds. Most people come to watch the excitement. However, as Konoha is important ninjas, it is not just for watching the excitement. Chiba saw a lot of clan emblems. Akamike, Yamanaka, Nara, and even Chiba saw Hyuga. Now it is clear that the Hyuga clan is using their lives to block the front line of Cloud Shinobi. However, an important person in the Hyuga clan was pulled by Sarutobi Hiruzen to do this kind of thing. The face and majesty of Naruto has a lot of weight in Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although it is now during the war. However, after the various races received the news, they still came. They know that the significance of this assessment is not to allow Uchiha Chiba to graduate successfully, but to suppress the arrogant Uchiha clan. After the last memorial ceremony, the Uchiha clan finally clashed with Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the presence of almost all ninja families in the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen was embarrassed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has always been underrepresented by all races, will eventually respond. No one cares about Chiba. Those who understand the significance of this assessment also know that Chiba has only become a bargaining chip for Sarutobi Hiruzen to fight the Uchiha clan. Will he graduate successfully? Impossible. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen has made a counter-attack, he must have complete confidence. As for whether Chiba can graduate, is this important? It seems that it is not so important anymore. Under such circumstances, Chiba entered the venue on crutches. Next to him, Koizumi cheered for him. Brother Chiba, you have to come on. I understand your strength, you must be fine. Slap the examiner to pee. Koizumi waved his pink fist, his expression excited. Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled. Don't worry, Koizumi. Chiba dash. At this time, Itachi also stopped Chiba. What's happening? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. After graduation, shall we go to the battlefield together? Itachi is different from the optimistic Koizumi. He knew this was Hokage deliberately embarrassing Chiba. Therefore, the so-called graduation assessment this time, I am afraid it will be very difficult. It's okay, I have a good idea about the subjects of this assessment. That's good. Itachi exhaled heavily. Chiba's words can always give him peace of mind. Immediately afterwards, Chiba walked slowly into the venue on crutches. Lifting his head, facing the person in the most central position, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is the third Hokage. It sounds ridiculous. The title of Naruto was clearly adopted by Senju Hashirama to show trust and friendship with the Uchiha clan. Now, as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, Chiba is fighting against Hokage. And third Hokage has also been suppressing the Uchiha clan everywhere. Ridiculous? Not ridiculous. Because this is reality. Seeing Chiba walking slowly with a cane, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who led him, smiled. Uchiha Chiba. If you want to join Umbu now, you can still graduate successfully. Your eyes are your limit after all. Umbu will carry out targeted training for the characteristics you can't see. For 3 days, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Chiba thoughts about regret. The other party is a 6-year-old child after all. Compromise under such high pressure is normal. And even if Chiba compromised just before the assessment, it was a victory for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeking flowers. No, it would be better to say that this kind of ending is better. That would suppress the Uchiha clan under the testimony of the various races, and it would also be possible to harvest a Uchiha genius like Chiba. Unfortunately, Chiba is Chiba after all. What he contained in his tiny body was definitely not the thought and soul that he should have at the age of 6. Sorry, maybe I will disappoint you. I am not interested in your umbu. Since Kushina has taken a fancy to me, I don't want to disappoint her kindness. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed slowly. Kushina. I know. Hope, you can graduate successfully. Uchiha Chiba. 0. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face showed a kind smile again, like the grandfather next door. However, after all, this smile is no longer a smile. And Chiba's answer like this completely pushed himself to the opposite of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The confrontation with Sarutobi Hiruzen is sooner or later. After all, in the future, he will even destroy his own family. Is there anything to discuss? At this time, Danzo also looked at Chiba and spoke calmly. Chiba, don't you really yearn for light? Upon hearing this, Chiba turned a blind eye. It just turned around and left. Danzo's face was sullen, and Chiba didn't even bother him. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke suddenly. Have you heard that too? Go, as the examiner of Uchiha Chiba, you know what to do. Walked out from behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's the pale-faced Konoha-san in Orochimaru. I will do my best, teacher Sarutobi. Orochimaru spoke calmly. The fiery gaze fell straight on Chiba's body, without even noticing the frowning of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo at the same time. There is something wrong with Orochimaru today. In those eyes. Full of alternative madness. Whether it's Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo, they, more and more can't understand Orochimaru. Long. Chapter 62. The appearance of Orochimaru was shocking after all. Among the crowd, besides shock, there is more incredible. Who is Orochimaru? That is the personal disciple of the current Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen, who became famous in the Second Ninja World War, and won the title of Konoha in with Jiraiya and Tsunade. One of Konoha's ceiling combat power that I don't think at this stage. And such a big man actually came to test Chiba, a student who has not yet graduated? Sarutobi Hiruzen really dared to call, and Orochimaru really dared to answer. Are they all shameless? As for Orochimaru, obviously there is no so-called face concept. In his opinion, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked him to test Chiba, it was nothing more than a sleepy encounter with a pillow. He woke up with a smile when he fell asleep. As for the opinions of others, is it important? And would Orochimaru care? Orochimaru is only concerned about his research. And the only words reflected in his eyes were eternal life. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi, who saw this scene in the crowd, was dumbfounded. Chiba-san, this is what you said about the subject of this assessment, do you know in your heart? That's Orochimaru. One of Konoha-sanin. Even Itachi, who had confidence in Chiba, was silent. Isn't this bullying? Even Koizumi knew about the existence of Orochimaru. That was Jonin, and it was also Jonin who was given a special title. Bad guy. Neither Hokage nor Orochimaru are bad guys. Brother Chiba, you must not lose. Koizumi shouted loudly. And her voice was already covered by the noisy crowd. The appearance of Orochimaru terrified the evening red in the crowd. She almost died in Orochimaru's hands. At only 12 years old, she couldn't easily overcome this fear. Subconsciously, Shiruhong squeezed Mao Yuzian's arms tightly, pinched her in pain, and hid behind her ground. Red, what are you doing so nervously? Am I nervous? Isn't this nervous? If you push harder, my arm will be crushed by you. Sorry. Shiruhong even let go, looking a little frantic. Uzuzian glanced at Yurihong weirdly, and did not care, but continued to look at the venue. What's the matter with this graduation assessment? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. How can Naruto-sama let Orochimaru-sama to do the assessment? Is it clear that I don't want Chiba to graduate? This is a problem that anyone can see. Could it be that Hokage is embarrassing this Uchiha child? But Yurihong heard Uzuki-zian thinking about other things. She remembered that Chiba once told her. You may not know third Hokage. Yup. As a generation of Hokage, how could such a thing be done? But I don't think Chiba is completely out of chance. Shiruhong stared at Uyuzian with wide eyes. Are you brainwashed by Chiba? That's Konoha-sunin. What about Konoha-sunin? This is after all an assessment, and not a real battle. The condition for Chiba graduation is to defeat Lord Orochimaru, right? There must be other restrictions. Yurihong nodded. This is true. However, even if there are restrictions, it is Konoha Sunin. Uzuki Yurian now always has a honey confidence in Chiba. Mainly because the insight she got from Chiba a few days ago about the sword is too profound. Only Mao Yuzian can understand the feeling of amazing time and gentle time. This is an inexplicable emotion. Although Uzuki Yurian wanted to catch up with Chiba's footsteps, when this mood appeared, she was destined to be unable to catch up with Chiba. Because longing is the furthest distance in the world. Master Naruto. After all, someone stood up. That person is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. He naturally knew what this assessment meant and what was behind it. Therefore, when Orochimaru appeared, he was not calm. In order to suppress the Uchiha clan. Does Sarutobi Hiruzen even lose his face? What's wrong? Fugaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen speaks calmly. Hokage-sama, let Orochimaru do the graduation assessment of our Uchiha clan children. Is something wrong? What's wrong? Could it be, you Uchiha clan, is there anything special? Even Orochimaru is not eligible for the examination. I didn't mean that. At this moment, because of the appearance of Uchiha Fugaku, the surroundings gradually became quiet, and attention fell on these two people. I mean, is it a bit too much for Orochimaru to test Chiba? This is just a graduation test for a child. Yeah, it was a bit too much. Many people in the crowd nodded and agreed with Uchiha Fugaku's point of view. Although Chiba used to be the object of after-dinner tea talks in the village because of fishing boats. However, he is a 6-year-old child after all. People just want to graduate. As Naruto, you let Orochimaru of Konoha Sun in to test. What do these mean? Hearing that, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and didn't panic. Obviously, he had known such a problem a long time ago. He stood up, cleared his throat, and explained. I think everyone should know this Uchiha child. Although he can't see with his eyes, he has an excellent performance in the ninja school. I admit his talent. But, because of this, I want to give him the most severe assessment. His eyes are invisible after all, and after he becomes a ninja, he has to perform a mission. Invisible to the eyes, there are restrictions on many tasks. I originally planned to let him join my Umbu, and my Umbu will give him special training. Unfortunately, he refused. So, for his own safety, but also for the ninja's mission safety, I want to confirm that his eyes will not be an obstacle to him. Orochimaru is my proud disciple, he inherited everything from me. It's the best situation for him to evaluate Chiba. Perfect explanation. Shimura Danzo next to him almost laughed out loud. Sarutobi Hiruzen is still the old fox. Chapter 63. This was an impeccable answer, and it blocked everyone including the Uchiha clan. Who is Orochimaru? As my best personal disciple of Hokage. I asked my direct disciple to do the assessment, which shows that I attach great importance to Chiba. The real reason for sending Orochimaru was to protect Chiba and the ninja mission. His eyes are invisible, do you know what effect it will have on the ninja's mission? No one knows. There is no authoritative answer. And Sarutobi Hiruzen sent an authoritative answer. Konoha Sun in Orochimaru, is it authoritative enough? Do you have any opinions? Naturally not. With this answer, not only would no one say that Naruto bullied a ninja student. He will also promote the benevolence of Naruto. After all, in order to ensure that Chiba's eyes will not become an obstacle to his future, he even sent his beloved disciple. It can be seen how much he attaches importance to Chiba. The 12 crowd even heard remarks to persuade Chiba to join Umbu directly. That's Umbu, how many ninjas dream of. You actually refused, completely betraying the kindness of Hokage-sama. I simply don't know what is good or bad. In just a few words, the fishing vessel showed a one-sided situation. The people are all ignorant. The ninjas of all races just watched all this peacefully. For Sarutobi Hiruzen to have such a stern approach, they have no surprises. Uchiha, after all, can't beat Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master Patriarch, please don't worry. At this time, Chiba, standing in the center of the venue, spoke calmly with a cane. This is the path I chose, and I will go on. You just enjoy it quietly. At this time, Jonin, the referee next to him, looked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, indicating that the assessment can begin. He spoke immediately. This time, Lord Orochimaru will conduct a graduation assessment test for Uchiha Chiba. The rules are simple. Within the range divided by the venue at the moment, Uchiha Chiba, if you persist in front of Orochimaru-sama for 5 minutes, even if you win. During this period, surrendering, losing combat effectiveness, and being knocked into the range, are all deemed defeated. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Very simple rules. 5 minutes, Chiba only needs to hold on for 5 minutes. However, these 5 minutes are the 5 minutes of that Konoha-sun in Orochimaru. If Orochimaru gets serious, a Jonin might not be able to hold on for a minute in front of him. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Chiba to hold on for 5 minutes. Even this Jonin as the referee thought it impossible. At this moment, Orochimaru and Chiba were approaching each other under the leadership of the referee. Then, the two slowly raised their hands and made the seal of opposition. Before the battle, the two sides must perform the seal of opposition, which symbolizes half of the meaning of starting ninjutsu with two hands not print, telling the opponent that they are going to fight next. This is the seal of opposition. After the battle, the two sides stretched out their seal of opposition and joined together to form a seal of reconciliation, symbolizing that each other is a companion. To fight in Konoha village, this is a necessary process. After both sides put their hands down, Jonin, who was the referee, spoke directly. Now, the assessment, start. After speaking, the Jonin disappeared and gave the stage to Chiba and Orochimaru. The assessment has begun. However, neither Chiba nor Orochimaru moved. Orochimaru just looked at Chiba calmly, while Chiba was leaning on crutches in both hands. Chiba-kun, this day has finally come. Yes, so do you have any standards for me as an experimental subject? Of course. Orochimaru smiled and spoke calmly. At this stage, the best genius record recorded by the Konoha Shinobi School was created by Heitake Kakashi, who graduated at 5, became Chunin at 6, and became Jonin at 12. Moreover, he became Jonin at the age of 12. It doesn't mean that it took him 6 years to reach that level. When he was 6 years old, it was definitely not just Chunin level. Of course, the times are also developing. At the same age, even Itachi should surpass Kakashi's record this time. However, I still use Kakashi as the standard. With that, Orochimaru raised his hands. 10 times. I will use 6-year-old Kakashi 10 times the strength to fight you. I am looking forward to how much you can achieve. The 6-year-old Kakashi is no ordinary Chunin. If only relying on strength as the standard, Kakashi might be a Jonin at the age of 7. At only 12 years old, he can create S-level ninjutsu Raikage. His talent is no less than that of Konoha's ninja. You know, even Namikaze Minato created A-level ninjutsu Raiznan when he was in his 20s. If it weren't for his father, and the blows Uchiha Obito and Haranolin brought to him, Kakashi's future achievements are by no means comparable in the original book. Although Sharingan has achieved the reputation of Kakashi copy ninja. However, it is also a burden to Kakashi at the same time. Kakashi without Sharingan is likely to be stronger. Is it? In this case. Then Mr. Orochimaru, you have to be careful. Chiba raised his right hand and slowly placed it on the hilt of his crutch and sword. I don't know how much Kakashi was 10 times stronger when he was 6 years old. However, I have always treated you as a full attack. So, Mr. Orochimaru, you have to be careful. Be careful not to be thrown out by me. Orochimaru had a smile on his face. In that case. Then I look forward to your strength as an experimental subject. At the moment after saying this sentence, Orochimaru shot. There are no signs. In an instant, the not printing was completed, and the onlookers hadn't even seen it clearly. Orochimaru lifted his right hand to release the dense pythons. Shulking Snake Hand. The python with its fangs seemed to be able to tear Chiba to pieces at any time. Then, Chiba drew his sword. Chapter 64. Under Orochimaru's instant shot. Everyone wants to know how Uchiha Chiba, who is invisible to the eyes, will deal with the attack of Konoha-san in Orochimaru. And Chiba's movements are also very simple. The right hand stroked the hilt of the cane sword, and the thumb of the left hand quietly lifted the sword body, revealing the fierce light of killing. Then, Chiba's knife is out of its sheath. Obviously everyone's attention is on Chiba. Obviously everyone looked at Chiba's hand. However, the number of people who could see clearly at that moment of drawing the sword was still a minority. The pinnacle of drawing a sword, at the moment of drawing a sword, Chiba has already slashed 3 swords. A flash of cold light passed by. The python with its fangs was instantly cut into pieces. Everyone was horrified. Although they didn't know what happened, Chiba easily blocked Orochimaru's first blow. At the same time, everyone understood at the moment of the shot. This invisible Uchiha boy is stronger than all of them imagined. The first blow was just a feint. Chiba knows the essence of fighting. The most powerful killer move is always behind the feint. Sure enough, Orochimaru came. Behind the shredded python, Orochimaru suddenly rushed out, and he leaped up to deliver his body to the sky. Jumping in the air in front of the enemy is the most stupid way. Because Orochimaru does not have any aerial movement skills. Even so, if Orochimaru still behaves like this, there can only be one result. Next, he is about to release a range of ninjutsu. Blocking the opponent's trajectory with range ninjutsu is the basic tactic of combat. Orochimaru did not use his powerful strength to crush Chiba. Instead, a regular ninja battle took place. It was exactly as he said at the beginning. He will fight Chiba with 10 times the strength of the 6-year-old Kakashi. Orochimaru, who was stuck in the air, took out a shuriken from his hand, then aimed at Chiba instantly and threw it out. And the moment the shuriken flew out, Orochimaru's seal was also completed. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Next moment, the flying shuriken turned into a puff of white smoke. In the white smoke, the shuriken split into 2, and the 2 split into 4. It was just a blink of an eye, and the shuriken turned into an overwhelming rain pouring toward Chiba. See this scene. Everyone on the sidelines was dumbfounded. Is this F***ck really a graduation test for ninja students? Is this killing Uchiha Chiba? Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. What is even more surprising is that Orochimaru did not stop there. His hands continued to seal, and then took a deep breath and exhaled. Wind-style big breakthrough. The squally blowing wind instantly intertwined with dense shurikens. Obviously, Orochimaru used a combination of ninjutsu. Use the shuriken shadow clone technique to block the area. Combining it with wind-style ninjutsu increases the speed of the shuriken, and more importantly, makes the shuriken trajectory that was originally traceable becomes chaotic. This kind of combined ninjutsu is impossible to avoid. Can only be blocked. And if you want to block, you can only choose the range of shield defensive ninjutsu. At this moment, the audience present became nervous. The combination of ninjutsu was released in an instant. Some Chunin who were astonished and inadequate were afraid that they would be killed instantly. And such a killer move is actually used on students who have not graduated, or is it the graduation assessment? More importantly, Chiba's eyes are still missing. Is this too much? How does Chiba deal with such ninjutsu? Everyone held their breath. At this moment, Chiba, as the person involved, just quietly raised his head, facing the densely packed shurikens. For this assessment, Chiba never thought of holding on to Orochimaru for 5 minutes. If Orochimaru really wants to attack, Chiba will not be able to hold on. That is absolute awareness of strength. Therefore, to win, Chiba has only one way. That is offense. Throw Orochimaru straight out of the field, even if you win. Everyone underestimated Chiba. This includes Orochimaru, who wants to use 6-year-old Kakashi 10 times his strength. This combination of ninjutsu, even Itachi can easily catch it. How could it affect Chiba? While everyone was thinking about how Chiba would catch Orochimaru's attack, Chiba was thinking about how to overturn Orochimaru. Then, he acted. The Perfection class observation haki was released instantly. This is the first time he has completely liberated his observation haki in battle. Everything in the visible range is within his direct vision. Foreseeing the future, changes in the environment, and flaws in moves, all appeared before Chiba's eyes. The infinite details that Chiba grasped were Orochimaru's flaws. Immediately afterwards, Chiba broke out. Chakra, surrounded by his body, gave Chiba a shocking explosive power. That is ninjutsu. In an instant, the sword flew out with 3 slashes, bounced all the shurikens in front of him, and then went straight to Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru's face changed. He wanted to respond to Chiba's attack. But all his next actions are in Chiba's foresight. No good. Also, Chiba knows all the flaws in his movements. The infinite details are Chiba's domain, and he is the king of this domain. Orochimaru moved. But Chiba is faster. The fight between the two sides was only a moment. All Orochimaru's moves were interrupted, and he couldn't even make a seal. Finally, Orochimaru's face showed a look of horror. What have you seen through all my moves? I said it, Mr. Orochimaru, you be careful. The moment this sentence is finished, Chiba's sword was slashed towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru tried to block, but Chiba smiled. He won't block it. Yes, he didn't dare to block it. This knife. But it can kill the soul. Chapter 65. At this moment, Orochimaru shuddered. How does it feel? The feeling of something being drawn out. Obviously he is here. However, when facing the knife, Orochimaru felt as if something was pulling himself out of his body. That kind of thing made Orochimaru react instantly. Soul. It's the soul. That's right, it's as if the soul is affected. Orochimaru wasn't sure if he could really block the knife. But once it is not blocked, the consequences may be very serious. Then he avoided. Chiba smiled. Yes, he will definitely avoid it. All Orochimaru's actions are in his foresight. And the moment he dodges his own knife, he will lose his balance. Because the border has been reached. You must avoid Chiba's slash before and afterwards to avoid going out of bounds. Orochimaru's body twisted, twisting like a snake. However, even so, it is still in a state of imbalance. Then, Chiba spoke. I said it, Mr. Orochimaru. You must be careful, don't be thrown out by me. The second knife was too late to be cut. Therefore, Chiba directly raised his left hand and hit Orochimaru's ribs in a circle. Here is the center of balance he captured. If you are hit in this position, unless the big snake pill can fly. Otherwise, only one result was thrown out of bounds by Chiba. And Orochimaru, after all, can't fly. Chiba did not foresee the future of Orochimaru flying. Boom. Orochimaru was directly knocked out by Chiba. When Orochimaru landed, the scene instantly became quiet and frozen. The atmosphere in the air is terribly sticky. Just what happened? Orochimaru, that Konoha-sunin, was knocked into the air by Chiba? Isn't it fortunate that 5 minutes in Orochimaru's hands is considered a pass? Why Chiba threw Orochimaru out instead? It was not just the crowds who were stunned. Even Orochimaru is dumbfounded. Although he intends to control his own strength, he will not crush Chiba. However, no matter how he controls his strength, he is also Konoha-sunin's Orochimaru. His experience, his responsiveness, and his strategy are all real. Result. Was he really thrown out just like Chiba said? As the referee, Jonin pressed for a long time, repeatedly confirming that Orochimaru was out of bounds before speaking subconsciously. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Master Orochimaru fell out of bounds. The final winner of this assessment is Uchiha Chiba. Faced with such results, the crowd's onlookers also froze for a long time before bursting out cheers. Among the cheers, there were more surprises and disbelief. 1. That Uchiha Chiba actually won. Unbelievable, that's Konoha-sunin. What are you thinking about? It must be Orochimaru-sama releasing the water. How could I not know this? But, you think, that is Konoha-sunin. Even if the water was released, it was a win, not for 5 minutes. Hey, he really won. The audience cheered, not because Chiba passed the graduation exam. They all know that Chiba cannot be Orochimaru's opponent in terms of fighting. Once Chiba passes the assessment, Orochimaru must release the water. But what did they see? And what are they shocking? Chiba didn't hold on for 5 minutes in Orochimaru's hands, but directly knocked him out of bounds and won. At this moment, it was different from Orochimaru, who was a little confused, and the cheering crowd. At this moment, the faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were terribly gloomy. Orochimaru actually lost? Danzo stood up almost directly, looking straight at Orochimaru. As his own subordinate, he is also the apprentice of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru actually disobeyed the order? Although he had known that Orochimaru was not credible. But what kind of occasion is this? Is Orochimaru going to rebel? Danzo, what are you doing? A hand suddenly rested on Danzo's shoulder, pressing him down firmly. That is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Did you not see the battle just now? In that case, what can Orochimaru win? In an instant, Danzo reacted. Orochimaru won Chiba, must be based on the premise of assessment. Is the strength that Chiba burst out just now the standard for assessment? No. That kind of strength is probably comparable to Jonin. If under such circumstances, Orochimaru would forcefully suppress Chiba with strength. What do the other races think? What do the onlookers think? Said that this Hokage let his apprentice bully a student and prevent him from graduating? In that case, Orochimaru lost better. Orochimaru wins, and it must be easy to win. Create a situation where Chiba is not strong enough. Danzo's reaction was suddenly cold and sweaty. Sarutobi Hiruzen, after all, sees farther than him. Joker, or yourself. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Orochimaru deeply. For the first time, he showed this expression to his apprentice for the first time in his life. There was a trace of killing intent in this expression. Orochimaru, you still violated me after all. Sure enough, fourth Hokage didn't consider you, which was correct. Chiba certainly used unexpected strength. However, with Orochimaru's strength, Chiba can completely kill him without a chance to show his strength. And Orochimaru did not follow his ideas after all. This time with great fanfare, did you call all the ninjas of all races instead of reading your own jokes? Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed out slowly. Uchiha, it seems to be trickier than expected. At the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen put away his solemn expression with an unmoving look. Then a kind smile appeared immediately. Uchiha's child, you did a great job. Being able to pass Orochimaru's assessment shows that your eyes will not be an obstacle to you. I am here to congratulate you for being a member of the Konoha Shinobi. This is your forehead protector. I hope you can continue to work hard, become the heir of the Will of Fire, and protect Konoha well. Forehead protector submitted. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to bring Chiba personally. Loving Hokage, after all, was loved by the village. Unfortunately, Chiba doesn't appreciate it, and doesn't give Sarutobi Hiruzen this chance to behave. He raised the crutches and caught the forehead protector. Then he carried the crutches on his shoulders with his backhand, and swayed away. At this moment, Chiba smiled. Sarutobi Hiruzen, look. Regarding the identity of Konoha Shinobi, I really do care. Chapter 66. Orochimaru finally reacted. Did you, defeated? It seems to be the case, but how did it fail? His strategy is impeccable. In the cognition of conventional ninjas, that kind of combined ninjutsu can only be resisted by shield-type defensive ninjutsu. However, who would have thought that Chiba would chop off all the shurikens in front of him? How did he do that? Wanting to knock all the unruly shuriken into the air requires not only superb swordsmanship, but also super dynamic vision. If Chiba turns on Sharingan, Orochimaru will not be surprised. But the problem is that not only did Chiba not turn on Sharingan, but the eyes still see TC. He seems to know the location of all shurikens dash. Is this, did you predict your own attack in advance? It seems that there is only one possibility. After this, all of Orochimaru's moves were interrupted by Chiba midway. Orochimaru couldn't even make a seal. This was definitely not Orochimaru releasing the water, but at that moment, he really couldn't stop Chiba. Obviously Chiba's speed is not fast in Orochimaru's opinion. However, he can always advance his next move in advance, and then interrupt it without giving himself a chance to make a move. Incredible perception. This is it really a prediction? Orochimaru couldn't believe it. It is really shocking. Prejudge, he can do it too. However, to achieve such a precise prediction, there are only two possibilities. First, there is a big gap between the strengths of the two sides, and you have seen through all the moves of the other side. Second, when the strength of the two sides is not very different, you have a good understanding of how the opponent fights. And what kind of Chiba is it? He is neither. That kind of horrible interception method is not so much anticipation as it is foresight. Chiba-san, you are really good, I want you more and more. And Orochimaru also discovered that Chiba's knife had a problem. His dodge of Chiba was an important factor in his defeat, otherwise it would not be out of balance. However, if you don't avoid it, the consequences may be serious. That knife made his soul tremble. If he is cut, maybe he will die. Orochimaru smiled, smiling happily. The unknown can always arouse the interest of a scientist. Regardless of whether it is Chiba's ability similar to foresight or the weird knife. There is no doubt that it evoked Orochimaru's purest curiosity. As for the gestures from the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Does that matter? That's not something that a scientist who is aroused by crazy desires should be concerned. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. For Orochimaru's hot gaze, Chiba knew it naturally. It looks like you have to be careful next. Previously, Chiba used to counterbalance Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen. But now, because of this graduation assessment, the relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru may be completely broken. Therefore, it is very likely that Orochimaru's research will be exposed to Sarutobi Hiruzen in advance. Once exposed in advance, Orochimaru will desperately attack Chiba. Will the relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru come to that point? Chiba is not sure. However, during the war, it should not be possible. The existence of Orochimaru will make Bishimura jealous after all. And if at this juncture, Orochimaru defected, maybe the retired Rock Shinobi will attack again, and Cloud Shinobi, who jumped fiercely on the front line, will also send additional troops. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has always been weak to the outside world, did not dare to move Orochimaru at this time. He dare not. Still needs strength. Chiba leaned on a cane and walked in the direction where his Uchiha clan was standing. Next, you can go to the battlefield justifiably. And that special task should also have a chance to be completed. Chiba's return, facing him, is Koizumi, who is embracing him. Itachi stood by and smiled and said, "Congratulations, Chiba-san." Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, just watched Chiba and smiled quietly. Their Uchiha clan has a future after all. Feel the joy and congratulations from relatives and friends. Chiba feels that everything he has done so far is worth it. In the end, this graduation assessment was finally disbanded. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo left with gloomy faces. In private, I'm afraid I will inevitably wrestle with Orochimaru. And the ninjas of other races, holding back the expressions of watching the jokes, left one after another. Naruto, once again fooled. In the end, it is Uchiha Chiba that makes people remember. Not only was the eyes invisible, but the graduation examination was personally tested by Orochimaru of Konoha Sunin. Chiba is famous again. It's just that this time, not as a fishing boat for after-dinner tea talks, but as a blockbuster genius. Seeking flowers. At this moment, Chiba is walking down the street, although it still attracts a lot of attention. However, it's not the kind of pointers it used to be. What's more, parents educate their children to keep up with Chiba. People can achieve such an achievement even if they can't see it. What excuses do you have for not working hard? Chiba, after all, became the other people's child. Boy, behaved well. Kushina rubbed Chiba, and she didn't expect Chiba to win that Orochimaru. She was shocked when she learned that Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Orochimaru to test Chiba. Sarutobi Hiruzen can be shameless to such an extent. In any case, you can win that Orochimaru, which is enough to prove your strength. With that said, Kushina suddenly took out a scroll and handed it to Chiba. What is this? Seal technique. Unexpectedly, if you learn the introduction to seal art so quickly, you will naturally have to give you some good things, and you can't waste your talent. At the same time, Kushina gave Itachi a scroll. Itachi was stunned for a moment. Do I have it too? Of course, what are you thinking, nephew? Since you have become my apprentice, I naturally want to teach you something. I'm telling you that sealing art is a good thing. If you want to learn sealing art systematically, I don't dare to be the first in the world of ninja, at least at this stage I say second, no one dares to be the first. The Uzumaki clan started with sealing art. And Kushina is the orphan of the Uzumaki clan. Even if there are still some Uzumaki clan members living out, the sealing technique has also been lost. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is now also available here in Kushina. Thank you, Aunt Kushina, I will study hard. Well, look good. There are my notes on it. If you don't understand anything, you can come to me at any time. Recently, I should be very free. Kushina is really idle. Although it is now during the war, Nine Tails Jinshuriki is like a nuclear bomb. Kushina was restricted from moving. You cannot leave the village casually without the consent of the senior management. Because she must be ready at any time. Once other villages use the power of the tail beast on the battlefield, she will be sent out. At this time, Kushina seemed to think of something in general, and said, I heard, you two little guys want to go to the battlefield to see. Long. Chapter 67. I heard, you two little guys want to go to the battlefield to see. Upon hearing this, Chiba nodded. Okay. As a ninja, you will have to face this step sooner or later. We want to take this opportunity to see the battlefield, the real battlefield. That being said, Chiba actually wants to complete his own special task. Itachi really wanted to see the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Kushina sighed. In this case, then I can't help it. Originally, as your guide, Jonin, I should have led you to the battlefield. However, due to the special circumstances, I cannot leave the village. Of course, if you want to go to the battlefield, it's not impossible. Kushina thought for a while, then said. The battlefield of Haze has been quite peaceful recently. It is said that even the front line has only a small amount of friction erupting. If you go there, you can follow your clan, and there is no danger. It is very suitable for the fledglings. But Itachi shook his head. What I want to see is the real battlefield. Really? Kushina froze for a moment. My nephew, is it possible that you are also the kind of aspiring person? I don't think you should be too aggressive. The real battlefield is not a joke. But Itachi nodded very seriously. Really, when I was 4 years old, my father took me to the battlefield. I didn't understand many things. Now I am 6 years old. I think there are many things that I can see more clearly. Itachi, after all, is the one with the meaning of life. Thinking too much is not necessarily a good thing. But now for Chiba. He also wants to enter the real battlefield. After all, the Haze front line is too peaceful, and Chiba may not be able to complete that special task. In other words, you want to go to the battlefield with Cloud Shinobi, right? The Haze front line is very peaceful, the Rock Shinobi front line has retreated, and Namikaze Minato is also safe there. The only war broke out now is Cloud Shinobi. Yes. Both Itachi and Chiba nodded. I can send you, but it's not the front line. No matter how powerful you are, it is impossible to send the 6-year-old you to the front line. A week later, there will be a batch of supplies sent from Konoha to the rear defense forces on the battlefield. You can follow along at that time. The escort of the materials was in the territory of the Country of Fire, and there was no heavy guard. Usually a team of several Jonin plus a group of Genin. And this group of Genins, like Chiba and Itachi, are newcomers who are familiar with the battlefield. In the case of extreme shortage of people, this Genin will also be dispatched to the front line. In that case, Genin, who was dispatched to the front line, is also called cannon fodder. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Obviously. At this time when Rock Shinobi retires, Konoha will not send Genin to the battlefield to die. Are you escorting supplies? Chiba didn't think so much. Since there is no danger, there might not be any danger when it arrives. His task is to kill 300 enemies. Can this kill enough? Instead of this, it is better to go to the front line of Haze. At least, small friction broke out from time to time on the front line of the Fog Shadow, and there were enemies infested. However, Itachi thought otherwise. After hearing Kushina's words, Itachi nodded quickly, very interested. Then, he immediately looked back at Chiba. Chiba-san, do you want to go? Perceived Itachi's fiery gaze. Chiba don't want to go just didn't say the 3 words. Forget it. Who made this guy one of my few friends? Well. Chiba nodded. Itachi smiled happily when he saw it. In this case, I will add you too. Also, don't tell other people about this matter. There are quite a few spies in the village during this time. If the news is leaked, you might be sniped. Upon hearing this, Chiba froze for a moment. Is it possible to use this news to attract the enemy? Soon, he dismissed the idea. In any case, it was Konoha's ninja who escorted the supplies. Isn't this leaking the news to cheat yourself? Do this only if you have a pit in your head. Orochimaru, your research must be aborted. In the laboratory, Danzo looked at Orochimaru gloomily. Sarutobi Hiruzen is already watching you. Recently, you should keep a low profile. In short, the subject can't be caught. Umbu, I will stare at you at any time. If you are caught in the village casually, no one can save you. You can do it yourself. After speaking, Danzo walked away. He no longer scolded Orochimaru. Nor did it ask Orochimaru why he disobeyed the order. He knew, and if he asked, it was for nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew this. After Chiba's assessment was completed, Orochimaru was not even summoned. Orochimaru has long been untrustworthy. Even Danzo is just using Orochimaru to study Hashirama cells. After Danzo left, Orochimaru smiled. Hehe, Mr. Sarutobi, he doesn't have the guts to move me at this time. However, it's really going to be a bit low-key recently. There is still a need to stay in Konoha now. Even for my excellent experimenter. I have to hold back. After Danzo left, he went directly to the Hokage building. In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen is looking into the distance from the window. He likes to stand there, because through this window you can see the whole picture of Konoha. That is his Konoha. Uchiha's problem is to be solved after all. I don't know how long it took. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Danzo frowned. This old guy is hinting at himself again. In the game on the bright side, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Naruto, lost to Uchiha twice, he naturally would not be reconciled. Now that you lose on the face, then continue secretly. To deal with Uchiha, there is no need for such dignified means. Everything depends on the result. This has always been Sarutobi Hiruzen's approach. It's just that he, Danzo, did it secretly. Yes, Hokage has always been a symbol of light in the village. And he, Danzo, carries darkness on his back. The roots buried in the soil have adapted to the darkness, haven't they? Danzo. Chapter 68. Danzo is in a bad mood. After leaving the Hokage building in a hurry, he returned to his roots sternly. Where there is light, there is naturally darkness. If Sarutobi Hiruzen represents Konoha's light as Hokage, then Danzo is Konoha's darkness. As Konoha is Hikari, there are many things, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not do it himself, and will not even give orders. At this time, Konoha's darkness must assume his responsibilities. Danzo has helped Sarutobi Hiruzen with too many things. The suicide of Konoha Whitetooth, and the attack on the Uchiha clan with Uchiha Chiba as a fishing vessel, etc. were all planned by Danzo. And today, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Danzo new hints. The matter of the Uchiha clan is to be resolved after all. Sarutobi Hiruzen was discredited in front of all races twice because of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't sit still after all. Third Hokage is perfect. As described in the textbook of the ninja school. And how can this perfect Naruto be stained? Therefore, there must be someone to bear the taint. Sarutobi Hiruzen. One day, that position will be mine. Only, not now. Now, after all, someone needs to deal with the problems of the Uchiha clan. And that person can only be him. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Danzo let out a sigh of relief. Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi, such outstanding talents, it's a pity. If they can have the consciousness like Uchiha Shisui, it will not develop to the point where it is today. As a source of disputes, it needs to be dealt with. However, at least I can get the knife. Danzo, still thinking about the knife in Chiba's hand. That knife that is suspected to be able to kill the soul. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not know the existence of this knife. This kind of good thing will naturally fall into Danzo's hands. Thinking of this, Danzo smiled. At least, it is not without benefits. Come here. After speaking, there was a voice in the darkness. What is the latest news about Uchiha Chiba? Hearing this, the rooted ninja spoke directly. Report to Lord Danzo. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi have been staying with Lord Kushina these days and seem to be training ninjutsu. Kushina. Danzo murmured. In the presence of Kushina, it is impossible to do it after all. However, just yesterday, Lord Kushina joined Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi to the material escort to the front line of Cloud Shinobi. Okay. Hearing this, Danzo's eyes lit up. They are going to the front line of Cloud Shinobi? Danzo smiled. After all, he is only a 6-year-old kid. When he became a ninja, he wanted to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. War is not such a simple thing. Go to the battlefield, but it's mortal. I just couldn't find any reason, and now, there is a reason. Is there anything more seamless than dying on the battlefield? Go, divulge the news of these supplies to escort the troops to the previously locked Cloud Shinobi spies. It must be cryptic, understand? I see, Master Danzo. After receiving the order, the root disappeared before Danzo's eyes in an instant. This kind of order can only be issued by Danzo. The ninja who sacrificed his own Konoha to achieve the goal, only the roots who absolutely obey the order will not have the slightest hesitation. Obviously, in Chiba's view, Danzo is the man with a pitfall. Danzo has done a lot of things like this, and he won't have any burdens in his heart. with the help of Cloud Shinobi, solve the problems of the Uchiha clan, and immediately dispatched his men to retrieve Chiba's knife. This perfect plan is just to sacrifice some ninjas as guards, and a batch of supplies. In Danzo's view, it's a bargain. As for the front line of the battlefield, that is the problem that Sarutobi Hiruzen should have. The supplies are lacking. Naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen has to find a way, so Danzo shouldn't take care of it. A week passed in a flash. Chiba and Itachi arrived at the designated place early in the morning following Kushina's instructions. After leaving Konoha Shinobi village, dozens of horse-drawn carriages were placed in a secret area. On the carriage, there are piles of materials like a hill, and they are completely covered by black cloth. Before Chiba and Itachi arrived, many people had already gathered here. 3 jonin escorted the supplies. Through the clan emblem, their identities can be easily judged. They are Hyuga, Inyazuka, and Abarame. The 3 jonin are all scout ninjas and have their own strengths in scouts. The Hyuga clan has no blind spots, the Inyazuka clan relies on the taste, and the Abarame clan has their own insects. With their presence, even if you encounter an ambush by Cloud Shinobi on the road, I am afraid that you will find it early and prepare for it. At this moment, after seeing Chiba's arrival, the ninja of the Hyuga clan headed out immediately. You two are Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi, as Mr. Kushina said. I am Hyuga Ryazaki, the ninja leading the escort mission. It's my 2 team members, Inyazuka Oda and Abarame Yamaji. As the captain, Hyuga Ryazaki made an introduction. Hearing that, Inyazuka Oda and Abarame Yamaji smiled at the Chiba and the 2 of them, and they had a face-to-face encounter. Hello, I am Uchiha Itachi. I am Uchiha Chiba. After saying hello, Chiba and Itachi immediately followed the troops, preparing to deliver supplies. Wait until Chiba and Itachi have gone away. Inyazuka Oda and Abarame Yamaji looked at Hyuga Ryazaki. Captain, is this the invisible Uchiha? Why would Lord Kushina accept him as an apprentice? How can a blind man escort supplies? Isn't this messing up? Okay, don't say a few words. After all, Lord Kushina personally ordered this. Anyway, there has been no problem with the transportation of materials, there is nothing dangerous. Master Kushina should also want to familiarize them with the battlefield. Genin here, isn't that like that? You and I are also newbies. Ninja, will always grow. The 3 returned from the battlefield, transporting supplies. Naturally, I don't know the reputation of Uchiha Chiba and Konoha at this moment. Chapter 69. For Itachi, the initial mission seemed a little nervous. His attention was too concentrated, and from time to time he squatted down to check his surroundings. Seeing this, Chiba sighed. Itachi, I think you are a little too vigilant. It's still in the territory of the country of fire. If there are ambushes here, it can only show one problem. What is the problem? Then the front line was breached. Chiba said quietly. And if the front line is breached, can you still come to ambush yourself? Isn't it fragrant to attack the village yourself? So, Itachi, take it easy. If there is an ambush or danger, I will definitely find out and notify it in advance. If you find any traces of ambush here, then. At this point, Chiba's tone suddenly became slow. Perceiving Chiba's strangeness, Itachi tilted his head. What's wrong, Chiba-kun? That can only come from the inside of the village. At this moment, Chiba suddenly turned back, facing the direction of the village. He saw and heard Haki, and he caught an unusual breath. Those are ninjas, and there are a lot of them. There are 9 people, if counted as a team, there are 3 teams. Chiba leaned close to Itachi's ear and said softly. Someone is following us, 3 teams, 9 people. Huh? Is it secretly protecting this material team? Chiba shook his head. I don't know, it's a long distance, it doesn't seem to be here to protect supplies. The distance is too far. Even his observation Haki is slightly captured. The other party did not mean to continue to approach. I'm afraid it is to control the distance. Mindful of this, Chiba faces the front of the team. Is that the limit distance of Byakugan? It seems that the delivery of supplies will not be peaceful this time. Itachi, be careful, I'm afraid something will happen to the delivery of the supplies this time. Although Itachi didn't know how Chiba made this judgment. But seeing the ninja with Chiba's face, Itachi nodded immediately. I know. Chiba-san, just leave your back to me. The material delivery team keeps advancing. The three jonin leading the team each occupy their own seat. Hyagari Izaki is at the forefront and will use Byakugan scouts at intervals to ensure that there is no danger before the team will move on. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. On both sides, Inyazuka Oda and Abarame Yamato ensure safety. Perhaps it was because the three jonin all walked out of the battlefield, and they had the necessary sense of vigilance without appearing nervous. And those genins in the center of the team are blooming. There are many people who are as nervous as Itachi. At the same time, I was relaxed and freehand along the way, and I didn't feel any danger at all. Chiba continues to use observation haki to probe the surroundings. The 9 ninjas from the village did not move, they still kept their distance. In this case, the team smoothly walked out of the territory of the Country of Fire, truly out of the Country of Fire, and headed towards the front line. As soon as he left the Country of Fire, Itachi quickly discovered something was wrong. Chiba-kun, this time the transportation route has changed. Kushina gave Itachi and Chiba the route for this mission in advance. But now, it has deviated. Thinking of this, Chiba came to the forefront of the team with a cane. Seeing Chiba coming, the leader of the team, Hyagari Izaki, immediately smiled. "What's the matter, Chiba?" "Captain Lonki, I want to ask, has the material delivery route been changed this time?" "You said the route." Hyagari Izaki smiled. "The routes you all got are wrong. This is to prevent spies in other villages from getting our material route in advance, so the real route has always been with me." This answer did not satisfy Chiba. He doesn't know if the other people's route is correct. However, the route between him and Itachi was given to them by Kushina. Does Kushina know that some of the routes are fake? Since she gave it, it must be true. However, the route is still different. Coupled with the back of the team, the 3 teams of ninjas have been sneaky. Chiba let out a breath slowly. "Are you overcast?" He didn't continue talking with Hyagari Izaki. "Even if you say what you think, the other party probably won't believe it." "Really, I see, Captain Lonki." Chiba did not retreat, but was still at the forefront of the team, and Itachi followed behind him. "Chiba-san, how is it?" "Be ready for battle at any time, there must be an ambush ahead." Subconsciously, Itachi held his ninja sword. It looks calm now, but since Chiba said it, something must happen. At this time, Hyagari Izaki thought for a while, but also felt something was wrong. He remembered that Chiba was Kushina's apprentice. Since Kushina gave Chiba the roadmap, it shouldn't be fake. "Is my roadmap temporarily changed?" In my heart, faintly, there was a bad premonition. He turned on Byakugan to search for information around him. In the sky, 3 birds passed by, and within the visible range, no other chakra was detected on the ground. At this moment, Chiba suddenly stopped. "Captain Lonki, there is an ambush." "Okay." Hearing that, Hyagari Igazaka's face changed slightly, and he quickly stopped the team. "Good promise." And at this moment, Abarame Yamagi's face suddenly reappeared. A bug sent him information. "Captain Ryagazaki, underground, there is a life reaction." "What?" Hyagari Izaki's face changed drastically and he turned on Byakugan and looked underground. In an instant, what came into view was the dense chakra reaction. Chiba pulled out his Zanpakuto instantly. "Be careful, there is an attack from the sky." At this moment, the 3 birds that were detected by Hyagari Igazaki instantly passed by at low altitude. A figure jumped out from behind it, accompanied by her Juin. Above the sky, dense blue fireballs appeared instantly. The blue fireball, like a heavy rain, poured down on the entire material team. The 3 jonin reacted instantly. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Chapter 70. At the moment the change occurred, Chiba and Itachi were ready. Fortunately, Chiba gave a hint and did not move on. If you continue to move forward, you will be attacked by both underground and sky enemies at the same time. Such a team may be completely destroyed in an instant. The underground enemy was discovered in advance, allowing the peepers in the sky to launch an attack ahead of time. It was a fireball with blue flames. In the sky, it was like a fire and rain, and carried out a carpet bombing of the entire material force. The other party didn't seem to have any plans to seize the materials, and the purpose of this interception was to destroy everything like lightning. Facing a sudden attack, the 3 jonins were ready for battle in an instant. But the other genins have no combat experience in this area. At the moment the enemy attacked, they didn't even know what happened. More than half of Genin was destroyed under the bombardment of blue flames. Panic, shouting. In a sea of flames, there is despair. Even half of Genin was lucky enough to dodge the initial attack. However, what happened next also made them dumbfounded. Next moment, the earth began to shake. The ground in front of the troops burst suddenly, and dense figures appeared from it. Those are ninjas, all with Cloud Shinobi's forehead protector. They had dark skin and fierce faces, holding shinobi swords one after another, and rushed towards the troops desperately. Genin, who are also adorable, have seen such a scene there. One by one was trembling with fright. Even some people with insufficient psychological quality turned around and fled and died under the attack of the blue flame. At this moment, as Jonin, they have their experience and calmness. Everyone, don't panic. You are already Konoha's ninjas. As a ninja, you must take up weapons to kill the enemy. This is the battlefield. If you don't have the courage to kill the enemy, you will die by the enemy's sword. Everyone, prepare to break through the enemy's encirclement and return to the territory of the Land of Fire. Get orders and encouragement from Jonin. Many Genins took out their weapons. Seeing the companion who was still chatting and laughing with him just a second ago, he fell in a pool of blood at this moment. The soaring adrenaline finally defeated fear. It seems to be to vent. Everyone screamed. An angry roar filled the air. Kill UB. The dog thief of Cloud Shinobi, take his life. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. On the battlefield, there was chaos. At this moment, the one standing in the front is naturally the last Jonin team. However, a figure appeared in front of them. The words are very inspiring. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, you have no chance of winning. That is a female voice. Looking around, the young face is only 15 or 16 years old. In peaceful times, she might still be a Genin. However, at this moment, her whole body was shrouded in a blue flame. The overflowing chakra just stood in front of the three Jonin, making them shudder. Seeing this scene, Hyagari pupils suddenly shrank. Ugai, Jinshuriki, the second tail of Cloud Shinobi. Did they actually dispatch all Jinshuriki? They were stunned. Even Rock Shinobi, who launched a total war, failed to use Jinshuriki on the front lines. Because once Jinshuriki is used, Konoha will definitely let Nine Tails Jinshuriki play. Once Jinshuriki was liberated, the casualties it brought were not a joke. At this moment, the two wooden golems who are Cloud Shinobi Jinshuriki looked at the horrified three people and smiled. Are there any surprises? Here, but the battlefield. No wonder what happens, right? It is your business if you Konoha do not use Nine Tails Jinshuriki. More importantly, if you all die here, wouldn't no one know that I did it? Dead people can't speak. The so-called war is to win without compromise, right? The moment after saying this sentence, chakra burst out of wooden golem's body. The blue cat demon pattern chakra instantly covered wooden golem's body, as if putting on a coat. At the same time, behind it, a blue tail appeared. That is, tailed animal clothing belonging to the second tail. Boom. Accompanied by the explosion of the earth. Unbelievable speed and power erupted from wooden golem at this moment. The final death fight has begun. At this moment, facing the impact of Cloud Shinobi's troops. As the Konoha Genins in the team, the Genins were losing ground steadily. These Cloud Shinobi ninjas are definitely not powerful. However, their aura completely overwhelmed Konoha's Genins. Moreover, Cloud Shinobi has always been good at ninjutsu. Torin kill in the chaos, they are like demons. Itachi touched out his own kunao, and at the moment of throwing it, he carried the detonation talisman behind kunao. 8 kunao hit 8 Cloud Shinobi ninjas in an instant. A shocking explosion, like a blooming flower. Perceiving the power of Itachi, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi flocked to Itachi like crazy, trying to suppress it with a number of people. Unfortunately, Itachi usually uses the sword to compete with Chiba. With just one person, Itachi stopped everyone in the visible range and even broke a bloody path. At this moment, Chiba raised his head to face the three birds in the sky. This is probably a summoning beast. Cloud Shinobi was founded on a towering mountain peak, filled with clouds and mist, and it is not surprising that there are flying summoning beasts there. Cutting off the opponent's air mobility is the foundation. After all, when you think about Deidara riding a clay bird, you know how disgusting it is. In an instant, Chiba caught the opponent by seeing and hearing haki. That death gaze, which seemed to come from a ghost, instantly made the three birds roar. They want to escape. However, the next moment, Chiba jumped up and disappeared in place. Accompanied by a flash of cold light in the air. A bird instantly turned into a puff of white smoke and was directly beheaded by Chiba. From now on, Chiba's special mission has begun. Come on, kill it. I am an evil spirit. Chapter 71. Ho ho ho. The other two birds roared instantly. The summoning beast has never been a simple beast. Being able to sign a contract with a ninja must have its own thoughts, and even some powerful summoning beasts can speak up. Now, seeing that their companion was killed and Chiba was in the air, they made a judgment instantly. Kill Chiba. For the ninja who can't fly. They are the kings of the sky. Staying in the air in front of the summoning beast of the bird category is tantamount to death. Two birds instantly waved their wings and swooped towards Chiba. However, at this moment Chiba's attack is not over at all. Chiba smiled when he noticed that the two birds didn't just flee, but rushed towards him. That's the case. You think I'm in a suspended state now, so do you want to kill me? The strategy is okay, it's a pity, your opponent it's me. Next moment. Chiba, who was in a suspended state, actually started to act again. He seemed to have a foothold under his feet. Chiba uses an invisible footing as a pedal. Attached to his own Zanpakuto by gravity, facing the two flying birds, Chiba is swept across. Gravity cut. There was a boom. In an instant, an invisible slash swept across in an instant. That overwhelming gravity crushed everything that stood in front of slash. Two birds were hit directly. Peng's sound directly turned into white smoke and disappeared. Chiba can fly. Moreover, there is more than one method of flying. Shinigami's Ryutsu and Fujitora's gravity fruits are both means of flying. And what Chiba just used was Shinigami's Ryutsu. Gather Ryutsu under your feet and release Ryutsu as a pedal. This is the most basic Shunpo technique among Shinigami. In this way, Chiba can even stand in the void. The enemy in the sky was beheaded, and Chiba instantly swept observation haki. At this moment, Itachi was besieged by a large number of enemies, and the rest of Konoha Genin was almost dead. Chiba fell from the sky in an instant. Gravity Knife Tiger. Chiba holds swords in both hands, attaching all gravity to Zanpakuto. At this moment, above the blade, there is even purple power surrounding it. This is a slash that concentrates power on one point. Has 10 times the power of gravity slash, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. And this kind of slash swept straight out after Chiba landed behind Itachi. Next moment. The huge gravity seems to have distorted the air. On the slashing trajectory of the knife, a huge horizontal gravity is formed. Overwhelm and destroy everything in front of you. All the Cloud Shinobi ninjas who stood in front of Chiba were defeated. Chiba-san, you are here. Ah, no problem, Itachi. No problem, Chiba-san, you're back, don't worry, just leave it to me. With your words, then I can rest assured. With that said, Chiba directly held the knife with his backhand and inserted it on the ground. There are too many enemies. Just seeing it, there should be hundreds of people. Cloud Shinobi probably wants to fight a blitzkrieg, destroying our supplies as quickly as possible before retreating. After all, even Jinshuriki was sent out. Cloud Shinobi's two-tailed Jinshuriki can completely manipulate the tail beast in the original book. The ordinary Jinshuriki and the Jinshuriki that can manipulate the tail beast are two concepts. Between each other, they are not on the same level. Chiba doesn't know whether the current two-positioner, wooden golem, can completely control the second tailor. However, she can easily do it 13 years later. Moreover, Chiba knew that she could easily use the tail coat. Even if she can't fully manipulate the tail beast, using the two-tailed tail beast chakra should be completely fine. And this is already very scary. Tailed beast clothing can increase the speed and power of a ninja by several levels, and its increase is not necessarily weaker than that of Sage Mode. The three Jonins of their own family are unstoppable, and they will soon be defeated. So, Chiba-san, what are you going to do? On the battlefield, Itachi showed all the calmness before. It's very different from the tension that I showed when I first started on the road. Seeking flowers. This may be talent. Such trash fish, I want to get rid of it in an instant. Otherwise, when Jinshuriki is free, we will definitely die. Let's show you my moves at the bottom of the box, Itachi. Hearing this, Itachi's pupils suddenly shrank. The move to press the bottom of the box. Usually when training with Chiba, Itachi knows that Chiba's swordsmanship is ridiculously high. No matter how much he improves, Chiba is not enough to play. And now, Chiba says he still has a trick to press the bottom of the box. What could it be? The next moment, Chiba gave the answer. Chiba's cane sword inserted into the ground instantly released a purple gravity wave. This power was centered on Chiba's Zanpakuto, and it spread out instantly, extending to the end of the horizon within the visible range. Then, Chiba pulled out his Zanpakuto and spoke calmly. Dancing in the air, weightless control. Next moment, under Chiba's gravity control, all gravity within the visible range was deprived, and everything was in a state of weightlessness. With the trembling earth, the entire surface of the ground within the visible range was uprooted by a strange force. Seeing this scene, Itachi's eyes widened and his face looked incredible. Even more surprised than him are the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi. Because it is in a state of weightlessness. The entire surface, together with these dense Cloud Shinobi ninjas, were also captured by Chiba's gravity and taken to the sky one after another. That is a terrible state. The body was captured by an invisible force, and no foothold could be found under his feet. They can't even use it if they have the strength. Moreover, the ground as a foothold is even right next to them, floating with them. What power is this? All the Cloud Shinobi ninjas in the weightless space shuddered. The entire sky was covered by Chiba's power, showing a blackened piece. It's spectacular. Itachi stared at all this blankly, unable to calm the shock in his heart for a long time. This is Chiba Jun's move to press the bottom of the box. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Can you achieve this method of moving mountains and reclaiming the sea? Long. Chapter 72. Although it has been several months since Chiba got the fruits of gravity. In the past few months, Chiba's strength has also been rapidly improved. However, it is still very expensive for Chiba to use the fruits of gravity to achieve such a wide range of operations like moving mountains and reclaiming the sea. Sweat appeared on his forehead unknowingly. With the deprivation of gravity in the visible space, everything in this area floated. At this moment, all Cloud Shinobi ninjas caught by gravity were shocked. What kind of trick is this? Even the whole land flew up. When did Konoha have this kind of ninjutsu? Who is it? Who is the caster? With the rising distance, all Cloud Shinobi ninjas panicked. Not to mention whether this move has any subsequent attacks, just falling from this distance, they are already very dangerous. Not to mention the entire surface that accompanies the ascent. More importantly, the height is still rising. Above the sky. A lot of sorrow is everywhere. At this time, the second place of Cloud Shinobi Jinshuriki, the 3 Jonin led by Wooden Golem, had already been solved by Wooden Golem. From her point of view, Konoha's 3 Jonin were already the strongest in this team. However, she only knew when she herself was captured by Chiba's weightlessness. There are strong players in the team. The reason why Cloud Shinobi dispatched her as Jinshuriki and gave her many people was to fight a blitzkrieg. Destroy Konoha's supplies to the front line at an extremely fast speed, cut off their back UPS, and put pressure on the front. The same move as Konoha against Rock Shinobi. However, I did not expect such an accident. Where is the caster? The 2 wooden golems instantly burst into blue chakra all over their bodies, and the tail beast's coat pushed away all the surrounding gravel. Although I don't know what will happen next. However, in the face of an unknown technique, and when everyone on his side was captured, maybe his sneak attack troops would be completely wiped out. In this sneak attack, if more than half of the people on his side were damaged, it would be considered a failure. As the captain of the team, Wooden Golem naturally did not want to see such a situation. Then, almost instantly, he fixed his eyes on Chiba and Itachi on the ground. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed slightly. Is this the caster? 2 children? The doubts and shocks in his heart were instantly forgotten. Here, but the battlefield. There are only enemies standing opposite him. The 2 by Wooden Golem will not be merciful just because the opponent is a child. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Moreover, only children can do such a wide range of techniques, presumably Konoha's genius. The genius who can kill Konoha is more strategic than destroying this batch of supplies. You guys, don't think about continuing. For an instant. A large number of tail beasts, chakra, erupted from Wooden Golem. Chakra spoke without an arm, and instantly grabbed a corner of the surface. Then he pulled it suddenly. The 2, driven by Wooden Golem, broke away from Chiba's gravity in an instant. Then he flew towards Chiba and Itachi at an extremely fast speed. Now, Itachi is preparing for the battle with full concentration. He could see that Chiba used this technique to consume a lot and had no spare energy. Therefore, if someone comes to sneak attack at this time, he must stop it. Guarding Chiba is his task at this moment. When he saw a blue flame, Itachi's pupils suddenly shrank. That's Niu Jinshuriki. You two, go to hell. As they said, the two of wooden golem made a seal with both hands at an extremely fast speed, took a deep breath, and then spit out suddenly. Squirt tail ball jade. In an instant, the dense blue fireball blasted towards Chiba and Itachi. Itachi's pupils shrank suddenly. It's the first sneak attack. Itachi hurriedly stood in front of Chiba, making seals with both hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. The huge great fireball instantly swallowed the blue fireball. The two kinds of flames are intertwined and instantly turn into a wave of flames. The next moment, don't wait for Itachi to relax. The wave of flames was instantly broken. The two men from wooden golem rushed over under the flames. Little devil Konoha, you two, it's over. Seeing this scene, Chiba's pupils suddenly shrank. Itachi, run, that is Jinshuriki, you are not an opponent. However, Itachi took out his ninja sword very stubbornly, trying to stop the two by wooden golem. Chiba-san, let me say it, behind your back, just leave it to me. I won't let him get one step closer to you. The kid from there dared to speak such big words. In the blink of an eye, the two from wooden golem had arrived. The whole body was covered with blue tail beast coat. At this moment, she is like a humanoid tank. The tailed beast chakra gave her overwhelming speed power and defensive power. In just an instant, she could shred Itachi's body. At this moment, Chiba wants to release gravity in advance. Although he may not be able to completely destroy Cloud Shinobi's ninja, he can at least save Itachi with his observation haki. However, it was the moment Chiba released gravity in an instant. Something shocking happened. Faced with the rampage, the two by wooden golem. Itachi dodges her attack by a small gap, and took advantage of the two wooden golem's shoulders and threw it out. The two were stunned by wooden golem. Was he actually thrown out by the other party? Although he came on a rampage, the route is simple. But that speed is definitely not something a kid can react to. I said, I won't let you get closer to Chiba-kun. At this moment, the two of wooden golem's pupils suddenly shrank when they saw Itachi at this moment. The dark eyes turned into scarlet red. And, two Guyu jades surround it. That is Sharinan. Yugai is actually from the Uchiha clan. However, the two wooden golem who saw this scene were not only shocked, but also joyful. Your Sharinan is mine. Chapter 73. At this moment, the two by wooden golem had completely left the task behind. What supplies, what is the loss of your own sneak attack troops? These are not important anymore. That was Sharinan, and it was a Uchiha kid who was alone. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get Sharinan. Looking at the entire ninja world, would anyone not yearn for Sharinan? Will not. Every village wants to get Sharinan, and they all want to study the secrets of Sharinan. At this moment, the opportunity to seize Sharinan was placed in front of him. Your Sharinan was accepted by our Cloud Shinobi. The two by wooden golem don't care about Chiba anymore. What if Chiba's sneak attack troops were completely destroyed by Chiba? As long as you get Sharinan, everything is worth it. At this moment, only crazy and Andonti think you can avoid my second attack. Even if you can see my actions clearly, I won't give you such a chance. The two by wooden golem are not big words. Itachi was thrown into the air before because she rammed in a straight line. Itachi just used her strength to fight. After all, the opponents are just two 12 children. Does this require any tactics? No, it's right to be positive. It's just that she didn't expect Itachi would awaken Sharinan at this moment, and she would just go for it. Although Sharingan's awakening will strengthen Uchiha's awakened in all directions. However, in the face of absolute strength, it is meaningless. Just when wooden golem was preparing to launch an attack on Itachi, Chiba's knife was put down. In the next moment, everything that was originally suspended in the sky by his ability, slammed down towards the ground fiercely. The entire surface that had originally vacated, at this moment, slammed down on the two wooden golems fiercely. Accompanied by the wailing of Cloud Shinobi Ninja. But everything within the scope burst. It was a wide-ranging carpet blow. The whole land shuddered under this force. At this moment, Itachi just stared at all this blankly. The smoke that burst out almost swallowed everything. As the smoke dissipated, everything within the visible range turned into ruins. Terrible destructive power. Cloud Shinobi ninjas were all buried in the ruins. No breath exists. Chiba-kun, this dash. Itachi can no longer be described in words. This trick is terrible. This overwhelming destructive power is like a human-shaped tail beast. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Itachi stared blankly at Chiba's back. Obviously he had just awakened Sharingan, and it seemed that he was getting closer to Chiba. But who knows that Chiba has come up with a stronger move. The gap seems to have been opened again. At this moment, Chiba breathed out slowly. As soon as his legs were soft, he sat directly on the ground. Seeing this, Itachi hurried over to help Chiba. Chiba-san, how are you? I'm fine, it's just a bit expensive. The trick just now consumed almost all of his physical strength. This time, it was a bit reluctant. It's you, do you know how dangerous it was just now? If you don't awaken Sharingan, you will be smashed to pieces by her, do you know? Don't do this next time. With that, Chiba gave Itachi a hard poke on the forehead. Also, don't relax. She has not been dealt with yet. Hearing this, Itachi froze for a moment, and the originally relaxed nerves tightened again. What did you say? It hasn't been solved yet. She was buried directly on the surface. Chiba stood up from the ground with all his strength and spoke calmly. Do you know what Jinshuriki is? Do you know what it means for Jinshuriki who can manipulate the tail beast? Do you know why there are only 5 families in this world, Shinobu village? It's because they have tail beasts and Jinshuriki. This is a strategic weapon. And the moment Chiba finished saying this, boom! The earth burst suddenly. A tail carrying a blue flame instantly rose into the sky, and after overturning all the ruins on it, a figure jumped out of the ruins. Seeing this scene, Itachi's pupils suddenly shrank. Really came out. You two kids, really surprised me. Although the 2 blue chakras covered by wooden golem were boiling. However, it was obvious that part of the tail coat had fallen off, and there were wounds all over her body. On the forehead, there was even blood flowing out. The tail coat did not fully protect her. And under the burial ground, there was only this kind of injury, and the strength of the tail coat could be seen by Madara. And if there is no tail coat, I am afraid that the 2 wooden golem are already cold. At this moment, Chiba's attention is not on the 2 wooden golem. His system is counting the number of enemies killed on the battlefield. Ding! Congratulations to host, the reputation of completing the special task is first shown, and the reward is twice chakra, Fujitora Smile Template Progress, 2%, Aizen Sosuke Template Progress, 0.5%. For an instant, the reward from the system bathed Chiba's body. That strong sense of becoming stronger came again. At this moment, Itachi saw the appearance of the 2 wooden golems. Without even thinking about it, he directly picked up Chiba on his back and ran away without any hesitation. Seeing this, the 2 wooden golem smiled and didn't even go after him immediately. Run, can you run? Her sneak attack troops were wiped out. With such a big loss, how could she let Sharingan slip away? Not only wooden golem, but Chiba was stunned. What are you doing? Itachi. Of course it's running off, stay there, we will die. Hearing that, Chiba couldn't laugh or cry. We can't run. Now, there is only one battle. With that, Chiba jumped directly off Itachi. Itachi glanced at Chiba. Suddenly, he was stunned, thinking that he had read it wrong. Wasn't Chiba still unable to stand up because of excessive consumption? Why are you alive and kicking now? And do not know why. Now Chiba, he feels stronger than before. Chapter 74. At this moment, Chiba feels more comfortable than ever before. The reward from the system was twice that of chakra, directly replenishing all his consumption just now, and also doubled. 2 times chakra has brought him too many benefits. At this moment, Itachi was standing next to Chiba, watching Chiba, who was on crutches, suddenly stunned. Chiba dash. What's happening? I don't know if it's my illusion, have you become stronger again? Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled. Isn't it normal to become stronger in battle? You just awakened Sharingan, Didn't you also become stronger? Does this mean the same thing? Itachi showed a helpless expression. You seem to be more than just a little stronger. Even the consumption just now seems to have disappeared. Are you hanging this up? At this moment, in the conversation between Chiba and Itachi, the two are stepped out by wooden golem, accompanied by the wave-like tailed beast Chakra. She appeared in front of the two in an instant. I didn't expect that an ordinary material escort troop would actually hide your two geniuses. By the way, what are you blindfolded for? The two asked wooden golem subconsciously. At the same time, she is also observing Chiba. Chiba's attack directly wiped out her hundreds of sneak attack troops, definitely not an ordinary kid. Moreover, the cost of using this technique is not a joke. She had just noticed that Chiba had run out of lamp and oil. Why are you alive and kicking again now? Moreover, Chakra seems to be more than just now. Therefore, she is also afraid. Is there anything special about the blindfolded eyes? Do you think it makes sense to ask this kind of question? Chiba spoke calmly with a cane. Hearing this, the two wooden golem let out a sigh of relief slowly. Well, that's right. Here is the battlefield, and you are the enemy. Facing the enemy, I have nothing to ask, and you have nothing to answer. I didn't expect that this sneak attack would cost me so many people. But, anyway, it has already happened. I can only use your Sharingan to make up for my loss. While speaking, the two chakras covered by wooden golem seemed to explode, instantly surging up like a tornado. And Chiba also slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. You don't seem to be able to completely manipulate the tail beast, right? Hearing that, the two of wooden golem's eyes narrowed slightly. How? The tail beast's clothes were partially detached, and at the same time, the injuries on the body were not fully recovered. If you can completely manipulate the tail beast, you can't be so embarrassed. What this said? Do you think that with the two of you, I need to be able to control the tail beast to fight you? Chiba shook his head, but instead smiled. Sorry, dealing with Jinshuriki, we are professional. While speaking, Chiba threw a signal at Itachi. Itachi nodded immediately. I'll take the lead, you keep up with me. Chance, only once. The other party is Jinshuriki, who wears a tail beast suit. Don't be hit by her attack. If you hit it, you will die. I know. The moment after saying these words, Chiba stepped forward, holding Zanpakuto, and slowly walking towards wooden golem. No matter whether it is speed or strength, Chiba can't match Jinshuriki, who can use the tail coat. However, Chiba still has its own advantages. His observation haki, which can predict the future, and Zanpakuto are his advantages. Bring it on. The moment the voice fell, the ground beneath the feet of the two wooden golems burst instantly. Along with the strong wind, she rushed towards Chiba at an extremely fast speed. Chiba didn't back down either, and instantly stepped up to him. Perfect observation haki, instantly opened. At this moment, what is displayed in Chiba's line of sight are all the details that have been infinitely magnified. Chiba, you can see all the flaws of the two by wooden golem. Any one of her movements is in Chiba's foresight. Then, in the two rapid attacks by wooden golem, Chiba made a preemptive evasion. When his attack passed by Chiba, both of them by wooden golem were stunned. This guy really avoided my attack. Is it possible that this guy also has Sharingan? One hit failed. The two wooden golems swept the tail of the tail beast behind them and swept towards Chiba. Of course Chiba knew about the attack. At the moment the tail swept across, Chiba held Zanpakuto in his hand and slashed it straight down. You lost, Jinshuriki. Unexpectedly, someone would dare to pick up my knife. Chiba grinned. Zanpakuto, who was in a sealed state, instantly cut the tails of two wooden golem tail beasts. Puffed out. The huge tail was chopped off directly under Chiba's slash. At first, the two by wooden golem didn't think there was anything. After all, it was just her tail coat. Even if it was chopped off, it wouldn't do much harm to her. However, the next moment, she was shaken. At this moment, the tail beast in her body shuddered unexpectedly. The chakra from the second tail suddenly became confused. At this moment, inside the two wooden golem's body, Niu was screaming frantically. That sense of tearing from the soul, even the tail beast, can also be hurt. Chakra's momentary confusion caused her, Niu Haozhao, to stagnate for a moment. At this moment, Chiba's attack had already fallen. The powerful gravity instantly attached to Zanpakuto, and then, it was pressed down by wooden golem Teniu. There is a problem with her knife. The 2U wooden golem who reacted instantly didn't dare to take Chiba's knife, and they drew away in an instant. Sorry, gravity, but you can't hide it. Gravity suppression. In an instant. A powerful force of gravity slammed toward the two who were suppressed by wooden golem's back. Even the earth sank instantly. The incredible gravity directly suppressed the two of them to kneel on the ground by wooden golem. At this moment, Itachi came. Between each other, the perfect match. Chakra flame accompanied by 5 fingers. Itachi's attack severely hit the abdomen of 2 wooden golems. The seal of the 5 elements. Chapter 75. I was actually hit. Just rely on these 2 Konoha kids? At this moment, even the 2 of wooden golem himself were stunned. For this battle, there should be no suspense. In her opinion, no matter how lightly she is, there is no possibility of accidents. But what is this now? These 2 little ghosts have strengths far beyond their own age, and more importantly, consciousness. In the face of Jinshuriki, who can manipulate the tail beast, he can also face up to this enlightenment. It's a pity, you are not my opponents after all. Even if he lost his first blow. However, she can still easily make an anti-kill. She never doubted her victory. She didn't know what technique Chiba used to suppress her in an instant. It's somewhat similar to Rock Shinobi's weighted rock technique. However, that is not the reason to restrain Jinshuriki. Bring it on. The 2 from wooden golem snorted coldly, trying to burst out a more powerful tail beast chakra. She wants to kill the 2 Konoha imps in an instant, and then take Sharingan away. It's not too far from the border of the country of fire. The possibility of support is not impossible. Therefore, she has no spare time to hesitate. But when she wanted to use the tailed beast chakra, she suddenly found that the second tailed beast chakra from her body became very confused. Not only did the idea to continue extracting the tail beast chakra failed, even the tail beast clothing on her body was disappearing at this moment. That chaotic chakra wasn't enough to support her with a tail coat. What? My tail beast chakra? Is disappearing. This is seal technique. She finally found something was wrong. With Chiba's momentary flaw created by the short suppression of the 2 by wooden golem, Itachi seemed to have released an insignificant blow. But in fact, this blow is the most painful. Sorry, I said, we are professional in dealing with Jinshuriki. Do you know who we learned from? Chiba spoke calmly, but he didn't feel soft at all. Itachi's 5 elements seal temporarily sealed her tail beast chakra. However, this is not insurance. In any case, the 2 from wooden golem and Chiba's cognition can be completely beastly in the future. The seal of the 5 elements just sealed her tail beast chakra. The possibility of the 2 wooden golems using the tail beast to break the seal is not without. And so, let you see the limit of gravity. I will make you, can't even lift a finger. Don't be ashamed. The 2 wanted to break free from wooden golem, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. The speed of the next ferret is also very fast. His Sharingan instantly caught the movement of the 2 wooden golems, and then grabbed her arm, buckled her backhand, and slammed it to the ground fiercely. Good job. Chiba smiled. Obviously no training. However, there is an unimaginable understanding between Chiba and Itachi. This is probably the result of the usual discussions between the 2. In the battle, each other's thoughts seemed to be able to be seen through. The moment Itachi held the 2 wooden golems, Chiba's palm was slowly placed on her back. Repress and suppress, Hell Brigade. There was a boom. In an instant. The gravity of the 2 wooden golems was strengthened to the limit by Chiba at this moment. Seeing this, Itachi quickly let go of the 2 wooden golems, and then backed away frantically. At the moment he retreated. Boom. The bodies of the 2 wooden golems fell into the ground fiercely. The ground that had been shattered instantly exploded. A huge spider web was presented centered on the bodies of the 2 wooden golems. This extreme gravity suppression made the 2 wooden golems' eyes widened. At this moment, she felt the bones all over her body creaking. That is incredible pressure. I am afraid that Rock Shinobi's aggravated rock technique is even exaggerated. Just as Chiba said. Now. The 2 by wooden golem couldn't even lift a finger. However, Chiba's consumption is also huge. This is the maximum ultimate gravity he can use so far. The consumption of physical strength every second is overwhelming, even more exaggerated than a wide range of weightless control. You two are really good. I didn't expect Konoha to have geniuses like you. Although I really want to take Sherry-nan away, it seems that now I can only ruin it. The two from Wooden Golem said coldly. As Jinshuriki, she knew that she would never be caught by the enemy village. Now being controlled, even if both lose, she must kill each other. Accompanied by the fall of her words. At this moment, an unprecedented chakra spread from the bodies of the two wooden golems. At this moment, the pupils of Itachi, who sensed all this, suddenly shrank. His Sherry-nan seemed to see the bodies of two wooden golems, and saw the huge creature hidden in her body. That is the tail beast. Tumata Tabi. Chiba-san, be careful. There is something is coming out of her body. In response, Chiba grinned. He also ignored his own consumption. While using the fruit of gravity to suppress the two wooden golems, he did not hesitate to release his last chakra. Then, the raised right hand fiercely pressed the back of the two wooden golem. I said, you lost. Any one of your actions is in my foresight. When you failed to hit me in the first blow, the ending is doomed. Then, the chakra that Chiba released instantly turned into a seal and instantly penetrated into the bodies of the two wooden golems. Seal technique, seal of the four elephants. There was a thud, accompanied by the collapse of the earth. The two of them shattered a hole in the clothes on the back of wooden golem. A sealing warlock was branded on it by Chiba. It's over, Niu Jinshuriki. At this moment, the pupils of the two by wooden golem suddenly shrank. She found that the contact between herself and the tail beast in her body had been severed. Sealing technique again. Moreover, this kind of warlock belongs to the Uzumaki clan. That is to say, the teachers of these two little ghosts are accompanied by the sudden cessation of thought. The consciousness of the two wooden golems also gradually plunged into darkness. Chapter 76. Boom. When the two of wooden golem's body fell heavily to the ground instantly, Chiba and Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. After Chiba unlocked his gravitational fruit ability, he directly sat on the ground. Call. So close. It's really a good risk. In the moment of offense and defense, Chiba and Itachi were both chilled whenever there was a slight mistake. Who could have imagined that in the crisis, Chiba and Itachi would show such a perfect cooperation? And it is impossible for the two of wooden golem to think that any of her actions are in Chiba's foresight. Although Chiba's speed and strength are far behind the second place, wooden golem. However, with this predictive ability and the fruits of gravity, it is enough to reverse. Chiba-kun, are you okay? Itachi stared at Chiba, panting. His consumption is far less than that of Chiba. After all, this time the main attacker is Chiba, and Itachi is at best a support. And his rapid breathing, which should have been just now, is really too thrilling. I'm okay, it's just a bit expensive. Rest and it's alright. It's you. You experienced this in the first actual combat. Wasn't it exciting? This kind of half-joking made Itachi laugh instead. Even Chiba is so relaxed, it proves that this time is really safe. Excitement is excitement, but this kind of experience, I don't want to experience it a second time. It's scary, and also very thrilling. However, the benefits brought by it are definitely not obtained by normal training. Chiba got the progress template and the doubled chakra. Itachi took this opportunity to directly open the two Gyuyu Sherry-nan. Compared with the original book, Itachi's eye-opening time is several years earlier. Let's take a break and set off in 5 minutes. Where to go? Itachi tilted his head and asked. Go to the front. But, all the supplies are gone. What do you do to go to the front line? Now we know that the village is the best choice. Cannot go back. Chiba spoke calmly. Huh? Can't go back. Well, at least, I can't go back now. Remember what we told you when we were out of the village. There are 3 teams, and 9 ninjas are following us. Itachi immediately heard Chiba's implication. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Chiba-kun, you mean, those ninjas, are enemies? Chiba nodded. Yes, it must be the enemy, and this time we will be attacked by Cloud Shinobi, and I'm afraid it will also matter. Do you think the route Kushina gave us is fake? Itachi shook his head. She is Nine-Tails Jinshuriki. Although she can't be called a real high-level person, it is impossible for her to get false information on things like the material route map. All false information exists because of fear of leaking. Will Kushina leak as Nine Tails Jinshuriki? Impossible. However, our material delivery route is different from the one given by Kushina, indicating that it has been replaced. But after the replacement, there was an attack. Isn't that obvious enough? Itachi paused and muttered. In other words, someone deliberately leaked information to Cloud Shinobi, causing us to be attacked. Chiba nodded. That's right, and this person must be positioned with high weight in Konoha, otherwise it would be impossible to have the right to exchange supplies. He should have sent the 9 mice behind us now. As he said, Chiba took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. After standing up, Wooden Golem carried the sealed 2 on his shoulders. Itachi, do you know that we have done a great job? Do you know what it means to capture Jinshuriki from the enemy village on the battlefield? This means controlling the enemy's lifeline and holding the enemy's nose. No matter how difficult the front line is, when we catch Niu Jinshuriki, the battle between us and Cloud Shinobi is over. Konoha, 1. Do you know what this will bring to the Uchiha clan? Itachi may not quite understand. But Chiba knew. This is the first step for the Uchiha clan to take the initiative in Konoha. And he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to directly knock down the Konoha high-level man who had attacked them. Seeking flowers. That person Chiba knew it must be Shimura Danzo. So, Itachi, come with me. This will be the first step in the rise of our Uchiha clan. Oh. Although I don't know what Chiba will do. But Itachi answered very excitedly. Obviously Uchiha is Konoha's Uchiha. Obviously Itachi knows this. However, he just wants to follow Chiba. This stimulating and intense action. It's amazing. Itachi's courage is very fat. However, there is one more thing we need to do before we go to the front. What? The mice following us must think we are all dead. I really want to know how they look when they see us ambush them here, it must be very funny. 0. Chiba-kun, have you forgotten that your eyes can't see? You can't see the other person's expression, naturally you don't know. But the point of the problem is not here. Itachi looked at Chiba in surprise, and he found that Chiba's courage was really fat. They had just sealed it. Jinshuriki Itachi already felt a bit magical. And under this kind of consumption, he actually wanted to ambush the enemy. Chiba-san, isn't this wrong? With our remaining power, isn't it a bit risky? Any investment is risky. We don't need to kill them all, we only need one person, as long as we can kill one person. That's our victory. Want to bring down Shimura Danzo? Just relying on Chiba's existing guesses will not work. After all, the public says the public is reasonable, and the mother-in-law says the mother is reasonable. What Chiba lacks now is evidence, absolute evidence. And this evidence is the rat behind them. And Chiba knows. Those 9 people must be Danzo's roots. Chiba does not have much power left, and it is unrealistic to kill them all. After all, the ninjas at the root are all geniuses selected by Danzo. However, Chiba's system is his backing. Kill one person, the problem shouldn't be big. Long. Chapter 77. I don't know how long it took. From within the border of the country of fire, there are 9 figures galloping in. The war that broke out here before can be clearly seen even if it is a few kilometers away. The black and heavy surface surrounding the sky is too horrible. The members of this group of roots were also taken aback. Before they thought this was just an ordinary attack by Cloud Shinobi. At that time, after the material troops were attacked, they went to confirm the bodies of Chiba and Itachi, and brought Chiba's knife back. But the movement was a bit too crazy. Even long after the movement disappeared, they hurried over. And when they left the border of the country of fire and saw the situation in front of them, even the cold-blooded ninjas who had undergone the brutal training of the roots shuddered. Here, it should have been a dense forest. But there is nothing now. Not to mention the trees, it seems that even the earth has been turned over. All within the visible range are ruins. And what reverberated in the air were terrible chakra fluctuations. Almost instantly, the members of this group of roots were determined. This chakra comes from the tail beast. How can it be? Did Cloud Shinobi dispatch Jinshuriki? And this terrible scope of destruction is really terrible. In shock, they took it for granted. This kind of scene of moving mountains and reclaiming the sea can only be done by the tail beast. After all, the remaining chakra in the air is not deceiving. But is it necessary? Cloud Shinobi is crazy, but it was a sneak attack on a supply unit, and even Jinshuriki was dispatched, and he used this kind of power. Is it for fear that Konoha doesn't know? The scope of this destructive power alone, coupled with the tail beast chakra remaining in the air, is enough to confirm the fact that Cloud Shinobi sent the tail beast to the battlefield. Once this fact is confirmed, then, as Konoha, Nine Tails Jinshuriki can be dispatched for granted. If this continues, the battle between the ninja and the ninja will become the battle between Jinshuriki and Jinshuriki. Looking at this destructive power, I am afraid that only Cloud Shinobi's 8 Tails Jinshuriki can do it. All ninja world knows that Cloud Shinobi's 8 Tails Jinshuriki can completely manipulate the tail beast. This is where Cloud Shinobi's confidence lies, and it is also the real reason Cloud Shinobi provoked the Third Ninja War. The disappearance of the so-called Tsunagaku or Wind Shadow is just an opportunity for Cloud Shinobi to declare war. Even if Feng Ying does not disappear, Cloud Shinobi's military expansion will happen sooner or later. All ninja world knows it. Cloud Shinobi's muscular guys never hide their ambitions. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. My own Jinshuriki can completely manipulate the tail beast, and naturally I have to pull out to show my muscles and make a batch of war fortunes by the way. Looking at the terrible marks left on the ground. Even these rooted ninjas were silent. Complete the task first. The mission is the most important thing. Find the bodies of Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi, and retrieve Uchiha Chiba's knife. Then, report the information here to Master Danzo as quickly as possible. This matter is very important, and even the root ninja knows the relationship. The one-headed immediately gave the order. Act separately. Look for the corpse immediately and retrieve the knife. The reconnaissance team is aware of the surrounding movements at any time, and does not rule out the possibility that the enemy has not left. The search team immediately searches for the mission target. The combat team is ready to fight at any time. Now, go. At the moment when the root ninja as the captain's voice fell, the 8 ninjas outside him disappeared instantly. 3 of them dispersed immediately and came to the edge of the ruins. They were obviously scouting ninjas. The other 3 are responsible for searching and exploring the mission objectives within the ruins. The remaining 2 ninjas stayed with the captain, ready to fight at any time. This is a perfect team at the root. The reconnaissance group, the search group and the combat group. They have a clear division of labor and are extremely efficient. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the area has been searched. At this moment, Chiba and Itachi were hiding under the ground, blocking their exploration. The method of Cloud Shinobi's sneak attack is still good. I didn't expect to avoid their reconnaissance. The land can avoid smell and sight. Moreover, even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can only be seen by scouting toward the ground. Previously, the Cloud Shinobi unit was discovered because of bugs from the Abarame clan. Obviously, there is no Abarame clan among the scouting ninjas at the root. Itachi, listen to my orders. I want to reserve my strength to provide us to escape. It's up to you to take a ninja away in one go. Hearing this, Itachi nodded. At this moment, his eyes have turned scarlet. Chiba-san, no problem. Everything, leave it to me. Now I feel like I can do everything. Sharinan turned on as if the world in his eyes had been reborn. Not only the speed and power increase, but more importantly, the overwhelming dynamic vision. Now he even felt that if he competed with Chiba, he could see Chiba's terrible swordsmanship clearly. Okay, listen to my signal. I can hit one blow at most. Everything is up to you. Now, do it. Then, for an instant, accompanied by the shaking of the earth, under the control of the gravitational fruit, Chiba and Itachi directly rushed out of the ground. Reconnaissance: the ninja reacted in an instant. However, it is not waiting for them to report. Suddenly, a dense cloud of karma flew in the sky. Chiang chiang. Accompanied by the sound of metal collision in the air. The 8 kunao flew in 8 different directions in an instant. That is the shuriken technique that has reached its peak. And, behind kunao, a detonating talisman was tied. When Kyowa with the detonating talisman flew towards him, the root ninjas reacted instantly and avoided. And the next moment, the detonating symbol burst instantly. Accompanied by a large amount of smoke, their sight was instantly deprived. Of the 9 ninjas, only 1 was not attacked. And this person is the target. It was Chiba's slash from the sky. Gravity cut. Chapter 78. Gravity cut. It was the slash that Chiba poured his gravity into it. The heavy pressure from top to bottom slashed down at the root ninja fiercely. What? Assault. The ninja at the root also shrank his pupils, looking at the person who was hacking at him in disbelief. That person, it was their target, Uchiha Chiba? The momentary shock flashed beyond my mind. Uchiha Chiba is not dead yet? How can it be? This place was attacked by Cloud Shinobi's Jinshuriki. How did they survive? Moreover, Uchiha Chiba not only survived, but also set up an ambush on them here? Terrible teenager. This fleeting thought did not give him any hesitation. In the root system education he received, there was no word hesitation. The cold execution of the task is theirs. Since Chiba is not dead, then kill 17 Uchiha Chiba and take the knife from his body. Facing Chiba's slash, he instantly drew his shinobi sword. Bring it on. With a thud, Chiba's gravity slash severely slashed the opponent's knife. That overwhelming power instantly sank the root ninja's body and plunged his feet into the ground. Good weight. Unbelievable weight. The root ninja was stunned. Even if Chiba uses the weight of his body to slash, it is impossible to have such a weight. Can't stop it. Clang. In the collision of swords and swords. With an invisible shock, Chiba and the rooted Jonin bounced away in an instant. Chiba sighed. Sure enough, there is not enough power. It is too difficult to suppress a Jonin with a single blow with the existing power. However, it is enough. The final lore is up to you. With the fall of Chiba's words, a black shadow flew out from behind the root ninja instantly. The speed is very fast. Then, puffed out, a ninja pierced the root ninja's back, directly through the heart. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. No action was wasted, everything seemed to flow smoothly. Wah! When the heart of this root was penetrated, he couldn't even react. When he turned around, he saw only the scarlet cherry non with a calm and indifferent face. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Uchiha Itachi. 6 years old, actually, there is already Sherry non. Affection, intelligence, not enough. Boom. The root ninja fell heavily to the ground, his eyes widened, and he couldn't catch his eyes. How could he think that, as Danzo, who carefully selected the roots of Jonin, would actually die in the hands of 2 genins who had just graduated? Itachi. At this moment, Chiba roared. The other ninjas have noticed and will attack them soon. Hearing Chiba's roar, Itachi closed the knife instantly and directly carried the corpse of the root ninja. Seeing this, Chiba's ability to use the fruit of gravity instantly. Next moment, a piece of earth directly rose up, bringing Chiba and Itachi, ascending into the air at a very fast speed. At this moment, the other 8 rooted ninjas have arrived. What he saw was only a pool of blood flowing from his companion's body on the ground. Someone was killed. Who is it? Only 5 seconds since the attack, we actually died. What can be done in 5 seconds? I couldn't do anything for 5 seconds, but now he took the life of a root Jonin. Terrible opponent. Byakugan. One of the scouting ninjas instantly opened his own blood limit. In an instant, Chiba and Itachi were found running away in the air. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he spoke quickly. Team leader. It's the target people Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi. What? Hearing this, the root unit commander was shocked. These 2 boys are still alive. Wasn't this area attacked by Cloud Shinobi's Jinshuriki? Not only did they not die, but also killed us in an ambush? Can you pursue it? The scout ninja shook his head. No, they escaped from the air. In the air. Similar to Tsuchikage's flying ninjutsu. The head of the army was silent. When did Uchiha have this kind of ninjutsu? After hesitating for a moment, he made a judgment instantly. 6 people are set aside to chase, and the mission must be completed. The remaining 2 go back to the village and report the situation here to Lord Danzo. Waiting for further instructions from Master Danzo. Now, go. As the root team dispersed, the ruins became quiet again. However, their idea of chasing Chiba is too naive after all. Can someone running on the ground catch up with someone flying in the sky? Extremely ridiculous. At this moment, in the sky, on a weightless surface, Chiba is carrying the sealed 2 wooden golem, and Itachi is carrying the corpse of the root. Itachi couldn't figure it out. Chiba-san, why did you take this big risk and kill one of the opponents? Chiba explained. Isn't someone in the village trying to harm us? I naturally want to bring him down. And what he did to us, that's just our side words. We have no evidence, and we may be beaten up if we speak without proof. But, the corpse of this ninja is proof, iron proof. With that, Chiba walked up to the corpse of the root. He raised the cane, inserted the head of the cane into his mouth, and turned the tongue out. Seeing this man's tongue, Uchiha Itachi was stunned. There is a dark mark on this person's tongue. This is a curse seal. It's called the tongue curse and root curse seal. His main function is to seal the mouth. The person who is cast cannot tell everything about the caster. It is a method used by a certain high-level Konoha to restrain his subordinates. That Konoha executive is. Itachi asked subconsciously. Shimura Danzo. A loser whose heart is higher than the sky and life is thinner than paper. Chiba knows that Konoha should be the only one who knows the curse of the tongue curse, and it is probably a curse he developed himself. Because it is impossible for Danzo to let others unlock this curse. His secret is too dark. Chapter 79. The members of the Roots returned to Konoha Shinobi village as quickly as possible, and reported the results of the incident to Danzo in the first place. As the events stretched out, Danzo's brows tightened. You said, Cloud Shinobi sent Jinshuriki? Are both Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi alive? Not only that, but they also ambushed you? Did you lose one person? Hearing this, the root ninja spoke quickly. Yes, Lord Danzo. Waste. Almost instantly, Danzo's curse came. The opponents are just two genin Konoha who have just graduated. Why is it so difficult to solve it? Facing Danzo's scolding, the root ninja knocked his head on the ground, not daring to lift it up. Danzo was very angry at the moment. He obviously staged a very good murder by borrowing a knife. The result failed? Cloud Shinobi dispatched Jinshuriki? This is not without such a possibility. However, Cloud Shinobi is not a fool. Will he dispatch Jinshuriki to lead Chakra on the scene? Although Raikage's brain is full of muscles, they have always been very careful when it comes to warfare. How about their 8 tails Jinshuriki even if they can complete the manipulation of the tail beast? Konoha's 9 tails is far superior to 8 tails in strength. More importantly, regardless of the identity of Jinshuriki, Kushina, as the Uzumaki clan, is a means of restraining the tail beast. Ordinary Jinshuriki fights with Kushina, I am afraid that I will be sealed so that my mother does not know him. They dare not put Jinshuriki's head on. In this case, it is a bit intriguing. Calm down, Danzo soon realized something was wrong. There is the remaining tailed beast Chakra at the scene, the exaggerated scope of the ruins, and the living Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi. Gradually. Danzo frowned. No way dash. Danzo shook his head quickly, unable to believe his guess. However, how could Cloud Shinobi leave such a handle? It's impossible. The dispatch of Jinshuriki to attack is easy to understand. Destroy supplies in a blitzkrieg. However, the movement and traces are too obvious. No. How could it be possible? Danzo walked back and forth anxiously. He was a little unpredictable, read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. One side felt that this was unrealistic, but the other side could no longer find a reasonable explanation. Could it be? Cloud Shinobi's Jinshuriki was defeated by Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi. No, it's impossible. How is it possible? Danzo shook his head. No matter how heaven-defying these two Uchiha little devil heads are, it is impossible. At this moment, Danzo immediately remembered the unexpected battle between Chiba and Orochimaru, his sword that could slay the soul, and the seal technique of Kushina. With these, maybe it can be done. If the opponent is not 8 tails Jinshuriki, but 2 tails Jinshuriki. Come on. Danzo couldn't sit still immediately. The more he thought about it, the more things went wrong. If Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi really beat Cloud Shinobi's 2-tail Jinshuriki. At this moment, the two of them might be taking Jinshuriki to the front line of the battlefield. What does that mean? This means that the battle between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi will end in the hands of 2 Uchiha. Is this feat different from Namikaze Minato's ending the battle between Konoha and Rock Shinobi? There is no difference. More importantly, in some respects, Cloud Shinobi is stronger than Raikage. What will this feat bring to the Uchiha clan? Danzo's pupils shrank suddenly. No matter what it will bring, the result will definitely not be what they want to see. Neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Shimura Danzo would like to see the Uchiha clan grow bigger. Senju, the last bigger one, was destroyed. And Uchiha absolutely cannot stand up at this time. Master Danzo, do you have any orders? Now, set off immediately to the front line of Cloud Shinobi. Danzo is sure. Sarutobi Hiruzen does not know this information yet. Although this is just such a possibility. However, even if this is possible, it is worth a visit for Danzo. Therefore, Danzo has to go to the front line before Sarutobi Hiruzen gets the news. Once he reaches the front line, he will naturally take over the command of the front line with his qualifications. At that time, it will be Shimura Danzo who will end the battle between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi. What Uchiha, what Sarutobi Hiruzen, let's go cool. This time, I have to seize the opportunity. Hiruzen, I am not willing to remain a root buried in the soil. No matter how deep the roots are buried, there will be a day of breaking through. Who said that the root has adapted to the darkness? After bathing in light, it's hard to say who is bright and who is dark. After all, Chiba got rid of his tail. After spending a long time recovering their stamina, Chiba and Itachi went to the front of Cloud Shinobi non-stop. By the way, Itachi, do you have a seal scroll? Sealing scrolls are generally used to store things that seal some objects. Although there is nothing to install, it is very popular because of its convenience. There are also some local tyrants who use them to keep cutting tools, and throw the scrolls out as the king's treasure when fighting. For example, Tenten of 12 Xiaoqiang is like this. And obviously, Chiba has other uses at the moment. Li Qian's, well, I have it. Store the corpse of this root ninja in. This is important evidence. Don't expose it and don't lose it. It is good. Itachi took out the scroll and made a seal with one hand. With a burst of white smoke, the corpse of the root ninja disappeared on the scroll in an instant. Chiba put the scrolls away, picked up the two wooden golems, and headed towards the front at a very fast speed. Weasel. Chiba spoke suddenly. What's wrong? Chiba-san. The Senju clan is gone. I don't want our Uchiha clan to be gone. Itachi tilted his head. Chiba-kun started again, saying something inexplicable. Since the Senju clan is gone, then, our Uchiha clan should get back what belongs to it. Our butcher knife is out of its sheath. Chapter 80. The front lines of Konoha and Cloud Shinobi have always been nervous. Nearly 2 years have passed since Namikaze Minato defeated the Abi combination on the front line of Cloud Shinobi last time. In 2 years, a lot of things happened. Ai, who partnered with Killer Bee, now becomes 4th Raikage. And Killer Bee, as Cloud Shinobi's 8 Tails Jinshuriki, will no longer appear blatantly on the front line. Before, I could also play a side ball with Konoha. As long as you fail to complete a beast-like attack on a carpet, with Konoha's character, you will most likely turn one eye and close one eye. However, when the news of Rock Shinobi's defeat to Konoha returned to Cloud Shinobi Village, Killer Bee never showed up. The defeat of Rock Shinobi means that Namikaze Minato, who is active on the Rock Shinobi frontline, may be transferred to the Cloud Shinobi frontline at any time. At this time, sending Killer Bee to the front line is a bad policy. After all, it is not a good thing to be met by Namikaze Minato on the battlefield. All ninja world knows that Namikaze Minato's wife is Kushina and Nine Tails Jinshuriki. As Jinshuriki's husband, he naturally knows Jinshuriki's weaknesses. More importantly, Bofeng Minato has completely inherited Kushina's accomplishments in sealing art. The one-handed seal technique is superb. The Nine-Tails seal on Kushina is blessed by Namikaze Minato. Sealing technique plus Flying Thunder God of 2nd Hokage. This combination is very tricky. Even 8 Tails Jinshuriki can completely control the tail beast and dare not say that it can win Namikaze Minato. However, even the Cloud Shinobi frontline without Abi's combination. The battle is still very anxious. This time the ninja war, it is said that the popular point broke out from Cloud Shinobi. It was their aggressive war. The fact that they can actively engage in aggression shows that they are very confident in their military strength. And the fact is indeed the case. At this stage, Konoha's Hyuga clan is mainly responsible for the front line of Cloud Shinobi. As Konoha's Gentle Fist family, they also know the terrible aspects of Cloud Shinobi ninjutsu. It is completely different from the battlefield of Haze. On the front line of Cloud Shinobi, there are wars almost every day, so every day, people will die. More and more corpses of the Hyuga clan were brought back to Konoha. The Hyuga clan, who once dared to clamor with the Uchiha clan that they are the #1 clan of Konoha, is now saddened. As the commander of the Cloud Shinobi front line and the head of the Hyuga clan now, Hyuga Hayashi started to lose his hair. Brother, today Cloud Shinobi attacked from the side, and we lost another 8 people. As the younger brother of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi sighed. Such things happen every day. It seemed that it was just the loss of 8 ninjas from the Hyuga clan. Read more at hotentleNovel.xyz. However, a batch is lost every day, and the accumulated amount is terrible. Why don't we ask for reinforcements from the village? Continue like this, I'm afraid there will be problems. Moreover, Hyuga Hisashi also felt it was a big problem. The same experience seems to have occurred once in Konoha's history. Once, there was also a family who dedicated themselves to Konoha and died, but in the end, it became the history of Union and Konoha in the past. The Senju family. What a powerful family, I didn't expect to leave the stage of history in this way. Hyuga Hisashi feels that the Hyuga clan at this moment is walking the old road of Senju. Reinforcement, who do you think Master Naruto will send for reinforcement? Hyuga Hayashi shook his head. As the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, he can see many things clearly. Konoha is really going downhill now. Namikaze Minato and Uwain were entangled. Although Rock Shinobi retired, Namikaze Minato did not dare to retreat without signing the armistice treaty one day. Orochimaru Hokage didn't dare to use it. The powerful Uchiha clan was dispatched by Hokage to the front line of the fog to draw wildly. What happened to Konoha now? What a brilliance it used to be. Now, this Cloud Shinobi battlefield can only be resisted by us. And the fact is indeed the case. In the original book, the battlefield of Cloud Shinobi is defended by the Hyuga clan. Cloud Shinobi retired after Rock Shinobi's battle was dealt with. Because of this incident, Cloud Shinobi has been very upset with the Hyuga clan. So after learning that Namikaze Minato and Kushina had both died, they immediately launched an abduction of Hyuga Hinata against Konoha, and eventually even forced Hyuga Hisashi to death. At this moment, a ninja hurriedly stepped forward. Hayashi-sama, there are 2 children coming from the direction of the village outside. It seems to be a member of the rear escort supply team. The moment Hyuga Hayashi heard this, his face changed and he stood up. What? Supply team? The supplies behind us have been intercepted by Cloud Shinobi? How could it be possible? Bad news. This is absolutely bad news. The frontal battlefield was already very passive, and now the supply was sneak attacked, and the defeat of the front line seemed to be in a single thought. Yes, but. The ninja who came to report had a strange look. But what? Hyuga Hayashi spoke quickly. When is it now? Still hesitating. These 2 children belong to the Uchiha clan. And one of the children is carrying a person on him. Then, that person seems to be Cloud Shinobi's Jinshuriki. What? This time, both Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi's eyes widened. I thought I had heard it wrong. Those 2 Uchiha's supply team members are carrying the 2-tailed Jinshuriki? What a joke. Take me to see them right away, right away, right away. Hyuga Hayashi's blood surged. He was so excited for the first time since he came to this frontline battlefield of Cloud Shinobi. If it was really Cloud Shinobi's Jinshuriki, he naturally knew what it meant. This means the end of the war and Konoha's victory. At the same time, it will also be the highlight of their Hyuga clan. Because it was the Hyuga clan who repelled their Cloud Shinobi frontally. Chapter 81. Under the leadership of this Hyuga ninja, Hyuga Hayashi quickly saw Chiba and Itachi in the temporary residence hall. At this moment, the 2 were devouring food prepared for them by the front line. He fought a battle with Cloud Shinobi's sneak attack troops and ambushed the root ninja sent by Danzo. This consumption is no joke. Chiba and Itachi's stomachs have been groaning screaming. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi's attention was not on Chiba and Itachi at all. His eyes fell on the man who fell next to Chiba. Hyuga Hayashi knows who that person is. At this moment, at this time, seeing the other person on this occasion, Hyuga Hayashi's breathing was short. The war is over. The Hyuga clan, they won. 2-tailed Jinshuriki, that is definitely 2-tailed Jinshuriki. Although most of the people on the battlefield have never seen the second wooden golem, Hyuga Hayashi knows. After all, the 2 wooden golems are not able to fully control the tail beast like Killer Bee, she can only use part of the tail beast chakra. Therefore, there are basically no 2 wooden golems in the front battlefield. It was only heard that she was dispatched to attack the rear defense forces. As for why it is heard, Because no one came out alive, there was no one to live. At the same time, Hyaga Hayashi knew that such hearings were probably true. This time, the two wooden golems probably went to sneak attack on the supply troops, but they didn't know why the car overturned. They were picked up by two Uchiha kids and sent to the front line. Good. 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 Hyaga Hayashi yelled 3 times. Can't restrain the joy of heart at all. The next moment, he immediately ordered. Come on, stay for Jinshuriki, and put him in custody. A ninja got the order and walked directly in the direction of Chiba, trying to take away the two wooden golems. However, before his hand was close, Chiba's cane sword was out of its sheath. That shock from the soul instantly stopped the ninja's actions. And Zanpakuto, who was on his neck, was no more than a centimeter away from his throat. At this time, Chiba didn't even lift his head, still eating. See this scene. Hyaga Hayashi frowned. What do you mean? What do you mean? I want to ask you. Patriarch Hyaga, what do you want to do? What do you do? Naturally, to imprison the second tail Jinshuriki of Cloud Shinobi. Sorry, you can't shut her down. Chiba's voice was calm. But it is very oppressive. Even this kind of words came from the mouth of a 6-year-old child. However, none of the people present dared to underestimate him. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Patriarch Hyaga, hello, my name is Uchiha Itachi, the son of Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. At this time, Itachi had eaten and wiped it all out, showing diametrically opposite politeness to Chiba, with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Hyaga Hayashi was stunned. It turned out to be Itachi. His previous attention was all on the second tail Jinshuriki, but he really didn't notice it. Seeing it now, a smile appeared immediately. Why are you here? Also, is he his companion? Let him give us Jinshuriki. Hyaga Hayashi was a little urgent, showing a very different attitude from the usual. It is true that Niu Jinshuriki is too important for the current front line. Let's say it, you can't turn her off. At this moment, Chiba wiped his mouth, took his Zanpakuto back, and said calmly. The tail beast in her body was sealed by me and Itachi. Without the seal of the two of us, she could break free at any time. At that time, what you have to face is not just the wooden golem that can be used as the two-tailed beast chakra, but the two-tailed beast without the restrictions of Jinshuriki. Do you still think you can keep her locked up now? Upon hearing this, Hyaga Hayashi was stunned. A bit dubious. Is that right? How do you feel that Chiba is making a mess? As if seeing Hyaga Hayashi's doubts, Itachi laughed and spoke quickly. Uncle Hayashi, this is my companion called Uchiha Chiba, what he said is true. We were originally part of the supply team, but we were attacked by Jinshuriki. The whole team, except for us, is dead. And Chiba-kun and I also used a lot of energy to seal the two-tailed Jinshuriki. Hearing that, Hyaga Hayashi was dumbfounded. Seeking flowers. What did you say? Two-tailed Jinshuriki was caught by the two of you. Yes. Itachi smiled and nodded. Hyaga Hayashi looked dumbfounded. How can it be? Two-tailed Jinshuriki is far inferior to eight-tails Killer Bee, but some people can use chakra. But this is the same, its strength is already overwhelming. In a one-on-one situation, he himself felt that he might not be able to win the second place with wooden golem. As a result, Itachi said that he and his friends caught such Jinshuriki. What a joke. Uncle Hayashi should have been on the front line for too long, so I don't know the situation of the village. Mr. Chiba and I have joined Aunt Kushina's door. Now, we are Aunt Kushina's disciples. 0. Kushina. Hyaga Hayashi was stunned again. Nine-tails Jinshuriki took the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Am I crazy or Sarutobi Hiruzen is crazy? However, this can also explain why Chiba and Itachi can grab the second place from wooden golem. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. That's the tail beast nemesis. Hyaga Hayashi's eyes rolled slightly, and then he saw the seal of the four elephants technique on the back of the two by wooden golem. Secretly inwardly, Niu Jinshuriki was really sealed by the two little guys. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is indeed heaven-defying. However, if you want to seal Jinshuriki, you have to build on your own strength. Retrograde slashing immortals, the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan does not have this ability. Hyaga Hayashi was silent for a moment. If this is the case, then he really can't act rashly. After all, he had no idea about the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. And while Hyuga Hayashi thought about it, Chiba subconsciously stabbed Itachi. Itachi glanced at Chiba, somewhat reluctant. "Chiba-san, really want to do this?" "Okay." Itachi took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, looked at Hyuga Hayashi, and then spoke calmly. "Uncle Hayashi. This time we brought Nia Jinshuriki to the front line to end the war. I, Uchiha Itachi, the son of Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, represent the Uchiha clan to end the war between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi. Long. Chapter 82. When Uchiha Itachi finished saying this, Hyuga Hayashi was stunned. At this moment, he thought he had heard it wrong. "Itachi, what did you say? On behalf of the Uchiha clan? Why? As the son of the patriarch, is it possible that he cannot represent the Uchiha clan?" Chiba asked rhetorically. At this time, Hyuga Hayashi's expression was pulled down instead. This happens to be the problem. It is terrible because Uchiha Itachi can speak such words on behalf of the Uchiha clan. Hyuga Hayashi is a person who understands Konoha's internal affairs. He knows that Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, has two families that he least wants to be bigger. Senju and Uchiha. Since Uchiha was always in the lower position at the beginning of Konoha Chingli, there was only one big family from the beginning, and that was Senju. And so, Senju was finally gone. There is only one Uchiha. Uchiha has not been able to grow bigger, but it has the potential to grow bigger. That's why he was beaten and warned by Hokage everywhere. Now, what Uchiha Itachi wants to do is to make the Uchiha family bigger. What are the consequences of this? Itachi, do you know what you are doing? Do you know what you will bring to Konoha and the Uchiha clan if you do this? Itachi thought for a moment. This time, he didn't watch Chiba. Konoha and Uchiha's problems have been in his eyes recently. Father asked him to look well and study hard, so he naturally has his own ideas. After a while, Itachi took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly. "I know. Because I know what the outcome will be, I will do this." Hyuga Hayashi looked at Uchiha Itachi calmly. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he wanted to see through Uchiha Itachi. However, when he saw that Uchiha Itachi's eyes gradually turned from pitch black to scarlet, and finally two Guyu Jade appeared, he had the answer. Itachi got Sherry Non. It is a symbol of death enlightenment. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. So that's it, have you got those eyes? It's really like your father. Finally, let me ask one more question. You do this kind of thing, your father, who is the head of the Uchiha clan, he knows. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi was silent. In this moment of silence, Hyuga Hayashi knew the answer. Immediately afterwards, he spoke calmly. "I won't take this credit with you. And I will not be involved in the matter between your Uchiha clan and Konoha. But if you want to end the war, I will support it. However, I still want to remind you. You better think about what this will bring to your Uchiha clan. Because you Uchiha have many ordinary people who just want to live in peace. Have you asked if they are willing to take risks with you?" After saying this, Hyuga Hayashi turned and left. When he was about to go out, he stopped. "Here, you can do whatever you want. But, be sure to guard the two-tailed Jinshuriki. If Niu accidentally ran out, you will be Konoha's sinners, as well as my Hyuga clan sinners." After saying this, Hyuga Hayashi really left. Wait until Hyuga Hayashi disappears completely. The breath held in Itachi's heart was finally released. "Chiba-san, look at your bad idea. I just said, I know Uncle Hayashi, how could he want to take this kind of credit alone?" Chiba paused, then spoke calmly. "I don't know if you are really stupid or pretending to be stupid. In the beginning, you didn't know what he wanted to do. I only changed my words after I heard you later. However, it can be seen that Hyuga Hayashi is the kind of person who has no ambitions. He doesn't want to offend Hokage, nor the Uchiha clan. I would rather give up such a great contribution than participate in it. However, in order to end the war and reduce the casualties of the Hyuga clan, knowing that to help us end the war with Cloud Shinobi, in Hokage's view, he supported the Uchiha clan, but he did it anyway. He is a good patriarch. Itachi, he is a good role model for you. As for the initial rhetoric, what could have been solved without the seal of Jinshuriki of the two tails of them? Of course Chiba was bragging. The 5-element seal chakra, the 4-like seal suppresses the tail beast. Not to mention that the two wooden golems were unable to control the tail beast, even if it is a Jinshuriki like killer bee that can completely manipulate the tail bee. Don't try to break the seal easily. The 4 elephant seals are used to seal 9 tails. Just 2 tails, what are you thinking about? Just now Chiba and Itachi were acting. However, it is not entirely acting. Said it was acting because they were exploring Hyuga Hayashi. After all, this is the front line, and the front line is almost all from the Hyuga clan. If you want to end the war through the front line, you will inevitably not get around his barrier. If Hyuga Hayashi is determined to take the credit, Chiba and Itachi can only kill out. I said it wasn't acting, because everything Chiba and Itachi said was true. They really want to end the war on behalf of the Uchiha clan. However, thinking of the words Hyuga Hayashi had just left, Itachi fell silent. Have you asked, are they willing to take risks with you? Yes, I have never asked the other members of the clan if they are willing to fight against injustice together. And my father must have known this and never stood up. Instead, he chose to give in and choose peace. At this moment, Itachi felt that he understood his father a little. There is a price to bear on one's back. Chiba-kun, me, can I really represent our Uchiha clan? People of the Uchiha clan, do everyone really agree with me to do this? Chapter 83. Itachi was a little confused. He often thinks about problems from a very high angle, and even brings himself into Hokage's angle, standing in Hokage's position to think about the whole village. However, he only reacted today. The steps are too big, it will really get involved. He couldn't even think about problems from the perspective of a family. The unspeakable concealment of being the father of the patriarch can only be more than what he understands at the moment, not less. Seeing the state of Itachi, Chiba raised his right hand and pressed it heavily on his forehead. Quietly speaking. The tone was cold and terrifying. Since you are the son of the patriarch, you must be enlightened. You will eventually become the patriarch, you must stand in the same clan and think about it. You want everyone's support, you want everyone's consent. I tell you directly, this is impossible. What you want, you will lose something in the end. In this world, there has never been a good thing to fall into the sky. What you want to regain, you must be aware of what you have lost. A person who can't give up anything will get nothing. For the first time, Itachi heard Chiba speak to himself in this cold and terrifying tone for the first time. In this tone, it was as if he was actually questioning a sinner. It made Itachi look very uncomfortable. The fact is, Chiba is indeed questioning the sinner. Now, when Itachi stands up on behalf of the Uchiha clan, he is wondering whether the other people of the Uchiha clan who expect peace are willing to take risks. And in the tragic future ending of the Uchiha clan, when Itachi chooses to slaughter the entire Uchiha clan, has he considered whether the Uchiha clan people who are looking forward to peace are willing to sacrifice themselves for Konoha's so-called peace? I think Itachi should have considered it. However, he made a choice. Because at that time, he already had the consciousness to lose everything. And now, he hasn't. With a snap, Chiba suddenly waved and slapped Uchiha Itachi. Itachi was stunned and looked at Chiba with an incredible expression. Chiba-kun, what happened? This slap is my slap for those Uchiha people who really look forward to peace. I hope you can remember this slap. Remember what you think about now for those Uchiha people who look forward to peace. Are they willing to take risks with you? Of course they are not willing now. Because those who want to achieve great things are the most taboo to be indecisive. Will the people entrust their destiny to indecisive people? They won't. They won't remember that you considered them for them, they will only remember, you didn't make a choice at the most critical moment. Itachi, tell me now, what are you going to do? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. This slap made Itachi very hard. At the same time, it also made him sober. That's right, didn't he make up his mind when he followed Chiba to ambush the roots? Take back what belongs to the Uchiha clan. Chiba said. Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha clan. The names Konoha and Hokage even come from these two families. However, Senju is gone. In the future, the Uchiha clan will also disappear. Although Itachi didn't know why Chiba said that. However, he gradually understood a little bit now. And so, Itachi took a deep breath. At this moment, he could no longer see confusion in his Sharingan. Chiba-san. I will carry the Uchiha clan with you. Let the Uchiha clan regain its glory. This war, let us end it in the name of Uchiha. At this moment, in Itaka's eyes, Sharinan, who had only 2 Gyus, spun suddenly. At the moment when the rotation stopped, the third Gyu slowly emerged. Perceive the change of Itaka Sharinan. Chiba was stunned. The first time I opened my eyes, I went straight to Gyu. Boy, how long has it been? A little more time in a day. 3 Gyu? This terrifying talent. Uchiha Itaka's talent was amazing enough in the original book. Unexpectedly, his own butterfly's incitement made Itachi even more terrifying. The 6-year-old Sangu Jade is not the kind of traveler, but a native. Just ask if you have seen it. It is good. Chiba patted Itachi on the shoulder. It's a good thing to have such an awareness. I know you have concerns. I will only tell you that the ending will only get better, not worse. Is there a worse ending than genocide? Not anymore. If you are guilty, then I will be punished. Itachi did not understand the meaning of this sentence. However, he heard other meanings. This kind of voice is called friend. Well, since the front line gives us the green light, then, let's start as planned. First, hand over the information to the village to Kushina. Captured the second tail Jinshuriki. There must be a person on the front line who can't live in a place. That involves the tail beast. Both Killer Bee and Raikage may be there directly. Hyuga Hayashi does not have that strength and courage. However, Kushina can. It would be better to have Namikaze Minato, but unfortunately, he is still on the front line of Yin. Just when this piece of information was sent to Kushina. The front line, but at this time, ushered in uninvited guests. Hyuga Hayashi's face is not pretty. When he knew that the village had come to a higher level, he knew that the big event was not good. And in the end, he saw the person he didn't want to see the least. Shimura Danzo. When Shimura Danzo first arrived on the front line, he knew that his guess was correct. Chiba and Itachi really caught the two-tailed Jinshuriki. Hyuga Hayashi, I got information that Cloud Shinobi has sent Jinshuriki on the battlefield. Now, the command of the front line is in my hands for the time being. That kind of condescending attitude really disgusted Hyuga Hayashi. The look in Danzo's eyes is just a word, I hope you won't be ignorant of praise. This is Konoha's current high level. When their Hyuga clan resisted the invasion and splashed their blood, they never saw the so-called high-level arrival. And when the second tail Jinshuriki was caught, the situation was about to reverse. They were like sharks smelling blood, swimming over frantically. Hyuga Hayashi sighed. Things are a bit complicated. Chapter 84. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, Danzo has never been as happy as it is today. Niu Jinshuriki. Danzo couldn't hold back his excitement anyway. With Cloud Shinobi's Jinshuriki in hand, how can you lose the battle with Cloud Shinobi? It's impossible to lose, this is simply a battle exploit. Although Danzo didn't know what Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi, two Uchiha's little ghosts, had gone, the shit transported the seal and captured the two-tailed Jinshuriki. However, the best luck is that he is right. He was sure that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not know this kind of news. But he rushed to the front line the first time. There is no better chance to become famous than this. After all, he is not willing to be buried in the soil, where the root of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this time. I won. Coming to the battlefield again, Danzo even felt like he was a few years younger. There was an unimaginable turbulence in his heart. Once he established such a feat and established his reputation, plus Orochimaru's research on Hashirama cells. His reputation and strength may reach its peak at the same time. Danzo never gave up on Naruto's position. It seems that Orochimaru must restart the experiment when I go back this time. Even now Sarutobi Hiruzen has been investigating Orochimaru, there may be a possibility of overturning. However, Danzo couldn't wait. As long as there is a chance, he will seize it. At the beginning, it was because he failed to seize the opportunity, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who might have fallen into the position of Naruto in his hands, became Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it is possible to do it again, facing his teacher, who is also second Hokage Senju Tobirama, he will never hesitate. However, the most important thing now is to confirm the second tail Jinshuriki. Hayashi, now take me to see Nia Jinshuriki, I want to ensure his safety. That being said. However, Hyuga Hayashi knows what Danzo has in mind. Hyuga Hayashi, as the commander on the front line of Cloud Shinobi, if Konoha's high-level personnel are to come, they will inevitably notify them in advance because of their urinary nature. then let you receive them grandly, even in the tense frontline battlefield, face saving, and do the same. At this moment, Danzo appeared without warning. This can only show that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is Naruto, doesn't know about Jinshuriki. And Danzo appeared with the same thoughts he had at the beginning. Want to swallow the exploits of killing Cloud Shinobi. Because of this, Hyuga Hayashi is worried. Because, it was Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Chiba who caught Niu Jinshuriki. The two of them wanted to end the fight in the name of Uchiha, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. There will inevitably be a conflict between the two. Hyuga Hayashi did not express Chiba and Itachi's thoughts. He is not like an offshoot. Now, ending the war and letting his existing people go back alive is his greatest wish. Lead the way, Hayashi. Yes, Lord Danzo. Danzo was in a good mood with a smile on his face. As for Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Chiba, these two little kids, he hasn't paid attention to them yet. Soon, under the leadership of Hyuga Hayashi, I came to a specially built room. Before entering, Danzo frowned because of the seal technique placed outside the room. What is this? This is the sealing technique used to seal Niu Jinshuriki. Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi said that the two of wooden golem may break the seal at any time. Is it? Danzo was suspicious. He still knows a lot about the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. After all, when the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, there is also his shadow. He didn't get the most confidential sealing technique. Those sealing techniques are in Kushina's hands. In the beginning Danzo wanted to make these sealing ideas. However, the existence of Uzumaki Mito made him afraid to do it. After Uzumaki Mito died, Sarutobi Hiruzen used Kushina to become Nine Tails Jinshuriki as a reason for Danzo to dispel the idea of studying the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. However, Danzo knew. Sarutobi Hiruzen just didn't want him to touch the seal technique, but he got Kushina's seal technique privately, and he has researched a lot. Because it is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to let people outside of his Naruto lineage control the power that can seal the tail beast. Even so, Danzo has also studied the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan a lot. However, with the messy sealing technique right now, can it really seal the tail beast? Danzo was a little confused. Or is it the mechanical seal of the Uzumaki family taught by Kushina? With this thought in mind, Danzo opened the door directly. Like the outside, the inside of the house is also covered with sealing techniques. And the one in the center of the seal technique is the two-man wooden golem. When seeing the two from wooden golem, Danzo was even more excited than Hyuga Hayashi before. As for Chiba and Itachi next to them, they were directly ignored by Danzo. Humph. Uchiha's Joker. Although he thought so in his heart, Danzo would not show it. It's the Uchiha genius I value. Uchiha Chiba, Uchiha Itachi, you guys are doing well. This time Konoha can defeat Cloud Shinobi, and you too, will contribute to it. I hope you guys will seal Jinshuriki well and don't let him run, good promise. After speaking, Danzo left contentedly, very decisive, as if he didn't want to say a word with Chiba and Itachi. Next to him, Hyuga Hayashi was stunned. That's it? He is ready for a conflict between Danzo and Chiba Itachi. This is the result? And after Danzo left, Itachi looked at Chiba with an incredible expression and muttered. Chiba-san, Danzo's performance is exactly the same as you said. He didn't even mention asking us to hand over Jinshuriki. How did you know? Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled. You know what, Itachi? As a politician, the most important thing is to have a mask of hypocrisy. And Danzo's face is quite thick. Chapter 85. Itachi did not understand Chiba's words. What is Danzo's face? It's quite thick. Do you know what Danzo's purpose is to come to the front line? Itachi replied. Using the two-tailed Jinshuriki we grabbed to end the battle between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi and grab the merits. Yes. Chiba explained. So, Danzo will definitely not conflict with us head-on. Because it is us who sealed Jinshuriki. He will always have the worst plan. What if we don't hand over Jinshuriki and the net is broken? Although ordinary people don't think so, but Danzo will definitely take this situation into consideration. And I expected that Danzo didn't know enough about the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, so I deliberately used these sealing techniques to make things mysterious. He wasn't sure if we really used these techniques to seal Jinshuriki, and he didn't dare to confront us head-on. The first prerequisite for him to hold this combat exploit in his hand is that Jinshuriki must be controlled and sealed. That's why Danzo will show this hypocritical mask. Itachi was thoughtful, and soon his face changed. Then we are very dangerous. Anyway, the two tails of Jinshuriki are on the front line, maybe Danzo will use this as a bargaining chip to end the battle. Your head is turning very fast. Chiba smiled. If the opponent is Haze, or Rock Shinobi, it must be fine. However, the opponent is Cloud Shinobi. What do you know best about Cloud Shinobi? What? Itachi tilted his head, expressing curiosity. Rugged man. The fourth Raikage at this stage is the #1 reckless man in the ninja world. After learning that their second tail Jinshuriki was arrested, their first response would definitely be a fist. Especially when I didn't clearly see the second tail Jinshuriki, Cloud Shinobi will definitely launch an unprecedented wave of shocks on the front line, the kind of desperate kind. Obviously the front line has a great advantage, but because Jinshuriki was caught, he is about to lose. Will they swallow this breath? In the same situation, we Konoha executives may be able to swallow this breath, but Raikage definitely can't swallow it. The battle between Raikage and Sasuke can be seen in the original book. Sasuke released flame control to resist Raikage's attack, thinking that Raikage would definitely not dare to attack. But who is Raikage? The most reckless man in the ninja world. Can he swallow this breath? Read more at hotnovel.xyz. So, even if both lose, he will kill Sasuke. The situation at this moment is very much like a battle between Raikage and Sasuke. Anyway, it was defeated. It's better to take advantage of this last wave to bite off a piece of Konoha. Even if he was defeated, Konoha had a hard time. This kind of shock can't be stopped only by the Hyuga clan on the front line. I originally planned to let Kushina resist. She has that kind of strength and that kind of qualification. But who knew Danzo was here at this time? Isn't that right? Let him resist. But, do you think he can beat 4th Raikage? Has Danzo ever played Raikage? Impossible. Even in his heyday, I'm afraid it won't be enough for Raikage to beat him. Danzo without Izanagi might not be able to break Raikage's defense. How to spell? Do you want to fight with the head? Therefore, although Danzo is on the front line, Chiba is not at all nervous. Because, Danzo is a backer. This is true whether in the village or outside the village. Not to mention this side. After confirming that the person was indeed Cloud Shinobi's Jinshuriki, Danzo's mood was so good. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know the news, but he did. Moreover, he is on the front line now. Sooner or later, the news of the arrest of Niu Jinshuriki will be sent back to the village, and Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that it is only a matter of time. Therefore, Danzo must end the battle between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi before that. As for Chiba and Itachi, are they important? No, they are not important. Danzo knew it was impossible for Chiba and Itachi to hand over Jinshuriki. However, he didn't care. As long as Jinshuriki is on the front line of their Konoha, that's enough. When he signed a peace treaty with Cloud Shinobi and won, he immediately retired. As for that time, even if Chiba and Itachi don't want to hand over Jinshuriki, it won't work. At that time Danzo said that Chiba and Itachi took Jinshuriki away privately. Cloud Shinobi will naturally target Chiba and Itachi. If they have two heads, they might be killed directly by Cloud Shinobi. The credit is his own, and he killed Chiba and Itachi. Is there anything better than this? In Danzo's heart, joy blossomed. When even a frontline meeting was held. Now, it's time to reap the victory. Although he hasn't been on the battlefield for many years, Danzo is familiar with everything. Sitting in the conference room, Danzo enjoys the feeling of holding the moon among stars. Below it, there are representatives of various races. Leaving aside the main front line of the Hyuga clan. Also present were the Nara clan, the Akamika clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Sarutobi clan and even the Shimura clan. At this moment, everyone was watching Danzo silently, waiting for the commander's orders. This hot gaze gave Danzo a feeling of Naruto. Under such circumstances, Danzo has drifted a bit. Master Danzo, what are we going to discuss in this meeting? Hyuga Hayashi was a little confused. Danzo took away his commander-in-chief as soon as he came up, and asked him to notify the various ministries to come and hold a frontline meeting. As a result, the meeting started for a long time and just sat there and said nothing. Moreover, looking at Danzo from time to time there was a fascinating smile. Therefore, Hyaga Hayashi couldn't help but speak. After all, the front line is very tight, and no part of it has time to waste on such things. What to discuss? Naturally it was a counter-attack against Cloud Shinobi. In the case of us catching Nia Jinshuriki, what tricks can Cloud Shinobi do? Chapter 86. Upon hearing the word counter-attack, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. Hyaga Hayashi spoke quickly. Master Danzo, you just came to the front line. Maybe you don't know the situation on the front line, and how crazy the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi are. In the past few days, they have been preparing for the people and horses, and it is very likely that they will launch a huge impact. At this time, it is really not easy to launch a counter-attack. Hearing this, Danzo looked cold. When did the Hyaga clan cringe? Is it because my arrival took away the credit that should have belonged to him? Danzo is very clear. If he hadn't guessed the news that Jinshuriki would be caught. So today, it will be Hayashi who is sitting in this position and preparing to counter-attack Cloud Shinobi. And those who defeat Cloud Shinobi and become Konoha heroes will only be the Hyaga clan. Unfortunately, he is here. Hyaga Hayashi must be very upset. I want to counter-attack. You actually sang the opposite tune publicly. Wouldn't you know how to fight as an old man? When the old man was at war, you were still drinking milk. Do you think they still have the courage to attack us when Jinshuriki of Cloud Shinobi is caught by us? Upon hearing this, Hyaga Hayashi nodded. Obviously, he believed it, and it was very possible. It's not just Hyaga Hayashi. Most of the people present nodded one after another. They and Cloud Shinobi's ninja have been entangled on the front line for more than half a year. They know exactly what kind of urine a Cloud Shinobi ninja is. Knowing that you can't beat them, even if you die, you will have to bite off a piece of meat. Every Cloud Shinobi ninja is fighting against Konoha Shinobi with this determination. That kind of momentum that is bound to beat Konoha is extremely terrifying. However, Danzo sneered at this. I think you are scared of being beaten by Cloud Shinobi. Danzo is very angry, and the consequences are very eye-catching. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Hyaga Hayashi. At this moment, from his point of view, it was Hyaga Hayashi who assembled the frontline executives and antagonized him. He must be very upset that he took away the credit that should have belonged to him. It's ridiculous. What do you think Jinshuriki is? Jinshuriki is a strategic weapon that makes the 5 major powers stand out at this stage. The loss of Jinshuriki represents Cloud Shinobi's severance. If I were Raikage, trying to get Jinshuriki back at this time would be the first reaction. And how can we let Jinshuriki take away easily? Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. So, surrendering and reconciling is the only option for Cloud Shinobi. Hearing that, Hyaga Hayashi's face changed and he spoke quickly. Master Danzo, that's Raikage you don't understand now. We fight Cloud Shinobi on the front line every day, we know them too well. It's really inappropriate to counter-attack now. Since the second tail Jinshuriki is in our hands, we should strengthen the front line defense and delay as much time as possible. The longer the delay, the more anxious Cloud Shinobi becomes. In the end, they will compromise. Fart. Are you questioning my decision? Danzo slapped the table and got up from the commander-in-chief's seat very angrily. What an opportunity this is. If Jinshuriki is caught, will there be a big offensive to stimulate the enemy's country? Cloud Shinobi is not afraid that we will pull out the 2 tails and seal them in the body of the Konoha Shinobi so that they will become Konoha's Jinshuriki? Impossible. As a senior, you must have a strategic vision. Compromise is the only option at this time. Master Danzo, this is really not questioning your decision. You haven't been on the battlefield for too long, and you don't know Raikage at all. That guy will not compromise. Danzo's expression went cold. His eyes swept across the crowd. Remember you. Wait until I capture Cloud Shinobi this time and return to existence to take care of you slowly. As for Hyaga Hayashi, the fiercest antagonist, it's best not to be caught by him. At this moment, Hyaga Hayashi is really worried. He was really afraid that Danzo led the ninja to rush out stupidly. On the frontal battlefield, they rarely beat Cloud Shinobi. Once the situation is completely overwhelmed, the front line may be defeated directly. Seeking flowers. And the front line is defeated, what good is it even if Jinshuriki is used as a bargaining chip? Maybe they can come directly to the city. In his opinion, since Jinshuriki is in hand, playing time tactics with Raikage is the best. Raikage is the most impatient. However, Danzo did not listen to this remark after all. Humph, since you don't want to launch a counter-attack, the old man won't force you. Ninjas of the Chimera clan, follow the old man to counter-attack Cloud Shinobi. Danzo's mouth crooked with a smile. It's just that they don't make a move. All the credit belongs to him, Danzo, to his Chimera clan. What a great contribution it was to repel Cloud Shinobi, and what it will bring to the Chimera clan is unimaginable. At this moment, the ninja representing the Chimera clan changed slightly when he heard Danzo's words. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he swallowed alive. He really wanted to remind his patriarch that the current Cloud Shinobi was really reckless. They were anxious and made a look like they wanted to attack in a big way, that is, they wanted to fight over, not joking with you. However, he knew that if he, as the Chimera clan, jumped out and sang against his patriarch at this time, he was afraid that he would die miserably. In desperation, he also compromised. Maybe it's like Danzo said, Cloud Shinobi dare not attack it? Danzo's words silenced everyone present. Although Danzo said this, they still didn't plan to counterattack. They don't want their family's ninja to die. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. He was very excited. He seemed to have seen a great contribution no less than Namikaze Minato for preventing Rock Shinobi's invasion and waved to him. Although it hasn't been a long time since the battlefield, he didn't feel nervous at all. Because he felt that he couldn't fight at all. With Cloud Shinobi Jinshuriki on his side, the ninja of Cloud Shinobi dare to fight? Ridiculous. If you can't fight, Cloud Shinobi obediently compromised, and then begged to sign a peace treaty with himself, and let us return Jinshuriki to them for a long time. Chapter 87. Danzo was gone after all, he took away almost all the Chimera clan on the battlefield. But none of the frontline ninjas of other families followed Danzo. They are more willing to believe the facts than Danzo. The fool of Cloud Shinobi, even if he is dead, he will bite you off. Will just a Jinshuriki make them obediently compromise? Hyaga Hayashi doesn't think it can. Only by delaying time will we win in the end. Danzo, gone. I don't know when, Chiba and Itachi came to the side of Hayaga's day. Hyaga Hayashi nodded. Yeah, I'm gone, but, this time, I'm afraid it will be more ill-fortuned. Hyaga Hayashi shook his head. He is not sure whether his opinion of Cloud Shinobi is completely correct. It's just that he can't afford to bet. After all, the manpower that Cloud Shinobi has assembled at the moment is not a joke. Once they are on the front line, they might be defeated directly. The casualties at that time are terrible. They might be the Hyaga clan, and they will go down the old path of the Senju clan. Danzo, has he always been so brave? Chiba murmured. In Chiba's view, Danzo's caution should not be used to send troops. It is Danzo's style to stay on the front line and wait for Cloud Shinobi to attack. Unexpectedly, Danzo was so aggressive, he directly led their Chimera clan and ran out. Do you think your Chimera clan is really awesome? Hyaga Hayashi shook his head. I'm not so sure either. Coming on the battlefield this time, Lord Danzo is very abnormal. Usually, he has always been cautious. Is it possible? Is it really me wrong? No, you are right. Chiba wanted to say, but he didn't speak. Danzo abandoned caution because he wanted to end the Cloud Shinobi war before Sarutobi Hiruzen got the news and intervened. Only in this way can we guarantee that this credit belongs to Danzo, to his Chimera clan. Conservative defense with Cloud Shinobi Jinchuriki in hand, it is indeed impossible to fail, and victory can be won without bloodshed. But for Danzo, he can't afford to wait. He has no such time. Moreover, in Danzo's cognition, Jinchuriki was arrested, and he had a fart, so he could only admit defeat. Only promises to the outside world, and strikes hard at home. This seems to be the traditional virtue of Konoha's high levels at this moment. He brought himself into the role of Raikage, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. But I never knew that Raikage was the #1 reckless man in the ninja world. After all, Danzo had never seen Raikage on the battlefield, nor had he played against him. Fourth Raikage was in the position of the Third World War. Danzo naturally didn't know. Chiba-san, what shall we do now? Just wait. We currently don't have a person on the front line who can hold the ground. Even if I captured Niu Jinchuriki, Cloud Shinobi might not buy it. When Kushina arrives on the battlefield, we will basically be able to hammer Konoha's victory. But, Danzo. How blessed he is. At this moment, On Cloud Shinobi's side, almost all ninjas that can be used have been summoned to the battlefield by Raikage. Even Raikage and Eight Tails Killer Bee came to the front in person. Originally, after encountering Namikaze Minato last time, Raikage did not intend to let Killer Bee on the front line. After all, even if Killer Bee can complete the control of the tail beast, it is still dangerous to face the Nine Tails Jinshuriki Kushina, who will be able to seal. Moreover, in Raikage's view, even if they don't use Killer Bee, their frontal combat power can still beat Konoha. However, Killer Bee cannot be used. But the 2x Wooden Golem is fine. One is that Wooden Golem can't completely manipulate the tail beast, and can't create the kind of ruinous scene of moving mountains and reclaiming the sea. The second is Raikage's understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen. As long as there is no direct evidence, Sarutobi Hiruzen will only be in the village and dare not send Nine Tails Jinchuriki out. This is indeed the case. The 2 wooden golems have been on the battlefield many times and stole the number of ninjas on the Konoha front line, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of sending Kushina. Therefore, Raikage was confident and boldly dispatched the 2 from Wooden Golem. She led the team, attacked the rear defense forces, and fought a blitzkrieg. Destroy Konoha's rear supplies as quickly as possible, and then quickly evacuated. This approach has been tried repeatedly. And this time, Raikage got the spy's call, saying that he got Konoha's supply route map. Raikage immediately slapped the table and decided. It is better to cut off Konoha's supply line directly because of its sneak attack on the rear defense forces. It was like Konoha cut off Rock Shinobi's supply route and had to retreat Rock Shinobi. But, who knows, this time, the 2 were overturned by Wooden Golem. After knowing this, Raikage was furious. When even all the horses who can be summoned were gathered, they were ready to conquer Konoha's front line. When Raikage learned that Wooden Golem was caught, he knew Cloud Shinobi had lost. However, even if it loses, Konoha will have to pay the price. Breaking down Konoha's front line will not only hurt Konoha's vitality, but also try to fight for the benefits of signing a peace treaty in the future. How could Raikage compromise easily? He wants to destroy Konoha's front line before Konoha uses Jinchuriki as a threat. You are always ready. The time has come. Jinchuriki's restrictions are naturally uncountable. Later, you will directly attack Konoha's defenses with the greatest firepower. The Wooden Golem was taken away by Konoha, and I want Konoha's people to pay the price. Raikage gritted his teeth, thunder flashed all over his body, and even his hair stood upside down, which was shocking. Don't worry, leave it to me. Chiba front line, easily break through. Oi. Killer Bee's crappy rap didn't relieve Raikage's irritation. Only blood and corpses can calm Raikage. At this moment, a ninja suddenly stepped forward. Report to Lord Raikage. Someone from the Konoha front line led a ninja to attack. Raikage's pupils suddenly shrank, and with the thunder, his body burst suddenly, and even the earth shuddered. The exaggerated chakra was comparable to a tail beast. What did you say? Konoha dared to attack at this time. Who? Who is the opposite? Is it a dog from the Hyuga clan? No. The ninja spoke quickly. It's Konoha's Danzo. He asked us to surrender, saying that Lord Wooden Golem is in his hands. Hearing that, Raikage looked cold. Danzo, I'm going to kill him. Chapter 88. Master Danzo, or let's retreat. Once Cloud Shinobi really attacks, we will all be wiped out in no time. It doesn't matter if we die, but you, as the patriarch of our Shimura clan, can't be okay. This Shimura ninja knows that Danzo likes to listen to good things, and in this case, rebelling against Danzo is afraid that there will be no good results. But after staying on the front line for so long, they know too much about Cloud Shinobi's urinary properties. If this continues, Cloud Shinobi may really be wiped out. So, in any case, he wanted to stop Danzo from moving forward. When Danzo heard this, there was a smile on his face, a honey smile. Don't worry, I know it. You have several durs in your heart. You really underestimated the importance of Jinchuriki. What's your name? Shimura Yomi. Really, I remember you, follow me well, and after we finish the Battle of Cloud Shinobi, I will give you a score. Danzo had no plans to retreat at all. When he was young, it was because of his hesitation that the position of Hokage was handed over to Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he hadn't hesitated to face 12 questions to second Hokage Senjotobi Rama at the beginning, the position of Hokage may not necessarily belong to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hesitate, and you will lose. Danzo knows this truth well, so this time, he is no longer confused and no longer hesitating. No one can stop him from going to the front line of Cloud Shinobi. In Danzo's view, Hyuga Hayashi stopped him because he wanted to get a share of the credit. When other ninjas stopped, they were thinking about the problem entirely from the perspective of a little ninja. Jinshuriki is a weapon that rises between the village and the country. How can I get the answer from the perspective of an ordinary ninja? Only standing at a high place, from a high level, from the point of view of Hokage, can the correct answer be drawn. That's right. That's what Danzo thought this time. If you were Naruto and Cloud Shinobi captured Nine Tails Jinchuriki, what would you do? The answer is already obvious. Continuing to fight will only stimulate Cloud Shinobi, and maybe lose Nine Tails. Therefore, at this time, Cloud Shinobi will negotiate terms with each other and redeem Nine Tails is the correct way of thinking. How is it possible to continue to attack the front line? Only do this unless you have a pit in your head. Go ahead, keep going. Danzo knew that he had no way out. This time, he must wash away the humiliation of his youth. Opportunity will never slip away from his hands again. Even the body is already old. However, he still has a lot of passion. Then, when I passed the last fortress, all within the visible range was black. See this scene, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. The bodies of all the Shimura ninjas who followed Danzo suddenly trembled. Those ones. They are all ninjas of Cloud Shinobi. Looking around, it is only the surface of the front row. I am afraid that there are already thousands of people. Behind it, there is a black and white, all of them. They grinned, roaring from their throats, like wild animals. It was even crazier than ever acting on the front-line battlefield. Tuan, Lord Danzo, or else, shall we retreat? Hearing this, Danzo looked cold. When is it all, are you still saying this? Bluffing, who won't? Humph, just a bunch of clowns. He doesn't believe what Cloud Shinobi dares to do to him. Is it possible that Raikage doesn't want to return to the second tail Jinchuriki? I want to see, will it still be the case when you beg me to return Jinchuriki later? Danzo's face was calm. Don't panic at all. Then, he continued to walk steadily towards the black and black Cloud Shinobi ninja. And at the moment, such a scene is completely different on the Cloud Shinobi ninja side. Because Danzo brought too few people. The reconnaissance ninja at the forefront of Cloud Shinobi discovered the existence of Danzo and others for a long time, and quickly reported Raikage. Master Raikage. A Konoha shinobi was found ahead, led by Shimura Danzo. Upon hearing this, Raikage gave a cold snort, thunder flashing all over his body. Huh, Danzo. I want to see what he is capable of, dare to attack our front line at this time. How many people did that old Danzo take? Less than 50 people. Raikage looked dumbfounded, thinking he had heard it wrong. 50 people, what an international joke. At this moment, their Cloud Shinobi just summoned more than 5,000 ninjas and piled up on the front line. This does not count the rear defense forces. What is this? Provocative? There was a thud. Raikage was thunderous all over his body, and it burst instantly. Within 1 meter of his radius, the ground rolled directly. Muscles are constantly colliding under the activation of the chakra-like horror. At this moment, Raikage's whole person seems to be a big circle, which is very scary. Danzo, this dog thing. Unexpectedly, only brought a mere 50 people. Is he here to provoke? Damn, do you think we'll catch the two with wooden golem in their hands? All the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi, listen to the order immediately. Accompanied by Raikage's deafening voice. His response was the roar of thousands of ninjas shaking the mountain. Immediately, level the Konoha shinobi ahead. Let them see how powerful our Cloud Shinobi is. Want to threaten us, Cloud Shinobi? Next life. Do you think Cloud Shinobi can retreat by catching 2 wooden golems? It's a foolish dream. Accompanied by Raikage's orders. Cloud Shinobi's frontline ninja momentum has reached a peak. Originally on the front line, Cloud Shinobi kept suppressing Konoha, and their momentum has never been sluggish. Now Raikage and 8 Tails Jinchuriki are on the battlefield at the same time, giving all Cloud Shinobi ninjas a hidden meaning. Cloud Shinobi, it is impossible to lose. His own movies are on the front line, but Konoha's Hokage is hiding in the village. How to lose this battle? Seeing this scene, Killer Bee next to him sighed. Danzo still doesn't know much about Big Brother. How can I stimulate Big Brother at this time? Even if I am caught, I want to convince my eldest brother, unless I decide the victory or defeat on the front battlefield. Danzo, bad luck, oh yeah. The crappy rap did not deliberately cater to the present momentum. Killer Bee knew. They Cloud Shinobi have already lost. However, Raikage will not just be so subdued. Chapter 89. Accompanied by that deafening roar, the ninja of Cloud Shinobi rushed towards Danzo desperately. The black ninjas came surging like a tsunami. Seeing this scene, the legs of the Chimera clan behind Danzo shuddered. It's terrible. This shock was stronger than any of Cloud Shinobi's attacks in the past few months. There is a meaning of wanting to directly break through the Konoha line of defense. At this moment, they are the first to bear the brunt. Danzo looked at all this unbelievably. On the surface, it looks as stable as an old dog, but in fact it is a group of flustered people. Why are you so fat? Why didn't things develop according to his script? I have caught your Jinshuriki from Cloud Shinobi. You dare to launch a general attack on our Konoha front line. Don't you want Jinshuriki anymore? Bluffing, this must be bluffing. That is Jinshuriki. It is impossible for Cloud Shinobi to abandon it easily. Cloud Shinobi, dare not hit us. Danzo roared, seeming to be trying to give himself air. Then, with a thud, a Chimera ninja next to him was instantly knocked into the air. That was a blow from the Cloud Shinobi ninja from the front. Danzo was dumbfounded. The opponent really dared to fight. Bold. Ninja of Cloud Shinobi, you dare to attack us. Your two-tailed Jinchuriki is still in Konoha's hands. Do you want to lose the two-tailed beast forever? Danzo yelled angrily. However, the only response to him was Cloud Shinobi's fist. The densely packed Cloud Shinobi ninja rushed toward him desperately, approaching step by step, with all the ultimate moves. Danzo evaded quickly. Although his strength has declined due to old age. But it will not be defeated by these ninjas in front of Cloud Shinobi. However, the ninjas of the Chimera clan he had brought with him were directly swallowed under the impact of Cloud Shinobi's ninjas. No ninjutsu is needed at all. These ninjas of the Chimera clan, like a flat boat in the sea, were directly swallowed in the vast sea in the face of the stormy waves. This moment, Danzo was dumbfounded. Impossible, impossible. It is absolutely impossible. This is Cloud Shinobi's illusion. At this time, only Danzo was left in the Chimera clan. Those Cloud Shinobi ninjas attacked Danzo like crazy. Danzo didn't dare to hold on, and quickly dodged. Its movements are more vigorous than imagined. If Chiba sees this scene, I am afraid he can't help but praise Danzo. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. After all, in his cognition, to rival so many ninjas by one person, he just knows one person. Uchiha Madara. Unfortunately, Danzo did not have the strength and magnanimity of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is a ninja who surrounded the whole coalition, and Danzo is surrounded. Go to hell, Danzo. Faced with massive ninja attacks, Danzo couldn't support it after all, and was directly knocked into the air by a ninja. In the next moment, he hasn't landed yet, and what he faces will be the rain-like fist of the Cloud Shinobi ninja. At this moment, Danzo's heart was ashamed. Raikage, you are so brash. Why don't you play the cards according to Changli? At this moment, Danzo deeply understood a truth. Hesitate, you will lose. Decisive, it will be for nothing. Danzo. Accompanied by thunder. Raikage instantly rushed from the countless Cloud Shinobi ninjas. The bursting muscles are comparable to a human-shaped tank. You are so bold. I came to threaten Laozi. Take your life. If you don't have 50 people, you dare to come to our front. Who do you think you are? First Hokage. Go to death for me. The raised right arm burst instantly. The muscles under the activation of latent chakra are extremely powerful. Then, under the rapid blessing, Raikage's arm shook Danzo fiercely. Lariat. That huge wrist strength seemed to be enough to blast through a mountain. That was a blow to the kill. There are only a handful of ninjas who can catch this blow. Among them, Danzo will not be included. This moment, Danzo can't even see Raikage's shadow. Too fast. The overwhelming speed made Danzo immediately realize a problem. Take this blow and he will die. Then. Brother, calm down. The wooden golem is still in Konoha's hands. Now is not the time to kill Danzo. 8 grids, Crow. Killer Bee appeared suddenly. The moment he raised his hand, the tentacles of an octopus stretched out of his arm, which instantly grabbed Raikage. However, even so, Raikage still hit Danzo fiercely. Boom. Accompanied by the explosion of the earth. Danzo's eyes widened. With that terrible blow, he felt like his internal organs were crushed. Next moment, Danzo was directly hit by Raikage head-on like a meteor, and fell to the ground fiercely. After all this was done, Raikage stopped, and with a wave of his hand, he directly shot the octopus tentacles of Killer Bee. Bye. Why stop me? Do you think I would really be dazzled by anger and kill Danzo? Killer Bee had no choice but to spread his hands. Brother, don't be hard on your lips. The killing intent revealed at that moment can't deceive me. If it wasn't me. Killer Bee hasn't spoken yet. Raikage grabbed Killer Bee's head with one hand and threw it out fiercely. Long-winded. Bye, don't blame me for banning you when the war is over. Raikage waved his hand, and the thunder, no Majao, all over his body suddenly disappeared. Everything seemed to be calm again. Clean up the battlefield immediately. Don't let go of a livelihood. As for Danzo, take him back. Let the medical ninja come and treat him, don't let him die. After speaking, Raikage suddenly turned and left. He knows Danzo, one of Konoha's top tiers. Raikage originally planned to launch a general attack on the Konoha frontline since he knew that Cloud Shinobi was about to lose. At least kill the Hyuga clan that has been obstructing them, and take away their Byakugan. Who knows that Danzo jumped out at this time? In this case, he changed his strategy. Konoha caught them Jinshuriki, and Cloud Shinobi caught Danzo. Now, there is a bargaining chip for exchange. Although he knew that Danzo was not as important as Jinshuriki. But, to say the least, Cloud Shinobi's defeat would not be so ugly. Chapter 90. The battle on the front line is over. The ninjas of the Shimura clan led by Lord Danzo were swallowed up in Cloud Shinobi's troops in less than a minute. All the ninjas of the Shimura clan have no chakra reaction. As for Lord Danzo, the disappearance is unknown, and Lord Danzo's body was not found. The perception ninja who came back from the front told the cruel facts. Hyuga Hayashi, who heard this information, shook his head. Sure enough, this is the result. Lord Danzo, why don't you listen to me? Raikage kind of reckless man, the more threatening you are, the more impulsive he is. Just take so few people, you are not provoking others. This is troublesome. The body of Lord Danzo was not found, in other words, there is a high probability of being captured by Cloud Shinobi. The battlefield is getting more and more complicated. Hyuga Hayashi regrets it a bit. I knew I would stop Danzo if I tried my best. As long as they defend the Cloud Shinobi attack on the front line, Raikage will naturally retreat. He can't really smash. As a result, Danzo was caught now. Cloud Shinobi will definitely take Danzo as a hostage and want to return to Jinshuriki. The war, I am afraid, will not end so easily. Send manpower to the front line immediately and pay attention to the front line's movements at any time. Also, send more people to see the place where Cloud Shinobi near Jinshuriki. At this kind of time, there must be no accidents in the second tail Jinshuriki. After receiving the order, the ninja went down immediately. At this time, behind Hyuga Hayashi, I thought of Chiba's figure. I didn't expect Danzo to die. From what I know about Raikage, I thought the other party would kill Danzo directly. It's a pity. In the original book, Raikage would kill Sasuke without hesitating to lose a hand or a leg. It was indeed a surprise for Chiba not to kill Danzo at this time. As for his own remarks, Chiba is not afraid that Hyuga Hayashi will hear it. Since both he and Itachi have said that they will end the battle as the Uchiha clan, they will inevitably go against the Konoha high level. If Cloud Shinobi really comes to the messenger, I want to exchange Danzo-sama for the second tail Jinshuriki. What will you and Itachi do? How to do it? Chiba smiled. Uncle Hayashi, what do you think? Danzo is worthy of Jinshuriki. He's not Hokage. Is it possible that if he is dead, our village won't function anymore? I hope Cloud Shinobi will tear up the ticket directly, but unfortunately, they probably won't. Read more at hotentleNovel.xyz. That's right, Danzo's value cannot be compared to Jinshuriki's. In the same situation, even Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot exchange two-tail Jinshuriki for Danzo. And Cloud Shinobi also knows. However, they should still send messengers. One is to show that Danzo is really in our hands. The second is the spirit of rubbing Konoha at the same time. Although you have caught our Jinshuriki, we have also caught your senior. Don't think that you won. However, Chiba can also predict the outcome of the final negotiations. Two-tailed Jinshuriki, they won't let it go. And Cloud Shinobi, it is impossible to really kill Danzo. After all, Danzo's position in Konoha is there. Even if it cannot be used as a trump card to reverse the situation, at least it can make Cloud Shinobi lose as little as possible when signing a peace treaty. Hey. Hyuga Hayashi sighed. He didn't want to get involved in the fight between Uchiha and Konoha's top officials. Now, his Hyuga clan cannot withstand such a toss. As the patriarch, he just wanted to end the battle early and then return to the village with as many people as possible. The casualties brought by the war to the Hyuga clan were much greater than imagined. At this moment, a Hyuga ninja suddenly arrived and spoke. Patriarch Hayashi. 3 ninjas of Cloud Shinobi appeared on the front line. They claim to be Cloud Shinobi's ambassadors and hope to negotiate with us. Sure enough, is Cloud Shinobi coming already? Faster than expected. Hyuga Hayashi's complexion condensed. At this time, he needs to resist the pressure. Danzo was captured. This was unexpected, he had to deal with this matter well. Otherwise, if Danzo comes back in the future, I am afraid that he will hate him and come to trouble the Hyuga clan. At this time, Hyuga Hayashi looked at Chiba and said, "Who will come forward, you and Itachi?" Since Chiba and Itachi want to end the fight in the name of the Uchiha clan, and the two-tailed Jinshuriki are also controlled by them, Hyuga Hayashi naturally wanted to call them both. Me. Itachi is not good at dealing with this kind of thing for the time being. Hyuga Hayashi nodded. Well. Then come to the waiting room. After speaking, Hyuga Hayashi left. Chiba took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly. After Hyuga Hayashi left, he also left on crutches. However, he did not go to the living room for the first time. Instead, he came to the room where Jinshuriki was imprisoned. Itachi, Danzo was caught, and the messenger came from Cloud Shinobi. Two-tailed Jinshuriki is for you to take care of. I'm going to deal with Cloud Shinobi. Hearing this, Itachi nodded and patted his chest. Don't worry, just leave it to me, Chiba-san. Chiba nodded. He did not leave at the first time. With crutches in both hands, he concentrated all his aura on one spot at this moment. At this moment, Itachi seemed to be aware of Chiba's difference and looked at him deeply. Chiba-san, what are you going to do? At this moment, Chiba is releasing his observation haki. He instantly expanded his knowledge and experience to the widest range. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. The sights and sounds continue to stretch across the place. Although the accuracy of this wide-range exploration will be reduced, the victory is that it can be extended to very far places. He has to make sure that while he leaves to deal with Cloud Shinobi, Niu Jinshuriki will not be stolen by Cloud Shinobi's ninja. He wouldn't go so far as to tune the tiger away from the mountain. Is there no ninja of Cloud Shinobi? When Chiba's observation haki stretched to the farthest distance and still did not find the Cloud Shinobi ninja breath, Chiba was relieved now. Itachi, you can drink tea at ease here. Go and come. Chapter 91. On the battlefield, Chiba is very careful with every step he takes. Especially at the moment when Cloud Shinobi comes, his observation haki is always in a high-tension state, and its coverage even stretches Konoha's front line. In this case, let alone that Cloud Shinobi wanted to sneak in from behind to rescue Niu Wooden Golem. Even if the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi flew up and went away, Chiba all knew it all. This time, it was indeed that there were only 3 Cloud's hidden comers. When Chiba came to the waiting room with a cane, what he saw were the 3 Cloud Shinobi ninjas brought by our Konoha Shinobi. That arrogant appearance, not at all what it should be to enter the enemy camp, but like a second uncle, arrogant. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi was also there. He looked at the 3 people calmly, and didn't give them a good face. The cold and indifferent tone seemed to sweep the opponent out at any time. Say it. Cloud Shinobi, what is your purpose? Hearing that, the 3 Cloud Shinobi ninjas didn't talk nonsense, and spoke directly. Your Shimura Danzo of Konoha was captured by us. Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi's eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, Danzo's body was not found on the battlefield before, and he was indeed captured. Hyuga Hayashi was tangled. Obviously Chiba and Itachi caught the two-tailed Jinshuriki. This is a great fighter for Konoha's front line. If you make good use of it, you can directly disintegrate the Cloud Shinobi front line. But this advantage was overturned by Danzo. If Danzo is not a senior in Konoha, and was once a disciple of second Hokage, Hyuga Hayashi really doubts whether he is an undercover agent in another village. Hyuga Hayashi took a deep breath. For Danzo, he really didn't want to save. Before that, he had reminded Danzo many times, but Danzo still had to jump into the fire pit. However, as Danzo is a senior Konoha, if Hyuga Hayashi wants to stay in Konoha peacefully, he must save Danzo. This is a matter of principle. In order to win, Sarutobi Hiruzen can abandon Danzo, but Hyuga Hayashi can't. As a senior Konoha, he has the obligation to save. Otherwise, if Hyuga Hayashi abandons Danzo in private, what does this make Hokage think? What do you mean by Konoha's senior management but you didn't save it? So in the future, as Naruto, I set a limit, will you not save it? If there is doubt, it will not be easy to eliminate. Moreover, Hyuga Hayashi knows that Sarutobi Hiruzen is notoriously cautious and neat. Really? What conditions do you have for Cloud Shinobi? Seems to see what Hyuga Hayashi meant to save Danzo. The three Cloud Shinobi ninjas glanced at each other, their cocked higher. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. That arrogant attitude didn't seem like being in an enemy camp. We have only one condition. Konoha, surrender to us unconditionally, and return our two-tailed Jinshuriki, Lord Wooden Golem. Heard this. Chiba laughed. Who said that Cloud Shinobi are all reckless? Doesn't the head turn very fast in this kind of trick? When all of us thought that the other party offered Danzo in exchange for Jinshuriki. They directly ask you to surrender and hand over Jinshuriki. This is a very popular truth. You feel very hot. If you want to open the window, everyone will stop you. However, if you don't want to open the window, but you want to break the window directly, then everyone will persuade you to open the window. There is no need to open the window. Shatter it. The conditions proposed by Cloud Shinobi are the same. They knew that it would be impossible to directly offer Danzo to exchange the second tail Jinshuriki. Just give you a more outrageous one, so that it has the value of negotiating. Moreover, this kind of outrageous conditions can create a momentum that I have been pressing on you. It also fits the impression of Cloud Shinobi. Unfortunately, this is the battlefield. This kind of trick is useless. At most, Raikage wants to get sick of Hyuga Hayashi who keeps stopping him. Sure enough, Hyuga Hayashi sneered. I think you Cloud Shinobi didn't wake up, right? It is impossible for us to surrender. As for handing over Jinshuriki, I'm sorry, it is not me who sealed you Jinshuriki, you should ask him. With that said, Hyuga Hayashi gave up the position to Chiba. Chiba looked up, faced Hyuga Hayashi, and nodded to him. Seeking flowers. Chiba knew that it was Hyuga Hayashi who was betraying him. After all, they said that if they want to end the battle as the Uchiha clan, then one of Chiba and Itachi will appear. And now, it's time for Chiba to debut. If Danzo were here, Hyuga Hayashi would definitely not show such an act of supporting Chiba, but since Danzo was caught, there would be no such concerns. It doesn't hurt to give a favor when Konoha's senior officials don't know it. At this moment, the three Cloud Shinobi ninjas immediately turned their eyes on Chiba. When they saw Chiba, they were stunned for a moment. He seemed to be just a child, blindfolded, and seemed to be blind. That's it? Also sealed the two masters of Wooden Golem? Commander Hyuga, I see the one who didn't wake up, is it you? With him, can you also catch two of us Cloud Shinobis Lord Wooden Golem? This is a blind man. Ha 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 ha. Faced with the taunts from Cloud Shinobi, Chiba looked unmoved. He just leaned on crutches in both hands and faced the three of them calmly. From beginning to end, he didn't even respond. The laughter continued. However, I don't know when it started, the laughter became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared. It's okay to laugh enough, but it's not such a simple reason. It's just that there is a terrifying chill behind them that makes them unable to laugh. The source of the abhorrent cold didn't even open his mouth. What's going on? I don't know why, at this moment, the three of them looked at Chiba, and there was a sense of fear that their souls were trembling. Not only them, but Hyuga Hayashi was shocked. What a terrible shock. That is the aura that is enough to shock the soul. This power is called Ryutsu. What are you doing? Chiba didn't do it. Moreover, it seems that there is no intention to do it. However, when Cloud Shinobi came, he panicked. Because they felt that they would be beheaded in the next second. Chapter 92. Once the sense of fear is generated, it is not so simple to overcome it. This shock came from Chiba's soul, which caused 3 Cloud Shinobi to make a cold sweat burst out of their backs. It was obvious that the sweat was wet on the clothes, but at this moment, behind their backs, it was as cold as Shinigami stroking their backs. Too frightening. Chiba was standing there. The body of a 6-year-old child calmly leaned on a cane and covered his eyes with black cloth. Even though the 3 Cloud Shinobi ninjas couldn't see Chiba's eyes, at this moment, in their eyes, the eyes hidden under the black cloth were absolutely terrifyingly deep. The scene, because of Chiba's silence, was terribly quiet. Even Hyuga Hayashi, who was a companion, was affected. What a terrible deterrent this is. Doing nothing, saying nothing, just standing here, before the arrogant Cloud Shinobi came, both feet tremble a little. Will Chiba kill people? Hyuga Hayashi is not sure. Although the 2 armies will not be cut in battle, this is an unwritten rule. However, whoever cares if you are stunned, the rules are not stipulated. Especially when Cloud Shinobi may launch all ninjas to launch a total attack at any time. In the future, no one will do anything if you kill your head and hang on the front line to demonstrate. Here, but the battlefield, dead people, that's normal. Therefore, at the moment, the people who came to Konoha's front line were just 3 insignificant ninjas. You can see it when they arrogantly enter the Konoha front line Hyuga Hayashi. This is the cannon fodder from Raikage. But for anyone who has a little brain, no matter how much advantage your village has gained, when you come to the enemy camp, it is a dragon, you have to hold it, and it is a tiger, you have to nest. Otherwise, it will anger the enemy camp and deserve it to be killed. Obviously, these 3 have no brains. Raikage just let them take the conversation, and didn't even think they would go back alive. So, from the very beginning, Hyuga Hayashi didn't have a good face. Because Raikage has no plans to communicate at all. Then, in this situation, Chiba spoke up. You said, you don't believe that I caught you Cloud Shinobi's Jinshuriki. Thank you. We believe. Almost instantly, the 3 Cloud Shinobi nodded their heads like a chicken pecking at rice. The sense of awe from Chiba is too strong. It's almost like facing Raikage. No, it feels very different from Raikage. Raikage gives an overwhelmingly powerful sense of suffocation. And Chiba is simply shuddering from the soul. What they didn't know was that this shudder was never Chiba's aura, but Ryotsu. Although at this moment Chiba can't do the kind of situation where Ryotsu is released directly to crush the enemy, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. However, when Ryotsu is released, it is too simple to frighten 1 or 2 ninjas. Soul, in the world of ninjas, has never been a developed thing. At this moment, after saying this sentence, as if to get comfort in my heart, 3 Cloud Shinobi came to relax the body and mind immediately. If it weren't for the identity of the ambassador, I'm afraid they would all want to collapse directly to the ground. However, at this time Chiba's voice changed. But, I don't believe it. What? Hearing that, these 3 Cloud Shinobi were a little confused. What don't you believe? I don't believe that Lord Danzo will be captured alive by you Cloud Shinobi. Danzo, sir? Hyuga Hayashi almost thought he had heard it wrong. But, thinking about it in a blink of an eye, something was wrong. Chiba is going to pit Danzo. Danzo? Danger. Do you know who Lord Danzo is? He was the disciple of Konoha 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. Now he is the assistant of 3rd Hokage, the strongest Naruto in our history. Master Danzo often talks about the saying ninjas must sacrifice themselves. What kind of character Danzo-sama, we Konoha's ninja knows exactly. There has always been Shimura Danzo who died in battle, and Shimura Danzo who had never survived. Do you think that you can deceive you Cloud Shinobi's Jinshuriki from us by using the news of Master Danzo's temporary disappearance? I think you guys think too much. Now, you Cloud Shinobi's Jinchuriki is in our hands. Go back and bring you a word Raikage, let him surrender as soon as possible. Although he looks bravely on the battlefield to kill the enemy, but when he signs a peace treaty with Konoha in exchange for Jinchuriki, he really looks like a dog. This series of words directly used Cloud Shinobis. Do not believe? How can you not believe it? Your Danzo is in our camp. You can't even find the dead body on the battlefield. Is there a second possibility besides being caught by us? The three Cloud Shinobi came and wanted to refute. However, the spirit of shock that was released from Chiba's body caused them to swallow the words that came to their lips. The negotiations officially broke down. The three of them really couldn't stand Chiba's momentum, and turned around and left. After leaving a long way, he dared to look back. Konoha, you wait for me, sooner or later, Master Raikage breaks through your front line. After the harsh words were finished, they disappeared directly into the horizon. After the three Cloud Shinobi came and left for a long time, Hyaga Hayashi spoke. I thought you would kill someone. Am I the kind of person who kills without blinking? Chiba smiled, seemingly in a good mood. Doesn't it count? Do you blink when you kill? Of course not. Me, murder never blinks. Will the blind blink? It's too cold to make a joke. However, Chiba and Hyaga Hayashi both laughed. It makes it clear that Raikage was letting go and mocking our cannon fodder. It's just a mocking sentence or two, do you think I really care? Chiba doesn't. Killing these three Cloud Shinobi is the way of Raikage. Since he is coming to taunt, we can taunt and go back. Uncle Hayashi, do you think you can bear the violent temper of Raikage? Hyaga Hayashi shook his head. Can't bear it. But he can't vent. Chiba smiled. Then you can only find Master Danzo. Who let him be our Konoha rather than surrender Naruto assistant. Chapter 93. Raikage was still a little shocked when he learned that the three of them who had been sent to Konoha had returned safely, and that there were no missing arms or legs. But he specifically chose the kind of stunned green tiger. This action seemed to be an attempt to negotiate a settlement between Jinshuriki and Danzo, but in fact, it was an attempt to demonstrate. As a result, these three tigers came back so safely. Come on, call them. Soon, under the leadership of a ninja, the three Cloud Shinobi messengers were summoned to Raikage. Raikage didn't change his face, and spoke calmly. How is the negotiation? Hearing that, the three of them were unwilling to look at Raikage. Sorry, Lord Raikage, the negotiation failed. Of course I know it failed. Put forward those conditions, and if you succeed, there will be ghosts. What Laozi wants is the process, the process. Is the old kid Hyaga Hayashi furious? You must be so angry, right? Having blocked Laozi on the front line for so long, Hyaga clan, it is best not to let me take the opportunity. 12. How did Konoha and the others react? Raikage just finished saying that he shouldn't ask. The three tigers couldn't understand what he meant. Hyaga Hayashi, what is his reaction? Raikage laughed loudly. He seemed to be able to imagine Hyaga Hayashi's desperate appearance. What's the reaction? Master Raikage, Hyaga Hayashi has nothing to respond. Ah? No reaction. Raikage froze for a moment. Have you seen Hyaga Hayashi? I saw it. What did he say? He didn't say anything. What a special thing. Raikage's eyes widened. How could his village be so aggressive? Then who are you negotiating with? If you give me the terms, he will always have a response, right? Hyaga Hayashi said that it was not him who caught the two masters' wooden golem. Let me talk to the ninja who grabbed the two masters' wooden golem. Hearing this, Raikage's eyes narrowed slightly and his face was fierce. Who is it? Who caught the wooden golem? This question stunned the three Cloud Shinobi ninjas. They suddenly widened their eyes and stared at them, their faces were dumbfounded, and they communicated with each other in a low voice. By the way, who is that kid? Do you know? I do not know. Don't you know? Why would I know? Gradually, Raikage's fists clenched, he was restrained, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. He knew that these three tigers were different from Killer Bee and couldn't hold his fist. The three of you went to the Konoha front line and wandered around, and you didn't know anything in the end. This. The three looked at each other. Raikage regretted choosing these three. He originally wanted to use it to make a mockery of Hyaga Hayashi, so he chose this kind of mindless stunner. After all, he couldn't get arrogant even if he went to the enemy camp with a little brain. The result is self-defeating? Features, you are talking about features. What does it look like to catch wooden golem? It's a kid. Looks like 6 or 7 years old. However, he is really scary. The momentum released is even more exaggerated than Master Raikage. I feel unsteady when standing in front of him. Hearing this, Raikage fell silent. Although the information was messy, He also got the information he wanted. Was you wooden golem lost to a Konoha 6 or 7-year-old child? Is it Konoha's genius? However, at the age of 6 or 7, he can beat the second wooden golem, which is a bit scary. Although the two wooden golems can't control the tail beast, they can use part of the tail beast chakra. There is definitely strength. Which family does that guy belong to Konoha? Is it the Hyuga clan? It seems to belong to the Uchiha clan. I saw the Uchiha clan emblem on his clothes. Hearing this, Raikage's heart trembled suddenly. The Uchiha clan. Is it Sharingan? Once Uchiha Madara used Sharingan to manipulate 9 tails. If the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is strong enough, it can suppress the tail beast. Did the two of wooden golem lose because of Sharingan? Raikage carefully analyzed. Then, he was blindfolded, as if he was blind. Raikage. Blind of the Uchiha clan. Raikage was dumbfounded. Are you sure? The three nodded one after another. Determine. It should be, he was blindfolded and still on crutches. I think, no normal person can dress like this. Raikage is messed up. The clan who played with the eyes had a blind man, and also defeated and captured 2 wooden golems. Is this funny? Master Raikage, that guy is really scary. This is the second time they have emphasized it. He also said that it is impossible for Danzo to be caught by us. Shimura Danzo has always been the only one who died in battle, and Shimura Danzo has never been surviving. He also asked us to bring you a word. What are you talking about? Raikage asked reflexively. It's not easy to say. Say. Raikage roared, and the 3 ninjas suddenly jumped and spoke quickly. Although he looks brave on the battlefield to kill the enemy, but when he signs a peace treaty with Konoha in exchange for Jinshuriki, he really looks like a dog. Boom. The table in front of Raikage, accompanied by the explosion of thunder, shattered directly. Raikage gritted his teeth with anger, bruises on his head. He originally intended to mock Konoha, but he was mocked in turn. Raikage glanced at the 3 of them. Now I feel upset to see these 3 tigers. You 3, get out of here. Hearing this, the 3 of them hurriedly retreated, not daring to stay longer. Damn Konoha, damn Hyuga, and Uchiha. Don't you know who Danzo is? Don't believe we caught Danzo. In this case, then I will convince you to believe it. After speaking, Raikage immediately seized the door, and after bypassing a few camps, he went straight to the back. Here is the camp where the prisoners are held. At the very center, Shimura Danzo is being held. At this moment, Raikage rushed in. Heard movement. Danzo, who had closed his eyes, opened his eyes calmly. Raikage. Don't bother, I don't know anything. That appearance is neither humble nor overbearing, rather than surrendering. Chapter 94. Danzo knew that he would be fine. At least, although he is now a prisoner, he can definitely return to Konoha alive. He has such confidence. Of course, he didn't think he was as important as Jinshuriki. Therefore, Cloud Shinobi's plan to use it as a bargaining chip in exchange for Jinshuriki is doomed to fail. And his fate is most likely that Cloud Shinobi used it as a bargaining chip when signing a peace treaty with Konoha. With Danzo's return as a condition, Cloud Shinobi can at least make less compensation. At the same time, he also knew that Konoha could not truly abandon him. For Hyuga Hayashi, Danzo had no hope. Just look at the situation on the front line. The Hyuga clan commanded by Hyuga Hayashi can't beat Cloud Shinobi. And what will really keep him is his old friend and rival Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Konoha's true senior, Danzo knows too many secrets. He knows what he should know and what he should not know. Danzo knows exactly what impact these secrets will have on Konoha once they spread to other villages, and Sarutobi Hiruzen knows better. Because of this, Danzo knew that his old friend would definitely save him. And so, during the captive, in the face of Cloud Shinobi's torture, he could not say anything. Wanting to ask me a secret is just wishful thinking. Danzo knew that he could only survive if he would rather die unyielding to keep the secret. Otherwise, once a secret is revealed, even if he returns to Konoha alive, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not let him go. At this moment, Danzo saw Raikage rushing in vigorously and knew that the other party was about to conduct some meaningless torture. Although Cloud Shinobi put some torture instruments on him, Danzo didn't care. As long as we can live, what can't be tolerated? The roots buried in the soil are the most patient. Raikage. Don't bother, I don't know anything. even if it had just gone through a torture. However, Danzo has nothing to say. Danzo knew that Raikage would not kill him. If he killed him, he would lose the bargaining chip to negotiate with Konoha. When the war ended, the content of the peace treaty would pay for him. Cloud Shinobi is more eager for money than any of the 5 major countries. They are military villages and want to carry out military expansion. And these are all for money. Where does the money come from? Most of the money for the ninjas raised by Cloud Shinobi comes from Thunder Country. Just like Konoha ninjas' money comes from the country of fire. The best way to make the country of Thunder pay more is to win the battle. It is useful for the name of the country of Thunder to see Cloud Shinobi's military expansion. Because of this time the Ninja World War, Thunder Country directly fought 3 countries. And if the Third Ninja War is defeated by that time, Cloud Shinobi will pay compensation when the accounts are settled, and Lace Higuo will have to pay Konoha indemnity. Will the name of the country of Thunder buy it? Will it still support Cloud Shinobi's military expansion? Humph. Raikage child, everything is under the control of the old man. The old man was careless before. You should not be imagined to be so smart, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. And this time, the old man has seen everything through. I will be fearless. It's not a problem to torture in a mere way. I am silent, you continue, whatever you want. At this time, seeing Raikage coming, the ninja who was torturing next to him hurried forward. Master Raikage. This old thing has planted himself a curse. Can't ask anything. It would be great if we had Konoha's Yamanaka clan's memory search technology. However, Raikage didn't even listen to this statement. Konoha's secret? He is not rare. Now, he only knew that he had a breath, he couldn't swallow it. Raikage stared straight at Danzo. Danzo also raised his head, staring straight at Raikage. Then, cut off his right hand for me. Danzo? Danzo was dumbfounded. Raikage, what are you brags doing? Laozi is your precious bargaining chip, would you dare to chop me? Not only Danzo, but the torture ninja next to him was also dumbfounded. Master Raikage, you didn't say it before, just torture him, don't let him lack arms and legs? Why suddenly? Stop talking nonsense, chop. Danzo was a little shaken in his heart. Is this really going to be chopped or is it to behave? He is not sure. However, he only knew that he could not waver. You can't say anything, it's over after you say it. At this moment, Raikage walked slowly to Danzo, grinning. Danzo, I didn't expect that a sinister old thing like you would have such a good reputation in Konoha. It's really unexpected. Even in that situation, Konoha's group of ninjas didn't think that you were caught by me. They also thought that if it were you, they would definitely choose to die on the battlefield instead of surviving. How many hypocritical masks do you have? Danzo? The awkwardness on his face cannot be hidden. Raikage kid, are you serious? What fight to die on the battlefield, surreptitiously survive? Why doesn't the old man know anything? Wait, is there any misunderstanding in this? Danzo was a little flustered. He didn't figure out anything, as if he was about to be chopped off for some reason. Co-author Raikage didn't want to get Konoha's secret from his mouth to chop his hand, but there are other reasons? Misunderstanding? What's the misunderstanding? Sure enough, you Konoha are a group of people who don't see the coffin and don't cry. It doesn't matter if it's you or anyone else, it's the same. In this case, I chopped off an arm and sent it to them. I want them to see if the Danzo-sama they trust so much is really stealing a living. Wait, you can't do this. Danzo panicked. Really panicked. He didn't figure out the situation at all. Why did Raikage cut his arm suddenly? Since you didn't want to pry out the secret in your mouth, why? No good. No reason. You chopped off an arm of me, and you Jinshuriki will also be chopped off an arm. Humph, Danzo, do you really know Jinshuriki? Raikage sneered. For Jinshuriki who can use the tail beast chakra, what is an arm? Also, these were caught carelessly by wooden golem, and the price should be paid for it. Chop me the stalks. After speaking, Raikage turned around and left. As soon as the door closed, Danzo's scream came from behind. Immediately afterwards, Raikage beckoned and summoned the ninja next to him. What's wrong? Master Raikage. Give me Danzo's arm to the Konoha front line. Then, gather all horses, ready to attack at any time. Since it's too soft, then continue to attack the Konoha front line. I want to defeat them with the fastest speed. Even if Laozi loses, he will defeat the Hyuga clan. Chapter 95. It's different from Cloud Shinobi's preparatory attack on the front line with much fanfare. Almost all the materials on the Konoha front line were used for defense. The gunpowder was made into a bomb, and the detonating talisman was set into a trap, which was buried on the border of the front line. Outside the border line, almost all the traps set up by Konoha. At this moment, the entire Konoha front line, almost under the order of Hyuga Hayashi, became a fortress. Hyuga Hayashi waited quietly in the camp. The news from the front line should have been sent back to Konoha at this time. Presumably, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is Hokage, should have seen it. At that time, the village will inevitably send reinforcements. What Hyuga Hayashi has to do is to guard the front line and stop the aggressive Cloud Shinobi ninja outside the border before the reinforcements arrive. At that time, as soon as the reinforcements arrive, they again hold the trump card of the second tail Jinshuriki, and Cloud Shinobi will defeat itself. Although Hyuga Hayashi looked calm at the moment, he was a little impatient as he paced back and forth. The direction of this war is the last wave. Block Cloud Shinobi, then Konoha will win a big victory. Even if Danzo is captured, it will not affect the final settlement. At most, Cloud Shinobi will lose a little money when the peace treaty is signed. However, if you can't stop Cloud Shinobi, Konoha will still win in the end, but their Hyuga clan will suffer a devastating blow. Maybe it will never recover. The war that determines the final destiny is coming. Hyuga Hayashi took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. At this moment, a ninja rushed over with a panic expression. Report Hayashi-sama. Are there any changes on Cloud Shinobi? The front line of Cloud Shinobi has begun to gather manpower again. Depending on what they look like, they will be attacked within 2 hours at most. Hearing that, Hyuga Hayashi's face was calm, and he waved casually. Don't panic. I am waiting for Konoha's victory. There is no doubt about it. As long as the last wave of Cloud Shinobi is blocked, it will be our victory. We have blocked Cloud Shinobi for almost a year, and it's not bad this time. Let the order go on, let all the ninjas on the front line be prepared and strengthen the defense. Just act according to our plan and training. Cloud Shinobi, there is no threat to us anymore. Hyuga Hayashi was calm and self-conscious, not panicking at all. Seeing Hyuga Hayashi's appearance immediately gave the ninja below great confidence. They immediately stepped back and relayed the order. After they were gone, Hyuga Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief. The momentum must not be let down at this juncture. As the commander-in-chief, he will take the lead in fighting his momentum. Subconsciously, Hyuga Hayashi clenched his fist. In any case, we must resist this wave of attacks. Not to mention this side. In the sealed room, Chiba and Itachi sat cross-legged. The two-tailed Jinshuriki was sealed by wooden golem. Chiba and Itachi did not dare to be slack in her land. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. It has always been sealed with their strongest strength at the moment. Therefore, even now, neither of wooden golem can wake up. After all, they can seal the second tail Jinshuriki. There is a real element of luck. Who knows if she will go crazy when she wakes up? Neither Chiba nor Itachi dare to bet. Chiba-kun, Cloud Shinobi, will attack us one last time. Chiba nodded. Okay. We Konoha's front line, can we withstand it? If it is now, I can't stand it. Itachi's complexion was still calm. Is it still because of Jinshuriki? Yes, 8 tails Jinshuriki, it should be on the front line. That kind of humanoid nuclear bomb, ordinary ninja, can't stop it. However, Chiba did not appear to panic, nor did he have any intention of running away. Chiba sits still, and speaks calmly. Itachi, you said you want to come to the battlefield to see. Now, do you understand the war, the ninja, and the village? Hearing this, Itachi fell silent, lowered his head and thought for a while. Then he shook his head calmly. Not at all. I only saw death. And, just as Chiba-kun said before, behind war is politics, and behind politics is human nature. Jinshuriki's strategic position, Danzo's arrest, and the fight for credit are all like this. However, I also learned, what is Desenlightenment. Itachi's pair of scarlet 3-tomo Sharinon is the best proof. Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled. Is that so? Just fine. After speaking, Chiba stood up suddenly, leaning on crutches. Chiba-san, what's wrong? Now, Konoha's front line should be able to withstand it, Itachi tilted his head, then smiled as if he understood something. You wait here for a while. I'll pick her up. Our teacher. Chiba's observation Haki has captured her existence a long time ago. That range is far beyond the imagination of the perception ninja. At this moment, Chiba walked calmly to the edge of the camp, leaning on crutches, and then just stood there, facing a relieved face. Aside, the sentry perception ninja froze for a moment. Chiba, what are you doing here? Wait for someone. Wait for someone. The man froze for a moment. Who are you waiting here? However, the next moment, his face suddenly changed. In his perception, an extremely terrifying chakra was moving towards their camp at an incredible speed. The speed is so fast that even his perception can't be captured at all. Perceiving this person's panic, Chiba smiled, leaned on a cane, and spoke calmly. Don't panic. Then, it's not the enemy. The moment the voice fell, the jungle in the distance burst suddenly. Then, a terrible smoke extended from the end of the visible range directly into the camp. Boom. Along with the explosion of the earth, a figure appeared in the camp. At this moment, the perception ninja was completely stunned, and he didn't even dare to move. What a terrible chakra. He felt his breathing almost stagnated. In the smoke, there are several blood-red tails dancing. Then, there was a voice. Chiba, the message you send me should be true. After receiving the news, I rushed over as quickly as possible. If it's fake and put me in confinement by the old man Sarutobi, I ask you for it. There was a boom, accompanied by the disappearance of the smoke. What emerged from it was the woman shrouded in a blood-red chakra. Konoha's blood-red pepper Uzumaki Kushina. Chapter 96. The perception ninja stationed here was completely stunned. This shocking chakra is the strongest he has ever felt in his life, not one of them. That amount, and that kind of madness, is bloodier than any battlefield. Sitting on the ground, he stared blankly into the smoke. The grasses that were originally forest land were now opened from the most central place by a passage. Everything in the passage was turned into ruins, and that kind of trace was obviously caused by something rampage. At the very front of the passage, there is a woman shrouded in a blood-red chakra. Konoha's nine tails Jinshuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. Lord Kushina. The face of the perceiving ninja changed slightly, his heart was extremely excited, and he knelt down on one knee. It is impossible for him not to be excited. Konoha's front line was too tragic. Now Uzumaki Kushina, who is now Nine Tails Jinshuriki, personally comes to the battlefield, and what changes it will bring to the front battlefield he knows very well. Before that, everyone, including him, had no bottom in their last impact on Cloud Shinobi. Can you stop it? I'm not sure, I can only stop it with my life. After all, Raikage of Cloud Shinobi has personally been on the front line, but his own Hokage is still in the village and nothing happens. Not to mention the difference in combat effectiveness, the performance between Shadow and Shadow alone is enough to suppress the morale of the two armies. However, the appearance of Kushina gave this perception ninja hope. Seeing this, Kushina beckoned to the ninja. Go and inform Chief Hyaga. I have a few words with my disciple, and I will come right away. Yes. Hearing that, the perception ninja quickly agreed and left excitedly. When he left, he was taken aback for a moment. Uchiha Chiba, actually a disciple of Uzumaki Kushina? At this moment, Chiba stood in front of Kushina with a cane. Welcome to Master. This time I ran out without telling the old man Sarutobi. If the information is wrong, you will be beaten. Although he said so. However, she just waved her hand, and the blood-red chakra on her body disappeared suddenly. Where is Naiwei Jinshuriki? Let's go, I will lead the way. Under Chiba's leadership, Kushina quickly came to the sealed room. Before entering it, Kushina was stunned when he watched the procedure that filled the room. Then, a slap was slapped on Chiba's head. Chiba was taken aback. What's happening? I'm so embarrassed to ask what's wrong. Kushina glanced at the warlock on the room, not having a good air. Seal, I taught you how to use it. There is a reason for this. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Chiba touched his head embarrassedly. It is really not good to be so messy with the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. I can explain. However, let's take a look at Niu Jinshuriki first. With that, Chiba pushed in. At the door, Itachi was standing at the door, saw Kushina coming, and hurriedly spoke. Ms. Kushina. Seeing that the two are safe, Kushina smiled. You two are fine. It is indeed a bit powerful to be able to survive from the hands of Jinshuriki, and also to seal her. However, I also want to apologize to you. Suddenly, Kushina reached out and took Chiba and Itachi into her arms together. I didn't expect that the supply route this time would be leaked out. It was my dereliction of duty. It is precisely because I know that this line is very safe. Kushina would recommend her two disciples who have no experience in battlefields to join them. As a result, I didn't expect that not only was it attacked by Cloud Shinobi, but also the second tail Jinshuriki. Fortunately, both Chiba and Itachi are fine. If something goes wrong between the two of them because of this, Kushina will feel guilty for a lifetime. No, Mrs. Kushina, this is not your dereliction of duty, the road map, I think it may have been leaked by someone from Konoha. Hearing this, Kushina's eyes narrowed slightly and she spoke calmly. Chiba, it is better not to doubt your colleagues without conclusive evidence, this is a taboo. Itachi, take out the evidence. With that said, Itachi took out the seal scroll and sealed it with one hand. What appeared from the seal scroll was a corpse. This is. Between Zanae's doubts. Chiba knocked open the corpse's mouth with a cane, revealing the curse mark on the tongue. Seeing this scene, Kushina's pupils shrank suddenly. This is, the root. What's going on, Chiba, Itachi? Seeking flowers. Ninja at the root, there are 3 teams, 9 people, they have been behind us since our supply troops set off. Ms. Kushina, do you think, these rooted ninjas are here to protect supplies? Impossible. Kushina shook her head. Danzo wouldn't use his roots for this kind of thing. Also, our route map has been replaced by another route. Upon hearing this, Kushina was surprised again. Has been changed? Chiba and Itachi both nodded. Yes. The route map that was changed, the sneak attack by the Cloud Shinobi ninja, and the route ninja behind. These pieces of information were combined together in an instant, and what was constructed was a terrifying conspiracy. 0. Danzo, kill someone with a knife. At this moment, there was an unnamed anger in Kushina's heart. Apart from Chiba and Itachi, how many Konoha shinobi among the supplies alone? These ninjas failed to die on the battlefield, but died at the hands of their own village. What is this? Irony? I know, this matter, I will help you get justice. The fight between Konoha and Uchiha, Kushina felt it was normal. After all, this is a normal game between politics. However, it is too much to carry out this kind of indecent means and even pit the ninjas in his own village. For the first time in Kushina's life, Konoha's senior management felt a little incompetent. To deal with the enemies in other villages, he was only willing and cautious. When Jinshuriki was stealing the house frantically, Konoha still had no response. Internally, it is a heavy blow, even the innocent ninja of his own will be entrapped. Unscrupulous means to achieve the goal. Konoha, it really needs to be changed. With that, Kushina came to the sealed 2 wooden golem. With her hands knotted, she once again placed a seal on her body. After all this, she spoke. Let's go, 2 little guys. I strengthened the seal. Even if this guy has great abilities, he can't break the seal. Don't you want to see the real battlefield? Now, the opportunity is here. Long. Chapter 97. Hyaga Hayashi is very excited. He has planned to make a desperate bet with Cloud Shinobi's ninja, and even if he pays a high price, he must defend the front line and defend Konoha's final victory. However, when he was prepared in this way, a ninja told him, Uzumaki Kushina is on the battlefield. Hyaga Hayashi suddenly felt a sense of airiness and exhale. Although Cloud Shinobi has Raikage playing in person, even though Naruto will not come on his own side, but Uzumaki Kushina is here. The news was even more excited than Hyaga Hayashi knew that Chiba and Itachi had captured Cloud Shinobi's second tail Jinshuriki. After all, what Nia Jinshuriki laid is the victory of Konoha. The arrival of Kushina is to establish Konoha's frontline victory. Hyaga Hayashi, as the head of the Hyaga clan, is selfish. His selfishness will only fall on his people in the end. Pass the order immediately. Encourage all the ninjas on the front line. This battle between us and Cloud Shinobi is finally about to usher in victory. Also, the news of Master Kushina's arrival, please don't say anything. Hearing that, the ninja was also very excited, and hurriedly passed on the order with him. The arrival of Kushina is definitely not just Hyaga Hayashi, but also the morale of the entire front line. And at this time, The door was pushed open with a click. Patriarch Hyaga, what's going on the front line, now? For the first time, Hyaga Hayashi felt that the blood-red hair was so touching. Kushina-sama, failed to come out to greet you. Before Hyaga Hayashi's words were finished, Kushina beckoned. Farewell, Chief Hyaga, I don't have this habit of acting. Upon hearing this, Hyaga Hayashi smiled. Kushina is still so bold. He likes to deal with such people. If Konoha's other high-level staff come, if you don't greet you, I'm afraid you will have to keep a notebook for you. If this time Danzo didn't come to the front line quietly, wanting to grab the credit. Otherwise, the news that he is coming to the front line may not be conveyed half a month in advance. As if for fear of not knowing that he came to the front. To behave, Konoha's senior management has been very good at it. Kushina-sama, the current front line is very bad. Cloud Shinobi's Raikage has already played in person, and it is suspected that he has noticed the Eight Tails Jinshuriki killer bee. Unexpectedly, at this time, Master Naruto could actually send you out, really. Before the words were over, Kushina interrupted directly. Sorry, Naruto did not send me out. I sneaked out by myself. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. What? Hyaga Hayashi was a little confused. Cloud Shinobi's tail beast did not appear blatantly. Lord Kushina, will you be blamed for your sneaking into the battlefield like this, Lord Naruto? What is to blame? Is it necessary for Cloud Shinobi to be the first to use Jinshuriki and destroy our front line before I can go to the battlefield? The front lines are gone, what's the point of me on the battlefield? Kushina said calmly. He will be on the battlefield very early. The battlefield between Cloud Shinobi and Konoha has been very anxious, and was crushed and beaten by Cloud Shinobi, causing heavy casualties. Kushina repeatedly proposed to go to the battlefield, but Sarutobi Hiruzen vetoed it. And this time, not only did he capture Jinchuriki, but more importantly, his two apprentices were also on the battlefield. People are selfish, and so is Kushina. When Jinchuriki is caught, Cloud Shinobi is bound to attack. He didn't want to wait until the front line was pushed by Cloud Shinobi before accepting Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders to come back to the battlefield. By that time, my two apprentices might have died early. She didn't want to regret it then. But, Lord Kushina, there are rules about Jinchuriki on the battlefield. It's all this time, who cares about your irregular rules? If you kill your eyes, maybe you just throw the tail beast into the enemy village. It seems that Hyaga Hayashi is persuading, but in fact he has already laughed inwardly. That's right, that's it. Faced with the final impact of Cloud Shinobi, in fact, Hyaga Hayashi is more afraid of Eight Tails Jinchuriki than Raikage. People can completely manipulate the tail beast. Once the tail becomes beast, who can stop the devastating blow that it will bring to the front line? Thinking of this, Hyaga Hayashi looked at Chiba and Itachi, then smiled and nodded, expressing gratitude in his heart. He knew that Kushina came because of these two little guys. Who doesn't worry about such a talented disciple? There is danger, as a master, I will definitely help in the first place. However, Chiba seemed to be aware of the generality, so he raised his head to face him and nodded. Hyaga Hayashi was stunned for a moment. Is this kid really invisible or fake? Does he know such slight movements? Patriarch Hyaga, I will not say anything about the news of my coming to the front line. It's all hit this level, and the opposite party is likely to drop Eight Tails Jinchuriki directly. We just wait for Cloud Shinobi to attack on the front line. If they used Eight Tails Jinchuriki, then I will take this opportunity to seal the Eight Tails. Uzumaki Kushina said calmly. That tone was terribly cold. Sealing Eight Tails, the whole world of ninja can easily say this sentence, and it must be the current Uzumaki Kushina. The same tail, Jinchuriki, also holds the powerful sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. The existence of Kushina is the natural nemesis of Jinchuriki. And at this time, a ninja suddenly ran back from the front line in a hurry. Patriarch Hayashi. What happened to the front line? The ninja from Cloud Shinobi sent us something here. What? The ninja did not dare to speak, but instead handed over the things. That is a box. The strong smell of blood can be smelled even if it is not opened. This is. Kushina frowned, and then opened the box. After seeing what was in it, Kushina was stunned, a little puzzled. What does this mean? Inside the box is a hand. What does Cloud Shinobi mean by sending a hand? Whose is this? The ninja at Cloud Shinobi said, This is the hand of Lord Danzo. Upon hearing this, Kushina was stunned. Danzo's hand? You are teasing me. Danzo is still drinking tea in the village, why did his hands get to the front line? Chapter 98. This. In other words, Danzo was easily caught by the people of Cloud Shinobi. After listening to Hyuga Hayashi's description, Kushina suspected that she had heard it wrong. Danzo, you are the undercover agent of Cloud Shinobi? Perhaps because it was so stupid that this happened, Kushina held her head speechlessly. Are the seniors in their village really so stupid? The enemy's situation must be known to those who fight Tenten on the front line. When everyone on the front line advised Danzo not to go, Danzo went his own way. Is this a pitfall in your head? Why can't we listen to the opinions of frontline ninjas? When you pit your own ninja, one ring after another, IQ explodes, and when you grab the credit, you just give it for nothing. Kushina looked gloomy with anger. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Hayashi spoke. Then are we going to save Lord Danzo? Save? Lucky for him if he didn't die, he still wants me to save him. Kushina snorted. Even if he is rescued, there are still accounts to be settled with him. Changing the route map of supplies and using Cloud Shinobi to kill people with a knife, resulting in Konoha's loss of 3 jonin and dozens of genin, this is not a small crime. Even if Hiruzen, who is Hokage, wanted to protect him, it would be enough for Danzo to drop a piece of meat. The Danzo matter, let Sarutobi's old man have a headache, don't they often get together? Now, what we have to do is to defeat the Cloud Shinobi front. Hearing that, Hyuga Hayashi is also confident. My own Jinshuriki on the front line is reassuring. Before their goal was to block the impact of Cloud Shinobi, now, it has become a direct defeat. The war is finally over. Hyuga Hayashi took a deep breath. Not to mention this side. Cloud Shinobi front line. The mighty ninja has been gathered in the front line by Raikage. Thousands of Cloud Shinobi ninjas, just roaring, are already deafening. Moreover, these are the elite ninjas of Cloud Shinobi's military expansion over the years. Although this is not the full combat power of Cloud Shinobi, in Raikage's view, it is more than enough to destroy the Konoha front line headed by the Hyuga clan. More importantly, this time, Raikage also brought 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. By this time, it's up to you to take the lead. Upon hearing this, Killer Bee was taken aback. Brother, during the war, it is stipulated that both sides do not use Jinchuriki. This kind of large-scale war, Konoha will definitely know about it. Killer Bee's rare seriousness, he didn't say his crappy rap in front of Raikage. Because he knows what it means to make himself on the stage. However, Raikage doesn't care about this, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Who cares about the rules after hitting this level? When the news of you using the power of 8 tails comes back to Konoha village, Konoha's front line has long been breached by us. At that time, Konoha held the 2-tailed Jinchuriki by wooden golem, and Cloud Shinobi would naturally not smash with Konoha. At that time, concede defeat, and sign a peace treaty with Konoha as a defeated country. And use Danzo as a bargaining chip to minimize compensation. At that time, 9 tails Jinchuriki had no reason to be dispatched. In this case, although Cloud Shinobi was defeated, it brought a devastating blow to the Konoha front line. Even after the signing of the peace treaty, it is hard to say who will suffer more. This is Raikage, Laozi will bite off a piece of your meat even if he loses. Anyway, listen to my orders then. Konoha wants to block our last wave of impact, and the front border must be full of terrible traps. And your task is very simple. Shoot all those traps, and then hit the center of Konoha's front line. In this war, you can use your power as Jinchuriki without reservation. I want the Hyuga clan to become Konoha's history. Let Konoha see the strength of our Cloud Shinobi. Time is slowly draining. For the first time since the war broke out between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi, the front lines of the two sides have been so peaceful for the first time. This kind of silence is terribly quiet. Ninjas on both sides know it. This is just the brief silence before the storm. Unfortunately, as ninjas, they don't have time to enjoy. Only blood and death can dance with this peace. Then, death is like the wind, always with me. All Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Under a thunderstorm, Cloud Shinobi's roar seemed to shake the earth. At this moment, he spared no effort to raise his latent chakra mode to the top. The overwhelming chakra can even make ninjas who are too close to him shudder. Chakra comparable to a tail beast. As an enemy, Raikage is a nightmare. But, as the head of your own village, is there anything more morale boosting than letting Raikage go to drive? No. So, it seems to be in response to Raikage's roar. All the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi responded with crazier voices. The roar even reached Konoha's front line. Cloud Shinobi's military expansion, all the people are soldiers, this is really no joke. Now, it's time to decide the winner and loser with Konoha's ninja. Konoha, it is no longer the same Konoha. Senju falls, Uchiha withers. Konoha has already lost the power to compete with us. Today, Cloud Shinobi will destroy Konoha and become the strongest of the 5 nations. With the words of Raikage, all Cloud Shinobi ninjas went crazy. Unleashing chakra without leaving much effort. That terrible amount of chakra, even if they were far together, made the perception ninja on Konoha's front line frightened. Cloud Shinobi's morale is terribly high. Will Raikage talk about the arrest of his own Jinshuriki? He won't, he just needs to tell his ninja, we will win, that's it. As long as we win this battle, what if we lose in the end? Now, it's time to shine with the glory that belongs to our Cloud Shinobi. Everyone, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Accompanied by the fall of Raikage forward. These ninjas of Cloud Shinobi rushed toward the Konoha front line mightily. At this moment, the ninja on the front line of Konoha looked at all this nervously. In the face of the black and oppressive ninja, no one is not nervous. However, if you want to cross the front line, you must pass through the most terrifying trap area ahead. And this is the time. The roar like a beast resounded instantly throughout the battlefield. What appeared next was a blood-red tail, like a blood-colored rose of death, shining in the center of the battlefield. The ninjas at Konoha front didn't even see what it was. Directly rushed into the trap area that Konoha arranged in advance. Chapter 99. In order to arrange this front-line trap area, Hyuga Hayashi ordered his ninja to use up almost all the reserves. Detonating talisman, gunpowder, bomb. There is almost anything, just pile it into it and it's done. It can be said that this is a desperate battle. After all, Hyuga Hayashi knows that regardless of the outcome of this war, it is the final battle. The scope and power of this trap is beyond imagination. If Cloud Shinobi's ninja rushed over, more than half of the overwhelming Cloud Shinobi ninja will be destroyed in the trap area. But, just when the ninja of Cloud Shinobi was about to rush into the sinking zone, something rushed into it at an incredible speed. It was a blood-red figure. The 8 blood-red tails behind them danced wildly in the air like blood-colored roses on the battlefield. A Hyuga ninja quickly turned on Byakugan, wanting to see the true face of this blood-red figure. A moment, really only a moment. The Hyuga ninja was stunned. Then, he reacted instantly and roared. Jinshuriki, that is Cloud Shinobi's 8 tails Jinshuriki. And accompanied by his roar, a huge explosion resounded instantly in the trap area on the front line. The blood-red body galloped through the trap area at incredible speed. Cloud Shinobi Village's ninjutsu and the blessing of the tail beast chakra have allowed Killer Bee to reach an unimaginable speed. Looking around, only a blood-red trajectory can be seen galloping. 8 blood-red tails gave Killer Bee an overwhelming range of attack. His tail almost swept across, and all traps in the visible range would be destroyed by him. Today's mood is really good. With this explosive sound melody, you can write a great rhyme. Thank you. The sound of the explosions one after another, spread out in an instant, forming a series of bombardments. Just in the blink of an eye, he swallowed Killer Bee wearing a tail beast suit. That shocking explosion can even blow up a mountain. Seeing Killer Bee being swallowed by the explosion, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan quickly turned on Byakugan to check the situation. Such a violent explosion. Even if it is Jinshuriki, I am afraid it will be too bad for you. In order to destroy our trap area, did you harm yourself? Unfortunately, after all, there are few people who can understand the power of Jinshuriki. Not to mention that Jinshuriki can complete the manipulation of the tail beast. Ordinary ninjas don't know what kind of concept it is to control the tail beast. Conventions have always been used to break. And breaking the rule, talking about people like Killer Bee. Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, after all, caught the figure in the shocking smoke. It is not a human figure, but crawls on the ground like a beast. When the smoke dispersed, revealing a corner of the opponent's body, everyone in the Hyuga clan who captured this scene was stunned. That can no longer be called a creature. 8 tails of the bullhead, covered with heavy blood-red chakra all over his body. Then, what is that? What? That is it, the previous 8 tails Jinshuriki. What kind of gesture is this? Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. What a terrible chakra. Squeezing chakra to this density, how could he be able to move? Just between the shock of the Konoha shinobi, the terrible roar that bloomed from the bull's head was only a moment, and it brought everyone back to reality. Then, the 8 blood-red tails gathered in front of the bull's head, and an overwhelming chakra gathered here. In the blink of an eye, it became a dark ultra-high-density chakra concentrate. Tailed Beast Bomb. That is the most profound meaning of the Tail Beast. It is composed of white chakra with yang attribute and black chakra with yin attribute. The shape of one's chakra is changed to the extreme, and the yin and yang ratio is mixed and compressed into a super-density ball in the mouth at a ratio of 2:8. Released in one breath. Perceive the chakra condensed in the Tailed Beast Bomb. At this moment, all the ninjas on the Konoha front line shuddered. Dangerous, extremely dangerous. They felt the hairs on their backs stand upside down. They don't know Tailed Beast Bomb, but this will not affect the horror of Tailed Beast Bomb. Next moment, Killer Bee released it directly. The Tailed Beast Bomb swept past, directly blasting the entire frontline trap area. See this scene. The ninja at Konoha's front line was desperate. Just kidding. How do we fight that thing? The trap area, it was gone in an instant. That, is it Jinshuriki? All ninjas know how terrible Jinshuriki is. However, no one knows how terrible it is. Because of the unwritten rules of the war, Jinshuriki, who is fully liberated, is rarely known in the history of ninjas. And now, Konoha's ninja knows. That power symbolizes invincibility. Unmatched. Now, in the smoke of the explosion, Killer Bee, transformed into a beast, broke through the smoke in an instant, wiped out the trap area, and rushed directly to the front line of Konoha. What's more frightening is that his body covered with high-density chakra is still changing. The 8 tails turned into huge octopus legs, and the body swelled in the blink of an eye. It took only a few seconds before and after. Killer Bee turned into a giant beast. Completely beastly. 8 tails, Jayaki. This is the true face of the Uncle Jinshuriki. This is the monster. Take a good look. Jinshuriki changes. Yeah. The tail beast uttered human words. To rhyme, talk bad rap. However, none of the Konoha shinobi who saw this scene laughed. Seeing that the ninja on the front line of Konoha didn't seem to react to his final posture, Killer Bee was still a little disappointed. How? The ninjas of Konoha, are you scared stupid by this uncle? In this case, enjoy the gorgeous rhythm. Yeah. Killer Bee, transformed into 8 tails, instantly attacked the front line. The Konoha shinobi were frightened and stupefied. One after another released their own ninjutsu. Fire style, water style, earth style, wind style, lightning style. All kinds of ninjutsu galloped in, but they were all blasted off by 8 tails' tails. Let alone repel 8 tails, he can't even stop his footsteps. Fools of Konoha. Fly, dance like a butterfly. Killer Bee swept over, the moment he crossed the border and entered the front zone. A golden chain instantly blasted from the front. The speed is terribly fast. Killer Bee blocked it with his tail, but was still knocked back. At the same time, Killer Bee's face suddenly changed at the moment he touched the golden chain. Chakra, his tail beast, was suppressed. Be careful, this chakra, Nyolis, restrain me very much. In Killer Bee's mind. A reminder from 8 tails Jayaki sounded. However, it did not wait for Killer Bee to react. The dense golden chains came from all directions in an instant. The number and speed are so large that Killer Bee can't completely block it. The golden chain directly trapped all the 8 tails, and the connection with the 8 tails body was immediately suppressed. Killer Bee wanted to struggle. However, the more he struggled, the tighter the golden chains became. This force suppressed Xiaobie. How is it possible? Quality. Between horror. Killer Bee looked up suddenly. He looked forward. At the forefront of Konoha, a figure slowly walked out. The blood-red tail is exactly the same as his previous posture. However, this shocking chakra even surpassed him. The golden chains also extended from her body. The moment he saw this person, Killer Bee's pupils shrank suddenly. 9 Tails Jinshuriki Uzumaki Kushina. Chapter 100. The chakra of the Uzumaki clan has a natural suppression of tail beasts, which has been verified by the times. Their chakra combined with the powerful sealing technique unique to the Uzumaki clan. It can be said that from a certain point of view, the Uzumaki family is the natural nemesis of the tail beasts. And when this person who uses the seal technique of the Uzumaki clan is also the Nine Tails Jinshuriki, then her suppression of the tail beast Jinshuriki is absolute. Nine Tails, the undoubted apex of the 9 big tail beasts. Regardless of whether the other tail beasts admit it or not, this is true. Why did Uchiha Madara choose 9 tails instead of catching other tail beasts when he fought Senju Hashirama? Senju Hashirama caught all the tail beasts and distributed them to other big countries, and even Cloud Shinobi was divided into 2, but why did he only leave 9 tails? This is all for a reason. That's because of the power of 9 tails, there is no doubt about it. Don't look at Uchiha Madara's direct capture and Senju Hashirama's direct suppression, misunderstanding that 9 tails is a younger brother. It's not that 9 tails is too weak, but Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are too strong. The previous 1 tail to 8 tails all add up, and they are not necessarily 9 tails opponents. In terms of tail beasts, 9 tails absolutely suppressed 8 tails. In terms of being Jinshuriki, Kushina's sealing technique naturally restrains Killer Bee. Although Killer Bee can completely manipulate the tail beast, Kushina cannot. However, the Uzumaki clan already has a huge amount of chakra. Kushina's own chakra plus the available parts 9 tails chakra combined is even bigger than the entire 8 tails chakra. It's outrageous. Is this Konoha's 9 tails Jinshuriki? At this moment, even in a state of complete tail animalization, Killer Bee felt a creepy feeling, and even forgot to mention his crappy rap. Better. Don't be in a daze at this time. That woman is so strong. 8 tails Jayaki shouted inside Killer Bee's body, and instantly pulled Killer Bee back to reality from the lack of consciousness. The golden chain extending from Kushina's body is the chakra of the Uzumaki clan. Fettered by that golden chain, even 8 tails itself felt that their chakra was suppressed. Chakra's operation is incredibly heavy and sticky. Although she only used part of the chakra from 9 tails, her own chakra plus the chakra from the tail beast is even larger than my chakra. Be careful, this woman may be stronger than the Namikaze Minato I met on the front line a year ago. Namikaze Minato, Killer Bee naturally remembers. At that time, 4th Raikage was not yet in position. The combination of Killer Bee and Raikage at that time became the Abi combination, which continuously defeated Konoha's front line at a very fast speed, with a great momentum of invincibility in the world. And it was Namikaze Minato who repelled them. The superb space ninjutsu with one hand is faster than the Raikage at that time, and it is the best speed in the whole ninja world, and may have surpassed the previous 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. Facing Kushina at this moment, Killer Bee naturally knew the key. Face-to-face confrontation with Namikaze Minato. To avoid being killed instantly, when you find that your reaction power can't keep up with his spatial ninjutsu, you must escape, otherwise, there is no chance of winning. And 9 tails Jinshuriki Uzumaki Kushina face-to-face, to avoid being sealed. Don't be blocked by the unique sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, that is, this golden chain. And so, Little 8, cooperate with me, I want to wipe out all the seal chains. Understand, compare, let's go. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Don't lose to that fox. Next moment. Killer Bee, in the form of 8 tails Jayaki, curled up the body of her huge tail beast. 8 tails wrapped his whole body in a spiral posture. Due to the rotation of the tail, the golden chain that was originally bound to the tail was tightened to the limit. Click, click, click. This huge force even caused many golden chains to break apart. Perceiving this scene, Kushina frowned. What a powerful force, this is no longer Jinshuriki, it is completely a beast. She nodded her hands and released her massive chakra again. The additional golden chains were overwhelmingly headed towards 8 tails. At the moment when King Kong blockade was about to approach 8 tails. Ho 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 ho. A terrifying roar was released from 8 tails' mouth. I still have more energy and my charm shines. Now, destroy it in the ashes. Tail Beast, 8 volumes. The next moment. The 8 tails that were twisted and rotated instantly bloomed, sweeping toward the entire battlefield like a propeller. In an instant. Everything in the visible range was destroyed under the sweep of 8 tails Jayaki's tail. The 8 rotating tails lifted the entire land and turned it into an unprecedented huge tornado. This is a devastating blow. At this moment, the ninja on Konoha's front line stared blankly at the scene that was almost ruining the world. Fortunately, Kushina blocked Killer Bee and failed to enter the front line. Otherwise, if such moves are released in the front line, Konoha's front line will probably collapse in an instant. What is the use to block this kind of monster? I can't fill it with life. Under the devastating move of Eight Tails, Kushina's diamond blockade suddenly fell apart. The sky full of smoke blocked all Kushina's sight, and even the huge body of Eight Tails was swallowed by the smoke. Kushina frowned. Where is it? She absolutely can't let Killer Bee enter Konoha's front line. She who has made a seal with one hand, feels instantly. Next moment, her face changed slightly. Because, in her perception, a shocking chakra was gathering in the smoke. Its scale is not comparable to the tailed beast bomb used by Killer Bee before. And at this moment, Chiba's body, who was standing on the front line of Konoha, shuddered suddenly. The next moment, he stepped out one step at a time, and instantly walked beyond Konoha's front line. Seeing this scene, Itachi and Hyuga Hayashi's face changed slightly. Chiba-san, what are you going to do? The corner of his clothes was gently pulled by Itachi, and Hyuga Hayashi also stood in front of him. It's too dangerous outside the front line now, leave it to Lord Kushina. Chiba leaned on a cane and spoke calmly. Itachi, do you believe me? Let her. I don't have time to explain, let me pass. Hearing this, Itachi glanced at Chiba, then nodded. It is good. Chiba wants to leave, but Hyuga Hayashi still stops. Chiba, I won't let you pass by. I don't know what you are going to do, but, if you set foot on that battlefield now, you are dying. Clang. At this moment, Itachi suddenly drew his sword and pointed it at Hyuga Hayashi, Sharingan of the Three Go-Jade, extremely scarlet. Uncle Hayashi, I hope you can give Chiba-kun a way out. He said, there is no time to explain now. So, I hope you don't waste time. Itachi's tone was terribly calm. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Hayashi was stunned. The moment Itachi stopped Hyuga Hayashi, Chiba stepped out and bypassed Hyuga Hayashi directly. Itachi, you are harming him. Itachi was unmoved, but looked at Hyuga Hayashi calmly. And Chiba left directly. Hyuga Hayashi was very anxious and yelled quickly. Chiba, what are you going to do? Chiba didn't look back, just spoke calmly. Guard this land under your feet. At that moment, Chiba's observation haki saw a near-complete future for himself.